Chapter 1. The Master Descends the Mountain. July. Kunlun Mountain. As the sun gracefully descends in the west, the sky is adorned with vibrant hues, with the gentle twilight casting a radiant glow upon the peaks and valleys, rendering them breathtakingly beautiful, almost ethereal. At this moment, two figures stand atop the mountain, one old, one young. The sunlight envelopes their shoulders in a soft halo, as if they were part of a captivating painting. The elder embodies the essence of a sage, standing with hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing robe that dances in the wind. His brow is prominent, and his deep-set eyes reveal a profound wisdom and mystery. He stands there in serene silence, as if he were one with the universe, exuding an extraordinary aura that inspires awe and reverence. Beside the elder stands a young man in his 20s, handsome and well-defined, with eyes resembling glistening obsidian, radiating intelligence. His long, dark hair cascades casually over his shoulders, adding an air of nonchalance. Chonger. After an unknown duration, the elder finally speaks. How many years have you spent on the mountain? Master, the young man replies respectfully. It has been 19 years. Time flies. The elder smiles gently. I recall when you first arrived as a mere child of 7 or 8 in the blink of an eye. You have transformed into a striking young man. However, the young man tilts his head to observe the elder, pausing before continuing. Master, you remain unchanged, just as you were back then. Haha. The elder chuckles once more. When you reach my level of cultivation, your appearance shall remain eternal as well. Is that so? The young man licks his lips, a look of delight crossing his face. Indeed. The elder nods. You possess an extraordinary physique and unparalleled talent, advancing in your training at an astonishing pace. In the past 3 centuries, you're the most gifted disciple I have encountered, bar none, and it brings me great joy. Really? The young man's eyes widen in astonishment. Master, I had no idea you were over 300 years old, I always thought. The elder does not respond, merely shaking his head slightly before continuing. Sure, 3 years ago, I imparted all that I could teach you. Yet 3 years have passed, and your progress has stagnated. Master, the young man lowers his head, a look of contrition on his face. I too find it perplexing. In these past 3 years, I have exerted even more effort. Yet that barrier remains insurmountable. It is so difficult. The elder nods slightly. Thus, I have decided to send you down the mountain tomorrow to explore the world and gain further experience. Perhaps you will encounter a fortuitous opportunity that will aid your breakthrough. Wait, master, the young man exclaims in confusion. Didn't you send me to the Western world for 4 years of training when I was 18? Why must I undergo further trials? The 4 years of training were primarily focused on combat skills and practical experience. This time, however, it is different. It will be about refining your heart amidst the mundane world. Do you understand? Tomorrow, you shall descend the mountain. Master, the young man gasps. This is too sudden. I am not yet prepared. There's no need for preparation. Your sick senior sister has already booked the flight. You'll descend the mountain tomorrow, first to the mountain city, and then take a plane back home. Here are your flight ticket and identification. As the elder spoke, he retrieved a ticket and an ID from his robes and gently placed them in the young man's hands, his face radiating affection and reluctance. Has my sick senior sister taken care of my identification as well? The young man curiously accepted the ID, examining it closely. The document appeared brand new. The photograph, a handsome portrait taken by his sick senior sister herself. Name, Pang Tianchong. Address, 39 Building, Fuguiyuan Community, Ocean District, Bien City, Sinan Province. Resident ID number, XXXXXXXXX. This is my hometown. Pang Tianchong pointed at the address on the ID, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that my sick senior sister has forged another document for me? It should not be the case. The elder nodded, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Your parents currently reside in Bien City. It is time for you to return and reconnect with your roots, to reunite with your family. Haha. But Pang Tianchong felt even more lost. I have no recollection of them. Do I truly have parents? The elder continued to elucidate. Years ago, your sick senior sister passed through Bien City and recognized your extraordinary talents. She forcibly brought you to the mountain. At that time, you were merely 7 years old. Concerned that you might struggle with homesickness and neglect your training, I employed a subtle method to seal away your previous memories. Thus, you have forgotten about your hometown and your parents. Now that you have matured and are about to descend the mountain, I can unlock that segment of your memory. As he spoke, the elder gently tapped Pang Tianchong's forehead with his hand. A faint golden light flickered at his fingertip, merging into the young man's brow. In an instant, a cascade of long-buried memories flowed through Pang Tianchong's mind. His father, mother, the dilapidated apartment building, a little sister babbling her first words, and childhood companions, including a plump girl who resembled a doll. Everything felt surreal, as if it were a dream. So I'm not an orphan. I do have a home. I never realized. Pang Tianchong murmured, gazing at the setting sun as it descended. Will you hold it against me and your 6th senior sister for not sharing this with you earlier? The elder inquired with a smile. How could I? Pang Tianchong bowed deeply. You have imparted to me such profound skills, I am grateful beyond measure. And my 6th senior sister, she cares for me dearly, always bringing me wonderful gifts whenever I ascend the mountain. As long as you do not resent us, that is sufficient. The elder resumed speaking, retrieving a mobile phone and a stack of money from his garments. This is the phone you used previously. I return it to you. It contains the contact numbers of your 6th senior sister and your 5th senior brother. If you encounter any troubles, you may call them. This 1,000 yuan is for your travel expenses. Ah, master. Pang Tianchong accepted the phone and money, perplexed. Why is it only 1,000 yuan? I earned so much during my training in the West. Surely, you could provide a bit more. All the funds are with your 6th senior sister in due time. She will bestow them upon you. Oh, very well then. Pang Tianchong nodded helplessly, then inquired, as I descend the mountain this time, should I pay a visit to my 5th senior brother? Where is he currently employed, and how are his skills? Oomph. The elder scoffed. He has long since fallen from grace. A man enamored with the trappings of office, it is better not to mention him. Let us consider him as having never been my disciple. However, should you encounter any trouble with officials upon your descent, you may reach out to him. Oh, Pang Tianchong responded softly, instinctively shaking his shoulders. At that moment, the sky darkened, as if hues of twilight cascaded to the earth. Concerning his 5th senior brother, Pang Tianchong was not well acquainted. He recalled that the man seemed perpetually occupied and seldom visited the mountain. The last time he came was 7 or 8 years prior. At that time, he was merely in his teens, and his senior brother's visage had grown hazy in his memory. Enough now, return. The day is waning. The elder turned and admonished. Tomorrow you shall descend the mountain alone. I shall not send anyone with you. Remember, in your future wanderings through the world, do not speak of our sect. Furthermore, for 3 years, unless your life is in peril, you must not return to the mountain. Have you noted this? Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded vigorously, his eyes suddenly misty, choking back emotion as he declared, I shall faithfully adhere to my master's teachings. 3 years hence, when you return, I hope you will have undergone a profound transformation, rising like a phoenix. As the elder finished speaking, he suddenly swayed and vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. Turbulence at the airport. Bianching International Airport. A white Boeing 737 gracefully soared through the vast sky, gliding through the clouds before landing smoothly on the runway. A quarter of an hour later, a young man, clutching a black backpack, strode purposefully towards the exit amidst the throng of travelers. He was Pang Tianchong, returning to his hometown after 19 years. The sudden return filled him with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, causing his heart to race. There is a line in a poem that resonates with him. Departing young, returning old, the hometown accent unchanged, yet graying hair shows the passage of time. Children meet. Not recognizing the stranger, laughingly asking where the guest comes from, Pang instinctively ran his fingers through his freshly styled hair, a self-deprecating smile emerging on his lips. Pondering that perhaps the only difference between himself and old he was the unchanged color of his hair. Father, mother, your son has returned. He silently called out in his heart, lighting a cigarette and gazing up at the afternoon sky, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Ah, what a relief. How exhilarating. Since his cultivation had stagnated 3 years ago, Pang Tianchong had adopted the habit of smoking to alleviate the gloom within him, which gradually morphed into a routine. With a couple of deep puffs, he stepped through the exit, only to suddenly halt. In the airport hall, a fashionable young woman clad in a short skirt and flowing long hair was approaching him, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers and smiling radiantly. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, exuding elegance with features that could grace a painting. Her long, slender legs were adorned with black stockings, accentuated by exquisite high heels, and her walk was imbued with an indescribable grace and lightness, like a gentle breeze caressing willows, akin to drifting clouds against a clear moon. Stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Pang Tianchong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The beauty before him was overwhelmingly captivating. Her flawless visage, alluring figure, and enchanting smile rendered him utterly entranced. In a daze, the entire world around him faded away, leaving only those long legs drawing nearer. As the fragrant breeze brushed against him, she was almost within reach. The cigarette was forgotten. To be precise, Pang Tianchong was utterly spellbound. It had been ages since he had encountered such a strikingly beautiful woman, fair-skinned and long-legged. He swallowed hard, his throat tightening, and instinctively lowered his arm, gently removing the cigarette from his lips. Perhaps he swung his arm a tad too vigorously, in a cruel twist of fate, at that very moment. The glowing ember of his cigarette inadvertently made contact with the thigh of the woman who had just brushed past him. An unexpected calamity unfolded. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from her lips. The beauty had never imagined that a simple trip to the airport could lead to such misfortune. Her sensuous thigh had been unexpectedly kissed by a burning cigarette. The bouquet she held tumbled to the ground as she crouched in agony, clutching the scorched skin with a pained expression that spoke of her distress. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, and soon a crowd gathered, eager to witness the unfolding scene. In light of the sudden incident, Pang Tianchong found himself in a state of shock, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. I've caused a disaster. I am so sorry. I apologize. Pang Tianchong hastily discarded the cigarette but from his hand, repeatedly expressing his regrets. He yearned to assist the young lady, even to gently touch the burned area, yet his outstretched hand remained suspended in midair. Did he dare? That was the young woman's thigh. In that moment, Pang Tianchong felt an urge to sever his own hand, consumed by remorse, lamenting his choice of smoke. Now, he was in deep trouble. Just as he stood there, bewildered, a blonde-haired woman dashed towards them like the wind, pushing a suitcase while calling out, "Xiao Xue, what happened to you?" The approaching young woman appeared to be around 25 or 26, her short golden hair impeccably styled, accentuating her exquisite features. Her eyes shone brightly and keenly, as if capable of perceiving everything. A pronounced nose lent her face a striking three-dimensional quality. Her fiery red lips and pearly teeth added to her allure. It was evident that she too was a stunning beauty. The injured girl grimaced in pain, straightened her posture, and pointed an accusing finger at Pang Tianchong, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. "Your cigarette burned my leg." As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from covering her thigh to gather the scattered flowers on the ground, meant for the blonde girl before her, who had come to greet her at the airport. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Xue's thigh, where the stockings bore a sizable hole from the cigarette burn, revealing her jade-like skin. A distinct dark red mark from the burn was visible, evoking feelings of sympathy. The blonde girl, upon seeing the burn, paled instantly, her composure shattered, and she erupted in fury. "Pervert! You filthy pervert! How dare you burn my Xiao Xue with a cigarette? Call the police. I will report this." The onlookers quickly grasped the situation and began to condemn Pang Tianchong. "Young man, how could you be so outrageous? Why would you burn a young lady's thigh with a cigarette? Indeed, what kind of person are you? Seeing a beautiful girl and harboring ill intentions, utterly disgraceful." They criticized his seemingly innocent appearance while questioning his character, lamenting his lack of moral integrity at such a young age. "Miss, please call the police. Let them teach this little scoundrel a lesson. He should be locked up for at least half a month." With a chorus of accusations, Pang Tianchong found himself at a loss for words. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." He regained his senses, clasped his hands together, and bowed once more in apology. "I did not mean to. It was an accident. My dear lady, I swear to the heavens, it was genuinely unintentional. Please believe in my inadvertent misstep." Despite his usual eloquence, his tongue now felt tied, and he became somewhat flustered. What on earth was he to do? "Hello? Is this 110? There's a scoundrel harassing a girl. He's vile. Please hurry." The blonde girl began dialing the police, her large eyes wide with indignation, embodying righteous fury. "Stop, stop, stop." Pang Tianchong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The young lady had already disclosed her location, hung up the phone, and was glaring at him with predatory intent, as if fearing his escape. "Sigh," Pang Tianchong lamented internally. realizing he had neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out. Even a simple act of smoking could lead to calamity. Having just returned, before even stepping into his home, he was to be summoned by the police for a chat. What sort of predicament was this? Curse it. What a disastrous turn of events. Just as Pang Tianchong was engulfed in anxiety and frustration, the crowd suddenly parted, and two police officers, one tall and one short, strode in. Who called the police? The taller officer inquired with a serious expression. I. The blonde-haired beauty raised her hand immediately, as if she had found her savior. What is the matter here? She exclaimed. This vile scoundrel saw my friend's beauty and harbored wicked intentions, burning her thigh with a cigarette butt. Officers, look at this exquisite leg he scorched. The girl articulated her grievances with fervor, pointing angrily at Pang Tianchong, swiftly placing the label of a rogue upon him. Is that so? The tall officer's expression soured at her words as he turned to glare at Pang Tianchong, his pupils constricting, his gaze sharp as a blade. Simultaneously, the shorter officer moved closer to Pang Tianchong, casually retrieving a shiny pair of handcuffs from his waist. Chapter 3. The 8,000 yuan pantyhose. As the crowd at the airport swelled, Pang Tianchong felt increasingly embarrassed. The mere presence of two beautiful girls was enough to attract attention, but now two police officers had arrived, drawing even more onlookers. As the focal point of the gathering, Pang's face flushed with heat, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. To make matters worse, the short police officer subtly brandished his handcuffs, intimidating him further. What would the bewildered spectators think? Pang was utterly frustrated and slightly agitated, secretly scoffing at the short officer. You think you can scare me? With just the two of you, if I wanted to leave, could you really stop me? Yet, he knew he couldn't simply walk away. Evading justice would do him no favors, especially when he had committed no grave offense. If he could clarify the misunderstanding, all would be well. If these two officers proved unreasonable, he could always leave later. With his thoughts racing, Pang steeled himself, rubbed his face vigorously to regain composure, and began to explain. Officer, please listen to me. His expression was one of deep grievance as he recounted the incident, insisting it was a misunderstanding, a matter of pure chance. The tall officer scrutinized Pang's eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor. It happened like this. While on the plane, I had the urge to smoke but refrained. Upon exiting the airport, I lit a cigarette, hoping to indulge briefly. Coincidentally, this young lady hurried past me just as I took a puff, and my hand inadvertently brushed against her leg. I swear on my honor, it was unintentional, please believe me. If I had meant to cause harm, may the heavens strike me down. Pang animatedly gestured and swore as he recounted the events, perspiration trickling down his temples. Whether due to agitation or the heat of the day, he could not tell. The tall officer nodded slightly, sensing that Pang did not seem to be lying, and then turned his gaze to the injured girl. Miss, is what he says true? Aye. The girl shot a fierce glare at Pang. I wasn't paying attention. I was rushing to greet my friend, thinking of giving her a big hug. How could I notice his little antics? Was it intentional or unintentional? You. Pang felt a pang of urgency. I implore you, dear sister, please don't speak so ambiguously. This concerns my character. Please. The blonde-haired girl scoffed dismissively. You are just a little rascal, a country bumpkin. What character do you possess? I see you're merely attracted to my friend Xiaoshua's beauty and acting with intent. Enough. The tall police officer interrupted with a wave, advising the girl to temper her words and not to judge by appearances, asserting that this was not a matter of great significance. He glanced at the young woman's legs and suggested, I believe this young man does not appear to be deceitful. Let him apologize to you, and as for your damaged socks, he can compensate you for a pair of stockings. After all, you wouldn't want this crowd to linger, would you? Seeing the tall officer's reasonable mediation and glancing at the surrounding spectators, the girl's expression softened. Fine, since you put it that way, I shall concede my misfortune. I am a busy woman and have no time to stoop to the level of this scoundrel. Pang Tianchong wished to argue further, but upon noticing the officer's disapproving gaze, he swallowed his words and nodded in agreement. All right, I will apologize and compensate her for the stockings now that's more like it. The tall officer nodded in satisfaction and turned to the girl. How much will he pay you? 8,008. What? Pang Tianchong nearly choked, feeling as if someone had grasped his throat. Stammering, he exclaimed. 8,008, that's exorbitant. Sweat began to trickle down his brow. He had only 1,000 yuan in total, having spent over 300 yesterday on a haircut and other items, leaving him with barely a few hundred now. What was he to do? What's wrong? The blonde girl, sensing his astonishment, continued, Don't you believe me? My best friend is the president of the Daikon Group. Isn't it perfectly normal for her to wear stockings worth over 8,000? Her dress alone costs several tens of thousands tch. A bumpkin who has never seen the elite at that moment, Peng Tianchong felt utterly embarrassed. He shot a fierce glare at the relentless blonde, wishing he could silence her. Thinking, could you at least spare me a shred of dignity? As the saying goes, a single penny can pose a challenge to a hero. And what of 8,008? Truly, it was 8,800. Just yesterday, he had purchased luxury items, and the receipt was still in his bag. The girl, while speaking, retrieved a receipt from her small bag and handed it to the tall officer. Here, I assure you, I am not deceiving anyone. The officer took the receipt, examined it, and with a slight twitch of his lips, handed it to Peng Tianchong, saying, "Young man, she speaks the truth." Peng Tianchong stood frozen, staring blankly at the receipt, suddenly realizing how glaringly painful that figure of 8,800 was to behold. Is there a problem? The tall officer inquired, observing Peng Tiancheng's expression. No. Peng Tiancheng gritted his teeth. I will pay. But I simply do not have that much money on me. Using a card is also an option. There's an ATM right beside us. The blonde girl pressed on. Or, you could call a friend to transfer the money. I have no card, nor any friends, and I don't even have my parents' phone numbers. Peng Tianchong found himself in a predicament. Is that so? Even the tall officer began to look skeptical, regarding him with doubt. It's the truth, Peng Tianchong hastily explained. I left my parents at the age of 7 to pursue my craft, and since then, I have had no contact with anyone. Today is my first return, and I am still unaware of my parents' whereabouts. However, as a man of integrity, I assure you that I shall repay every single penny. Would this arrangement suffice? I can write an IOU and settle the debt once I earn some money. With his hands pressed together, Peng pleaded with the tall police officer, please believe me. An IOU will suffice. Before the officer could respond, the blonde-haired girl interjected with a mocking tone, that won't do. If you were to run away, how would we find you? Run away? I am from this city. Peng shot a glance at the blonde, producing his identification card from his pocket. Officer, look. I am indeed a local. A life for a life. A debt for a debt. I would never flee. The tall officer took the identification card, examined it, and then raised his hand for the two girls to see clearly. The young man is indeed local and appears to be a person of his word. Why not allow him to write an IOU and repay later? What do you think? The girl named Xiaoxua hesitated, but before she could speak, the blonde snatched the ID card and eagerly agreed. That works. However, we will need to hold on to his ID until he repays us. The tall officer exchanged glances with a shorter counterpart and sighed, young lady, if you take his identification, how will he seek employment? Without a job. How can he earn money to repay his debts? Don't you see? Suddenly, the blonde raised an eyebrow and with a sly smile remarked, that's easily resolved. Chapter 4. Where's home? The blonde-haired woman was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Clutching Peng Tianchong's identification card, her gaze was unwavering, and an idea swiftly took shape in her mind. How about this? Let him join our Daikon group for work. After 2 or 3 months, he can redeem his ID, and then he may choose to stay or leave as he pleases. Okay, this is indeed a commendable solution. The tall police officer remarked approvingly. The young man has just returned home and doesn't he need to wander around searching for a job? It's a win-win situation. Well, Peng Tianchong hesitated, feeling as though he was being conscripted upon returning to his hometown. He had yet to contemplate what he would do upon his return. What should he do? Come on. The short police officer grew somewhat impatient. Young man, what are you hesitating for? Daikon Group is a well-known company in the city. Being employed there is certainly a good opportunity. Exactly. A voice from the crowd chimed in. I've heard their benefits are quite decent. You should go for it. Indeed. I can attest to that. My grandson works at Daikon, and the treatment is genuinely commendable. An elderly man, speaking with earnestness, patted Peng Tianchong on the shoulder as if imparting sage advice. Damn it. Peng Tianchong felt an urge to curse. Thinking to himself, I'm not your grandson. What concern do you have for me? After toiling for 19 years to hone my skills, the thought of working for a couple of blonde girls was utterly humiliating. But, if he declined, how would he save face in front of so many witnesses? Cursing inwardly, Peng Tianchong rubbed his face again and glanced at the girl, whose skin bore the mark of a cigarette burn. At that moment, she was looking back at him with a haughty expression, her demeanor as calm as still water. She was truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. Well, speak up. The tall police officer urged. Do I have any other options? Peng Tianchong spread his hands, feeling utterly bereft of solutions. This is my business card. The girl uninterestedly produced a card and handed it to Peng Tiancheng. You can report to the HR department at the company tomorrow morning. They will arrange a job for you. Oh. Peng Tiancheng mechanically accepted the gilded card, catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Daikang Pharmaceutical Group Company, Limited. Dai Qianxue General Manager Address. Daikang Building, 209, Zhangjiang Road. Seeing that the matter was resolved, the tall police officer waved his hand at the onlookers, signaling them to disperse. All right, everyone. It's all settled. Thank you. Dai Qianxue expressed her gratitude to both officers before taking the blonde girl's hand and departing. As they walked away, the blonde girl turned back and called out, "Little rogue. See you tomorrow." Go to hell. Peng Tiancheng angrily flung his backpack away, muttering, "You blonde enchantress." The backpack landed with a thud behind her, nearly striking her calf, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the two girls. Sitting on the curb of the airport, Peng Tiancheng quietly lit a cigarette to calm his nerves, contemplating his next steps and the journey home. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, deciding to call his senior sister Lu to inquire about matters regarding his parents, as she was the one who had taken him away in the first place. Among all the people in the world, the one he knew best, apart from his master, was this infuriating yet endearing senior sister. The irritation stemmed from the fact that he had been knocked unconscious by her and forcibly brought to the mountains. However, the affection lay in how well she had treated him over the years, showering him with care. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered by a gentle, melodious voice. "Hello, little junior brother. Have you come down from the mountain?" "Yes, indeed." Peng Tiancheng extinguished his cigarette and continued, "I have returned to Jiangxing. Just landed, and I'm sitting here on the airport curb smoking." "What are you doing smoking on the roadside? Why aren't you hurrying home?" "I'm feeling a bit down." "Cut it out. Shouldn't going home be a joyful occasion? Why the long face?" "Sigh. It's a complicated matter." Thus, Peng Tiancheng briefly recounted the events that had transpired at the airport, causing the woman on the other end to burst into laughter. "Little junior brother, be honest. Is that girl exceptionally beautiful, leaving you utterly enchanted?" "Yes, I admit, she is indeed lovely, as beautiful as you, senior sister. But this was truly unexpected. You lucky rascal, encountering such a stunning beauty right after disembarking." "Haha, sister, please, do not mock me. My ID is still in her possession." "That is splendid. You should obediently start working at her company. Who knows, you might even win the heart of a beautiful CEO and marry her. I shall certainly be your witness at the wedding." This is completely nonsensical, Peng Tiancheng thought, without needing to guess that his senior sister was undoubtedly laughing heartily on the other end. "Sister, stop laughing. I'm asking you a serious question. How much do you know about my family situation?" "Haha. Oh. After a moment, the laughter subsided, and she replied, "Well, I don't actually know much. When I took you away, I merely left a letter for your family to explain the situation, and I never met your parents." "Then, what about the family address on my ID? Wasn't it moved?" "Ah, about that." She hesitated on the phone. "The address was just something I randomly picked from a map of Bianchen when I applied for your ID." "What?" Peng Tiancheng nearly jumped off the curb, voicing his complaint loudly. "Senior sister, I just discovered today how unreliable your dealings are, arbitrarily assigning me a family and the police department agreeing to it? Nonsense. Your sister, have connections everywhere. Handling such trivial matters is a piece of cake," she declared proudly over the phone. "I truly am at a loss for words." Peng Tiancheng felt a bit speechless. "Little junior brother, why don't you come stay with me for a few days?" After a moment of hesitation, Peng Tiancheng ended the call and took a brief pause by the roadside before finally hailing a taxi to the city. After 40 minutes, he returned to the city he had long missed. Gazing through the car window, he was instantly struck by a sense of novelty. Bianching remained the same Bianching, yet the hometown he remembered had changed beyond recognition. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and the city streets were cloaked in a golden twilight. The soft rays of the setting sun cascaded over the glass facades of towering buildings, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors, as if draping the city in a resplendent golden cloak. In the distance, the horizon blazed with fiery clouds, vibrant and enchanting, rendering the entire city a dreamlike spectacle. Peng Tiancheng gazed at the familiar yet foreign city. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, 19 years had transformed everything. The streets bustled with an incessant flow of traffic, streetlights flickered to life, and neon signs began to shimmer, creating a dazzling sea of light that captivated the eye. "Hey, we've arrived at number 202, Huanghe Road. the driver said, pulling the car to the side, interrupting Pang Tianchong's reverie as he marveled at the streetscape. Is this where you want to get off? Ah, that can't be right, Pang Tianchong replied, coming to his senses and pointing at the high-rise buildings across the street in astonishment. I remember this community had only 5-story buildings. That was a decade ago. Those buildings have long since been demolished, the driver explained, turning to him. Now, none of the structures in this area are below 30 stories. Understanding dawned on him as he stepped out of the car and gazed up at the towering skyscrapers, observing the myriad lights sparkling in the windows. He was left in a state of bewilderment. Where is my home? Chapter 5. Homeless in the streets of Biancheng. In a modest inn, a dejected young man. The homeless Pang Tianchong entered with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Good day, sir, greeted the receptionist, her professional smile radiating warmth upon seeing him. Do you have any rooms available? Indeed, sir, she replied. One single room, please. Certainly. May I see your identification? Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback and apologetically replied, I've lost my ID. I'm sorry, sir, but without identification, you cannot check in. It is the policy. Could you possibly make an exception? I lost my ID at the airport. Furthermore, I only intend to stay for one night, he implored. I'm truly sorry, sir. The receptionist shook her head fervently. I cannot violate hotel policy, or I risk losing my job. I hope you understand. Surely, it cannot be that strict? It really is. The inspections have been quite rigorous lately. Pang Tianchong was rendered speechless. It was the first time he realized how crucial an identification card was while away from home. Damn it. It's all those 2 blonde girls' fault. Grumbling, he exited the inn, hastily retrieving a business card from his pocket and dialing the number inscribed upon it. Hello. Who is this? A cold voice resonated from the phone. Who else? The one holding my ID, do you remember? It's Mr. Dai? Oh, that little rogue. What do you want? Pang Tianchong felt an urge to curse. Why was he labeled a rogue? However, in order to retrieve his ID, he had to endure. I cannot check into a hotel without my ID. Could you please return it to me? Just tell me your address, and I will take a cab to collect it. Otherwise, I shall be forced to spend the night on the streets. Haha, that sounds delightful. You deserve it. The cold laughter echoed through the phone, inciting Pang Tianchong's fury. How had he deserved this? You heartless woman. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, the line abruptly disconnected. Hey, that wretched girl. Gritting his teeth, he dialed again, but this time, a polite female voice answered. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently out of service. Out of service. At that moment, Pang Tianchong truly felt at a loss. No matter his prowess, he could not trace the signal to her location. It appeared that he was indeed fated to wander the streets that night. With his backpack in tow, he aimlessly strolled along the street, eventually finding himself at the entrance of a small park. This park was familiar to him, nestled beside their former neighborhood, which had since been demolished. Yet the park remained intact. In his childhood memories, he had spent countless hours playing there, and every hill, stream, and blade of grass was etched vividly in his mind. In the heart of the park stands an artificial hill, approximately 10 meters in height. In his childhood, he would often ascend it to play, standing atop the mound and gazing at the building where he lived. Well, I shall practice here in the park tonight, Pang Tianchong mused as he walked. During his apprenticeship with his master, he would sometimes meditate and train throughout the night. Such endeavors seemed trivial. Fortunately, it was still summer, and the air was not cold. The park was enveloped in tranquility at this moment, with only the sounds of insects and the whispering wind filling the air. The moonlight cascaded like water over the rocks and trees, casting a cool, ethereal glow, dreamlike and enchanting. Arriving beside the hill, Pang Tianchong lightly touched the ground with his toes and, with 2 or 3 graceful leaps, soared to the summit, far easier than when he had climbed it as a child. He set down his backpack, seated himself cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes, ready to enter a meditative state. Yet, at this moment, being in such a familiar place, memories from his childhood surged forth like an unstoppable tide, refusing to fade. From the depths of his recollections emerged a chubby little girl with her hair tied in pigtails. His childhood companion. She was half a year younger, living in the same neighborhood, and they often played together, sharing a deep bond. They would play in the mud, engage in hide-and-seek, pretend to be a family, and pool their allowances to buy ice cream. She was obedient, especially during their play acting, where she would quietly assume the role of his little wife, utterly compliant. Ah, those days. He was known as Little Tiger, and she was called Chubby Girl. He had taken her up this very hill, though she had struggled to climb, often pleading from below, Little Tiger, please give me a hand. I want to stand up there and see my house. You're too heavy. I can't pull you up, he would respond. Just give it a try. I will exert myself too. Besides, we made a pact. You promised to marry me when we grew up. What kind of man would abandon his wife? The little girl would glare at him, her tone earnest and unyielding. All right, I'll help you up. And so, he descended to assist her. She would beam, revealing her two small, white tiger teeth, exclaiming, I knew little tiger wouldn't he abandon me. He took her tiny hand, climbing step by step. Just as they reached halfway, a staff member with a red armband called out to them. Children are not allowed up there. It's dangerous. Come down immediately. They obediently slid down, only to be reprimanded by the staff member. From that day forth, they never dared to climb the hill again. Nearly 20 years had passed. He wondered where that chubby girl might be now. What had she grown into? Did the promise of marrying him still hold weight? Ah, childhood truly was a splendid time. Lost in these thoughts, Pang Tianchong couldn't help but chuckle softly. He shook his head vigorously, casting off the memories, took a deep breath, and began to meditate once more. As the stars shifted and the sun rose and set, a night slipped away quietly. Pang Tianchong gently concluded his practice, stretched his arms, exhaled a long breath of stale air, and slowly descended the little hill. In front of the wash basin in the park restroom, he splashed his face with water to awaken his senses. Subsequently, he indulged in 2 deep-fried dough sticks and a bowl of soybean milk at a roadside breakfast stall. Resolutely deciding to head to Daikong Group, he was determined to honor his commitment to begin work at Daikong Group today. At the very least, he needed to retrieve his identification card, lest he find himself homeless once more come nightfall. Pang Tianchong hailed a taxi, opened the door, and settled into the seat, emphatically uttering 4 words, Daikong Building. The driver, evidently familiar with Daikong Group, remained silent, expertly maneuvering the vehicle as it turned around and set off. You, with the surname Dai? Just wait. Chapter 6. The first day at work. On his first day, Pang Tianchong arrived at the Daikong Building, only to be halted by a straight-backed security guard at the entrance. Sir, please hold on. The young guard extended his arm in a gesture of obstruction and inquired, Are you here to see someone? I'm here for work. Your ID badge? Today is my first day. What department? What department? Pang scratched his head, recalling that Dai Qianxue had instructed him to report to the Human Resources Department. Look, this is the business card she gave me. It can't be fake, can it? Pretending to be your president. Dai. The guard examined the card, scrutinizing Pang from head to toe before declaring, It appears authentic. Please wait a moment while I confirm. The guard turned to make a phone call and soon returned, saying, You may enter. The Human Resources Department is on the 3rd floor. Thanks, buddy. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Pang Tianchong stepped into the office building, immediately enveloped by the towering structure and the bustling atmosphere. A wave of modernity washed over him, through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. He observed business professionals in sharply tailored suits hurrying past. Inside the building, people moved to and fro, creating a vibrant yet orderly tableau. As he surveyed his surroundings, the lofty ceiling adorned with crystal chandeliers and the marble walls reflecting a gentle glow lent the entire edifice a bright and lively ambience. Passing through the spacious lobby, he ventured past several workspaces, inadvertently catching the rhythmic clattering of keyboards and the ringing of phones, a distant echo of the tension permeating the office. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he strolled along the corridor until he finally spotted the office marked Human Resources. The door was ajar. He pushed it open. The scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Behind the desk, a woman in her 30s was changing into her work attire, perhaps due to her haste. Her ample bosom seemed on the verge of escaping the confines of her half-removed blouse, a sight that left Pang wide-eyed and at a loss for words. What a voluptuous woman! Pang stared at her pristine form, heart racing, utterly dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. The woman, Lan Shangyun, was the HR manager who had arrived a bit late to work and had yet to change. You. Lan, startled, quickly turned away, her face pale with shock. Who are you? Don't you know to knock before entering? Get out. I'm sorry. At that moment, all Pang could muster was an apology, and obediently closing the door behind him, he retreated, feeling quite disgruntled. Goodness. Once outside, he patted his chest, his heart racing, feeling as if his blood pressure had surged to alarming heights, almost causing a nosebleed. What an alluring scene. Standing outside for a full 5 minutes to regain his composure, he finally convinced himself that the woman inside had changed her attire. He gently knocked on the door. Come in. A voice rang out, cold and laced with lingering anger, evidently still vexed. My apologies. As soon as he entered, Pang Tianchong hurriedly apologized. This is my first day on the job. I am unfamiliar with the rules and may have overstepped. Before the woman could respond, he quickly invoked the name of Director Dai, explaining that Dai Qianchue had sent him to report to the Human Resources Department, prompting his hasty arrival. I didn't see anything earlier. Enough. Lan Shangyun coldly interrupted. Cut the nonsense. Are you Pang Tianchong? Yes, yes. Pang Tianchong nodded eagerly, bowing slightly. The person named Dai must have briefed you about me, right? Humph. Lan Shangyun scoffed. Her assistant had called to inform her that a little ruffian would be starting today, and indeed, he did not seem like a man of good character. Who said that? Pang Tianchong retorted with a hint of anger. Was it that blonde enchantress? What about her? Manager Lan glared. Did she speak ill of you? With a lecherous grin. No less. Now, let us get down to business. What is your educational background? Did you bring your diploma? No. Upon being asked about his diploma, Pang Tianchong hesitated. His master had told him he was invincible, but had not issued any certificates. You didn't attend university, did you? The woman mocked. Were you even in high school? No. Then which department should we assign you to? Lan Shangyun regarded Pang Tianchong with disdain and pressed on. Do you have any special skills? Skills? Pang Tianchong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Does being handsome count? That is worthless. Lan Shangyun retorted with a laugh. Can good looks put food on the table? Well, can fighting count? Uffed. Lan Shangyun nearly burst into laughter, looking at Pang Tianchong as if he were a gorilla. Forget it. I doubt any department would suit you. Just go to the security division and work as a guard. Perhaps that will suffice. All right. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. What is the pay like? Manager Lan explained casually. The probation period is 3 months, including room and board, with a monthly salary of 3,500. After confirmation, it will be 4,000. No need for confirmation. 3 months is enough. Pang Tianchong murmured. With room and board provided, I want you need to stay in a hotel. So you agree? Yes. Good. Head straight to the security division. I will send someone with a form for you to fill out later. Off you go. Lan Shangyun waved her arm dismissively, shooing Pang Tianchong out as if he were a fly. The security division was located at the corner of the first floor. When Pang Tianchong arrived, several security guards were smoking and chatting. He politely knocked on the door and greeted them with a smile. Hello, gentlemen. The guards fell silent, scrutinizing Pang Tianchong. One of them inquired, What do you want? Like you all, I'm here to be a guard. The HR department just assigned me here. Oh, a new recruit, huh? One burly guard seemed to perk up immediately and pointed to an ashtray on the table, instructing, Go. First, empty that ashtray and clean it up. Are you the captain? Pang Tianchong instinctively inquired, feeling somewhat indifferent towards this boisterous individual he had just encountered. No, interjected a portly security guard beside him with a chuckle. He is not the captain. He is a squad leader. A retired squad leader. Do you understand? A rookie. I do not comprehend. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I have never served in the military. Even if you haven't served, one must understand the rules. The burly guard proudly gestured towards a few individuals. Do you see them? These gentlemen are all seasoned veterans. How could you, as a newcomer, expect to accomplish much? Not much at all. Pang Tianchong retorted disdainfully. But why should I heed your words? What makes you so significant? Forced into this job, he was already simmering with anger. And now encountering a brash upstart flaunting his authority only exacerbated his displeasure. He coldly countered, simply because of my strength. The retired squad leader, feeling somewhat cornered, tried to maintain his composure while threatening, You little rascal. Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson right now? Do you dare? Pang Tianchong shot back. I'll hit you. Clearly incensed by Pang Tianchong's scornful gaze and disdainful tone, the retired squad leader suddenly stood up, swung his arm, and threw a punch. Chapter 7. The turmoil in the security department. The imposing security officer, known as Chen Pai, was a former reconnaissance platoon leader who had retired from the military. Even now, the members of the security team affectionately referred to him as platoon leader. With a background as a scout, Chen was no stranger to combat and a physical confrontation. Even 2 or 3 opponents would pose little challenge to him. Within the confines of Daikon Company, aside from the security captain with a special forces background, he had yet to meet anyone who could surpass his skills. Today, however, he found himself at odds with a newly arrived novice, which ignited his temper. Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards Pang Tianchong. In Chen's mind, it was perfectly normal for a seasoned veteran to teach a newcomer a lesson he had done so many times during his military service. Yet, Little did he know that this seemingly inexperienced recruit was, in fact, a master of unparalleled prowess. Chen's punch was swift and powerful, aimed directly at Pang Tianchong's shoulder. Executed with precision and force. Pang, however, merely glanced at the enraged platoon leader with a hint of disdain, a smirk playing on his lips. To him, Chen's oncoming fist appeared to move in slow motion, devoid of any real threat. Just as the fist was a mere 3 inches away, Pang decisively raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Chen's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Chen was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing against the wall and sliding down to the floor. Fortunately, the wall was made of brick. Had it been a flimsy drywall partition, Chen would have surely broken through and found himself in the adjacent room. Remarkably, Pang had calibrated his strength perfectly. Though the force was substantial, it was not injurious. Had it been otherwise, Chen would have been reduced to a heap of broken bones. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The individuals present in the room were taken aback by the youthful newcomer's ferocity, effortlessly sending the often arrogant Chen flying with a single kick. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Coughing violently, Chen struggled to regain his composure, his face contorted with pain as he pointed an accusatory finger at Pang Tianchong. His voice booming with rage, "How dare you ambush me? I will not let this go." As he spoke, he scrambled to his feet and launched another kick toward Pang. Underestimating his opponent, Chen's bravado was met with Pang's cold laughter. With a sweeping motion of his left foot, he sent Chen hurtling out of the door, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the corridor floor. "Ah!" Chen cried out in anguish, his face twisted in agony. Evidently, this kick had been delivered with even greater force. "Brothers," Chen called out to his bewildered colleagues in the room, his voice laced with pain, "let us band together. We must take this kid down." As comrades who shared the same trenches, they could not remain indifferent to Chen's plight. 3 of them immediately rushed forward, attempting to seize Pang Tianchong's arms. Their intention was not to launch a full-scale assault, but rather to restrain him for a moment. However, before their hands could even make contact, Pang's feet were already in motion. Bang, 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 bang. 4 figures were hurled into the corridor outside the door, landing with painful expressions etched upon their faces. Particularly the last one to be ejected, who, while rubbing his backside, lamented, "Brothers, I was just sitting there. How did I end up being kicked out too? Oh dear." Apologies poured forth from Pang Tianchong, who grinned as he delivered the kick, chuckling softly. Just as they were groaning in distress, a sturdy security guard with dark skin approached swiftly, clearly the head of the security team, Ding Guixin. Moments earlier, while inspecting the surveillance footage in the monitoring room, Captain Ding had witnessed Chun, the squad leader, being thrown out. He was still in shock when, whoosh, several others landed on their backs in the corridor. "This is bad. Something has gone awry." Captain Ding instantly recognized the urgency and dashed out of the monitoring room, heading straight to the scene. "What is going on?" he inquired. "Captain," the chubby security guard started it, "this newcomer is too domineering and has attacked us." "What?" Ding Guixin's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the group, his gaze settling on the imposing figure of Pang Tianchong, scrutinizing him with a serious demeanor. "Who are you? Why did you strike them?" "It was they who initiated the altercation," Pang Tianchong explained, pointing at the others. "I merely retaliated in self-defense. Please see the truth, Captain." As he spoke, he extended his right hand with a slight smile. "I am Pang Tianchong, here to report to the security department. Let us shake hands, Captain." Ding Guixin gritted his teeth and grasped the outstretched, fair hand, applying pressure with force. His hand, conditioned through rigorous special forces training, was capable of crushing a walnut with ease, not to mention a mere flesh hand. With his subordinates having been assaulted, Ding Guixin felt the pressure of leadership and aimed to reclaim some dignity by subduing this newcomer. "Oh, Pang Tianchong." As he spoke, he tightened his grip, only to find it felt as though he were squeezing a bundle of cotton, soft and yielding. This. Ding Guixin's heart raced with astonishment. And just as he intended to release his grip, the hand he held suddenly hardened, clamping down like a vice. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by an excruciating pain coursing through his body like an electric shock. Hiss. Ding Guixin gasped sharply, instinctively extending his left hand to seize Pang Tianchong's arm. Attempting to execute a technique from Shaolin's grappling art, the golden thread binding. In a moment of desperation, Ding Guixin exerted every ounce of strength he had. Yet despite his efforts, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Pang Tianchong stood unmoved, as steadfast as a mountain. As the saying goes, a master only needs a moment to discern skill. In an instant, Ding Guoxin realized that the prowess of this young man was profound and unfathomable. He was no match for him. Sweat trickled down his temples, and embarrassment engulfed him. With a grin, Pang Tianchong relented, releasing his grip and smiling broadly. "Captain, you are exceedingly courteous. From now on, I shall be your subordinate, and I kindly ask for your guidance." "Humph." Ding Guoxin let out a soft snort, glancing at the several individuals sprawled on the ground with a complicated expression. In this moment, he felt a dual pang of resentment, both towards his own inadequacies and towards these subordinates who failed to recognize the formidable prowess of their adversary. What possessed them to provoke such a formidable figure? Was this not an invitation to their own suffering? Chapter 8. Complaints in a Scene of Chaos Within the Security Room. Pang Tianchong was at a loss for how to conclude the ruckus he had caused when a young lady from the Human Resources Department hurriedly approached, clutching a form. "Captain Ding." Upon noticing the individuals sprawled on the floor, she paused momentarily, bewildered. "What on earth is happening here? During work hours?" "Hee." Ding Guoxin managed a strained smile as he explained. "A few of us were merely engaging in a friendly spar with our new colleague, Comrade Pang." "Hey, you lot. Get up at once. Stop embarrassing yourselves and return to your duties." Ding scolded. The young lady nodded, glancing at the composed Pang Tianchong. "Captain Ding, please have him fill out this form. Ensure it is filled correctly and returned to the Human Resources Department. From today onward, he is under your command." With that, she placed the form down and swayed her hips as she departed, casting one last look at Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong retrieved a cigarette, offering it to Captain Ding, and lit it for him before lighting one for himself. The two began to fill out the form while enveloped in smoke. On the 19th floor of the Daikong building, in the president's office, General Manager Dai Qianxue was briefing her newly appointed assistant. This assistant, the blonde woman collected from the airport the previous day, was named Gong Xiaoshuang, a close friend and classmate of Dai Qianxue from a prestigious business school in the United States. Her return to the country was primarily to assist in managing the company. As the two women engaged in earnest conversation, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Dingling, dingling. "Hello," Dai Qianxue answered, instinctively placing the receiver on her shoulder. It was a call from the Human Resources Manager, Lan Shangyun. Lan Shangyun, Dai Qianxue's cousin, shared a close bond with her, despite a few years' age difference. At that moment, Lan's voice came through the receiver, laced with annoyance. "Hello, Xiaoxue. Who exactly is this Pang Tianchong you recommended today? Your assistant claims he is a bit of a rogue. Surely that can't be the case?" Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow. "What happened? This fellow appears quite presentable, yet he lacks any decorum. He barged into the office without even knocking. Just let it go. He is new and unfamiliar with the rules. A little reprimand should suffice." "A reprimand?" The tone on the other end escalated in pitch. "I could have killed him." "Wait, what did he do to you?" "What did he do?" Lan Shangyun retorted, exasperated. "I was in the office changing into my work attire when that little rascal barged in, staring unabashedly, and caught me completely off guard. I nearly wanted to crawl under the desk in embarrassment." Dai Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle, imagining her cousin's mortification. "You find this amusing?" Lan's voice dripped with displeasure. "If I had a knife in my drawer at that moment, I would have plunged it into him. It infuriated me." "So, what happened next?" "Well, I gave him a thorough scolding and sent him off to the security department to work as a guard." "The nerve of him! Becoming a security guard, is that really necessary?" Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow and said, "Sister, you can't be holding a grudge, can you?" "Uft." Lan Shangyun scoffed. "Look at him, lacking both education and credentials. What else could he possibly do if not work as a security guard? If it weren't for your recommendation, I would have dismissed him long ago. I truly cannot fathom why the company would employ someone of such caliber." Dai Qianxue rubbed her forehead and chuckled bitterly. "You see, he owes me money and is here to work off his debt." "Oh, I see." After a moment's pause, the voice on the phone resumed. "However, that kid is certainly not an easy one to handle. He got into a fight with other guards less than 5 minutes after arriving in the security department." "Ah, did he get hurt?" "Not at all. It seems he was the one dishing out the punches, beating several guards." This left Dai Qianxue feeling slightly overwhelmed. "Xiaoxue, don't be upset. Consider this a matter you can overlook and let the security department handle it themselves. I just wanted to vent a little with you." Well then, I'll hang up." Dai Qianxue gently placed the receiver down and turned to find her assistant Gong Xiaoshuang stifling laughter, leaning over the desk. The two had been close enough for her to hear every word of the conversation. "Still laughing?" Dai Qianxue tapped Gong Xiaoshuang and said seriously, "Xiaoshuang, do you think keeping that Pang fellow in the company has invited trouble?" "It's fine. It's fine. Haha. Even trouble can serve a purpose. Just ignore him. I was laughing at your cousin. What was she thinking? Changing clothes in the office. That paying fellow must have seen everything. With her ample bosom. TSK. Even I couldn't help but salivate, let alone the men. That little rascal is indeed fortunate. Enough. Dai Qianshui rolled her eyes and interrupted. If my cousin hears this, she would surely faint from anger. Speaking of Pang Tiancheng, Dai Qianshui continued, regarding the incident at the airport yesterday. I've thought it over, and it may just have been a misunderstanding. He certainly didn't intend any harm. Besides, we have his ID. He has already faced consequences for last night. Gong Xiaoshuang stopped laughing, her curiosity piqued. What consequences? Dai Qianshui gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained, last night, without his ID, he couldn't check into a hotel, so he called me, wanting his ID back. I simply turned off my phone, so I imagine he spent the night wandering the streets. Oh, I understand now. Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up with realization. No wonder you got into a fight today. It must have been pent-up frustration. The two women erupted into laughter once again. Wait a minute. After laughing, Dai Qianshui suddenly felt perplexed again. Most of the security personnel at the company were retired soldiers, some of whom were even special forces possessing formidable skills. How could they possibly be bested by someone surnamed Pang? I find it quite puzzling, that refined scoundrel. With his delicate features, how could he possibly overpower the company as security? Indeed, Gong Xiaoshuang also became curious, remarking that one should not judge a book by its cover. Could that young man perhaps be a hidden master? How intriguing. If that were indeed the case, Dai Qianshui smiled gently, suggesting that we might have stumbled upon a treasure. Hiki. Chapter 9. The badge incident at 8 in the morning. Outside the Daiking building, a dapper security guard clad in a crisp uniform stood erect. His gaze was calm yet profound. His face radiated sunshine and charm, and he possessed an aura that set him apart. This was Pang Tiancheng, who had just started his job yesterday and was assigned to duty at the company entrance today, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity. Passing employees couldn't help but cast appreciative glances, exclaiming about the strikingly handsome newcomer. Some audacious female employees even tossed flirtatious glances his way, yet he remained oblivious. His attention solely on the individuals approaching, ensuring they bore the company badges. Having acquainted himself with the security duties and company regulations the previous day, he was well aware that employees were required to wear their badges while at work. Otherwise, entry would be denied. Thus, Pang Tiancheng's focus was entirely on the badges and the unfamiliar names inscribed upon them, disregarding the flirtatious looks that drifted his way. Nevertheless, the rotund guard Ding Tai, stationed across from him, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Ding Tai, a fellow native of the same hometown as Captain Ding Wuxin of the security team, had been with the company for 4 years, making him a seasoned employee, a lifelong aficionado of martial arts. He had been utterly astonished the day before when he witnessed the former Special Forces captain being outmatched by Pang Tiancheng. His admiration for the new recruit knew no bounds, prompting him to request a partnership with Pang Tiancheng for their shift today. However, standing beside Pang Tiancheng, Ding Tai soon realized he had become a mere backdrop to the latter's brilliance. The gazes of the ladies were consistently directed at Pang Tiancheng, effectively rendering the presence of the veteran guard inconsequential, which left him feeling somewhat hurt. Chongge. Ding Tai seized a moment when no one else was around, his tone tinged with envy. Have you noticed? All the girls are focused on you. Not a single one has cast a glance my way, haha. Pang Tiancheng chuckled. Shall we switch places, and you can stand here? Forget it. Ding Tai waved his hand dismissively, self-deprecatingly adding, they're looking at the person. Standing there makes no difference compared to that crowd. I reckon I'm not bad-looking myself, but standing next to you, my charm pales in comparison. Alas, comparisons are truly disheartening. As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, the sound of clicking heels approached. A striking woman strode towards them, and Pang Tiancheng instinctively glanced at her badge, only to be momentarily dazzled, quickly averting his gaze. For the newcomer was none other than the HR manager, Lan Shangyun, whose ample bosom he had encountered just the day prior, the alluring image flashing back in his mind. He swallowed hard, lowering his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, even this fleeting glance did not escape the notice of Manager Lan. You lecher. Lan Shangyun shot Pang Tiancheng a sharp glare, admonishing him, if you keep staring, I'll have to dock your eyes. I'm here to check badges, understood? Pang Tiancheng murmured softly, who was peeking around. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. You. Lan Shangyun's face instantly flushed, and she raised her hand as if to strike, exclaiming, you have a sharp tongue. Sister. I was wrong. Spare me. Pang Tiancheng begged for mercy, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Humph. Lan Yu flicked her arm, knowing she couldn't truly hit him, and stormed off in a huff. What is going on? Ding Tai inquired. His curiosity piqued as if he had discovered a new world. Is there something between you two? Don't mention it. Pang Tiancheng replied with a grimace. Yesterday, I entered her office without knocking, and she was changing clothes. Did you see her balloons? Ding Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, what size were they? A D cup or an E cup? What cup? Pang Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. Someone is coming. The two hurriedly composed themselves, standing straight. A fragrant breeze brushed past as the newcomer approached. Hiki. Gong Xiaoshuang smiled sweetly at Pang Tiancheng. You little rogue. You actually came to work at our company. Quite impressive. Keeping your word. You. Pang Tiancheng felt a surge of annoyance. First, he was called a rogue by one, and now another had joined in. What are you staring at? Gong Xiaoshuang playfully patted his shoulder and said, Come on, sister is keeping an eye on you. With a light laugh, she swayed her hips and walked gracefully toward the elevator. Bah, yellow-haired vixen. Pang Tiancheng spat at the alluring figure as she turned away. Just as he did, a striking silhouette approached. It was none other than the company's president, Dai Qianxue. Today, she donned an exquisite deep blue suit, the tailored fit accentuating her flawless curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, with gently curled ends swaying in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Her makeup was delicate yet understated, with a soft pink gloss highlighting her perfect lips, and her finely arched brows seemed artfully drawn on her face, captivating and enchanting. She walked with poise, each step radiating nobility and grace. Her gaze was resolute and determined, emanating the aura of authority and decisiveness. Halt. Pang Tiancheng boldly extended an arm, blocking her path. For he noticed that this woman was not wearing her ID badge today. What do you think you were doing? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow, looking coldly at Pang Tiancheng. Where is your badge? Dai Qianxue instinctively glanced down and explained. I left it on my desk yesterday. It won't happen again. Not acceptable. Pang Tiancheng's arm remained rigid, like a barrier at a parking lot exit. He was frustrated today, having been called a rogue twice. And he directed all that anger at Dai Qianxue. You. Dai Qianxue's face turned pale with anger as she glared at Pang Tiancheng, her eyes blazing like fire. Sharp as a blade. This is our company's general manager. Ding Tai hurriedly signaled to Pang Tiancheng, urging him to step aside as he was unfamiliar with the situation. Move aside, quickly, he implored. No one is permitted. Pang Tiancheng declared resolutely, emphasizing that the company's regulations mandated equal treatment for all employees, which must be adhered to without exception. Just you wait, Pang. Dai Qianxue retorted fiercely, reluctantly retrieving her phone to call the office. Hello, Xiaoshuang. Have you arrived at the office? Please bring me the ID badge from my desk. What? The security won't let you in? A curious voice emanated from the phone. Yes. Hurry up. All right. I'll be right down. With a soft chuckle, Dai Qianxue ended the call and cast another glance at Pang Tiancheng, who maintained a serene demeanor, as undisturbed as a tranquil pond, his outstretched arm resembling a branch swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 10. Driving away flies. An ever-increasing crowd gathered at the entrance of the company, and Dai Qianxue's expression grew increasingly grim. Fortunately, the person delivering the ID badges arrived swiftly, sparing her from prolonged embarrassment. However, during those few minutes, many employees took note of the new security guard, inquiring amongst themselves. Who is this fellow? Fuming, Dai Qianxue stormed into her office, her temper still simmering. She slammed her palm onto the documents before her and exclaimed, That little scoundrel. I want to fire him. No. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected with a smile. He is merely adhering to company regulations. What grounds do you have to dismiss him? Is being infuriated a sufficient reason? She retorted. I think that lad is rather charming. He adds a certain flair to our company's facade, does he not? Have you not noticed how many girls are throwing him flirtatious glances? Look at their trivial pursuits. The two women shared a laugh, and Dai Qianxue opened the documents in front of her, preparing for work. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. Hello. Dai Qianxue inhaled deeply and picked up the receiver. A voice filled with schadenfreude crackled through the line. Xiaoxue, quickly look downstairs. The show is about to begin. It was Manager Lan from the Human Resources Department, and as soon as he finished speaking, he hung up. What on earth? Dai Qianxue exclaimed, startled. She placed the phone down and quietly approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon glancing down, she instinctively slapped her forehead in exasperation. Oh my, that rascal has returned. Who is it? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired curiously, moving closer to peer down below with keen interest. At that moment, outside the company's entrance, several individuals were arranging bright red roses into a large heart shape, a strikingly vivid display. Behind the heart, two burly men held a red banner, emblazoned with 6 prominent characters. Dai Qianxue, I love you. Nearby, a brand new Ferrari was parked, and a well-groomed young man in a tailored suit stood in front of it, gazing up at the building. Xiaoxue, who is this young master? Gong Xiaoshuang asked, intrigued. What a creative display. Humph. Dai Qianxue scoffed. Zhuo's second son, a notorious flirt. Zhuo family, one of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing? Gong Xiaoshuang continued, her interest piqued. Indeed, that very Zhuo family, Dai Qianxue affirmed, nodding. This fellow has been pestering me for over 6 months, like a fly that one cannot swat away. It's utterly intolerable. Well, at least he is of a suitable family background. Though I can't quite discern if he is handsome or not, Gong Xiaoshuang mused, craning her neck to get a better view. Do you have binoculars? Yes, Dai Qianxue replied, retrieving a pair of binoculars from her drawer and handing them to Gong Xiaoshuang. Muttering, what is there to see? We must find a way to drive him away. Otherwise, I shudder to think how many people are waiting to enjoy this spectacle. Truly, as the most beautiful woman in Bianqing, it is no surprise that suitors flock to her. TSK, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, thoroughly entertained as she peered through the binoculars, her excitement palpable. Got it. Dai Qianxue's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she informed Captain Ding to send Peng Tianchong to disperse the crowd. The bodyguards of the second young master Zhuo were all skilled fighters. Let them tear each other apart. Haha. Wonderful. Gong Xiaoxue immediately clapped her hands in delight. Isn't Peng quite the martial artist? Now he can truly demonstrate his skills. Meanwhile, downstairs, Peng Tianchong was engrossed, exclaiming, what on earth? Is this how people are playing these days? This young man was Zhuo Biao, the second son of the Zhuo family. Ding Tai explained beside him that he was a well-known playboy in Bianqing, notorious for his pursuit of frivolous affairs, having tarnished the reputations of countless virtuous women. Peng Tianchong nodded, acknowledging the notorious reputation of Zhuo Biao, who certainly did not present himself as a respectable individual. Ding Tai cast a glance at the second young master and continued, ever since he laid eyes on our General Dai, he has been utterly captivated, relentlessly pursuing her, confessing his affections every few days at the company. Don't you guys take action? Just drive him away. Who would dare? With so many security guards in the company, no one would be foolish enough. Ding Tai lowered his voice. You don't understand. That brat's bodyguards are all experts. Even Captain Ding can't handle them, let alone us. How presumptuous. This is infuriating. Ding Tai's anger grew as he lamented. Our General Dai is the most beautiful woman in Bianqing, and that Zhuo fellow doesn't even take a moment to reflect on his own worth. Does he think he is worthy? Bah. As the 2 men muttered, Captain Ding hurried over. Peng Tianchong. General Dai called and said, she wants you to drive these people away. Me? Peng Tianchong rubbed his nose, a touch of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Why is she suddenly thinking of me now? Suddenly, he realized the true intent behind her request, using him to deal with Zhuo Biao. How cunning, Dai? But you have miscalculated. I will not be your instrument. Peng, be careful. Ding Tai tugged at his arm, advising, approach them diplomatically, do not provoke them. These individuals are not to be trifled with. Relax. Peng Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Let me show them their place. With that, he squared his shoulders and sauntered toward the group arranging the roses. Who gave you the right to set up a wreath here? Peng Tianchong barked, his expression fierce. If you want to arrange flowers, go to the cemetery. This place is cursed. Get out of here. Who do you think you are? Zhuo Biao shot forward, hands on his hips, cursing. Do you not know who I am? How dare you come here and ruin my plans? Peng Tianchong took a drag from his cigarette, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the young master before him. Zhuo Biao appeared to be in his late 20s, unremarkable in looks, yet dressed in a suit with a tie on a sweltering summer day, trying hard to present himself as someone of significance. Upon closer inspection, this individual possesses a medium build, slightly lean, with a visage indicative of kidney deficiency, pale as parchment, a bulbous nose with broad nostrils, adorned with a pair of superfluous spectacles. His forehead is narrow, yet his hair is thick, and atop his head, he sports a peculiar hairstyle that resembles a lightning bolt. Standing there, he wears a disdainful expression, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were impervious to criticism, brimming with an attitude of superiority. Suddenly, Peng Tianchong exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Zhuo Ershio's face, mocking him. Do you not have a mirror at home? Or do you lack the ability to urinate? Have you never taken a moment to observe your own disgraceful appearance? Yet you dare to pursue our esteemed General Dai, parading about with flowers and banners like a toad in a skirt, ugly, yet ostentatious. Leave. Zhuo Ershao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. He had not anticipated that a mere security guard would audaciously disparage him. Enraged, he swung his fist to retaliate. However, Pang Tianchong was quick to evade, launching a swift kick that struck Zhuo Ershao's abdomen, propelling him several meters backward until he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a red heart shape had taken form, its apex directed toward the company entrance, while a few individuals were inspecting it from various angles, assessing its precision. Pang Tianchong, with another swift kick, sent a flower pot flying from the tip of the heart. Whoosh! The flower pot, whistling through the air, soared over the banner and hurtled toward the ground where Zhuo Ershao had just risen. Crack! Zhuo Biao, fuming and just back on his feet, was struck by the flower pot that fell from above, covering him in dust and debris, leaving him disheveled. Fortunately, the pot was made of plastic. Had it been ceramic, it would have surely resulted in a grievous injury. By the gods! Zhuo Ershao sprang up as if stung by a scorpion, seething, "I'll make you pay for this." Before he could finish his sentence, Pang Tianchong moved with remarkable speed, executing a series of swift kicks, sending flower pots soaring through the air like a rain of petals. The bodyguards stood in bewilderment, having never witnessed such fluidity and grace in motion. Could this be the legendary shadowless kick? The banners were torn down, and several individuals stood dumbfounded, gazing at the spectacle as if enchanted. "All of you, get out!" Pang Tianchong bellowed. Finally regaining his composure, Zhuo Ershao's face turned a ghastly shade of green with rage. He erupted, directing his fury at the bodyguards. "Attack! Eliminate this insolent security guard!" This young man was on the brink of madness. In all his years, he had never encountered such humiliation. Who could have imagined that within the confines of Bian City, someone would dare to hurl flower pots at him? The audacity was beyond belief. Chapter 11, Reminder, 19th floor. President's office. At this moment, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were utterly mesmerized, their eyes darting at the crimson clouds and fluttering petals below, leaving them in a daze. "What a spectacle!" Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You are so handsome, you little rascal." Meanwhile, Dai Qianxue felt a twinge of anxiety. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. Would it escalate? Below, several bodyguards snapped back to reality, responding to the shouts of the second young master, rolling up their sleeves as they advanced towards Pang Tianchong. Their eyes wide, they yelled in excitement. However, Pang Tianchong would not allow them to approach. His legs flew into action, kicking them away as if they were mere flower pots. Thud, thud, thud. A group of bodyguards fell from the air like dumplings, crashing down onto the second young master, causing several to wail in pain, crying out for mercy. Heavens! Those were hefty individuals weighing 100 to 200 pounds. Yet they were kicked away as if they were balls. Was this truly human? The second young master huddled on the ground, clutching his head. At this moment, even he realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent. He knew the capabilities of his bodyguards all too well. Each one could take on 3 or 4 men. 100 against 25. Yet now, they appeared as helpless as chickens before a hawk, sent flying in all directions. What could he do? A wise man does not suffer losses in vain. It was best to concede defeat. After a struggle, the bodyguards finally managed to help the second young master to his feet, each one grimacing in pain, their earlier bravado completely evaporated. Get lost. Pang Tianchong glared at the second young master, who was nearly flattened, scolding him, "Stop buzzing around like a green fly. If you dare to create chaos in our company again, I will break your legs." Who are you? The second young master gritted his teeth in defiance. "Bring it on." "Huh?" Pang Tianchong sneered, "Still thinking of revenge, are you? Listen closely. My name is Pang Tianchong, the new security guard of this company. If you want revenge, bring more people. If you come with too few, it won't even be enough to fill my teeth gaps." "Fine. Just you wait." Stumbling, the second young master opened the car door and yelled to his subordinates, "Let us go." Some followed him into the car, while the rest dashed towards another vehicle parked in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the 2 cars sped away, one in front of the other. "Pa." Pang Tianchong spat at the departing vehicles, muttering, "What a bunch of nonsense." On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were left in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. "Xiaoxue." Gong Xiaoshuang swallowed hard. Was that a dog-eat-dog situation? That guy was clearly a lion, the kind that could be utterly terrifying. At this moment, Dai Qianxue's expression wavered between shades of anxiety and consternation. Trouble was brewing. The second young master of the Zhou family was known for his vengeful nature, and having lost face today, he would surely not let this transgression go unpunished. It was imperative to caution this little scoundrel. Downstairs, Captain Ding had already arrived with 2 cleaning ladies, pushing a garbage cart, beginning to tidy up the mess. Chongge. Ding Tai dashed over, exuberantly embracing Peng Tiancheng. That move you just pulled was simply magnificent. Was that the legendary shadowless kick of Huang Feihong? I wish to become your disciple. Get off. What are you doing? Peng Tiancheng chuckled, pushing Ding Tai away. What are you hugging for? We're grown men here. This little interlude not only thrilled Ding Tai, but astonished the entire security team. The second young master of the Zhou family had harassed them on multiple occasions, leading to several altercations with the security staff, leaving everyone at a loss. Who would have anticipated that the newly arrived Peng Tiancheng could so effortlessly send this group of ruffians fleeing in disarray? It was truly a source of great relief. However, as the protagonist of the incident, Peng Tiancheng appeared unfazed, returning to his post as if nothing had transpired, standing watch with an air of nonchalance. As if he had merely stepped away for a moment. Peng Tiancheng, having barely settled in, a security guard shouted from a distance, President Dai is on the phone, asking you to come to her office. Huh? Peng Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback. What for? You'll find out when you get there, the guard urged. Hurry up. 19th floor. Peng Tiancheng was left in a state of confusion, pondering the situation. Was it a reward or a punishment? Although he had caused her some trouble regarding the access card, he had also rid her of a swarm of pests, balancing the scales, or so he thought. As he contemplated, Peng Tiancheng made his way to the 19th floor and successfully located the president's office. This time, he had learned his lesson, instead of barging in. He lightly tapped on the door. Come in. A cool voice emanated from within, unmistakably that of President Dai. Upon entering the office, he found Dai Qianxue seated gracefully at her desk, diligently attending to the documents before her. The desk was adorned with various files and reports, accompanied by a vibrant bouquet of flowers, exuding a subtle fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in a gentle halo. The office was spacious and well-lit, elegantly furnished, with several pieces of artwork adorning the walls, contributing to an atmosphere of sophistication. What a splendid environment! Peng Tiancheng scanned the surroundings, silently admiring the setting. Dai Qianxue lifted her gaze, regarding the handsome security guard with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, momentarily at a loss for words. She had witnessed his impressive display of skill alongside Gong Xiaoshuang, especially relishing the sight of the second young master of the Zhou family fleeing in disgrace. However, once Gong Xiaoshuang departed and she regained her composure, her concern for Peng Tiancheng grew with each passing moment. She was acutely aware that the Zhou family was a prominent clan, backed by nefarious forces. Today, having suffered a setback, would the second young master of the Zhou family seek retribution against Peng Tiancheng? If this incident were to result in unwarranted calamity for Peng Tiancheng, it would be a sight she wished to avoid, as the matter had arisen because of her. Thus, she felt compelled to promptly caution this reckless youth. Consequently, she called Peng Tiancheng to her office. What is the matter? Seeing Dai Qianxue remain silent, Peng Tiancheng grinned. Have you realized how handsome I am? Are you a bit infatuated? Humph. Dai Qianxue scoffed, rolling her eyes at his audacity. Such a rogue, with a thick skin. Her words struck a nerve with Peng Tiancheng, making him acutely aware that the title of rogue was indeed being pinned upon him. What do you mean? Dai Qianxue replied coldly. You've landed yourself in deep trouble, do you not realize? Huh? Peng Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback by her assertive inquiry, suppressing his irritation as he asked, What trouble? You have struck the second young master of the Zhou family. They will retaliate against you, didn't you tell me to drive him away? Yes, I did instruct you to dismiss him, but I did not authorize you to resort to violence. Was it impossible to reason with him? Must you be so brutish? Oh, come on, Dai. I resolved your predicament. And instead of expressing gratitude, you lay blame on me. How unreasonable. I am not blaming you. Dai Qianxue hastily refuted. I merely wish to remind you that the Zhou family wields considerable power, particularly with their sinister connections. You must be wary of their vengeance. Be cautious not to find yourself bundled into a sack at midnight and tossed into the river to feed the fish, oblivious to your fate, haha. Peng Tiancheng glanced sideways at Dai Qianxue with a smirk. Are you genuinely concerned for me? Who has concern for you? Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. I worry that your inexplicable disappearance will prompt the police to come to the company for inquiries, which would be quite troublesome. After all, You are currently an employee of mine, all right, enough. Pang Tiancheng interjected, you need not fret over this. If the Shu family does not come seeking trouble, all will be well. But should they dare, I shall break their legs. Truly, the audacity of a fledgling. Dai Qianxue felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment. You are new here and still unaware of the Zhu family's formidable nature. Do not let your confidence in your skills blind you. Prudence is the key to longevity, Come on. Pang Tiancheng interrupted again. You're a big boss, yet you're so fussy. I said I'm not afraid. So stop worrying unnecessarily. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving. You're truly bothersome. Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed with indignation as she waved her hands dismissively, exclaiming, Get lost, get lost. Hurry and leave. Truly. It's like a dog biting El Dong in Chapter 12. Pang Tiancheng's plans. Pang Tiancheng stepped out of the president's office, and the ire within him had dissipated significantly. Though Dai Qianxue had not greeted him with a warm demeanor, her words were nonetheless a well-intentioned warning, a fact he could discern. In truth, he paid little heed to that debauched scion of the Zhou family. Should retribution be sought, he would not hesitate to administer another thrashing, one so severe that the fellow might scarcely recognize his own mother. To Pang Tiancheng, this was hardly a matter of concern. Presently, he had two pressing issues to address. First, he must earn money swiftly to reclaim his identification card. Second, he needed to locate his parents post-haste, yearning for a family reunion. Yet, how could he generate income? To be frank, relying solely on his meager salary as a security guard would necessitate at least 3 months to accumulate the requisite 8,000 yuan. A timeline far too protracted and detrimental to his plans. It appeared he must seek additional work outside. As Pang Tiancheng pondered his predicament, the elevator doors suddenly slid open, and a voice within urged, Hey, are you getting off or not? Snapping out of his reverie, he hastily gathered his thoughts and stepped into the elevator. Inside stood 2 young women, each cradling a stack of documents. With the button for the 6th floor illuminated, there could be no doubt as to their destination. Pang Tiancheng pressed the button for the 1st floor and stood quietly at the opposite side, avoiding eye contact. The elevator began its descent. Hey? One girl exclaimed, suddenly turning to Pang Tiancheng. Aren't you that new security guard? The one who just chased off Shuersha? Indeed, that would be me. Pang Tiancheng acknowledged with a nod, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Well, the other girl chimed in, her eyes wide with excitement. It really is you. You looked so cool when you were fighting just now. Is that so? Pang Tiancheng said with pride, running a hand through his hair. Fully aware that his good looks played a significant role, the 2 girls erupted into laughter, their mirth filling the space as the elevator came to an unanticipated halt. 6th floor, we've arrived. Hey, what is your name again? They stepped out of the elevator, turning back eagerly. Quick, tell us. Pang Tiancheng, he called. Just as the doors began to close, sealing off their bright smiles, Pang Tiancheng shrugged, inhaling the lingering scent of the girl's perfume, which was quite delightful. Gazing at his reflection in the polished stainless steel of the elevator, he couldn't help but smile. Could it be that I am on the cusp of fame? Upon returning to his post downstairs, Ding Tai approached him eagerly. Brother Chong, what did President Dai want? Did she offer you any commendations? Alas, do not mention it. Pang Tiancheng waved dismissively. There was nothing at all. She chastised me for being too brusque, warning me to be more cautious in the future. Where was the brusqueness? Ding Tai protested. You didn't even give Zhuo Ersha a solid slap. That was quite courteous of you. Ding Tai nodded vigorously. Exactly. What is wrong with teaching a bunch of ruffians a lesson? Let us not dwell on that, Pang Tiancheng said, redirecting the conversation. Old Ding, are there any fortune tellers around here? Why do you wish to have your fortune told? Ding Tai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You are quite young. Yet you believe in this. Believe? Why not? Moreover, I possess the skill to calculate as well. I aspire to earn some extra money during my Sunday breaks. Relying solely on this meager salary is utterly insufficient. Ah, Ding Tai's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Brother Chong, you possess such a talent? Do not jest with me. That, my friend, is none of your concern. Just inform me where I can set up a fortune-telling booth. Not far west of the company, there are a few elderly men who often set up stalls in the local soil street, with a bagua chart before them. They squint their eyes, resembling wise sages. Is that so? Splendid. I shall pay them a visit soon. Ding Tai scrutinized Pang Tiancheng from head to toe and remarked, however, you do not appear to be a profound master. Fortune-telling and palmistry are akin to traditional Chinese medicine, who seeks out the young and inexperienced. Everyone prefers to consult someone with gray hair and age. You see, your youth is evident. And who would trust you? Pang Tiancheng patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, if I lack the skill, I shall not take on the task. As long as my predictions are accurate, I need not fear a lack of clientele. If I am wrong, then I shall charge no fee. Are you truly serious? Of course. This revelation sparked Ding Tai's enthusiasm. Rubbing his nose, he suggested, if you genuinely wish to pursue this, do not set up alongside those old men in the soil street. Your youth will deter customers. Moreover, if your predictions prove accurate, you would be stealing their business, which is unnecessary. Then where should I go? Head to the small square of the 5 willow trees to the east. There is a significant flow of people and many idlers. I suggest you try your hand there. All right. Pang Tiancheng nodded. I will give it a try the day after tomorrow, Saturday. However, I shall forego the Bagua chart and simply erect a sign stating, palmistry and fortune-telling, no fee if inaccurate. Hey, Brother Chong. Ding Tai suddenly seized Pang Tiancheng's arm. Why not read my fortune first? I wish to know how my luck fares this year. No need for calculations. Pang Tiancheng chuckled. I have already observed that your glabella shines brightly. Your fortune this year is promising. Perhaps you may even ascend to the position of team leader. Pfft, what a grand deceiver. Meanwhile, within a lavish villa in the southern part of the city, young Master Zhuo was furiously cursing. Pang Tiancheng, you scoundrel, how dare you disrupt my good fortune? I swear I will make you pay, even if I must reverse the characters of your name. Young master, a sycophantic lackey quietly suggested. Why not inform the head of the family and have Elder Wang deal with that Pang fellow to relieve your frustration? Elder Wang is a master of hidden strength and could easily handle that lad. Absolutely not. Young Master Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. This matter must remain unknown to the old master. Otherwise, I shall be reprimanded again. We must resolve this ourselves. But none of us can overpower that lad. Useless. Utterly useless. Young Master Zhuo pointed at several bodyguards, furiously cursing, each one of you is a towering oaf. Nothing but a burden. I've wasted my resources on you. The bodyguards, chastised, hung their heads in shame, their faces pale, resembling wilted eggplants. After venting his frustration, young Master Zhuo slowly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Damn it. It seems I must seek Brother Long's assistance. Resolute, he promptly dialed a number. Hello, Brother Long. It's me, a languid voice responded from the other end. Ah, young Master Zhuo. What brings you to call me today? Any plans for the evening? My brother invites you for a foot bath, hehe. Tonight 1T work. I have matters to attend to. After a brief pause, the voice continued, however. We brothers are not strangers. Feel free to speak your mind. I'll ensure it's handled with utmost clarity. A young Master Zhuo gritted his teeth and stated, I wish to deal with someone, please. Brother Long, intervene and break one of his legs. No problem. Chapter 13. The Art of Fortune Telling for Profit, Part 1. Saturday. Clear skies. Today is a splendid day, with a gentle breeze that brings a refreshing coolness. In the morning light, everything is infused with vitality and energy, instilling a sense of anticipation and longing for the new day. At Willow Square, a constant flow of people meanders through. Elderly individuals practicing Tai Chi, lively women dancing, children playing football, and young adults engrossed in games of chess beneath the shade of trees. Each person is so earnest, joyful, and focused. By the edge of the square, beneath the third willow tree, a young man wearing sunglasses sits quietly. Behind him stands a tall advertisement board, prominently displaying the words, fortune-telling, predictions, no charge if inaccurate. Pang Tiancheng has indeed set up his stall today. He has taken special care in his appearance, slicking back his hair with gel to a glossy sheen, meticulously styled. His oversized sunglasses obscure his eyes, leading one to mistakenly believe he is sightless. He has opted not to wear his usual security uniform. Yet his cap rests at his feet, ready to serve as a collection box. Regardless of the business outcome, he exudes an air of confidence. Remarkably, fortune seems to favor Pang Tiancheng today. Within 20 minutes of his arrival, a visibly anxious young woman approaches. In her 20s, her face betrays her distress as she glances at the advertisement, hesitantly inquiring, Sir, can you truly predict accurately? Indeed. If my predictions are inaccurate, there is no fee. Pang Tiancheng responds with a nonchalant demeanor, embodying the essence of a master. What? How much do you charge for a reading? She asks. Pay what you wish. There is no limit, he replies. The girl, wiping the sweat from her forehead, sits on a small stool in front of Pang Tiancheng. Their conversation draws the attention of passers-by, who quickly gather around, intrigued by the unfolding scene. What would you like to know? Pang Tiancheng inquires with an inscrutable expression. Is it matters of love or fortune? And no. She shakes her head. My brother is missing. He hasn't returned since last night. I went to file a report, but they said I must wait 48 hours to file a case. I am very worried and thought perhaps I could seek some luck. It is evident that the girl is in a state of desperation, grasping at straws. Pang Qinsheng's heart stirs. This is indeed a significant matter. He instinctively glances at the time, then turns his fingers, casting a fortune based on the current hour. Rest assured, your brother is safe. He is merely having a good time and forgot to come home. Is that so? The girl breathes a sigh of relief. Can you tell me where he has gone? To an internet CAF. Pang Tiancheng responds. Excitedly, the girl exclaims, yes. How could I have forgotten that? He loves gaming. I will go find him at the CAF. As she speaks, she rises, rummaging through her pockets and producing 10 yuan. Apologetically, she explains, I left my wallet at home, but I can give you this. Pang Tiancheng nods silently, gesturing toward his cap on the ground. The girl understands, gently placing the money in the hat, thanking him before hurriedly departing. Quite well. In the gathering crowd, someone began to praise the young man, exclaiming that he possessed considerable skill. Indeed, his fees were quite reasonable. A plump middle-aged woman, intrigued, plopped down onto a small stool, nearly causing it to collapse. 10 yuan is not much. I shall have my fortune told as well. Pang Tiancheng twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat displeased, thinking to himself that the young lady only offered 10 yuan because she lacked funds. And now this woman was following suit, attempting to take advantage of him. However, since he had declared it was casual, he could not refuse. Speak. What would you like to inquire about? Pang Tiancheng asked nonchalantly, maintaining an air of an otherworldly sage. Mister, the woman swallowed nervously. My daughter just graduated from university this year and is currently job hunting. She went for an interview today, and I wish to know if she will succeed. Please provide her birth date and time, he requested. Pang Tiancheng calculated silently in his mind, then calmly declared, Congratulations. Your daughter will undoubtedly succeed in her interview today. Really? The woman's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she sought confirmation. Mister, is she truly going to succeed? Indeed. Pang Tiancheng nodded emphatically. Go home and await the good news. Wonderful. The woman, filled with joy, began to retrieve money from her pocket. Just then, her phone rang. Hello. She answered eagerly. An excited voice burst through the line. Mom, I have great news. I succeeded in the interview and got hired by the company. The voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Ah, marvelous, marvelous. The woman's smile widened, her hands trembling with delight. My dear, I just consulted a fortune teller, and he assured me of your success. Ha ha ha. I will prepare a feast for you at noon to celebrate. After hanging up, she placed 10 yuan into the hat and expressed her gratitude before hurrying away, her face still beaming with uncontainable joy. I'll go next. Another voice called out as someone took a seat on the small stool. It was no wonder that with 2 accurate predictions in a row, Master Pang's credibility soared instantly. The earlier lady had become a living advertisement, and her fortune had promptly materialized, piquing the interest of the onlookers. What was even more enticing was the low fee for the readings. As time flowed like water, over an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Pang Tiancheng continued to read fortunes for a dozen more individuals, each prediction astoundingly accurate, leaving the crowd in awe. The gathering grew larger, and the number of seekers increased one after another, while the hat on the ground filled with money, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and even some offering change of 1 yuan. It appeared nearly full, though in reality it amounted to just over 100 yuan. The initial girl had set a precedent by giving 10 yuan, prompting subsequent patrons to follow suit with the same amount. This left our Master Pang feeling quite disheartened. At this rate, when would he earn 8,008? It was truly vexing. The crux of the matter was that he could not raise his prices at this moment, as it had previously been agreed upon, a pay-as-you-wish arrangement. Moreover, among the 10 or so individuals he had calculated, none were particularly affluent. Their lives were quite ordinary. If he were to encounter someone fortunate, perhaps in a moment of joy, they might even toss him a few red bills. Alas, Pang Tiancheng let out a silent sigh, pulling out a cigarette to light. Feeling somewhat inclined to call it a day, after sitting for 2 hours, his posterior was beginning to ache. Just then, an elderly lady, supported by a cane, slowly took a seat on a small stool. Behind her stood a man of over 50, his countenance grave, with pronounced temples, emanating an aura that instantly conveyed to Pang Tiancheng. This was a person of considerable skill. Upon a closer inspection of the elderly lady, she appeared to be around 70, with white hair yet youthful features, exuding a benevolent demeanor. Although seated on a humble stool, she radiated the presence of someone of high status. clearly a person of significance. Well, Pang Tianchong felt a surge of excitement. After waiting for quite some time, he had finally encountered a substantial opportunity. Chapter 14. Fortune-Telling for Profit, Part 2. Indeed. The elderly lady resided nearby and would often come here for a leisurely stroll on weekends. Moments ago, she had observed the lively crowd for a while. However, Pang Tianchong, maintaining the demeanor of a master, focused intently on his fortune-telling, oblivious to her presence. The old woman, filled with curiosity towards this young man, wished to test the abilities of the youthful master, her spirit undiminished by age. "Good sir," the old man exclaimed as he noticed the elderly lady taking a seat, hastily assisting her, concerned that the small stool might not be stable enough. "Youth," the lady said with a warm smile, "would you be so kind as to read my fortune as well?" "Certainly," Pang Tianchong replied, his spirits lifted, and he removed his sunglasses, playfully toying with them in his hands. "Ah, he is not blind after all," someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. "I thought he was blind, wearing those sunglasses." "Oh, without the glasses, the young man is rather handsome," came the laughter and compliments from the crowd, causing Pang Tianchong to feel a tad bashful. The smile on the elderly lady's face widened, regarding him with the affection of a beloved grandchild. "Ahem." Pang Tianchong cleared his throat. "Madam, I must clarify that if you wish for a reading, it cannot be the same 10 yuan as the others." "Why is that?" the elderly lady inquired with a grin. "Because your fate is invaluable," he replied with a chuckle. "Then how much?" she asked. "At least a red-headed note," he stated with a wink. "Agreed," she answered readily. "As long as you are accurate, I shall ensure the fortune is to your satisfaction. Indeed, as the saying goes, with ears adorned by the weight of 100 springs. The noble horse's bones govern the livelihoods of thousands. At first glance, I can see that not only will you live a long life, but you also hold dominion over the fortunes of many, likely as the head of a conglomerate or a prominent family." As he spoke, Pang Tianchong straightened his posture, discreetly activating his third eye to scrutinize the elderly lady closely. This third eye might evoke thoughts of the celestial eye upon Erlangsheng's forehead. Yes, indeed, it is that very eye, commonly referred to as the heavenly eye, which modern medicine identifies as the pineal gland. Every individual possesses it, yet few are capable of awakening it. Such a feat requires specific circumstances or cultivation. Moreover, this third eye is categorized into several levels. The differing tiers allow for varied perceptions and scopes. According to Buddha's teachings regarding the 5 eyes and 6 transcendent abilities, it can be divided into the physical eye, heavenly eye, dharma eye, wisdom eye, and Buddha eye. The physical eye, possessed by all, is simply the ordinary eye, requiring no further explanation. As for the heavenly eye, those who awaken it can perceive the essence of another realm, witnessing entities such as deities, Buddhas, immortals, and spirits, as well as energies like the earthly qi and spiritual essence associated with feng shui. The concept of the lawful eye is far more intricate. It not only possesses the capabilities of a celestial eye, but also allows one to perceive an individual as past and future, revealing vivid imagery akin to the legendary 2A Bay Tuesday. This phenomenon is what is termed as rule imaging. The higher the level of the eye, the more intricate and clearer the observations become, with an increasingly wider scope of vision. The term wise eye is familiar to all. Idioms like having a discerning eye and recognizing pearls with a wise eye are commonplace. Those endowed with a wise eye often possess profound insight, capable of discerning the essence of all matters and their causal relationships. For instance, Newton, upon witnessing an apple fall, conceived the law of universal gravitation, whereas an ordinary individual, even if struck by a durian, would be unable to draw any logical conclusion. There exists an old song titled "Seeing Flowers in the Mist," which includes the poignant lyric, "Lend me a pair of wise eyes, so I may perceive this world clearly and distinctly." Moreover, the Buddha eye is even more formidable. It not only penetrates the causal connections of all phenomena, but also discerns the relationships across different realms, such as the celestial realm, the Buddha realm, the Dharma realm, and the human realm, among others. Undoubtedly, in today's world, few individuals have attained the state of the Buddha eye. Returning to the topic at hand, Pang Tianchong has cultivated his abilities for many years and has likely reached the levels of the lawful and wise eyes. Utilizing his skills for fortune-telling and physiognomy is merely child's play. However, for ordinary individuals, analyzing their birth charts and examining their features suffices, without the need to open the third eye. Once the third eye is activated, it transcends fortune-telling and becomes an act of discerning fate. Speak up, elder. What would you like to inquire about? Pang Tianqing squinted his eyes, gestured with his fingers, and adopted an air of enigmatic wisdom. In truth, this was all for the benefit of the onlookers, while simultaneously concealing his method of divination. The elderly lady, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Well then, let us first discuss my past, so I can ascertain the truth." She chuckled. "My early life was fraught with trials, and my later years are marked by prosperity. Am I correct? Be more specific." The elderly lady nodded, smiling. "You cannot summarize it in just 10 characters. That is far too vague." Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Madam, your life has been a roller coaster of highs and lows, filled with remarkable events. If I were to elaborate, it would take until nightfall. Allow me to highlight a few key points." "Very well." The elderly lady nodded. "You lost your mother at the age of 7, your father at 16, ventured into the world at 18, married and had children at 25, began your entrepreneurial journey at 28, starting from scratch and persevering until today. Now your worth exceeds 100 million. You have 2 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom have achieved notable success in their respective fields, whether in government, business, or academia. As for your grandchildren, I shall not delve into specifics. Is that not so?" The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback. For Pang Tianchong's revelations were astonishingly precise. She gazed at his face for a while before nodding and saying, "Yes, all of it is correct. But you did not inquire about my birth chart. How did you discern this?" He chuckled. Pang Tiancheng smiled broadly and remarked, "No need to ask. The features reveal all." After a pause, the elderly lady extended her thumb in praise, exclaiming, "It seems I have encountered a sage today. Young man, I shall refrain from further inquiries. But could you illuminate the future of my family?" Regarding the future, Pang Tianchong hesitated momentarily. It appears quite promising overall. However, there are certain matters that are not suitable for detailed discussion here. You understand. The elderly lady nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But, Pang Tianchong continued, "In 3 days, your family will receive a substantial windfall, starting at a minimum of 5 million. Quite remarkable, indeed." "Oh?" The lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. "From whence does this fortune arise?" "It should come from your granddaughter. You might as well wait and see. Is that so?" The elderly lady beamed. "If that truly is the case, young man, I shall certainly treat you to a grand feast. You must grace us with your presence then. That sounds delightful." Pang Tianchong responded cheerfully. "With such wealth at your disposal, the meal shall surely be exquisite. Ha. However, as for today's consultation, I must collect my fee, of course," the elderly lady replied, turning her gaze towards the old man behind her. "Afu, how much money do you have on you?" The old man hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, producing a stack of banknotes, including a few 100 yuan notes and some 10 yuan coins. After counting, he stated, "Not quite 1,000. Give the red notes to the young man." The elderly lady glanced at him and instructed, "Also, make sure to note down his phone number so that we may invite him for the feast in 3 days certainly." The old man nodded, promptly placing all the 100 yuan notes into the young man's cap. "Young man, today, I have only 800 yuan. Please do not find it insufficient." Chapter 15. Fortune Telling for Profit, Part 3. For Pang Tianchong, the sum of 800 yuan was no trifling amount. Compared to the earlier 10 yuan transactions, it felt akin to an exhilarating ascent. At this rate, the funds for the 8,800 yuan stockings would soon be amassed, bringing him considerable joy. "Thank you." Pang Tianchong clasped his hands together in gratitude and nodded respectfully towards the elderly lady, who was, after all, his most significant patron of the day. "Young man." The elderly lady rose, waving her hand with a smile. "We shall meet again in 3 days." "Absolutely. I will be there." The onlookers murmured in admiration, not only astonished by Master Pang's divination skills, but also impressed by the lady's generosity. Once she departed, Pang Tianchong donned his large sunglasses again, gazing at the vibrant stack of bills nestled in his hat, feeling elated, just as he was reveling in his good fortune. The crowd parted, and a striking woman made her way through. "Ah, Pang Tianchong, so you are indeed a swindler," she shouted, pointing at him. "Do you dare to deceive people here? Believe me, I could report you to the police right now." "Who are you?" Pang Tianchong was taken aback by the sudden outburst, his anger rising at the audacity of someone trying to disrupt his moment. However, upon looking up, his ire diminished significantly upon recognizing the person before him. It was the human resources manager, Lan Shangyun. It turned out that Manager Lan had been at the company to address some work-related matters and, on her way back, had noticed a gathering in the small square. Out of curiosity, she had taken a closer look and, through a gap in the crowd, spotted a familiar face. Upon noticing the sign hanging above, her anger flared. She thought to herself, "This little rogue has come to deceive people. If this escalates, it will tarnish the company's reputation. I must expose him. Thus, Manager Lan disembarked from her vehicle, fueled by indignation, ready to confront him. Pang Tianchong, who had always harbored a modicum of fear towards her, felt as though he owed her an apology, for her substantial figure made him feel as though he were in debt. Lan Jia, you've misunderstood. He hastily explained. I am not deceiving anyone. Misunderstood? Lan Shangyun glared, her voice sharp. While others may be unaware of your true nature, I am not. You, a mere security guard, dare to masquerade as a master and deceive people. Oh, and wearing sunglasses to feign blindness in your deception? How clever of you. I shall unveil you, you little rogue. As she spoke, Lan Shangyun instinctively glanced down, only to behold the large cap on the ground, filled to the brim with radiant bills, nearly blinding her. Ah, you have swindled so much money? This time, you were caught red-handed. Pang Tianchong was left speechless by Lan Shangyun's tirade, frustration bubbling within him. He mused, why must this beautiful woman be so difficult? First, there were Qian Shui and Huang Maogong Xiaoshuang, who mistook me for a rogue and made me work at the company. Now, while trying to earn a little extra, I encounter yet another blue fairy, meddling in my affairs and attempting to expose me. Who have I wronged? Lan Shangyun. Pang Tianchong erupted in anger, exclaiming, how have I deceived anyone? I wear sunglasses because of the glaring sun today. Moreover, is there any rule that prohibits a normal person from donning sunglasses? Please enlighten me. Have you forgotten to take your medication? Or perhaps taken the wrong one? You. Fine. So you wish to be obstinate, do you? Lan Shangyun, undeterred, retorted with indignation, let me show you how I will expose your deceit. With that, she turned to the onlookers, declaring, listen everyone. This individual is merely a junior security guard from our company, not a master in any sense. Do not be fooled by his charade. Furthermore, if anyone has been deceived by him, hurry and reclaim your money. Do not fall for his trickery. Lan Shangyun spoke fervently, her righteousness palpable, as she gesticulated animatedly. Yet, upon observing the crowd, she realized they remained unmoved, gazing at her as if she were a fool. It dawned on Lan Shangyun that something was amiss. The narrative was off. Why was there no reaction from the crowd? Miss, finally spoke a middle-aged gentleman. I know not your relationship with this young man, but perhaps you should ascertain the facts before you unleash your fury. I have been here for quite some time, and he has accurately calculated for many. Everyone can attest to that. Why do you insist on accusing him of deception? Indeed, others chimed in. This master is nothing short of a living deity. His fortune-telling is extraordinary, and we have witnessed it firsthand. Lan Shangyun felt the heat of embarrassment creep upon her, glancing at Pang Tianchong in disbelief. Can you truly predict? Of course. What do you expect? The eyes of the public are sharp. Pang Tianchong replied, gesturing toward the words on his sign. If his predictions were inaccurate, would they pay him? Do you think everyone is as dim-witted as you, flaunting your assets without intellect? Lan Shangyun's face flushed red. Her lips pressed tightly together as she glared at Pang Tianchong, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, why don't you give me a reading? As she spoke, Lan Shangyun plopped down onto a small stool, declaring, if you predict correctly, I shall acknowledge your abilities. If not, I'll settle the score with you come Monday. Miss, please do not complicate matters. Pang Tianchong frowned. I am conducting a business here, earning a living. Your commotion. Since it is a business, as long as your predictions are accurate, I shall pay you just the same. Why? If others can predict. Are you not willing to cater to my inquiry? Pang Tianchong found himself at a loss for words, his patience waning. Fine. You intimidate me, truly unfortunate. Now, would you like to inquire about marriage? Lan Shangyun coolly uttered. Tell me whether my marriage is blissful and fulfilling? Very well, Pang Tianchong nodded, subtly activating his insight to scrutinize the woman before him, aiming to astonish her and prevent any further antics. Suddenly, he could not suppress a chuckle, for he had glimpsed something rather amusing. What is so funny? Lan Shangyun, perplexed, felt a shiver run down her spine. Sister, I shall not interpret your fortune any longer. I am preparing to take my leave. Let it be as it may. With those words, Pang Tianchong began to organize the banknotes within his large hat, intent on making a swift exit. Wait. Lan Shangyun firmly grasped his hand, her anger palpable. Why have you chosen to cease? You must clarify this to me. Otherwise, you shan't take a single cent. A standoff ensued. Hey. Pang Tianchong felt a surge of irritation, shaking off Lan Shangyun's grip. Very well. I shall speak. But do brace yourself for my words. Speak. I assure you, I will remain unperturbed. Your husband has someone on the side. Are you truly unaware of this? What? Lan Shangyun sprang up as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, You speak nonsense. We are university classmates. Our bond is profound. How could he be unfaithful, you mean? Pang Tianchong sneered. At 9:30 this evening. In room 808 of a certain hotel, you may verify for yourself. Should my prediction prove inaccurate, these funds will be yours. Impossible. Lan Shangyun found it hard to accept this revelation, unwilling to believe it. Yet, reflecting on her husband's recent behavior, a flicker of doubt crept in. She gazed vacantly at the resolute Master Pang. Young lady, a middle-aged man nearby interjected, why not ascertain the truth? Simply sneak into the hotel tonight and see for yourself. Rather than squabbling with the master here. Indeed, others in the crowd echoed, the master's predictions are remarkably astute. 9:30, room 808. Return home to prepare, then catch him in the act. Chapter 16. Seeking help. A bolt from the blue left Lan Shangyun utterly stunned. She could never have imagined that a casual challenge she posed to Ping Tianchong would yield such an unforeseen outcome. This revelation was simply beyond her comprehension. Enough. Lan Shangyun shouted in a fit of hysteria. Tonight, I will verify this. If you are indeed spouting nonsense, you shall hear from me. With that, she abruptly rose, forcefully pushing her way through the crowd, her heart heavy and her mind adrift. The divination fee. Pang Tianchong began to reach for his payment, but hesitated upon witnessing her tearful visage. The words died on his lips, and he resigned himself to his misfortune. With Lan Shangyun's outburst, Pang Tianchong lost all desire to continue his divination work. He gathered the money from under his cap, removed the sign, and prepared to close up shop. Everyone, see you another day, he bowed respectfully, offering a gesture of farewell, before departing. Meanwhile, Lan Shangyun returned to her car, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Her heart was in turmoil as she slumped over the steering wheel, momentarily lost and directionless. Perhaps at such a time, what a woman truly needs is a confidant, someone who can empathize with her plight. After a brief moment of contemplation, she wiped her tears and instinctively dialed her cousin Dai Qianshue's number. Hello, sister, came the warm voice of Dai Qianshue through the phone. Xiaoxue. Lan Shangyun choked on her words. Are you home? Yes. I have some free time this weekend and am watching a drama with Schwanger. But wait, what's wrong? I'm coming to your house without further explanation. Lan Shangyun hung up the phone and started her car, heading towards Dai Qianshue's villa. It was Saturday, and Dai Qianshue had finally found some leisure time, inviting her friend Gong Xiaoshuang over to spend the day together. The two were currently nestled on the couch, munching on sunflower seeds while engrossed in a television series. Whose phone is that? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired, tossing the seed shells into the trash. It's my cousin S. She seems to be going through something. Her emotions are quite offline. What happened? Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. She was perfectly fine when I saw her yesterday. I don't know. She said she was coming right over as the two pondered the situation. The doorbell rang shortly thereafter. Dai Qianshue hurried to answer it. Opening the door, she was met with the sight of Lan Shangyun, her eyes glistening with tears, who immediately collapsed into Dai Qianshue's embrace. Xiaoxue, I just can't go on, sister. What's wrong? Dai Qianshue exclaimed, her heart racing as she ushered her cousin inside. Gong Xiaoshuang set aside her sunflower seeds and quickly approached to assist, guiding Lan Shangyun to sit on the couch. The two women flanked Lan Shangyun, each grasping one of her arms, eager to understand the situation. Xiaoxue, your brother-in-law, he has someone else outside, sob. Upon seeing her family, tears streamed uncontrollably down Lan Shangyun's face. Impossible. Dai Qianshue consoled her, saying, your relationship is so strong, having been college classmates. I've heard your love story so many times that my ears have calluses. How could he possibly betray you? Indeed. Lanjie, Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in, if he is unfaithful. Do you have any evidence? After all, you are a girl who has lived in the beautiful country. No. None? Without any evidence. How can you be so certain that your brother-in-law has strayed? Dai Qianshue handed a napkin to Lan Shangyun and continued. Could there be a misunderstanding between you two? No. Then, Gong Xiaoshuang questioned, if there is no evidence and no misunderstanding, from whom did you hear that he has someone else? I heard it from Pang Tianchong. Who? Gong Xiaoshuang nearly bit her own tongue. You believe the words of that little rogue, Pang Tianchong? Exactly. Sister. Dai Qianshue's eyes widened in disbelief as she began to complain. Think about it logically, that guy has only been in Bian City for a few days. How could he possibly know about your brother-in-law's affairs? He might just be joking. How could you take it seriously? He is not joking. Lan Shangyun wiped her tears and explained, he can tell fortunes. This is what he predicted when he read my fortune. What? Dai Qianxue's eyes grew even wider. He predicted your fortune, and you believed it, to the point of despair? Sister, are you trying to make us laugh to death? I am serious. Lan Shangyun dried her tears and said earnestly, he truly can tell fortunes. Moreover, he is remarkably accurate. She then recounted the story of Pang Tianchong setting up a fortune-telling stall at Wukou Lu Square and how she tried to expose him. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were left stunned, exchanging astonished glances. This tale was more riveting than the Korean drama they had just watched. Sister, Dai Qianxue exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Is Pang Tianchong really that extraordinary? His predictions are accurate, and he even made a fortune? Yes. Lan Shangyun nodded. The onlookers were in awe, calling him a living deity, and he made quite a sum, with bills of 10 and 100, totaling over 1,000. Well, Dai Qianxue chuckled. If this guy has such a skill, it seems he will quickly accumulate the 8,800. Hiki. Hey, Xiaoxue. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. Let's set aside your 8,008 for now. I am currently intrigued by the 808. In my entire life, I have never heard of fortune-telling being this miraculous, even precise to the point of timing and room numbers. At first, I didn't believe it. But Pang Tianchong was so confident and even wagered with me. Wager what? He declared that if his calculations were inaccurate, he would owe me a hat's worth of money. Gong Xiaoshuang became increasingly intrigued. That fellow has been particularly short of funds lately. Yet he dares to wager over 1,000 yuan against you, indicating he must be quite confident. How intriguing. At this moment, Dai Qianxue found herself slightly unsettled by his words. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and reassured, Sister, do not overthink it. Perhaps that chap is merely toying with you, deliberately making such claims. Did he not say 9:30 tonight? Xiaoshuang and I will accompany you. The truth will soon reveal itself. Either we catch the brother-in-law in the act, or we expose Pang Tianchong's deceitful words. If that little rogue Pang Tianchong is indeed up to mischief, teasing you on purpose, just wait and see how I deal with him. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoshuang nearly clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Sister Lan, tonight the two of us shall accompany you to 808. Let us three sisters catch a cheat together. How thrilling. Chapter 17. Old Lady Luo. In the afternoon, the streets of Biancheng gradually settled into a tranquil silence. The sweltering heat seemed to slow the very rhythm of the city. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between towering buildings, casting mottled shadows that rendered the afternoon serene and beautiful. In the old Luo residence, a silver-haired matriarch sat leisurely in her wheelchair, cradling a teacup in her hands. With her eyes slightly squinted, she appeared lost in thought, contemplating matters of significance. Beside her stood an elderly man, around 50, who bowed his head respectfully, patiently awaiting her instruction. If at this moment Pang Tianchong were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this elderly lady, for she was the one who had paid him 800 for divination earlier that day. This venerable matron was the head of the Luo family, and the man beside her was Afu, the steward of the Luo estate, who also served as her bodyguard. The Luo family was one of the 4 prestigious clans of Biancheng, renowned among the upper echelons of society, known far and wide. Old Lady Luo had risen from humble beginnings, commanding the business world for decades and establishing the vast Luo Group, a prominent entity in Biancheng's commercial landscape. Her husband had passed away several years prior, and all 4 of her children had married and thrived in their respective fields. Her eldest son, Luo Liming, currently served as the city's police chief, while her second son, Luo Liwan, was the president of the Luo Group. Her eldest daughter, Luo Jing, held the position of deputy director at the tax bureau, and her youngest daughter, Luo Ling, was a distinguished professor at a renowned university. Additionally, her granddaughter, Luo Qi, was a captain in the criminal investigation team, while the majority of her other grandchildren were still pursuing their studies. In summary, the Luo family was truly a lineage of exceptional talent. Madam, Afu suddenly inquired with concern, you spent quite a long time outdoors today. How do your legs feel? Are they in pain? Can they not ache? The elderly lady gently caressed her right leg and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. Just an old ailment. Perhaps we should consider visiting the beautiful country for a checkup, Afu suggested. Forget it. She waved her hand dismissively. I've been there before. At my age, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'll just endure it. Old Lady Luo abruptly changed the subject. Afu, what are your thoughts on that young man from this morning? Are you referring to the divination practitioner? Yes. Which aspect do you mean? Certainly, I mean his divination skills. Did you perceive something else? Afu rubbed his forehead and admitted, indeed. I sensed he might be quite skilled yet. I cannot be entirely certain. Oh? Old Lady Luo's curiosity was piqued. What leads you to that conclusion? When we consulted him for divination. He cast a fleeting glance my way. Just that subtle gaze sent shivers down my spine, as though he had seen right through me, revealing the depth of his formidable presence. However, I distinctly sensed no aura of a martial artist emanating from him, which makes it difficult to ascertain if he is truly a master. Nonetheless, my intuition tells me that if he is indeed a martial artist, he must be above the level of a grandmaster upon hearing this. Old Lady Luo abruptly turned her head, astonished, and gazed at Afu. What? A grandmaster? Have you ever encountered a master so youthful? Never. Afu shook his head. Thus, it is merely my intuition. Quite peculiar. Hee. The elderly lady chuckled, quite intriguing. From the first glance, I sensed there was something extraordinary about this lad. Yet I could not articulate what it was. Your remark has piqued my curiosity further. I shall send someone to investigate his background. Indeed. Afu nodded and continued. If my conjecture holds true, this young man is likely a security guard from Daikon Group. Oh, Lady Luo inquired with intrigue. How do you know? Afu replied, did you not notice the cap he left on the ground? Right. The old lady suddenly understood. It is indeed a guard's cap. Filled with money. Hee. Furthermore, Afu added, that sign hanging from the tree, when the wind blew. I noticed the inscription on its reverse side bore the name of Daikon Company. It must be an old sign from their establishment. Moreover, Lu Guang Square is in close proximity to Daikon, thus, it is plausible that he ventured out to earn some money during his day off. However, on another note, the young man's fortune-telling was remarkably precise, something you should certainly acknowledge, my dear lady. Indeed. Lady Luo nodded. It was indeed accurate. Every detail he provided was spot on. I am aware that he refrained from mentioning certain sensitive matters, yet I am confident those would also hold true. Truly astounding. After traversing the world for decades, it is my first encounter with such a remarkable master, and he did not even examine the birth date, merely glanced, and truly, masters reside among the common folk. Afu lamented, I never expected a lad in his 20s to possess such profound skills in divination, and extraordinary talent. Lady Luo took another sip of tea, murmuring to herself, could he be a concealed dragon? But when has Bien City ever produced a figure of such stature? If, in 3 days, Shaoqi were to acquire a windfall, then this individual could indeed be deemed a true deity. Afu furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet this seems rather implausible. After all, Shaoqi is a public servant. Where would such a windfall come from? Even if she were to solve a major case and receive a reward, it couldn't possibly amount to millions, could it? That lad claimed it would be at least 5 million. Indeed. The old lady mused, I have been pondering this matter since my return. What significant fortune could a mere squad leader possibly obtain? Capturing gamblers? Tackling organized crime? But these are official duties. It is impossible for any confiscated money to belong to Shaoqi. So what could it be? Oh no. Lady Luo suddenly slapped her thigh in alarm. If there truly is 5 million, it could spell significant trouble. Why? Afu was startled by the old lady's sudden outburst. What has crossed your mind? Where could the money be sourced from? Bribery. Lady Luo analyzed. Consider this. If Shaoqi were to receive 5 million, it would undoubtedly be the result of someone bestowing upon her illicit funds, and these riches would not be directed towards her, but rather towards her father, Luo Liming, due to his esteemed position and considerable influence. Indeed, this is quite plausible. Afu nodded vigorously, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The police chief is no ordinary official. He wields the power to dictate life and death. This cannot be allowed to transpire. We must prevent the patriarch from reaching this juncture, for it would spell disaster for the Luo family. As the elderly matriarch spoke, she rose from her seat, setting her teacup down with purpose, and commanded with a solemn tone, Afu, immediately dispatch someone to discreetly monitor Qi, my dear. From this day forth, I wish to be apprised of her every action. Who does she meet? What does she do? Even if she were to indulge in a scoop of ice cream, I wish to know the brand. Do you understand? Understood. Afu straightened himself and replied, I will promptly make the necessary arrangements, ensuring that Miss Qi receives not a single penny from others. Very well. Be on your way. Yes. Afu affirmed with urgency and departed hastily. Chapter 18. Caught in the Act, Part 1. It was an afternoon when Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang had planned a shopping excursion, but their outing was rather brief. After a quick stroll around the mall, they decided to return home, prompted by two main reasons. The sweltering heat discouraged them from lingering outdoors, and the presence of the glum Lan Shangyun behind them somewhat dampened their spirits. Thus, their shopping trip concluded rather abruptly. Although they did not fully indulge in their shopping adventure, the evening's plan to catch someone in the act was imperative and required early preparation. Gong Xiaoshuang was particularly eager, wishing she could hasten the clock's hands to hasten the arrival of 9:30. Around 5 o'clock, Lan Shangyun's phone rang. It was her husband calling. Glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated. "Sister, who's calling?" Dai Qianxue inquired, sensing her cousin's emotional shift. "Your brother-in-law." "Answer it. Steady yourself, just as usual." With trembling fingers, Lan Shangyun pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone as the three women huddled around the device. "Hello, Xiaoyun," a gentle male voice resonated from the phone. "Aren't you home this afternoon?" I had some matters to attend to at the office," Lan Shangyun replied, controlling her emotions with a hint of indifference. "Take care of yourself. I wonder if you even rest on Sundays. Is Dai Qianxue a capitalist, making you work overtime on a Sunday?" Dai Qianxue's face darkened at the remark, her lips tightening, while Gong Xiaoshuang stifled a laugh behind her hand. "All right, enough small talk," Lan Shangyun interrupted. "Is there something important about your call? If not, I'm hanging up." Wait. I do have something to say." "Speak." "I'm heading to Yangzheng for a business trip. The train departs at 6, so I won't be home for dinner. Prepare something delicious for yourself. Don't wait for me." Hello. Xiaoyun, are you listening?" Lan Shangyun felt a sting in her nose as tears unwittingly streamed down her face. Struggling to control her voice, she asked, "Can't you avoid going? Come now, this is essential for the company's business. How can I refuse?" The voice on the phone responded impatiently. "I must go. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in Lan Shangyun's ears as she remained frozen, her phone still held aloft. Her fears materialized. Her husband's business trip tonight was certainly not a coincidence. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged astonished glances, both struck by the same thought. Peng Tianchong. Could it be that he truly possessed the gift of foresight? Observing her cousin's sorrowful demeanor, Dai Qianxue felt utterly powerless. Although she adeptly managed her responsibilities as a company president, she found herself at a loss when it came to matters of the heart. Especially since she had never experienced a genuine romantic relationship, let alone an extramarital affair. At this moment, all she could do was offer her cousin solace and harbor disdain for her brother-in-law. "Sister, don't be disheartened. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence? Perhaps Peng Tianchong orchestrated this out of spite due to your interference." "No." Lan Shangyun shook her head, convinced of the truth in his words. "Alas," Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed in frustration, "regardless of its veracity, we shall uncover the truth tonight. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. I will check the kitchen to see if dinner is ready. After we dine, let us position ourselves early at the hotel entrance." As night fell, the neon lights illuminated the bustling streets, teeming with life. The evening in Bian City possessed a vibrancy distinct from its daytime charm. The interplay of prosperity and tranquility evoked a unique ambience of serenity amidst the clamor, resembling a mysterious world brimming with infinite possibilities, awaiting exploration and discovery. At this moment, Dai Qianxue's Porsche darted through the lively thoroughfares, its headlights slicing through the darkness like two piercing blades. Inside the vehicle, two beautiful women sat side by side in silence. Gong Xiaoshuang tightly clasped Lan Shangyun's hand, offering silent solace. The car came to a halt about 50 or 60 meters from the hotel, the engine quieting. With time still on their side, the three women sat in the vehicle, silently observing the comings and goings at the hotel entrance. Around 9 o'clock, a taxi pulled up to the hotel, and a sharply dressed man assisted a graceful woman out of the vehicle. Dai Qianxue instantly recognized the man as her brother-in-law, Ning Yixiao, and called out, "Sister, look quickly. Ning Yixiao, you heartless wretch. I shall have your head." Lan Shangyun, filled with sudden fervor, reached for the car door, but was firmly restrained by Gong Xiaoshuang. "Sister, let us not act impulsively. We should wait until they check into their room before we confront them." "Indeed, Xiaoshuang is right," Dai Qianxue replied, glancing at her watch. "Sister, trust me. We'll go in at 9:20. Strangely, in that moment, Dai Qianxue felt an undeniable certainty about the time Peng Tianchong had suggested, 9:30. 10 minutes later, the three women exited the vehicle and entered the hotel, taking the elevator directly to the 8th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Lan Shangyun immediately became frantic, glancing at the room number before racing toward room 808. Sister, calm down. Dai Qianxue urgently held her back. Let us not rush to knock. Wait for me to get a door card from the attendant, and we'll catch them off guard. Xiao Shuang, keep an eye on her. I'll find someone. After stating this, Dai Qianxue hurried away in the opposite direction of the hallway, fortuitously encountering a staff member near a storage room. Excuse me. Dai Qianxue greeted politely. I've left my door card in my room. May I borrow yours? I promise to return it immediately. Oh, which room are you in? 808. The attendant set down her belongings, reached into her pocket, and produced a card, handing it to Dai Qianxue. Thank you. I shall bring it to you shortly. Dai Qianxue obtained the room key card and hurriedly made her way to room 808. At this moment, Lan Shangyun and Gong Xiaoshuang were already waiting at the door, visibly agitated and on high alert. Hush! Dai Qianxue raised her index finger in a gesture for silence. Then, she waved the key card and boldly pushed open the door. Chapter 19, The Discovery, Part 2. In a hotel room, number 808, 3 women burst in with fierce determination. At that moment, a couple was entangled on the large bed, engaged in a passionate struggle, the scene exceedingly provocative. Suddenly, the 3 women descended upon them, causing the pair to be momentarily paralyzed with fear. Xiaoyun. Ning Yixiao instantly went limp, his expression changing dramatically as he struggled to rise. Lan Shangyun's eyes turned red with fury as she lunged forward, raising her handbag to strike. A scream echoed through the room as Ning Yixiao tumbled off the bed, desperately groping for his clothes, grimacing in pain, too preoccupied to even think of defending himself. The woman below nearly lost her composure, hastily grasping the bed sheets to cover herself, the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Ah, Yaya, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang cried out simultaneously, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they hastily shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight before them. They had rushed in to catch the couple in the act. Never anticipating such an indecent display, the pair not only devoid of clothing but also lacking even a mere towel. The stark nudity was laid bare before them, a live performance far more captivating than any film. The 2 unmarried beauties were instantly engulfed in crimson shame. Ning Yixiao, you despicable wretch! Lan Shangyun shouted amidst her assault, her sanity slipping away in that moment, wishing nothing more than to devour the heartless man before her. Her fists and slaps rained down on Ning Yixiao's face, each strike echoing loudly, a cacophony of chaos. As he dodged and clumsily donned his clothes, underwear, shirt, pants, Ning Yixiao was in a frenzy. At this juncture, Dai Qianxue opened her eyes, casting a fierce glare at the panicking woman. Her voice sharp as a blade. Get out now, shameless creature. It must be noted that this woman was not without her own allure. While she may not rival the beauty of her cousin Lan Shangyun, her meticulously painted features were undeniably enchanting, explaining Ning Yixiao's infidelity. Dai Qianxue's cultivated demeanor restrained her from striking out, yet her heart seethed with contempt for the couple. Under the piercing gaze of Dai Qianxue, the woman moved with remarkable speed, quickly dressing herself. Thankfully, summer attire was minimal. Once she donned her underwear, she simply slipped on a dress, stuffing her bra into her bag and hastily grabbing her shoes before attempting to flee. Like a frightened animal, she scurried away, desperate and disheveled. Stop that vixen! Lan Shangyun regained her senses, shouting as she seized a teacup from the bedside table and hurled it at the woman's back. Crash! The woman stumbled, momentarily stunned, not even having the presence of mind to cry out in pain, before rushing out the door in a panic. Dai Qianxue did not pursue her. As an individual of stature, she wished to remain untainted by such sordid affairs, preferring to focus on managing the man who had caused this turmoil. Gong Xiaoshuang did not intervene. She was utterly captivated by the splendid drama unfolding before her, so engrossed that she nearly applauded, oblivious to the thought of interference. As a fellow woman, perhaps a flicker of compassion for the other woman lingered in her heart. Thus, she chose to let her off the hook. Why must women complicate matters for one another? At this moment, Lan Shangyun, exhausted from the turmoil, lay weeping at the edge of the bed, her cries heart-wrenching and filled with despair, soaking the sheets with her tears. Ning Yixiao knelt on the floor, his head hung low as he fervently begged for forgiveness. Xiaoan, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I had my reasons. She is a crucial client, and I had no choice. Bah! Dai Qianxue spat, nearly hitting Ning Yixiao's face. How shameless! What kind of important client requires your service in bed? Your hospitality is truly remarkable. Your cousin is stunning. What does that woman possess that she does not? You vile, despicable creature, a disgrace to humankind. You shameless wretch. Indeed. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. You lack dignity, yet seek a fig leaf to cover your shame. Do not use your boundless depravity as an excuse for your shamelessness. You are merely a wolf in human guise, a lecherous one at that. Lan Jia was truly blind to marry a scoundrel like you. What a splendid cabbage wasted on a pig. Shame on you. As the saying goes, when three women come together, they can stage a compelling performance. Now, with three women uniting to assail a single man, no matter how thick-skinned he might be, he could not withstand the onslaught. Ning Yixiao was mercilessly berated by the trio. Rendered speechless and blushing, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, enduring the harsh reprimands from parents or teachers. Ning. Lan Shangyun cried for a while before gritting her teeth and declaring, "Let us divorce. I find you repugnant now. I will sue you and ensure you leave with nothing." "No. Shaoan," Ning Yixiao pleaded, "please, let us discuss this at home, shall we? Do not let others witness this humiliation." "Humph." Dai Qianxue scoffed. "Now you're worried about being laughed at? Suddenly concerned about your reputation? Spare us from your sordid deeds. You look respectable, yet exude the stench of filth." Ugh. Ning Yixiao's head drooped like a wilted bean sprout, filled with shame as he wished he could bury his face in his trousers. He had always feared his aloof cousin, and today's disgrace had caught him red-handed. "Xiaoxue, brother-in-law knows he was wrong," Ning Yixiao implored. "Please persuade your sister not to let her anger harm her health. Rest assured, when we return home, I will provide her with a satisfactory explanation." "Explanation? Who cares for your explanation?" Lan Shangyun wiped her tears and retorted, "I want a divorce." "Wait for the court summons, Ning. We're leaving. I cannot bear to see that disgusting creature for another moment. He does not deserve to be my man. Let us go," said Lan Shangyun as she picked up her bag, her spirit seemingly shattered. Swaying as she made her way towards the door, Dai Qianxue shot a fierce glare at Ning Yixiao, raised her leg, and delivered a sharp kick to his back, exclaiming, "Reflect on your actions, you scoundrel." With that, she grasped Gong Xiaoshuang's hand and hurried out to chase after Lan Shangyun. Inside, only the pale-faced scoundrel remained. Collapsing onto the floor in despair, Ning Yixiao sat there for a long while, unable to rise, tugging at his hair in confusion. How could today's events be so coincidental? Chapter 20. Unwelcome visitors. As the three enchanting ladies fiercely reprimanded the unfaithful man in room 808 on a nearby street, two security guards, Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai, were indulging in skewers and drinks at an outdoor barbecue stall, reveling in the delightful feast before them. The bustling atmosphere of the food stall was reminiscent of the Grand Peach banquet hosted by the Queen Mother of the West. This evening, Pang Tianchong was treating. Having earned over 1,000 yuan from fortune-telling earlier that day, a modest windfall, yet one worthy of celebration. Being new to the company, he had few acquaintances, with Ding Tai being the only one he was somewhat close to, often working in the same team. Thus, he had invited him out for drinks to commemorate his newfound side venture, marking a prosperous beginning. "Brother Pang," Ding Tai exclaimed, munching on a lamb skewer, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "You're impressive. Earning over 1,000 in just half a day is almost equivalent to my salary for 2 weeks. Haha." Pang Tianchong grinned widely. "Today was just lucky. I encountered a wealthy elderly lady who was quite generous. Otherwise, I would have barely made 300. You should have seen it. When I first set up my stall, I had nothing but a handful of 10 and 5 yuan coins, a pitiful sum." Ding Tai raised his beer bottle, clinking it with Pang Tianchong's. It took a hearty swig. 300 is no small amount. Consider this, working at the company, we barely earn over 100 a day. "That's true." Pang Tianchong nodded. "But my friend, I still owe over 8,000 yuan. At this rate, it will take me at least 3 months to pay it off. I need to make money quickly." Speaking of which, Ding Tai took another sip of beer, smacking his lips. "Brother Pang, I've saved a bit over the past 2 years, though it's not much. If you're in need, I can lend you some." "No. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. "Thank you for your kindness, brother. I'll earn the money slowly. You should save your funds for marrying a wife. Ha ha ha, come, let us drink." As they raised their glasses and enjoyed their revelry, suddenly, 3 vans screeched to a halt in front of the stall. The crowd turned their gaze towards the sound, witnessing the doors swing open to reveal a group of burly men clad in black vests, each adorned with a tattoo of a black dragon on their arms, brandishing steel pipes as they approached with an intimidating air. Leading them was a towering figure, standing nearly 6 feet 3, his complexion dark and face brutish, with a prominent scar stretching over an inch along his left cheek, resembling a centipede crawling across his visage, a truly fearsome sight. This man was none other than Zhu Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Upon seeing the group, Ding Tai's heart raced, and he quickly lowered his voice to Pang Tiancheng. Brother Pang, these men appear to be from the Black Dragon Society. Let us finish our meal and leave. Lest we provoke them. Pang Tiancheng turned his head and exchanged glances with the scar-faced leader, Zhu Long. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, I fear that at this moment, escaping is not an option for us. It seems this group has come for me. However, fret not. I have nearly finished my meal, and my hands are still a bit restless. Soon, I shall take the opportunity to teach them a lesson and satiate my appetite. You. Ding Tai's eyes widened in shock, eager to say more but hesitating. Before he could utter another word, the group had already closed in on them, surrounding Pang Tiancheng and Ding Tai without a moment's pause. Ding Tai, having never encountered such a situation, turned pale with fear and nervously clasped his hands in salute. Esteemed brothers, what is the meaning of this? Silence. Zhu Long shot a fierce glare at Ding Tai, cutting him off before fixing his gaze upon Pang Tiancheng. You there? Are you Pang Tiancheng? Indeed, that is I. Pang Tiancheng replied nonchalantly, biting into a skewer of lamb, chewing as he mumbled. Do you have business with us? Of course we do. A bald man interjected, cracking his neck. Our brother Long has a matter to discuss with you. We kindly ask that you accompany us. And if I refuse? Pang Tiancheng took a swig of beer, wiping the moisture from his lips. What will you do then? Then we shall break your legs right here, Zhu Long stated coldly. However, such an action would disrupt many others. It would be wise for you to accompany us. Very well. Pang Tiancheng surveyed the surroundings and noticed that all the patrons savoring skewers had ceased their activities, their eyes fixated upon him, making him the center of attention. He stood up and declared, All right then, if we must go. Causing a scene here would indeed affect the owner's business and dampen everyone's appetite. Old Ding, Pang Tiancheng called back as he was about to leave. Please have the owner grill another 20 skewers. I'll return for them, rest assured. It's nothing. Ding Tai was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet seeing Pang Tiancheng's nonchalant demeanor and reassuring gaze, his tensed nerves gradually relaxed. He nodded gently, watching as the group escorted Pang Tiancheng onto a van, which then sped away. My brother is highly skilled. He should be fine. Ding Tai speculated anxiously, aware that they were members of the Black Dragon Society, notorious for their ruthlessness. Could he possibly match 30 of them? Young man, your companion has been taken by that group. Do you wish to call the police? The shop owner approached, visibly distressed. They are not an easy bunch. I fear your friend may come to harm. Not to worry. Ding Tai feigned composure. My brother is a master. Dealing with a gang of thugs should pose no problem. Owner, please follow his instructions and grill those 20 skewers. I shall await his return. Very well. Upon observing Ding Tai's composure, the proprietor of the establishment suddenly brightened, exclaiming, If your friend can truly teach that gang a lesson and return unscathed, I shall gift you 20 skewers. Ah, boss, interjected a long-haired youth at a nearby table. If that gentleman emerges unscathed and victorious, I shall cover the expenses for these two tonight. Indeed. Count ours as well, echoed several other young patrons at the long-haired youth's table, their voices rising in fervor. The Black Dragon Society is utterly despicable. Witnessing them receive their due punishment would be a source of great satisfaction. Very well. The proprietor nodded with alacrity. Now, please enjoy your meal while I prepare skewers for that esteemed gentleman, and I shall even add a couple of generous kidneys for him as a parting gift. Ding Tai instinctively clenched his fists, silently praying, Brother Pang, you must return safely. Chapter 21. Lessons for the thugs. Pang Tiancheng lit a cigarette and leisurely climbed into the van, flanked by two burly men who positioned themselves on either side to prevent any thought of escape. Ugh, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Casting a glance at the two men, Don't crowd too close. Your body odor is overwhelming. Huh, scoffed the bald thug. You've got quite the attitude, kid. I hope you can maintain that bravado later. With a stern expression, Zhu Long took the passenger seat and pointed southward, South Outer Ring. Understood. The driver started the engine and sped off towards the southern city. At this hour, the Outer Ring Road was desolate, with only a handful of vehicles drifting through the wind. The streetlights cast fleeting patches of light that flickered in the darkness, enveloping the asphalt in an enigmatic haze. In the distance, the growl of engines and the sound of tires scraping against the pavement resonated. The trees along the roadside swayed in the breeze, producing a rustling sound, occasionally interrupted by the eerie calls of night birds piercing the silence. The vehicle reached the South Outer Ring Road and came to a halt. A pack of menacing figures emerged, brandishing steel pipes, and swiftly encircled the freshly disembarked Pang Tiancheng. Leaning against the front of the car, he lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and released a plume of smoke, surveying the scene with a grin. Not bad. Clearly, you all have some training, kid. Zhu sneered. I know you're skilled. Which is why I brought all my capable brothers tonight. Let us see just how high your skills really are. Can you escape with your life? Shipeng Tianqing exhaled another cloud of smoke, casually inquiring, it was that second-generation scion from the Zhu family who sent you, wasn't he it? Don't concern yourself with who it is. In any case, you've crossed the wrong people. Don't blame us before Zhu could finish, the bald thug interjected urgently. Boss, why waste breath on him? Let us break a leg first. As he spoke, the bald man swung a steel pipe, aiming a fierce blow at Peng Tianqing's legs. The strike, reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, was powerful enough to shatter bones. Damn it, Peng Tianqing roared. You're courting death with that. He flicked away the cigarette and executed a swift kick, striking the bald thug squarely in the abdomen. A piercing scream erupted as the bald thug flew backward like a rag doll, colliding heavily with a tree before crumpling to the ground, motionless. Attack. Realizing the dire turn of events, Zhu immediately commanded the others to swarm Peng Tianqing. The bandits raised their steel pipes, swinging wildly without regard for precision. Yet, as their blows descended, they were met with bewilderment. Peng Tianqing's figure had vanished. Holy hell! Is this sorcery? One thug exclaimed, but before he could turn, a powerful hand struck the back of his neck, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Soon after, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed incessantly. Peng Tianqing moved through the crowd like a wraith, his every gesture causing the thugs to fall one after another, their cries echoing in the air. The leader, Zhu, stood frozen, gripping his steel pipe, yet unable to find an opportunity to strike as over 30 of his brothers lay defeated at his feet. How could he possibly fight back? The crux of the matter was that he could not even catch a glimpse of his adversary, brandishing his weapon in disarray amid the chaos. Your turn, Peng Tianqing declared as he dispatched the last of his opponents and approached Zhu speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Zhu heart raced with fear. He realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. The Black Dragon Society was doomed. Yet, as the leader, he could not afford to go down without a fight. What would his brothers think of him? How could he continue to navigate the underworld after this? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhu summoned his inner strength, channeling it into his arms, and swung the steel pipe with all his might, aiming a blow at Peng Tianqing's head. This strike was fueled by every ounce of strength he possessed, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. An attack with immense force. However, Peng Tianqing merely waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating the energy behind the blow, seizing the pipe firmly in his grasp. Following this, he unleashed a kick that sent the towering thug soaring through the air, crashing against a tree with tremendous impact. A spray of crimson blood erupted, staining the asphalt below. Done. Peng Tianqing clapped his hands and strolled over to the fallen Zhu Peng Yi. Spare me. Zhu was nearly paralyzed with fear. That last kick had nearly ruptured his insides, leaving him racked with pain and on the verge of unconsciousness. If this formidable figure decided to land another blow, his life would surely be forfeit. What is this? Peng Tianqing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. Isn't the Black Dragon Society supposed to be intimidating? So easily cowed, where had their usual bravado gone, the arrogance with which they oppressed the common folk? Zhu, sprawled on the ground, dared not utter a word in rebuttal, enduring the tirade of insults hurled by Peng Tianqing. At that moment, the bald giant began to regain consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of his leader sprawled on the ground, bloodied, and fear gripped him. He quickly shut his eyes again, feigning death. Just as he closed his eyes, Peng Tianqing bellowed, "Get up, all of you. Kneel by the roadside. Anyone who fails to comply will have their legs shattered." The bald giant, upon hearing this, hastily scrambled to his feet, obediently kneeling by the roadside. The others, not daring to lag behind, followed suit, kneeling in anticipation of their fate. Zhu attempted to rise but failed twice. The weight of Peng Tianqing's kick and the impact with the tree had left his body in disarray. He understood that as the most skilled among them, he had also taken the brunt of the punishment. Observing that everyone else could stand while he remained incapacitated, he felt a profound respect for Peng Tianqing, coupled with an overwhelming fear. Was this man even human? His strength, precision, and control were nothing short of extraordinary. Zhu, a master of the later stages of dark energy, had a clearer understanding of martial arts than others. He recognized that Peng Tianqing had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would all be lifeless corpses at this moment. Two of you, assist her leader. As Peng Tianqing observed that Long Laodao was unable to rise, he instructed two of the nearest subordinates to assist him. Upon witnessing their formidable leader in such a pitiful state, the two men, filled with trepidation, hastily approached to support Zhulong, kneeling by the roadside together. As the adage goes, those who venture into the world must eventually pay the price. Today, you have fallen into my grasp. Now, speak up and let me know how I should punish you. Pang Tianchong, wielding a steel pipe, paced back and forth, occasionally striking a hapless victim, causing the row of kneeling men to tremble in fear, unable to raise their heads. Pang Yi, spare us. We shall not dare again. One of them whispered in desperation. What do you mean by Yi? Pang Tianchong retorted angrily. From now on, I shall be your teacher. A mentor in the ways of life. Yes, yes. Teacher Pang, the bald man quickly amended, you, with your magnanimity. Might you consider releasing us as if we were but a fleeting breeze? Hey Long. Pang Tianchong cast a glance at the pallid Long Lauda and inquired. You are their leader. Speak on their behalf. Yes. Teacher Pang. Long Lauda swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. I implore you to show mercy. Spare my brothers this once, and let it be known that the Hei Long Society owes you a favor. In the future, should you require our assistance, a mere call will summon us to traverse fire and water for you. Chapter 22. The triumphant return. A true hero does not suffer losses in the present. Those who recognize the times are the wise. To avoid provoking the formidable Pang Tianchong, the stalwart Long, resembling an iron tower, found it necessary to bow his head and appease, striving to evade the immediate calamity. As long as he could navigate this perilous moment, everything else could be negotiated later. Damn it. This fellow is extraordinarily formidable. He is not of this world. Long silently vowed to never again provoke this esteemed individual. You must have watched too much television, acting all high and mighty. Very well. This time, I shall let you off lightly. Pang Tianchong contemplated for a moment and declared, let us proceed as Long suggests. I will owe you this one. Primarily, I have a craving for skewers. And I simply lack the time to deal with your rubbish. This debt, I shall keep on record with your Black Dragon Society, and in due time, I shall come to collect. Yes, yes, yes. The group of burly men nodded fervently, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Baldy, drive me back. The rest of you, stay here and kneel until dawn. Anyone daring to slip away will have their legs broken. I mean what I say. Do you all understand? Understood. They chorused in unison, none daring to voice any complaint. Having grown up, they had never encountered such a fearsome figure, and they were utterly terrified. Pang Tianchong continued, kneeling for a night, do not feel aggrieved. Wrongdoings come with consequences, and it is only just. Reflect on the many misdeeds you have committed, and your hearts shall find balance. Let us depart. After delivering his admonition, the bald man obediently drove Pang Tianchong back to the barbecue stall. At this hour, most patrons had already departed, leaving only 2 tables occupied, one by Ding Tai and the other by the long-haired youth and his companions. 20 skewers of lamb had been grilled to perfection, accompanied by 2 large kidneys, all neatly arranged on a plate, untouched. Ding Tai, in a state of bewilderment, stared blankly at the plate when the car door creaked open, and Pang Tianchong swaggered out, followed by a well-behaved bald man. Pang Gu. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong return unscathed, Ding Tai nearly shed tears of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. Sighing, Pang Tianchong remarked, they dragged me out to the outer ring road, wasting some time. Are the lamb skewers ready? Where's the boss? Have this fellow settle the bill before leaving. What? Ding Tai's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering, is this asking the Black Dragon Society to foot the bill? 168 in total. The proprietor hurried over, a broad smile plastered across his face. Excellent, excellent. The bald man did not hesitate, swiftly retrieving $200 bills from his pocket, thrusting them into the proprietor's hand. No need for change, the remainder. Prepare a few more skewers for Teacher Pang. All right. Pang Tianchong waved his hand, settle the bill, and be gone. Return and inform the Black Dragon Society to refrain from causing further trouble for the common folk. Yes, yes. I will certainly convey your message, Teacher Pang. Take your time to eat and drink, the bald man said with a forced smile, bowing as he departed. Pang Tianchong, seemingly unfazed, seized a skewer of lamb and continued to indulge in his meal. Observing this spectacle, a long-haired youth at the neighboring table was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he approached with a bottle of liquor. Brother, here's to you, he exclaimed. Oh? Pang Tianchong glanced curiously at the long-haired youth, and despite his bewilderment, he raised his glass and clinked it with the youth's before downing the contents in one gulp. Pangu, Ding Tai quickly interjected. If it weren't for you settling the bill with that bald guy, this fellow had already arranged with the boss to cover our tab. Is that so? Thank you. Peng Tianqing replied, refilling his glass and clinking it again with the long-haired youth's bottle. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. Ha. My good brother, you are a great hero. The long-haired youth gazed at Peng Tianqing with admiration and asked, I respect you. Those guys. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Not at all. Peng Tianqing shook his head nonchalantly. I gave them a good thrashing. Now they're kneeling on the outer ring road reflecting on their actions. A bunch of scoundrels. I've ordered them to kneel until dawn. Whoever dares to run away will face my wrath again. Really? The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed with excitement. The south outer ring. Right? Let us go have a look. Haraha. Who would have thought that the Black Dragon Society would find itself in such a predicament? Brothers, let us move. In a flurry, the group stood up, following the long-haired youth to the roadside to hail a taxi, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. Hee. Peng Tianqing chuckled as he watched them depart. In this day and age, there are indeed those who love to watch the spectacle. Ding Tai also laughed. Peng Gu, do tell, how did you manage to subdue that bunch? Oh, it was nothing much. Peng Tianqing continued eating while explaining. Just like I dealt with that second young master, one kick for each, and in less than 2 minutes, they were all down. And their leader? I kicked him so hard he spat blood and couldn't even stand. Wow. Impressive, my brother. Ding Tai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Utterly in awe of Peng Tianqing's prowess. Come. Peng Tianqing urged, raising his glass. Let us drink. Damn it. It's all this bunch of rascals causing trouble. Otherwise, this would have ended long ago. With a clink, the two toasted and downed their drinks. Feeling utterly rejuvenated and at ease, Peng Tianqing poured himself another glass and remarked, this isn't tea over yet. I still need to deal with that Zhou brat to prevent him from stirring up trouble again. Ding Tai quickly set down his glass. Brother, if I may suggest, let us leave it be. As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble. Besides, the Zhou family isn't to be trifled with. What is there to fear? Peng Tianqing, emboldened by the liquor, declared with bravado, I am invincible, and I fear no one. Ha. Keep boasting. As the two laughed, the shopkeeper hurried over, smiling as he said, My friend, come. Allow me to present you with 2 generous kidneys on the house. Chapter 23, The Watershed of Misfortune. Sunday morning. The dawn light gently breaks, casting a pale glow upon the eastern horizon. In the distance, the outline of the city gradually materializes, its towering edifices appearing like slumbering giants, quietly awaiting their awakening. They stand in solemn silence, seemingly guardians of the city's tranquility. On the southern outer ring road, the streetlights continue to emit a dim, yellowish glow, their feeble radiance reflecting off the desolate asphalt, enhancing the sense of solitude. By the roadside, more than 30 members of the Black Dragon Society remain kneeling, shivering in the cold breeze before dawn, their limbs numb, yet none dare change their position. Gripped by fear of the devilish youth, Boss, a thin man, close to Zhu Long, finally spoke, It's almost dawn. Let us go. Not yet. We must wait a little longer. Long Lauda replied in a deep voice. Since we promised to stay until dawn, we must keep our word. Indeed, the boss is right. A bald man echoed, What if that kid is watching us from somewhere? If we leave now, all this suffering would have been in vain. Brother Chang is right. We have endured this long night. We can wait a little longer. Another voice chimed in. Let us do as Brother Peng suggested. That guy is not human, incredibly formidable. After years of martial arts training, I've never been caught off guard like that before. Who can argue with that? If I hadn't known he was human, I would have thought I encountered a ghost. Enough. Long Lauda suddenly declared, Let us not speak of it anymore. Once we return, tell your subordinates to never provoke this Peng again. I suspect that even if he is not a master, he is not far from it. To take our lives would be as easy as flipping a hand. Yes. They all nodded in agreement, their hearts still trembling with fear. At that moment, the sound of shuffling footsteps approached, and a sanitation worker clad in a yellow vest appeared. Step aside. Step aside. The woman waved her broom, curiously inquiring. What are you all doing here at this hour? We bald Chang stammered, his words fumbling. We are paying respects to our ancestors. You know, the 15th of July is approaching, is that so? The woman seemed a bit confused. I thought today was the 23rd. All right. Long Lauda suddenly stood up. It's dawn. Let us head back with that. The group quickly rose, hastily boarding their van, starting the engine, and departing in haste. Only the sanitation worker remained, bewildered in the wind. In South City, at the Black Dragon Pool bathhouse, in the 3rd floor office, Long Lauda returned from the southern ring road. Sitting dazedly behind the boss's desk, his mind clouded with frustration. After years of navigating the underworld, He found himself in such a humiliating predicament for the first time, feeling utterly disgraced. Boss, after a considerable silence, Bald Chong cautiously inquired. The brothers are still waiting outside. Should we disperse? Let them return. Boss Long waved his hand. But first, inform them that if anyone leaks even a word of today's events, I shall have their tongue severed. Yes, yes. Bald Chang nodded then. With a glint in his eye, he remarked, Boss, I believe we should not suffer this loss in vain. What do you mean? Boss Long turned his head, casting a cold gaze at Bald Chong. In a hushed tone, Bald Chong proposed, I was thinking, could we not cause our sworn enemy, Lu Dadu, to suffer a bit as well? Oh, Boss Long's eyes brightened. You mean to suggest we pit Lu against that fellow Pang, and let them tear each other apart? Precisely. Bald Chang smirked. That Pang lad possesses formidable skills, while Lu Dadu is ruthless. Their clash would surely be thrilling. Perhaps, through Pang Tianchong, we might even eliminate Lu Dadu. Without Lu Dadu, how shall the White Tiger Gang contend with us for territory? Indeed. Boss Long slapped his thigh. Your scheme is quite clever. Using a knife to kill from afar, diverting disaster to the north. Ha! But how do we instigate their confrontation? Bald Chong grinned. Boss, we can have young Master Zhuo intervene, if he can enlist our Black Dragon Society. Surely he can also summon the White Tiger Gang? It's merely a matter of spending a little more money. The Zhuo family is not short on funds. Boss Long nodded. This plan is feasible. Immediately contact young Master Zhuo and inform him that our confrontation with Pang Tianchong yielded no advantage, and that he should seek other experts. Understood. Bald Chang replied, promptly retrieving his phone and dialing young Master Zhuo's number. Hello. Is this young Master Zhuo? Yes. Who is this? I am Ah Chiang, under Boss Long. Oh, Chong, hello? Are you calling to tell me my matter has been resolved? Has that scoundrel Pang's leg been broken? Well, Bald Chong bit his lip. I was just about to discuss this. Last night, our Black Dragon Society sent over 30 brothers to pursue that scoundrel for half the night, yet we could not capture him. Our boss even exchanged blows with him, resulting in injuries on both sides, so we currently lack any experts to act, and you will need to seek other talents. Ah, a shocked voice emerged from the phone. Young Master Zhuo exclaimed, How could this be? How could this be? Bald Chong retorted angrily. That Pang is a master of ancient martial arts. Fortunately, he too was injured from the exchange with our boss, so if you gather more experts now, you should be able to deal with that scoundrel. Then, whom should I find? Lu Dadu from the north. He is also a martial artist, with many capable subordinates. All right, but what about the money? Money? What money? Nearly all 30 of our brothers are injured. Your 200,000 should cover medical expenses. We do not need the remaining amount. Use it to enlist Lu Dadu's help. After Bald Chong finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone, still cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even mentioning money, that little sum is hardly enough to exploit me. Boss, it's done. Young Master Zhuo has agreed to invite Lu Dadu to take action. Is that so? Dragon Boss raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Well done. Let us sit back and watch the tigers fight. Haraha. Chapter 24. The White Tiger Gang in the Zhuo family villa. Zhui Ershao clutched his phone, listening to the incessant busy tone, nearly distorting his expression in frustration. Not only had the task he entrusted to the Black Dragon Society failed, but his money had also gone to waste. How infuriating. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhui Ershao cursed vehemently. The once formidable Black Dragon Society could not even handle a mere security guard. What a waste of my 200,000. Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society. I would sooner call them the Blackworm Society. They are utterly pathetic. Second Master. A curious subordinate inquired, What's the situation? The Black Dragon Society hasn't dealt with that fellow surnamed Pang? Humph. Zhui Ershao gritted his teeth and nodded. It was said that both sides were injured. Long Gu and the man surnamed Pang had exchanged blows, resulting in internal injuries for both. Who knows if Bald Chong's words hold any truth? Seize the opportunity while he is down. His subordinate excitedly suggested, Let us go take care of that kid now. We should be able to handle it. Absolutely not. Zhui Ershao waved his hand dismissively. As the saying goes, a thin camel is larger than a horse. That man surnamed Pang is still a master. Even if he is injured, he is not someone you can handle. We should seek assistance from someone else. Who should we find? Since the Black Dragon cannot do the job, let us turn to the White Tiger. I refuse to believe that the White Tiger Gang cannot deal with a wounded security guard. If that is the case, then the underground forces of Bianqing truly deserve to be disbanded. Bring me the necessary gifts. Zhui Ershao commanded in a huff. Tonight, We shall head north to find Lord Liu. That night, in the northern part of the city, at the Red Mandarin Duck Bar, the atmosphere was vibrant and intoxicating, filled with the heady scent of alcohol and an exuberant ambience. At this moment, people were liberating their passions and vivacity, as if this place were a haven of indulgence, permeated with the aroma of hormones. At 8 o'clock, Zhui Ershao arrived at the Red Mandarin Duck Bar, adhering to his agreement with Lord Liu. Indeed, this was one of his frequent haunts, and he was well acquainted with the surroundings. This bar was owned by the White Tiger Gang, and the casino on the lower level was one of the gang's most profitable ventures, often overseen by the gang leader, Lu Wanxiu. In a lavish private room on the lower level, Zhui Ershao encountered the legendary figure of the underground world, Lord Liu. Lu Wanxiu, approximately 50 years of age, was of medium stature with a large head, gray hair slicked back meticulously, and a polished appearance. His broad forehead and bushy eyebrows framed a pair of deep, cold triangular eyes, exuding an aura of inviolable authority. Today, Lu Wanxiu was dressed in an exquisite suit, complemented by a gold-edged tie. A luxurious watch adorned his wrist, and a sparkling ring gleamed on his ring finger. Behind him stood a group of loyal subordinates, each robust and vigilant, exuding an air of seriousness. Younger generations pay their respects to Lord Liu. Zhui Ershao entered the private room, offering a respectful gesture. The White Tiger Gang is flourishing, enjoying a prosperous business. Please, make yourself comfortable, Lu Wanxiu said with a slight nod. Gesturing for the second son of the Zhou family to take a seat, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I have heard that you are a frequent patron of this establishment, and I am grateful for your support. Of course, Zhou Ershao replied courteously as he settled down. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he continued. Lu Yi, I would like to request the assistance of your Baihu gang to teach someone a lesson. Oh, Lu Yi inquired with curiosity, who is this individual that even the Zhou family cannot handle? Is he perhaps one of the four great families? It is not that the Zhou family cannot deal with him, Zhou Ershao replied awkwardly, but I prefer to resolve this matter privately without my family's knowledge. And who is this person? A mere security guard from Daikon Company. A security guard? Lu Yi furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhou Ershao's bodyguards, perplexed. You cannot handle a mere security guard? Are your subordinates not capable? That fellow is quite skilled, Zhou Ershao quickly explained. To be candid, he fought to a standstill with Zhu Long from the Black Dragon Society, and they both sustained internal injuries. Oh, Lu Yi expressed surprise. Zhu Long is a master at the pinnacle of hidden strength. For a security guard to be evenly matched with him indeed suggests he is no ordinary person. Now, tell me, what level of retribution do you seek? Breaking one of his legs will suffice, Zhou Ershao stated without hesitation. He then signaled one of his men, who stepped forward and placed a black bag gently before Lu Yi, casually opening it to reveal stacks of crimson 100 yuan notes. This is 300,000. Upon successful completion, I will offer additional rewards. Very well, Lu Yi nodded. The Baihu gang will take on this task. We will arrange for our people to handle it promptly. You may return and await news. I entrust this to you, Lu Yi, Zhou Ershao replied, and after a brief conversation, he took his leave. After seeing Zhou Ershao off, Lu Yi chuckled while counting the stack of bills. The Zhou family truly lives up to its reputation as a prominent clan. 30,000 for a mere leg money is certainly not an issue for them. Before he could finish his thought, a gaunt man with a pockmarked face stepped forward. His surname was Li, and he was known as Maggio due to his appearance. Boss, Maggio said with a furrowed brow, I find this situation rather suspicious. Why do you say so? Maggio narrowed his eyes and remarked, how can the Black Dragon not handle a mere security guard? What is this individual's true background? We should ascertain the facts before taking action. Furthermore, if we do proceed, it would be prudent to lure him onto our territory for greater safety. Indeed, Lu Yi nodded, acknowledging Maggio's reasoning. Anyone capable of troubling Zhu Long must possess remarkable abilities. Let us send people to investigate. We must uncover the background of this security guard, his associates, and then devise a plan to deal with him. Understood. Chapter 25. Encouragement to unite, not to separate on Monday. The security department underwent adjustments in their duties, with personnel being rotated. Peng Tianchong and Ding Tai were assigned a patrol task, responsible for inspecting the safety facilities and potential hazards on various floors. Armed with rubber batons and walkie-talkies, the two wandered from floor to floor, engaging in conversation as they walked. Ding Tai, Brother Peng, how did it go at the stall yesterday? Did you earn a few hundred again? Peng Tianchong, don't mention it. I only attended to 3 clients in the entire morning, collecting a mere 50 yuan. I'm feeling a bit disheartened. Business is tough. Ding Tai, 50 isn't too bad. Yesterday, I spent the whole day gaming in the dormitory and earned not a single cent. Peng Tiancheng, I can't compare myself to you. You have savings while I still owe someone 8,008. As they conversed, the walkie-talkie attached to Peng Tiancheng suddenly crackled to life. Hello, Peng Tiancheng, please respond. Received. Received. Proceed to the Human Resources Department immediately. Proceed to the Human Resources Department immediately. Received. Received. Ding Tai's eyes widened in surprise as he queried, Brother Peng, what does the Human Resources Department want with you again? Who knows? Peng Tiancheng scratched his head, pondering whether the blue fairy was seeking to hold him accountable. Could it be that my fortune-telling was inaccurate? Or perhaps, quickly go, Ding Tai urged. I'll wander around for a bit. All right. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, Peng Tiancheng found the door to the manager's office ajar. Inside, only Lan Shangyun sat behind her desk, gazing at the computer screen. Her complexion appeared somewhat haggard, and her once smooth hair was now slightly disheveled, exuding an undeniable air of fatigue and unease. Her slender brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes bore a faint redness, resembling someone who had either stayed up late or had been crying, completely devoid of her usual elegance and charm. Despite wearing a neat suit and a light touch of makeup, the weariness and exhaustion on her face were unmistakable. The bright overhead lights illuminated her figure, casting a shallow shadow, as if drawing a deep scar behind her. Knock, knock, knock. Peng Tiancheng politely tapped on the door. Having lost the recklessness of his first days on the job, Xiao Peng, come in quickly. Lan Shangyun looked up, waving her hand, and courteously called out, close the door. Manager Lan, you called for me? Have a seat. Lan Shangyun gestured for Peng Tiancheng to sit down before getting straight to the point. The day before yesterday, I left in a hurry and forgot to give you the fortune-telling fee. This morning, I didn't see you at the gate, so, as she spoke, Lan Shangyun opened her bag and pulled out a bright red 100 yuan bill, placing it on the desk. Please, no, don't. Peng Tiancheng hurriedly waved his hands. Manager Lan, you are too kind. We are from the same company. How could I accept your money? That would be a blow to my dignity as Master Peng. One thing is one thing. Since you have made an accurate calculation, I have no reason not to pay for the divination, Lan Shangyun remarked, pushing the 100 yuan forward. Is it accurate? Peng Tiancheng touched his nose and apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Lan. That day, I spoke impulsively. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? I truly did not intend to provoke you. Lan Shangyun interrupted. I don't blame you. If blame is to be assigned, it should be to that unfaithful man. If you hadn't revealed it, I would still be in the dark. You're not considering divorce, are you? Peng Tiancheng asked tentatively. If you do divorce, I would feel guilty. Lan Shangyun gently wiped the corner of her eye, straightened her posture, and said, I called you here today, firstly to return your divination fee, and secondly, to ask you to calculate again whether I can successfully divorce him. The divorce agreement is already drafted, but that scoundrel refuses to sign it and is just dragging things out. Sigh. Peng Tiancheng sighed. Sister, is it really necessary? Just punish him a little. Everyone makes mistakes at times. Make him kneel on a washboard, on a keyboard, or even on instant noodles, if all else fails. Let him kneel on durians. Lan Shangyun huffed. No, I want a divorce. He infuriates me. Peng Tiancheng replied. Don't waste your efforts. You want to be able to divorce him. Why not? She inquired. Peng Tiancheng continued. That day, I didn't finish my words before you hurriedly left. In reality, I have foreseen that you two are destined to be loving partners for life. This incident is merely a minor hiccup that won't affect your future together. Really? Lan Shangyun asked. Peng Tiancheng affirmed. From your facial features, it is evident that you are not only blessed, but also possess a prosperous aura for your husband. Sooner or later, your brother-in-law will come to understand this and will treat you well in the future. Besides, your child is already 2 or 3 years old. What is the point of a divorce? For the sake of the child, you should endure this one time. However, tears involuntarily streamed down Lan Shangyun's cheeks. She hurriedly wiped them away, stammering, I just can't swallow this resentment. I've treated him so well, yet he betrays me with a mistress. Indeed. Peng Tiancheng continued to comfort her. I can understand this. As the old saying goes, enduring for a moment leads to peace. Taking a step back opens up the horizon. Lan Shangyun couldn't help but laugh. No, that saying is, enduring for a moment brings calm. Taking a step back creates vastness. TSK. A lack of culture is truly frightening. Peng Tiancheng grinned. Exactly. In a moment of urgency, even the quotes get misremembered. He glanced at Lan Xiangyun, who was now both crying and laughing, her chest rising and falling dramatically, a sight to behold, and he found himself entranced, unwilling to avert his gaze. The brief silence made the sensitive Lan Xiangyun sense something amiss. Her face flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Pang Tianchong, scolding, "Where are you looking? You little rascal." I wasn't. Pang Tianchong scrambled to his feet. "Manager Lan, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now, as I'm on patrol." He quickly fled the scene, just as he dashed out of the office. He heard Lan Xiangyun calling after him, "Money. You forgot the money." No need for it." Pang Tianchong raised his hand and vigorously shook it in the air, yet he dared not look back. He had already run quite a distance when Lan Xiangyun's voice echoed once more. "Well then, another day, sister will treat you to a meal, okay?" Chapter 26. I wish to have a fortune told. As Pang Tianchong exited the Human Resources Department, he sought out Ding Tai, and the two continued to meander through the various floors. However, within minutes, the intercom on his person crackled to life once more. Pang Tianchong, if you can hear this, please respond. Received. Proceed to President Dai's office immediately. Received. Hearing the urgent summons over the intercom, Ding Tai's eyes widened in surprise. "Pangu, what is going on? Why does President Dai need you? A mere security guard. Beats me." Pang Tianchong shook his head, equally perplexed. "It's truly disheartening how some people seem to thrive on comparison," Ding Tai remarked enviously. "I've been with the company for 3 years, and President Dai has never summoned me even once. You've only been here a few days and have already been called to her office twice. What, do you wish to go?" Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Why not? Let us go up together." No. Ding Tai hastily waved his hands. "She is looking for you, not for me. It would be quite inappropriate for me to tag along. Hurry along. Don't keep President Dai waiting." On the 19th floor, in the president's office. As Pang Tianchong meandered into the chamber, the door stood ajar. Dai Qianxue was elegantly poised behind her desk, slightly bent forward, her gaze fixed intently on a pot of ink splash orchid before her. This was her favorite type of orchid. Not only was it visually stunning and easy to care for, but its long blooming period made it all the more enchanting. Each petal resembled a gracefully fluttering butterfly, breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal. At that moment, Dai Qianxue gently caressed the petals with her delicate fingers, her eyes radiating warmth and affection, as if engaging in a silent conversation with these exquisite blossoms. Her movements were light and graceful, exuding a unique charm that rendered the entire scene almost poetic. In this instant, she was no longer the icy and aloof CEO, but rather a woman who cherished life, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility and beauty. Knock. Pang Tianchong hesitated for a brief moment before softly rapping on the door, reluctant to intrude upon the serene beauty before him. She was truly stunning, as breathtaking as the blooming flowers on her desk. "Come in," Dai Qianxue called out lightly, settling back into her executive chair, her gaze shifting from the orchid to the entering Pang Tianchong. Her expression reverted to its previous chill, fixating intently on him. She was simultaneously infuriated and intrigued by this young security guard she had encountered at the airport. Her anger arose from his audacity in scalding her subordinate with a cigarette butt and his brazen defiance against her authority as a newcomer. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by his extraordinary martial skills and his youthful prowess in fortune-telling and metaphysics. Moreover, she could not deny that Pang Tianchong possessed striking good looks, his eyebrows sharp, his features chiseled, with an air of both refinement and rebellious charm. "President Dai, you summoned me?" Pang Tianchong felt an inexplicable twinge of nervousness under her scrutinizing gaze. "Close the door. Please take a seat." Dai Qianxue gestured gently, inquiring politely. "How is your work at the company? Are you adapting well?" "It's all right." Pang Tianchong scratched his head, responding nonchalantly. "I just eat and sleep every day, wandering aimlessly all the time." "You." Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue felt a surge of irritation. What kind of attitude is that? A security guard is a respectable profession. How can it sound so frivolous coming from you? "No, that's not it." Pang Tianchong chuckled. "I am quite dedicated to my work, earnest and meticulous. I constantly ensure the safety of the company's personnel and property." "You do seem serious about your work." Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. "Even I, the CEO, can be stopped at the company's entrance." "Hiki." Pang Tianchong grinned again, justifying himself. "I have a bit of face blindness, especially when it comes to beautiful women. After seeing them once or twice, I can never remember. It leads to misunderstandings." "TCH. Who would believe that?" Dai Qianxue waved her hand. Never mind. Let us change the subject. I heard. You can tell fortunes? Quite accurately. Is that true? Who told you that? Pang Tianqing became alert, his eyes wide. It doesn't even matter who told me. Dai Qianxue shot him a sharp look. Just answer whether it's true or not. Yes. Pang Tianqing nodded solemnly. It is quite accurate. A bit better than Zhuge Liang. TCH. Dai Qianxue, and nearly burst into laughter. This guy is utterly lacking in humility. She stifled her laughter, explaining, to be honest, my cousin, Lan Shangyun, is the one who informed me that you can tell fortunes. Oh, no wonder. Pang Tianqing suddenly understood. I was wondering how you became so famous so quickly. It makes sense now that you are related to Manager Lan. Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. Thus, the other night, I also participated in that infidelity sting operation to verify your predictions. How was it? Pang Tianqing instantly perked up. Was it thrilling? Did you catch the pair of adulterers? It must have been quite a spectacle, right? Haraha. You. Dai Qianxue slammed the table angrily. Pang Tianqing. Is there anyone as gleeful as you? Do you even know how much pain my cousin is enduring? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Pang Tianqing realized his blunder, repeatedly apologizing. I was mainly angry at that man. I just wanted to give him a good beating. Humph. Dai Qianxue scoffed. Since you could foresee my cousin's husband's infidelity, then, do you think their marriage can endure? Be honest with me. Yes. Pang Tianqing affirmed. I calculated it that day. This is merely a minor episode. They will still be able to love each other for a lifetime. Really? Truly. Then, that's a relief. Dai Qianxue let out a soft sigh. She genuinely worried that such a wonderful couple would fall apart because of this. How could she ever believe in love again? Men, huh? Pang Tianqing continued. It is quite understandable that someone who often ventures outdoors may occasionally neglect to tighten the faucet. Go on. Dai Qianxue replied with a hint of disdain. No wonder people often say there isn't a decent man among them. Pang Tianqing found himself speechless. I'm not like your brother-in-law. I aspire to be one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Bian City. I am a person brimming with positive energy. Enough. Do not flatter yourself too much. Let us discuss something of substance. Dai Qianxue interjected. The reason I summoned you to the office today is primarily because I would like you to read my fortune. Is that possible? Well, Pang Tianqing rubbed his nose. Dai, it is currently work hours. As the president, I am granting you a quarter-hour's leave. That should suffice. Then, the fee for the reading. Pang Tianqing chuckled and made a gesture as if counting money with his fingers. Do you not still owe me money? Just deduct it from what you owe. Dai Qianxue replied, rolling her eyes. Very well. Pang Tianqing nodded and then inquired, Dai, please proceed. Do you wish to inquire about matters of love or something else? Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed slightly. It is not about love. The company has an outstanding payment of over 7 million that has remained uncollected for 3 years. I would like you to foresee when we might recover this sum. Chapter 27, Debt Collection, Part 1. Pang Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, his mind drifting as he processed the notion of Dai Qianxue requesting his fortune-telling services. A flicker of delight ignited within him, and he began to concoct small schemes in his mind. Naturally, a single woman seeking divination would inquire about romantic prospects. Whether the outcome was favorable or otherwise, he could certainly startle her for amusement. Moreover, the prospect of earning a little extra income during work hours seemed like a splendid arrangement. However, it soon became clear that Dai Qianxue intended to discuss the matter of debt collection, which left Pang, the master of divination, feeling somewhat disheartened. In an instant, his enthusiasm for fortune-telling waned. Dai Zong, Pang Tianqing remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Is there truly any need for divination in this matter? As the saying goes, one must pay with their life for murder, and debts must be repaid. It is a natural order of things. Besides, if Zhang San fails to deliver the funds, let Li Si go after him. Eventually, the debt will be settled. What is there to divine? Easier said than done. Dai Qianxue retorted, pursing her lips. If it were as simple as you claim, the company would have retrieved the funds long ago. The heads of the business department and the manager have worn their legs thin, yet the money remains elusive. Furthermore, over 7 million is no trifling sum. It cannot simply be left in someone else's hands. Our company's finances are quite strained as it is. What kind of establishment is so negligent? Pang Tianqing inquired, intrigued. And why do you continue to engage with them despite the outstanding debts? A private hospital, Dai Qianxue replied with a wry smile. These debts are remnants from the past. Since I took over the company, we have ceased all business dealings with them. Thus, collecting the debts has become all the more challenging. I called you here to ascertain how much longer this debt will linger and whether it can be reclaimed at all. Seeing the concern etched upon Dai Qinshue's face, Pang Tianchong felt a twinge of empathy and, without hesitation, blurted out, "It can." Dai Qinshue's eyes sparkled with interest. "You can foresee this?" "Not quite." Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. "What I mean is, I can retrieve this money without needing to consult the fates." "You can?" Dai Qianshue regarded him with skepticism. "As long as the hospital has funds on hand, I assure you I can reclaim the debt. Such matters are straightforward. Child's play." He habitually drew a cigarette, lighting it before casually adding, "Just provide me with the invoices and financial account details. I will demand the funds now and before nightfall. I guarantee the LL have transferred the money." "Are you serious?" Dai Qianshue stood dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Pang Tianchong as she watched him exhale smoke, momentarily forgetting the office's no-smoking policy. "Absolutely," Pang Tianchong replied confidently. "In this world, those who owe me money and refuse to pay are yet to be born." "Very well," Dai Qianshue exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. "If you truly manage to recover this sum, the company shall grant you a personal bonus of 10,000 yuan at the end of the month. Is that a promise?" This time, it was Pang Tianchong who felt a surge of joy. "An additional reward?" "Of course." Dai Qianshue nodded, affirming her role as the general manager of the company, capable of making this decision, contingent upon the recovery of the owed funds. "What are we waiting for?" Pang Tianchong exclaimed, taking a vigorous drag from his cigarette and extinguishing it with fervor. "Quickly, hand me the receipt. A bonus of 10,000 yuan would surely suffice to settle your outstanding hosiery debt, wouldn't it?" "Excellent," Dai Qianshue declared, seizing the phone from the desk and dialing promptly. "Hello, is this the business department? This is Dai Qianshue. Please have Supervisor Yang bring all accounts from Dongya Hospital to my office immediately." Upon hanging up, Dai Qianshue cast a skeptical glance at Pang Tianchong and inquired, "I am quite curious about your strategy to reclaim this money." "Strategy? There is none. I will assess the situation as it unfolds," Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "My principle is simple. Good meets good, bad meets bad, and rascals meet rascals. Of course, I will first attempt a cordial discussion with them. However, should they prove uncooperative, well, they should not blame me for resorting to more unscrupulous tactics." At this, Pang Tianchong shot a sidelong glance at Dai Qianshue and added, "Haven't you all always perceived me as a rogue? Perhaps this time, I might just show them a bit of that rogue side." Dai Qianshue felt a tinge of embarrassment under his gaze, her ears flushing red, as she murmured, "No one truly considers you a rogue." Just then, a knock sounded at the office door, and Supervisor Yang entered, carrying a brown paper bag. In her late 20s, tall and graceful, with flowing hair and dressed in a professional suit, she exuded the competence of a career woman. "General Manager." "Yes." Dai Qianshue straightened her posture and asked, "Do you have all the receipts from Dongya?" "All accounts are here, totaling 7,570,000, Supervisor Yang replied, shaking the bag in her hands. "Good." Dai Qianshue nodded, gesturing towards Pang Tianchong, seated on the sofa. "You will accompany him to Dongya Hospital to recover the debts owed to our company. Additionally, allow me to introduce you. This is Pang Tianchong, a new employee." Supervisor Yang cast a wary glance at Pang Tianchong, her expression betraying her concern. "General Manager, what are you suggesting? You want me to chase down this debt with a mere security guard?" "Oh, right." Dai Qianshue recognized Supervisor Yang's hesitation and clarified. "Your role is simply to accompany him and clarify the company's accounts with the hospital. The responsibility of demanding payment lies with him. Understood?" "Understood." Supervisor Yang nodded in agreement, finally realizing that in this unfolding scenario, the true protagonist was indeed the security guard, while she merely needed to play a supporting role. "Time is of the essence. Supervisor Yang, let us proceed." Pang Tianchong languidly rose from the sofa and headed towards the door. "Wait." Yang's supervisor bid farewell to Dai Qianshue and hurriedly exited to pursue Pang Tianchong. As she gazed at the retreating figures of the two, a beautiful smile graced Dai Qianshue's lips, and suddenly, the words of Gong Xiaoshuang echoed in her mind. Perhaps, even a rogue has its worth. Chapter 28, Debt Collection, Part 2. In the city of Bian, at the Daikong building, Supervisor Yang was riding the elevator down from the 19th floor, gazing curiously at the handsome profile of the security guard, Pang Tianchong. "You are the new security guard, Pang Tianchong, right?" "Indeed." Pang Tianchong adjusted his cap in front of the stainless steel wall of the elevator and replied with a faint smile, "You know about me, the new little security guard?" Of course. Supervisor Yang chuckled. You single-handedly sent away the second young master of the Zhua family and his entourage with just a few punches and kicks. Who in the company doesn't admire you? Besides, with such a handsome security guard like you in the company, which young lady wouldn't want to steal a few more glances and perhaps harbor a secret crush? Is that so? Pang Tianchong touched his face while looking at the stainless steel wall. Am I really that charming? Absolutely. Supervisor Yang grinned, unable to contain his laughter. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, and 2 more employees entered, diverting the conversation. Little Pang. Supervisor Yang looked at Pang Tianchong and asked, Do you want to change into a different outfit before we go? No need. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. This security uniform is quite good. It looks sharp. And who knows, this baton might come in handy. Then let us head directly to the basement. I'll go get the car, Supervisor Yang said, pressing the elevator button again. After retrieving the car from the underground parking lot, they headed straight for Dongya Hospital. Throughout the journey, Supervisor Yang was visibly anxious, continuously briefing Pang Tianchong about the debtor's background. Little Pang, once we arrive at the hospital, you must choose your words carefully. This boss bai is not someone to be trifled with. I've had dealings with him before. He is quite arrogant and won't hesitate to kick you out if he feels displeased, offering no opportunity for dialogue. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, and exhaled a plume of white smoke. Then, with a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, whether he is boss bai or boss he, a debt is a debt. It is only right to repay what is owed. If he refuses, then I'll just have to teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. Supervisor Yang hastily interjected. This boss bai has ties with notorious underground forces in Bian City. Many medical disputes are resolved by gangsters on his behalf. He is extremely arrogant. We must avoid any direct confrontation. Pang Tianchong observed the anxious expression on Supervisor Yang's face, somewhat perplexed. If you all fear this boss bai so much, why did you supply his hospital with so much in the first place? Were you coerced? Sigh. Supervisor Yang sighed deeply. It's a long story. The owner of this hospital was once friends with the former President Dai. The former President Dai? Pang Tianchong inquired. Yes. He is the cousin of the current President Dai, Dai Qianlin, Supervisor Yang explained. Most of these debts were incurred during his tenure. Ever since President Dai returned from abroad and took over, he ceased cooperation with this hospital, leaving these debts as bad debts. Then let Dai Qianlin handle it. Pang Tianchong blurted out. Isn't he friends with Bai, whatever his last name is? Uft. Supervisor Yang scoffed. They may appear amicable on the surface, but they are at odds behind the scenes, with Dai Qianlin constantly undermining him. Just wait and see. Oh, Pang Tianchong suddenly comprehended the intricacies of familial strife. It seems that President Dai Qianxue is not having an easy time either. However, Supervisor Yang continued, President Dai has not been idle. In less than 2 years since her appointment, she has managed the company with remarkable efficiency, ensuring its steady growth, save for this troublesome debt. No matter. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, just find the one with the surname Bai for me. Nothing else is necessary. You may simply observe. I shall handle everything. You. Supervisor Yang glanced at the confident young man seated in the passenger seat, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth as she hesitated to advise, Little Pang. I know you possess some skills, but this is not our company, and Bai Tong is no Zhua heir Xiao. It would be wise to remain composed, all right? Let us see how it unfolds. Pang Tianchong responded ambiguously. I shall persuade with reason. If I can avoid confrontation, I will certainly strive to do so. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered the parking lot of Dongya Hospital. Supervisor Yang, having visited numerous times before, led Pang Tianchong directly to the office of President Bai on the top floor. At that moment, within the office, a middle-aged, portly man with thinning hair sat leisurely behind the executive desk, impeccably dressed in a suit, embodying the image of the hospital's owner, Bai Tong. Bai, rotund, and with a face full of flesh, leaned against the desk with his substantial belly, a cigar clasped between his fingers, exhaling wisps of smoke. A young secretary, slightly leaning forward, awaited his instructions. Notify them. President Bai commanded with a puff of his cigar, instructing that all department heads convene in the office at 10 o'clock for a meeting. I shall deliver a lecture. Certainly. I will arrange it immediately. The secretary nodded respectfully and turned to leave, brushing past Supervisor Yang and Pang Tianchong as they entered. President Bai, greetings. Supervisor Yang smiled and exchanged pleasantries before stepping into the office alongside Pang Tianchong. Bai Tong rolled his eyes and flicked his cigar, his smile devoid of warmth. Manager Yang. It has been a while. Oh, Why have you brought a little security guard? Is he your bodyguard? Supervisor Yang hastily clarified. This is a new employee from our company, accompanying me to settle the payment. Pang Tianchong cast a sidelong glance at the rotund man, remaining silent as he settled onto the adjacent sofa, skillfully producing a cigarette and lighting it, exhaling a gentle cloud of smoke. Hush, Sister Yang. Let us converse while seated. Supervisor Yang, observing the calm demeanor of Pang Tianchong, realized that today he was the focal point. Thus, she obediently took a seat on the sofa, refraining from further speech. How unfortunate. Bai Tong took a drag from his cigar, his hawk-like gaze scrutinizing Pang Tianchong. Manager Yang, I have another meeting to attend. Perhaps it would be best if you both returned another time. Not so fast. Pang Tianchong shot Bai Tong a sidelong glance, grinning broadly as he replied, President Bai, since we have traveled such a distance, it would be most efficient to settle the payment before you head to your meeting. It should not take long. Just arrange for the finance department. It's not a significant matter, is it? Haha. The rotund man let out a cold laugh, remarking on the ease with which the young fellow spoke of settling a sum in the millions. You think it's as simple as you say? You must be dreaming. I suggest you both return whence you came. I have a meeting to attend and no time to indulge you. As Bai Tong spoke, he raised his arm to glance at the grand gold watch adorning his wrist, slowly rising to his feet, feigning an intention to depart. Where do you think you're going? Pang Tianchong also stood, positioning himself in the doorway. Settle the payment first, and then you may proceed to your meeting. Otherwise, you shall not pass through this door. Oh, really? Bai Tong was taken aback, his jowls quivering with indignation. You insolent fool, do you dare to confront me? I'll leave regardless, and let us see you try to stop me. As he spoke, Bai Tong puffed out his chest, protruding his ample belly, and took a step forward. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded as Pang Tianchong delivered a resounding slap across the rotund man's face. Chapter 29, Debt Collection, Part 3. A sudden slap resounded, striking the corpulent man, causing stars to dance before his eyes, blood to flow from his nostrils and mouth, and two of his teeth to shatter. His hefty body staggered before collapsing onto the floor with a dull thud. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig escaped his lips, and upon observing the scene, the white-skinned boss clutched his cheek, rolling about on the ground in agony. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. In a short span of time, half of his face had swollen grotesquely, resembling an inflated balloon. This blow, delivered by Pang Tianchong, was executed with precision and force, for through his conversation with Supervisor Yang, he had surmised that this Bai Tong was far from a reputable character. Although he operated a hospital that purportedly saved lives, he himself was a mercenary, a heartless entrepreneur who exploited patients and bullied business partners, a veritable scoundrel. Thus, upon entering, Pang Tianchong had resolved to teach this scoundrel a lesson, opting for action over idle threats. Dazed and disoriented, Bai Tong struggled to regain his senses, his head spinning as he licked his lips a few times before the realization hit him, igniting a furious rage within. You filthy security guard, how dare you strike me? If I don't make you pay for this, I shall no longer bear the surname Bai. Having lived half his life, he had never endured such an affront. Fury threatened to consume him. He immediately seized the telephone, dabbing at his nosebleed while bellowing, Help! Someone is causing a ruckus in my office. Come quickly and deal with him. Supervisor Yang stood frozen, utterly astonished by the sudden turn of events. She had never imagined that Pang Tianchong would resort to violence on another's territory, and the ferocity of his strike left her trembling with fear. What to do? Panic surged within her. She had intended to assist Bai Tong, but found her legs quaking, rendering her unable to rise. She could only watch helplessly as Pang Tianchong escalated the situation. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong appeared unfazed, casually returning to the sofa, crossing his legs and leisurely smoking, exhaling rings of smoke. The arrival of Bai Tong's men was swift. Within 3 minutes, 7 or 8 security guards stormed in with fervor. Mr. Bai, what is happening? The leading guard shouted, brandishing a rubber baton, his demeanor fierce. Who the hell is causing trouble? That one. Bai Tong, his eyes bloodshot, clutched his cheek with one hand while pointing at Pang Tianchong with the other, roaring, It's that little bastard. Beat him. Beat him to death, if necessary. Understood. The head of security gestured, and several guards raised their batons, surrounding Pang Tianchong without a moment's hesitation, prepared to strike. Bursting with youthful vigor, none of them held back. In an instant, the office became a flurry of movement, shadows darting as the baton swung down towards Pang Tianchong. Stop. Please, don't. Supervisor Yang cried out, her hands clasped around her head, desperately shouting for them to cease. But as the words left her lips, it was already too late. Pang Tianchong did not wait for the stick above his head to descend. Instead, he leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the leading security guard flying. Bang! 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 Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted as several guards hurtled through the door, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling to rise. Ah! Ouch! Oh dear! The onlookers failed to comprehend how Pang Tianchong had executed such a swift maneuver, as they witnessed their comrades sprawled on the floor, howling in agony. Fatty, continue summoning reinforcements. Pang Tianchong returned to his seat on the sofa with a cold smirk, declaring, "Bring everyone who can fight. These few are utterly insufficient. You. Just wait." Bai Tong, feeling a wave of panic, retreated behind his desk and hastily grabbed the phone. "Hello. Is this Brother Long? This is Bai Tong." The plump man trembled as he held the receiver, speaking urgently. "Someone is causing trouble in my hospital, and it's a tough one. Please send some capable brothers to help." "Yes, they're right in my office. Rest assured, I understand the rules. Hurry." After hanging up, Bai Tong seemed to regain some confidence, abruptly tossing his head back and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Pa." He gritted his teeth. "You brat. If you have guts, don't leave." "Hush." Pang Tiancheng tilted his head back, exhaling a perfect smoke ring, and chuckled. "Worry not, you corpulent fool. Until the debt is settled, I shan't leave today." All right. All right." Bai Tong glared fiercely at Pang Tianchong, seething. "You will pay for this. We shall see." At this moment, Supervisor Yang was terrified, her face pale. During the earlier skirmish, she had covered her head and had not seen clearly, only perceiving a whirlwind of sound above her, followed by the sight of security guards sprawled in the corridor, wailing. Witnessing Pang Tianchong's overwhelming victory, her anxious heart began to ease. However, as she settled back into her seat, she overheard Bai Tong calling for reinforcements, seemingly a multitude, which caused her heart to race once more. "Little Pang, perhaps we should leave. This situation could escalate." "It's fine, sister," Pang Tianchong replied with a casual smile. "Just sit here and wait for the bill to be settled. If the sky falls, I will bear the weight." This left Supervisor Yang in a dilemma. Feeling restless and anxious, her heart pounding as if sitting on pins and needles. Before long, a chaotic stampede echoed through the corridor, followed by a group of burly men wielding steel pipes bursting into Bai Tong's office, led by a muscular, bald man. "Fatty," the bald man shouted as he entered. "Where are they? Who dares to cause a ruckus here, unaware that this place is under the protection of the Black Dragon Society?" The bald man turned his head in the direction of Bai Tong's pointing finger and immediately spotted Pang Tianchong lounging on the sofa, smoking. He felt a jolt of fear. "Pang. Teacher Pang." "Hmm?" Pang Tianchong lifted his eyelids and couldn't help but smile. He recognized the newcomer as Bald Chong from the Black Dragon Society. "What's wrong? Baldy, have you come to mediate?" No. Bald Chong waved his hands frantically. Had I known it was you, Teacher Pang, I wouldn't have dared to come even if it meant losing my life." At that moment, Bald Chong felt an overwhelming desire to disappear. The presence of this imposing figure was truly daunting. The memory of the last kick still haunted him, casting a long shadow over his psyche, and the mere sight of Pang Tianchong filled him with trepidation. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong, the others hastily discarded their steel pipes, lining up obediently, heads bowed, none daring to utter a word. "You have arrived at the perfect time." Pang Tianchong extinguished his cigarette with a languid motion, rising from his seat. "This overweight fellow owes our company a debt that has remained unpaid for years. You shall act as a mediator, helping us resolve this matter between our two parties. What do you propose?" Bald Chong's head spun at this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 30, Debt Collection, Part 4. Bald Chong found himself in a state of deep frustration, never having anticipated that the medical dispute he was summoned to address would involve the formidable Pang Tianchong. He was acutely aware of the man's prowess, capable of delivering a kick that could incapacitate a person. It was a situation he could not afford to provoke. The dilemma now presented itself. How could he resolve the conflict at hand, given that he dared not utter a single word of dissent to Pang Tianchong? Standing there, Bald Chong's expression was as grim as one suffering from constipation, his mind racing with uncertainty and hesitation. Suddenly, Pang Tianchong, impatient and relentless, struck him on the head with a rubber baton, leaving Bald Chong's mind reeling, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. "What are you still standing there for?" Pang Tianchong barked. "Hurry up and resolve this matter. My company is waiting." Fine. The impact of the blow ignited a spark of fury within Bald Chong. which he unwittingly directed at Bai Tong. In a swift motion, he swung his left arm and delivered a resounding slap across the chubby man's face. "You fat fool. What are you dawdling for?" Bald Chong shouted in anger. "You owe money. Pay it back immediately. Have you lost your mind?" Bai Tong, taken aback, clutched his cheek in disbelief. "I brought you here to mediate, not to strike me." Moreover, the left side of his face had already been struck by Pang Tianchong, and now the right side was swelling from Bald Chong's blow. "Great. Now I have a perfectly balanced face," he grumbled. "Listen, Bai Tong," he said, feeling utterly wronged. "What is happening here?" "Never mind that. Transfer the money," Bald Chong asserted, raising the steel pipe menacingly against the table. "If you provoke teacher Pang, I swear I will make you regret it. Do you believe me?" All right. I'll transfer it right away." Bai Tong nodded vigorously, fear evident in his eyes. "How much does your company owe you?" he asked the manager, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. "Over 700,000. Manager Yang, still dazed, struggled to comprehend the rapid developments that had unfolded. The whirlwind of chaos felt akin to a roller coaster ride. 757,000. Manager Yang finally regained her composure, her hands trembling as she clutched the papers. "This includes all the invoices. Transfer 760,000. Bald Chong commanded with a stern expression. "The extra 3,000 is interest. Hurry up." Yes. Bai Tong promptly dialed the finance office. "Is that Accountant Wang?" "Please transfer the funds to Dai Kong immediately." "Yes. Now, transfer 7 million immediately." "I command you to do so. Why the hesitation?" "Hurry up. Right now." Bang. Bai Tong hung up the phone, a strained smile barely gracing his chubby face. Teacher Pang. The funds will arrive shortly." Pang Tianjing nodded, pulling out a cigarette to rest between his lips, reaching for his lighter, ready to light it. The swift-headed Guang Tuqiang promptly produced his own lighter, efficiently igniting Pang Tianjing's cigarette with a fawning expression. At that moment, Bai Tong's secretary hurried in. Glancing around the room filled with imposing figures, cautiously inquired, "President Bai, everyone from the departments has gathered. Would you like to convene a meeting?" "What meeting?" Bai Tong's face darkened, his eyes blazing with anger. "Can't you see I'm busy? Inform them that today's meeting is cancelled. Let them return to their duties." "Understood." The secretary, startled, shrank back, casting another wary glance at the intimidating men in the room, and promptly fled the office. A brief silence enveloped the room, with everyone holding their breath. After a while, it was Pang Tianchong who broke the quiet, speaking softly. "I say, Guang Tu, you should refrain from violence in the future. Wouldn't it be better to engage in legitimate business? At the very least, like me, find a company and work as a security guard. It wouldn't leave you starving." Yes. Guang Tuqiang nodded vigorously, resembling a contrite schoolboy agreeing with his teacher. "Teacher Pang is right. We will definitely pursue legitimate business moving forward. And you chubby fellow." Pang Tianchong pointed at Bai Tong. "You should also refrain from deceiving others. The essence of a hospital is to save lives. Isn't it better to accumulate some virtue?" Yes. The portly man grimaced, readily agreeing, not daring to counter a word. He couldn't quite grasp the true nature of Pang Tianchong, whose presence instilled such fear even in the Hailonghui. Dingling. Just as they were speaking, Bai Tong's phone rang. It was a call from the finance department, speaking with utmost courtesy. "Hello. The money has been transferred. 7 million in total." Bai Tong hung up, plastering on a smile. "Teacher Pang. The funds have been transferred. If you don't believe it, you can call to verify." "Yang Jie." Pang Tianchong gestured towards the still-dazed supervisor Yang. "Call the company and check if it's true." "Ah, all right." Supervisor Yang took out her phone, but before she could dial, her phone rang. It was indeed the finance department calling. "Hello." A surprised female voice came through. "Is this Xiaoyang? The funds from Dongya have been credited. However, why is there still a discrepancy of 30,000? Good. As long as it's in, that's fine." At this moment, Supervisor Yang was at a loss for explanation, merely nodding vigorously while clutching her phone. "Understood. We'll return shortly and report back to you." That's enough. Having seen the matter resolved, Pang Tianchong felt no desire to linger. He stood up, flashed a grin at Bai Tong, and said, "Mr. Bai, it's all settled. We shall take our leave." With that, he casually strolled toward the exit. Just before stepping out, he patted the shoulder of the bald-headed Chong, saying, "Do convey my regards to Boss Long, and let him know we should share a drink sometime." After finishing his words, Pang adjusted his cap and departed with Supervisor Yang. Meanwhile, in the office, the rotund Bai and the bald Chong resembled two deflated balloons, collapsing onto the sofa. Gazing at each other with wide eyes, their expressions more dismal than one mourning the loss of a beloved father. Chapter 31. An unexpected surprise. Daikong Building. President's Office. Dai Qianxue furrowed her delicate brows, her fingers idly twisting a fountain pen as she stared at a document, lost in thought. Her mind wandered, involuntarily drifting back to the matter of Pang Tianchong collecting debts. At this juncture, he should have already arrived at East Asia Hospital. How was the negotiation progressing? Would he be able to successfully reclaim the money? Might there be a confrontation? Sighing softly, Dai Qianxue murmured to herself, what does it matter? After all, it's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. If the funds aren't recovered, that's to be expected. But then, a troubling thought crossed her mind. The temper of that little rogue seemed rather volatile. Would he end up fighting with the other party? She had heard that the white boss was quite a formidable character. Could the situation spiral out of control? Might it even attract the attention of the police? A pang of regret washed over her. Perhaps it was unwise to send the headstrong Pang Tianchong to East Asia Hospital for debt collection. What if things escalated and someone got hurt? This would lead to significant trouble, especially considering the company's current tumultuous period. As her concerns multiplied, so did her unease. Just then, the phone on her desk rang, startling her. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over her as she reached for the receiver but hesitated to lift it. Her mind racing. Could it be the police calling? Was Pang Tianchong arrested? Hello. After a moment of hesitation, Dai Qianxue finally answered, her voice barely above a whisper. May I ask? Dai Zong, I have wonderful news for you. The excited voice of the finance manager echoed from the other end. The payment owed by East Asia Hospital has just been transferred, and furthermore. What? Dai Qianxue could scarcely believe her ears. She pressed the receiver tightly against her face, incredulously asking, are you saying that the bad debt from East Asia has been settled? Yes. Moreover, there's an additional 30,000 yuan. Oh, what exactly happened? I'm not sure. I just called Supervisor Yang to inquire. And she mentioned she would explain everything once she returned to the office. How peculiar. Dai Qianxue pondered, gripping the receiver. Hello, Dai Zong, are you still there? Yes. The finance manager continued. At this moment, Supervisor Yang should still be en route. I'll ask her for details when she gets back and report to you. That won't be necessary. Dai Qianxue interjected. I'll call her directly. Also, the success of this debt collection is due to the efforts of Security Department S. Pang Tianchong. The extra 30,000 yuan will serve as his personal reward, to be included in his salary at the end of the month. Furthermore, please allocate 3 million from the over 7 million to the research and development team in the laboratory as their funding. Understood. I will handle it immediately. That is settled. Dai Qianxue hung up the phone and promptly opened her directory to dial Supervisor Yang's number. Hello, is this Supervisor Yang? Dai Zong, it's me. Where are you right now? I am on my way back, and in just a few minutes, I shall arrive at the office. Please come to my office. All right. As I hung up the phone, a smile involuntarily curved upon Dai Qianxue's lips. Twirling the pen in her hand, she murmured softly, this fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. Who has remarkable skills? At that moment, her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered with a document in hand. I am referring to Pang Tianchong. Dai Qianxue smiled. He just managed to retrieve the payment from Dongya. The funds from Dongya Hospital? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Wasn't it said that for several years, the money could not be recovered? Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded. We had sent several teams without success, yet upon Pang Tianchong's arrival, they immediately returned the payment. How curious. Why is that? Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Does Mr. Pang possess a fairer complexion than the others? Who knows? Dai Qianxue shrugged. The supervisor, Yang, who accompanied him, will return shortly. I just spoke with her, and we shall find out soon enough. Oh, Gong Xiaoshuang gently placed the document on the desk. This document requires your signature. Please take a look. Dai Qianxue picked up the document, skimmed through it briefly, and then affixed her signature. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoshuang poured herself a glass of water and settled onto the sofa, awaiting Yang's return. Before long, Supervisor Yang returned, her demeanor vibrant, exuding an air of confidence. President Dai? Assistant Gong. Yang greeted warmly, her face aglow with an uncontainable smile. Please, take a seat. Dai Qianxue gestured, then inquired. Your debt collection went remarkably smoothly this time. The funds were transferred so swiftly. Not quite. Yang shook her head. If I may elaborate. It was quite a tumultuous affair. Do tell, what transpired? Gong Xiaoshuang urged impatiently from the side. Well, when we first met with Bai Tong, he was as obstinate as ever, refusing to cooperate and insisting on a meeting to dismiss us, Yang continued. I was at a loss, but young Pang would not relent. He delivered a resounding slap, leaving Bai, the rotund gentleman, bloodied and missing a tooth. Ah, Gong Xiaoshuang gasped. How could he be so reckless? Surely, they would not let this go lightly. Indeed, Yang continued. Bai Tong was incensed and immediately called for reinforcements. Soon, 7 or 8 security guards charged in to surround young Pang. To our astonishment, our heroic Pang swiftly subdued them. Haha, that impetuous youth. Dai Qianxue chuckled. He truly resolves matters through sheer force. Is that all? They simply handed over the money. Gong Xiaoshuang asked incredulously. It cannot be that straightforward. Supervisor Yang shook his head slightly and continued. Upon realizing that he was no match for my presence, Bai Tong immediately made a call for reinforcements. Summoning members of the underworld, apparently from an organization known as the Black Dragon Society. This underground force is indeed notorious. Dai Qianxue expressed her concern, noting how rampant the Black Dragon Society has become, with reports suggesting their members are all skilled fighters. What happened next? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired eagerly. The members of the Black Dragon Society arrived swiftly, Supervisor Yang recounted, swallowing hard. A dozen or so burly men, each resembling a fierce demon, burst into the office wielding steel pipes. At that moment, I was petrified. My heart nearly leaped from my chest. Yet, when I glanced at Comrade Xiaopeng, he remained nonchalantly seated on the sofa, calmly smoking his cigarette, hardly raising an eyelid. So composed, like a mountain. What happened next? Gong Xiaoshuang pressed, her curiosity piqued. Did a fight ensue? Huh. Supervisor Yang chuckled lightly. Who would have known? The intimidating leader, upon seeing Pang Tianchong, turned pale with fright, repeatedly apologizing, while his minions dropped their weapons and lined up neatly like schoolchildren, not daring to utter a word. How could this be? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both filled with intrigue. Supervisor Yang continued. In that moment, Xiaopeng, dissatisfied, stood up and struck the bald leader with a stick, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet he dared not complain. Xiaopeng then addressed the bald man, saying, All right, since you were here to mediate, the hospital still owes us a debt. You should see to its resolution. With that, he returned to his seat and resumed smoking. Did the Black Dragon Society truly heed Pang Tianchong's words? Dai Qianxue questioned, perplexed. They were quite obedient. Supervisor Yang replied. The bald leader, utterly dumbfounded, twitched his face for a moment, then suddenly slapped Bai Tong across the face, shouting, Hurry and settle the accounts, or I swear I will skin you alive. Bai Tong, taken aback, wasted no time and promptly notified the finance department to transfer the funds. Later, upon learning the debt amounted to 757,000, in an effort to appease Xiaopeng, the bald leader insisted they round it up, transferring 760,000, claiming it was interest. So that was how it unfolded. Chapter 32. Investigation and Tracking. Supervisor Yang animatedly recounted his story, leaving Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang in a state of astonishment. They found the debt collection process more thrilling than any police and gangster film or drama, a heart-stopping tale full of twists and turns. It was exhilarating, quite a delight. Even after Supervisor Yang concluded his narrative and took his leave, the two remained in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang inquired, brushing her golden hair back with curiosity. Why do you think these underworld figures fear someone like Pang Tianchong, a mere petty thug? They follow his orders as if they were his subordinates. Who knows? Dai Qianxue shook her head. Could it be that this fellow is a renowned figure in the underworld? I've heard from my family that the Black Dragon Society is a notorious gang in Bianqing, with many businesses paying them protection fees. They are ruthless and not to be trifled with. Merchants would rather face city inspectors than encounter members of the Black Dragon Society. Hey, Xiaoxue. Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you think we've stumbled upon a treasure? With someone like Pang in our company, no rogue or delinquent would dare to provoke us. But, Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow. Someone as skilled and capable as him wouldn't stay in our company for long. Merely as a security guard, would he? True. Gong Xiaoshuang laughed. With his fortune-telling skills, he could easily earn a handsome income elsewhere. Moreover, Dai Qianxue continued, I've already instructed that the extra 30,000 from the debt collection be awarded to Pang Tianchong. He won't be in need of money for a while. Gong Xiaoshuang gasped. Doesn't that mean with this 30,000, he can repay the 8,008 he owes you, and then he could leave our company? In theory, yes, Dai Qianxue replied, idly twirling the pen in her hand. However, that money won't reach him until the end of next month. So he can't leave just yet. Why are you being so foolish? Gong Xiaoshuang chided. Why reward him? Wouldn't it be better to keep him as a loyal security guard? He has a rare talent. Listen to yourself. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. You want the horse to run, but not let it eat grass. He has accomplished a significant task for the company by collecting debts. Oh dear. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. You're missing my point. I want you to keep him in the company long term. He might be invaluable in the future. Whatever. I won't argue with you any longer. I have work to do. Do as you please. As she spoke, Gong Xiaoshuang picked up the signed documents from the table, swayed her hips, and departed. That girl. Dai Qianxue murmured to herself as she watched Gong Xiaoshuang's retreating figure. Do you think I don't want to keep him? But there must be a valid reason. Afternoon. The Luo family old residence. Madame Luo sat in her wheelchair, her eyes slightly narrowed as she quietly listened to the report from the old steward, Ah Fu. The cane in her hand softly and rhythmically tapped against the ground. Madam, Ah Fu respectfully began, the investigation you requested regarding the young master has yielded results. His name is Peng Tiancheng, a security guard at Daikong Company, who has only recently commenced his duties. It seems he has just returned to Bianqing from another region. Strangely, this young man appears to have descended from the heavens. He has no relatives or acquaintances in Bianqing. We have found no evidence of family or friends. The only individual he seems to have a decent rapport with is a fellow security guard named Ding Tai from Daikong. Interestingly, on his very first day at Daikong, he engaged in a brawl with the second young master of the Zhou family. Oh, Madame Luo paused momentarily upon hearing this. The dandy from the Zhou family? Indeed. What prompted the altercation? The second young master of the Zhou family is one of Dai Qianxue's suitors, frequently harassing the young lady of the Dai family, the steward explained, taking a brief pause before continuing. On that day, he attempted to woo her by presenting an extravagant display of flowers at the entrance of Daikong, accompanied by a throng of supporters. No one dared to intervene. I suspect someone incited the bewildered Peng Tiancheng to take action, resulting in a vigorous beating that sent the Zhou family's entourage fleeing in disarray. A soft chuckle escaped the elderly lady's lips. Given the Zhou family's notorious behavior, would they simply let this go? Certainly not. The steward replied, just last night, the second young master of the Zhou family, having offered a handsome sum, enlisted members of the Black Dragon Society to seek vengeance against Peng Tiancheng. However, they were met with defeat, as 2 to 3 dozen men found themselves on the ground, searching for their lost teeth on Nanhuan Road in the dead of night. It is worth noting that the Black Dragon Society comprises skilled individuals, particularly that Zhu Long, a master in the later stages of dark energy, yet even he could not prevail. Haha. Madame Luo's smile widened, nodding in approval. Who would have thought that young fellow possesses such prowess? Remarkable. At such a tender age, his skills are commendable. He is certainly worthy of our family's acquaintance. After a moment, Madame Luo shifted the conversation. Have arrangements been made for Xiaoqi? Has there been any noteworthy activity in the past few days? Madam, the steward responded. Everything has been meticulously arranged. There has been someone monitoring her 24 hours a day, yet no unusual events or suspicious individuals have been detected. The day before yesterday afternoon, her team undertook a mission and apprehended several local ruffians engaged in a brawl. Yesterday was Sunday. Miss Qi rested at home for the morning and had no visitors. In the afternoon, she met with a close friend named Gu Xiaowan for a shopping excursion, procuring some daily necessities, and did not come into contact with any suspicious individuals. This morning, she was at work addressing various tasks. Ah, right. The old steward pondered for a moment before relaying, just moments ago. The individual who had been following them called to report that at noon, Miss Qi, accompanied by a colleague, visited a nearby lottery outlet and purchased several tickets. What? The elderly lady, upon hearing this, abruptly rose from her wheelchair, her emotions somewhat heightened. Are you saying she has taken to buying lottery tickets? Indeed, the steward affirmed. When did she ever learn to engage in such a pastime? No, the steward hastily clarified. Miss Qi has never had a penchant for lottery tickets. This time, it was her colleague who insisted on her accompaniment. Her colleague is quite the seasoned lottery player, frequently partaking in such activities. It was only through persistent encouragement from her colleague that Miss Qi relented and purchased 5 tickets, totaling 10 yuan. Oh, I see. Lady Luo, leaning on her cane, paced the hall twice, murmuring to herself in disbelief. Truly remarkable, quite remarkable indeed. Ah Fu, The elderly lady suddenly commanded, "Immediately call little Chi and ask her to come to the old residence tonight to dine with me." Chapter 33. Dinner together at 7 o'clock in the evening. At the Luo family's old residence, a warm and sumptuous dinner quietly commenced. In a dining room adorned in traditional Chinese style, fragrant aromas wafted through the air. Illuminated by the brilliance of a dazzling crystal chandelier that cast a soft glow upon the kindly, wrinkled face of the elderly matriarch, Mrs. Luo, making her smile appear particularly warm. She sat quietly in her chair, her face alight with joy as she eagerly awaited the arrival of her beloved granddaughter. The dining table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes, savory roasted meats, vibrant vegetables, sweet and succulent fruits, and an assortment of exquisite pastries. Though not overly abundant, the spread exuded a sense of warmth and allure. "Grandma, I'm back," a sweet voice rang out as a tall, striking young woman clad in a deep blue uniform entered. She was none other than Mrs. Luo's granddaughter, Luo Chi. "Welcome back, my dear. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready." The matriarch warmly greeted her. "Grandma has been waiting for you for quite some time." Hee. Luo Chi glanced around curiously. "Grandma, why is it just you? Where is everyone else?" "There is no one else. Tonight, it's just you and Grandma dining together." "Why is that?" "Quickly wash your hands." "I'll tell you why shortly, oh. I see. You're keeping me in suspense, aren't you?" Luo Chi laughed as she hurried off to wash her hands. Moments later, the grandmother and granddaughter sat across from each other, ready to enjoy their dinner together. "Come, my dear granddaughter, try the roasted meat you love so much, Mrs. Luo said with a beaming smile as she pushed a plate of roasted meat towards Luo Chi. "Thank you, Grandma," Luo Chi said, picking up a piece of meat and popping it into her mouth. As she chewed, she inquired, "Now tell me, this isn't the weekend. Nor is it a holiday you suddenly called me back to the old residence for dinner. There must be a reason, right?" "What reason?" The elderly lady rolled her eyes playfully and smiled. "Grandma missed you. Is that reason sufficient?" "Oh, come on. I know you well. That's just part of it. There must be another reason, isn't there?" "Well, for the second reason," Mrs. Luo's smile deepened. "My dear, I've noticed your countenance has been glowing these past few days. Fortune is smiling upon you. I wanted to congratulate you in advance." Luo Chi nearly spat out the sip of red wine she had just taken. "Oh, Grandma, it's only been a few sips of wine. How could you already be tipsy and start talking nonsense?" You cheeky girl." Madame Luo, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Do you think I jest with you? Isn't that so?" Luo Chi retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Certainly not," exclaimed the elderly matriarch, taking a delicate sip of her drink. "Did you not just purchase a lottery ticket? The draw is tomorrow, and you are bound to win over 5 million. What?" Luo Chi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as she burst into laughter. "Grandmother, your daydreams are quite refreshingly whimsical. So you assume, upon hearing I bought a lottery ticket, that I am destined to win 5 million? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death, dear grandmother? Ha ha ha. My colleague, Gu Xiaowan, has been buying lottery tickets for years and hasn't won even 500. How could it be that I, on my very first attempt, would win 5 million? Do you believe I possess divine foresight?" Calmly, Luo's grandmother continued to savor her meal, allowing Luo Chi's mockery to wash over her without a word of rebuttal. "Wait a moment. How could you possibly know I bought a ticket?" Luo Chi suddenly ceased her laughter, a look of scrutiny crossing her face as she began to analyze the situation. "No one knows about this, aside from Xiaowan and me. She wouldn't tell you, would she? You've had someone follow me. No wonder I felt something amiss these past few days. As if a pair of eyes were watching me from the shadows. So it was your doing." "Why?" she inquired, perplexed. "Quite simply," the elderly lady replied, unhurriedly placing her cup down and delicately selecting another piece of meat to savor, "because in the coming days, you are destined to come into a fortune. Grandmother is merely ensuring your safety." "But," Luo Chi could hardly contain her laughter, "I just don't understand how you deduce that I would win and acquire wealth." "I calculated it," the matriarch replied with an air of confidence. "I recently met a master, and he foretold it." "A master?" Luo Chi scoffed, her lips curling in disbelief. "How could such a shrewd lady like you be deceived by a charlatan?" "Nonsense." Madame Luo shot her a glare. "My leg has been afflicted for many years. I cannot blame anyone for that." All right. Luo Chi chuckled. "I shan't argue with you. Whatever you say shall be taken as truth. I simply do not believe it. I will treat it as a jest." "Hey," Madame Luo set down her chopsticks. "You cheeky child. Why do you doubt your grandmother? At my age, would I make such a frivolous joke? How about we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Luo Chi asked, her chopsticks poised in amusement. Here is the deal. The elderly lady said earnestly, if you do not win tomorrow, I shall exceptionally grant you 10,000 yuan as pocket money for the month. What say you? Splendid. Luo Qi clapped her hands in delight. In that case, whether I win or lose, I shall come into money. What could be better? If you do win the grand prize, Madame Luo continued, you must treat your grandmother to a grand feast. To be precise, it is to treat that master to a lavish feast, without fear of expenditure. Deal. Luo Qi clapped in agreement. And if I truly win the lottery, dear grandmother, rest assured, I shall certainly treat you all to a grand banquet at a 5-star hotel. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. Chapter 34. The grand prize. The wager between the venerable Mrs. Luo and her granddaughter, Luo Qi, was joyfully settled, and their meal was filled with merriment as the two sipped and savored their drinks, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Due to the effects of alcohol, Luo Qi opted to spend the night at the ancestral home. The following day marked Tuesday, the day of the lottery drawing. Initially indifferent to the lottery, Luo Qi, spurred on by her grandmother's wager, found herself seated before the television, eagerly awaiting the drawing. Mrs. Luo was far from senile. As Luo Qi watched the rolling balls, she pondered, could it be possible for her to truly win the grand prize? Was such luck even conceivable? After all, Gu Xiaowan had been playing for 3 to 4 years without winning a single prize. Could she, a mere girl, possess such extraordinary fortune? With her lottery ticket clutched tightly in one hand and her gaze glued to the television, she found herself lost in daydreams of anticipation. The drawing commenced punctually, and Luo Qi glanced between the television screen and her ticket, quietly comparing the numbers. The first set matched. The second set aligned as well. The third set followed suit. When the final set of numbers perfectly matched, her heart raced, excitement coursing through her veins as she nearly leapt from her perch upstairs. She had truly won the grand prize. It was utterly unexpected. Fortune had indeed smiled upon her, landing squarely in her lap. She needed to call her grandmother. Bursting with excitement, Luo Qi retrieved her phone and dialed Mrs. Luo's number. At that moment, Mrs. Luo was still awake, seated in the living room, engaged in casual conversation with the old butler, Afu, discussing trivial family matters. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will transform into a beautiful place. The ringtone of the phone interrupted their chat, and Mrs. Luo pressed the answer button. Hello. Grandmother, came Luo Qi's deliberately restrained voice. You lost the wager? Mrs. Luo replied, somewhat confused. Isn't that a good thing? That means you won the lottery, doesn't it? Why do you sound so dejected? I lost. But I truly won the grand prize. How much? Mrs. Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her phone pressed tightly against her ear as she held her breath. Over 5 million. Luo Qi could no longer contain her elation, her voice rising an octave. Grandmother, it's 5,600,000. You were right, Wa. The sudden elevation of her granddaughter's voice nearly caused Mrs. Luo to drop her phone. You rascal. Why are you shouting? You'll give your grandmother a heart attack. Ha ha ha. Luo Qi laughed exuberantly, overwhelmed with joy. I never imagined this would happen. Happiness has come so suddenly. Calm down, my dear. Mrs. Luo chuckled in return. Don't be like that mad infant Jean who went crazy after passing the imperial exam. Soon, they'll be telling tales of Luo Qi winning the lottery. Ha ha ha. Luo Qi laughed even harder. Am I really that lacking in composure, grandmother? Wait for me. Tonight, I'm coming to sleep with you. Go, go, go. Madame Luo jested. At your age, you still wish to sleep with me? Were you not but a 3-year-old child? No. I meant to return to the old residence to sleep. Very well. Come along. The elderly lady placed her phone down, momentarily lost in thought, then turned to the old butler and said, Afu, Chi's lottery ticket has indeed struck gold. 5,600,000. Ah, exclaimed the butler in astonishment. So, that Pang Tianchong truly has a remarkable gift. How extraordinary. Indeed, the matron mused. There are indeed prodigies in this world, and he is so young, comparable to the illustrious Zhuge Liang of yore. Afu, how should our Luo family cultivate a friendship with this young gentleman? Kiki, the old butler replied with a hearty laugh, this matter is best left to your wisdom. Madame Luo nodded thoughtfully. In any case, our fortune in meeting him first is serendipitous. Let us follow through with our prior agreement and host a grand meal someday, haha. Meanwhile, Luo Qi, having finished her call, promptly departed for the old residence, eager to share her joy with her beloved grandmother. As she drove, she retrieved her phone and called her colleague Gu Xiaowan, who had insisted on purchasing the lottery ticket alongside her, deserving her heartfelt gratitude. Hello, Xiaowan. Luo Qi donned her headset as the call connected. What are you up to? Lying in bed, about to rest. Did you watch the lottery draw just now? Did you win anything? Alas, no luck for me. Came Gu Xiaowan's languid voice from the headset, a familiar tone for her as an old lottery player, accustomed to the disappointment of not winning. I won. Luo Qi exclaimed excitedly. Hints, I called you at once to thank you. If it weren't for your insistence on purchasing, how much did you win? Gu Xiaowan's voice remained calm, as if unperturbed. 5 million. What? The high decibel exclamation nearly shattered Luo Qi's eardrums, leaving her head buzzing. Ha. Luo Qi laughed heartily. Calm yourself. Why are you so worked up? It's I who won, not you. Are you serious? Or jesting? Of course I am serious. Why would I joke about something like this in the middle of the night? This is outrageous. Gu Xiaowan's voice brimmed with mock lament. I've been buying for years without a win, and you, on your very first try, strike it rich. Where is the justice in that? You must treat us. Absolutely. Luo Qi readily agreed, then added, the happiness came so unexpectedly. I am equally baffled by this stroke of luck. But there's something even stranger. What? My grandmother knew 3 days ago that I was destined for fortune, and has been secretly keeping an eye on me these past 2 days. Has the old lady become a seer? It was not my grandmother's intuition, explained Luo Qi, but rather her encounter with a master who predicted it. Just yesterday, she wagered with me, claiming that if we won 5 million, I should treat that master to a meal. I am currently en route to our ancestral home to discuss the wager with her. Is that so? I too wish to meet this master. Came the excited voice of Gu Xiaowan through the headphones. Xiaoqi, we agreed that you must find a way to obtain that master's contact information. I want to consult him about my fortune this year. Moreover, my mother has been pressuring me to marry. I need the master to divine my romantic prospects. All right. Luo Qi assured, I will definitely introduce you when the time comes. If all else fails, I'll go to great lengths, even resorting to handcuffs, to bring that master before you. A promise is a promise. Chapter 35, a dinner invitation from the Luo family in recent days. Peng Tianchong found himself in a remarkably good mood, having successfully recovered a substantial debt for his company. According to President Dai's promise, he would receive an additional bonus alongside his salary this month. With this unexpected windfall, he could finally repay the outstanding sum of 8,800 yuan for the stockings. And soon he would be free to soar like a bird in the sky or leap like a fish in the sea. He would no longer be bound to his role as a security guard. This was a delightful 2-month advance on his original estimate of needing 3 months to clear his debts. How could he not feel elated? While on duty at the company, his phone buzzed in his pocket, ringing insistently. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A call is coming in. Reflexively, he glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello. Who is this? A somewhat familiar voice responded from the other end. Greetings. I am the elderly lady who asked you to tell my fortune 3 days ago. Do you remember me? How could he forget? Peng Tianchong chuckled. Of course. You were quite generous, gifting me 800 yuan. How could I possibly forget you? I shall remember you for a lifetime. Haha. The old lady laughed in return. You are quite the charmer, young man. Naturally, I am always amiable towards kind-hearted individuals. Well, the elderly lady paused. That day you predicted my granddaughter would strike it rich, and indeed, she did. Thus, as per my promise, I must invite you to a meal. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Truly fortunate? He inquired. Indeed. She won over 5 million in the lottery. Impressive. Congratulations. Peng Tianchong sincerely offered his felicitations. Where do you work? She asked, feigning ignorance. After work. I will have my granddaughter drive over to pick you up so we can dine together. Madam, you truly intend to treat me? He replied, astonished. Of course. A promise is a promise, so please do not decline. Very well. It would be disrespectful to refuse. I shall gladly partake in a bit of your family's good fortune. Peng Tianchong replied with a grin. I am currently employed as a security guard at Daikong Company. Just have your people inquire at the entrance, and they will locate me. Splendid. Let us meet tonight, then. I look forward to it. After hanging up, Peng Tianchong felt a surge of joy. A free meal was too good to pass up, especially from a wealthy lady who had just won a lottery. Besides, he had been dining on the bland fare at the company cafeteria for days. Indulging in a hearty meal would be a welcome change. He chuckled to himself. Peng Gu, Ding Tai, nearby, remarked with envy, someone's treating you to a feast? How splendid. Just a small matter, Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Why don't you join me tonight? Perhaps not. Ding Tai shook his head. They are inviting you, not me. If there happened to be beautiful women involved, I would merely be a third wheel. Get out of here. Pang Tianqing nudged Ding Tai with his elbow. It's not a beauty. It's an old lady who wanted her fortune told and wishes to express her gratitude. The two shared a hearty laugh. Not long after Pang Tianqing ended his call, Luo Qi, employed at the southern branch of the city bureau, received a call from the venerable matriarch, Madame Luo. Hello, dear granddaughter. Are you busy? I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not too much. I'm quite free at the moment, Luo Qi replied calmly. What is it, grandmother? Do you have any instructions? As we agreed, I plan to invite that esteemed master to dinner tonight, Madame Luo instructed. It will be in the VIP room of our own hotel, Tian Long Palace. After your shift, please go pick him up. I will send you his number shortly. So remember to save it. No problem. Luo Qi readily agreed. Just let me know where he resides. He works as a security guard at Daikon Company. Once you arrive, just inquire at the gate, and you will find him. He is a young man, in his 20s. What? Luo Qi's composure faltered instantly. A mere security guard? Grandmother. Surely, you jest. A 5-star hotel, a VIP room, inviting a lowly security guard to dinner and expecting me to fetch him personally. What is the matter? Is there an issue? The matriarch replied, somewhat displeased. What is wrong with a security guard? Have I not taught you to never underestimate anyone or to view them through a biased lens? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? No. Luo Qi, sensing her grandmother's irritation, dared not retort and quietly explained, I had imagined someone with an ethereal presence, yet you have revealed him to be just a guard. Isn't that a bit disheartening? Humph. The matriarch rolled her eyes inwardly. With your petty thoughts, I could guess them with my eyes closed. Let me tell you. Do not underestimate this person. He is a dragon concealed in the depths, and when he soars into the sky in the future, you, a mere police officer, may find it difficult to catch up. All right. Grandmother. Luo Qi responded impatiently. I will follow your instructions and fetch him after work. There is no need for further lecturing over the phone, is there? Humph. Madame Luo huffed. Remember, be punctual and go collect him. Luo Qi hung up the phone, feeling somewhat disheartened. Her grandmother was a prominent figure in Bianqing, the head of one of the 4 esteemed families. Why today? Was she placing such importance on a mere security guard, not only inviting him to dinner but also insisting that Luo Qi pick him up personally? Couldn't a simple phone call suffice? What are you daydreaming about? Teased Gu Xiaowan, who approached upon noticing Luo Qi's days. Thinking of your beloved? Nonsense. What beloved? Luo Qi retorted, irked. My grandmother called to say she wants to invite someone to dinner and insists I go pick him up after work. What kind of big shot could warrant such attention from her? A big shot? Nonsense. Luo Qi scoffed. He is just a lowly security guard at a company. Oh, right. He is the so-called master I mentioned last time. I suspect my grandmother has been duped by him. Master, Gu Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly. Don't forget to give me his contact information. I want to seek his fortune-telling. Humph. Luo Qi scoffed. I've told you already. He's just a mere security guard. It's probably just a fluke, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How about this, after work, you accompany me to see him? No. Gu Xiaowan shook her head vigorously. Your grandmother is treating. I wouldn't dare to intrude. Just the thought of seeing her makes me anxious, more so than facing our superiors. Such a coward. Luo Qi laughed. Well, if you truly believe in him, I could bring him over later for a proper reading. Really? Rest assured. Luo Qi patted her chest confidently. If he dares to refuse, I'll give him a good thrashing. Chapter 36. The Arrival of the People Daikon Corporation, President's Office. As the hour for departure approached, Dai Qianxue remained seated at her desk, lost in thought while examining the data on her computer. This was a newly received research report on a novel drug, meticulously detailing the development progress of drug I-3 and its advancements. This project was one she had championed amidst dissent, investing heavily despite familial pressures. Once the drug was launched, 80% of cancer patients would find hope for a cure. And drug I-3 would etch itself into the annals of medical history, with the Daikon Group under her leadership as its architect. According to the report, the research had entered its final phase, with success within reach. At last, the dawn of victory was in sight, bringing her a sense of profound satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Come in. Dai Qianxue closed her computer and prepared to leave. Xiao Xue, it's time to go. Her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered with a smile. Just about to leave. There is a police car parked outside the company. What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang approached the floor-to-ceiling window and pointed downwards, saying, I saw it earlier. It's been there for a while. Not sure, Dai Qianxue replied. intrigued as she walked to the window and looked down, confirming the presence of a police car at the entrance, with a striking female officer standing in front. Dai Qianxue mused. That officer seems familiar. I think her name is Luo Qi, associated with the Luo family. Do you know her? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired. Not personally. Dai Qianxue shook her head. I've seen her in the newspapers. She has quite the renowned beauty in Bianqing. She is indeed beautiful. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement. But what could she be here for? Look, that little rogue is approaching. Could it be that she is here to apprehend Peng Tianchong? Suddenly, Dai Qianxue recalled the debt collection issue. Could it be that Bai Tong reported him to the police, and they've come to take him away? The two women exchanged glances, both sensing the likelihood of that possibility. Call him and ask. Dai Qianxue hesitated, pulling out her phone. I don't have his number. Didn't he call you before? Why didn't he save it? Check with the HR department. They should have his information and contact details. All right, downstairs. Peng Tiancheng strolled leisurely towards the police car, puffing on a cigarette and blowing white rings of smoke. Hello, beautiful. Upon reaching Luo Qi, he discarded his cigarette but eyeing her and then the car, asked, Are you here to pick me up? Yes. Luo Qi gritted her teeth in response. I was the one who called. You really take your time, don't you? Frustrated with the delay caused by a little security guard's meal with her grandmother, she dared not voice her displeasure. So her demeanor towards Peng Tiancheng was far from cordial. Peng Tiancheng scrutinized Luo Qi once more, though the young woman bore a cold expression. It must be said that she possessed striking beauty. Her tall and curvaceous figure was complemented by a fair and delicate complexion. Her features were exquisitely defined. She exuded an air of elegance, particularly with her long, slender, arched eyebrows, which were set wide apart. One could discern from her visage that she was a woman of affluence, with a spirited personality and a hint of optimism. As the workday concluded, she made no effort to change her attire. What was so appealing about the police uniform? Peng Tiancheng glanced at Luo Qi with a hint of reproach. Still in the police vehicle, exuding authority. What is the matter? Luo Qi rolled her eyes and retorted. Am I supposed to dress up extravagantly for picking up a mere security guard? What weight do you think you carry? That is not what I meant. Peng Tiancheng gestured towards the police car, attempting to explain. If someone sees me like this, those who know will think I'm going out for a meal, while those who don't might assume I've been arrested. I'm a law-abiding citizen, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of the future. Stop the nonsense. Get in the car. Luo Qi, having grown impatient, shot him a fierce glare before opening the door and starting the engine. Slow down. Do you even know how to drive? Peng Tiancheng admonished in a teaching tone. With your temper, you'll never make it to a leadership position. No need for your concern. I am currently the youngest squad leader in the bureau. That is only because your family is wealthy and you bought your position through backdoor means. You. Luo Qi's anger flared, her nostrils flaring, just as Peng Tiancheng's phone began to ring. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It's a call. Luo Qi scoffed, finding the ringtone utterly uncouth. Hello. Who is this? Peng Tiancheng answered the call. This is Dai Qianxue, came the cool voice from the other end. What is this about you being taken away by the police? Oh, President Dai. Peng Tiancheng hurriedly clarified. I was taken by the police. It was just a fan of mine, who idolizes me and insisted on treating me to a lavish meal. I simply couldn't refuse. Is it true that Bai Tong you had a quarrel with reported you to the police? Dai Qianxue asked with concern. Of course not, Peng Tiancheng assured her. Even if he had 100 courage, he wouldn't dare to report me. Thank you for your concern, President Dai. You needn't worry about me. Who is worried about you? Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone. With a screech, Luo Qi slammed on the brakes, causing the car to jolt violently as it came to a halt by the roadside. What the heck? Peng Tiancheng, caught off guard, nearly collided his head with the windshield. You say, who is so enamored with you? Crying and begging to treat you to a meal. What are you, just a mere security guard? Luo Qi, enraged, glared with fiery eyes, her small chest rising and falling. If it weren't for the seatbelt, the two peaks before her would have surely burst with indignation. Hee. Peng Tiancheng grinned, boasting. Just blowing hot air in front of the boss. Don't take it to heart. From now on, shut that foul mouth of yours. Luo Qi retorted angrily. Do not let me hear another word. Can I smoke a cigarette? No. Well then, I want to go to that meal. Is this how you treat a guest? As Peng Tiancheng spoke, he reached for the car door. Luo Qi ground her teeth in fury. But recalling her grandmother's admonition, she restrained herself, suddenly flooring the accelerator. The car surged forward once more, racing towards the Tianhai Dragon Palace Hotel. Chapter 37. The banquet. As Pang Tianchong followed the irate Luo Qi to the Tianhai Dragon Palace Hotel. Matriarch Luo had already been waiting in the VIP room on the top floor for quite some time. The elderly butler, Fu, was also present, directing two young and attractive waitresses as they arranged the tea set on the table. "Welcome, Pang Xiaoyu." Upon seeing Pang Tianchong enter, Matriarch Luo rose to greet him. Despite her mobility issues with her right leg, she stepped forward a few paces, grasped his hand, and guided him to the dining table. This gesture left Luo Qi momentarily stunned. In her memory, her grandmother had never shown such warmth and intimacy towards any guest, not even prominent figures. It seemed as if she was more affectionate than she would be with her own grandson, which was quite peculiar. "Good day, esteemed elder." Pang Tianchong assisted the elderly lady in taking a seat, saying, "Grandmother, you are far too gracious. We are but strangers. I hardly deserve such treatment. Come, let's enjoy some tea first." The elderly lady was effusive in her hospitality, her smile radiating warmth akin to that of spring. "Take a look at the menu. What do you fancy?" As she spoke, the waitress swiftly presented the menu to Pang Tianchong. He took it, perused it briefly, and then handed it back to Matriarch Luo, humbly remarking, "I am not particularly skilled at selecting dishes. I defer to your judgment. Please choose a few items at your discretion. I am not picky with my food." "Very well. I shall take the lead then." Matriarch Luo, holding the menu, pointed out several dishes to the waitress before turning to Pang Tianchong with a smile. "I am uncertain of your preferences, whether you favor Chinese or Western cuisine, so I shall choose a few from each to create a delightful combination." "That sounds perfect." Pang Tianchong replied softly, "I have a hearty appetite and am not choosy." Matriarch Luo then called out, "Xiao Qi, Fu, you two should join us at the table. Let us dine together." "Grandmother," Luo Qi shot Pang Tianchong a sideways glance. "Why don't you all eat without me? After all, I brought him here. I have matters to attend to and should take my leave. Sit down." Matriarch Luo's expression darkened as she admonished, "We agreed that I would treat, and you would cover the bill. How can you just leave?" Reluctantly, Luo Qi pouted and took her seat, muttering under her breath, "I do not enjoy dining with strangers. One becomes familiar with time." The elderly lady said with a smile, turning to Pang Tianchong, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Luo Qi, who works at the Southern District Bureau." Pang Tianchong smiled in response. "I was aware during our journey that she is a team leader, youthful, accomplished, and indeed impressive. I hold great admiration for her." "Humph." Luo Qi rolled her eyes, feigning indifference. Matriarch Luo shot her a stern look and then pointed toward the wine cabinet, inquiring, "Pang Xiaoyu, what type of wine do you prefer? White or red? Domestic or imported?" Pang Tianchong glanced at the wine cabinet, which boasted a considerable selection: whites, reds, champagne, and various beverages. "I'll have that bottle of Mouton, please," he said, gesturing casually. "I quite enjoy its flavor, even if it cannot compare to Lafite." "Excellent choice. We shall have Mouton then." Madame Luo discreetly signaled, prompting the beautiful waitress to swiftly uncork the bottle of red wine and pour it into the decanter. "Consider further." The elderly lady added, "Are there any other dishes you particularly enjoy? Please inform the kitchen to prepare them." "No need," Pang Tianchong replied, accustomed to taking a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. "I am not particularly fussy about food. As long as it fills my stomach, that suffices." "Could you refrain from smoking?" Luo Qi protested, covering her delicate nose in distaste. "It's suffocating." "My apologies," Pang Tianchong said, taking another deep drag before extinguishing the cigarette. "I'm just accustomed to it. I forgot there was a beautiful lady beside me, heh? Humph." Lacking any sense of public decorum, Luo Qi retorted, fanning away the smoke with her petite hand and rolling her eyes in exasperation. Madame Luo observed the exchange between Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi with a gentle smile, choosing to remain silent and allowing the two to engage in their playful banter. As the elderly chairman arrived at the hotel for dinner, the dishes were naturally served expeditiously. Before Pang Tianchong had even finished his cup of tea, the waitress began to bring out an array of dishes: Peking duck, Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, black fish roe soup, Australian lobster, Japanese sashimi, French foie gras, filet mignon, and Italian pasta, accompanied by Hainan coconut soup. A vibrant display, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. "Please, do help yourselves." Madame Luo gestured invitingly. "Pang Xiaoyu, do taste and see how the dishes of the Luo family hotel fare." "Wow!" Pang Tianchong exclaimed, "Madam, this is quite extravagant. Luo Qi felt a twinge of envy as she glanced at the sumptuous spread. She had never dined on such fine fare alongside her grandmother. This little security guard sure has it easy. Have you dined on Western cuisine before? Luo Qi asked disdainfully, eyeing Peng Tiancheng. Do you know how to use a knife and fork? Xiaoqi. Madame Luo admonished softly, how can you speak to Peng Xiaoyu in such a manner? What have I taught you since childhood? Not at all. Peng Tiancheng waved a hand dismissively. It's only natural for a young lady from a wealthy family to look down upon the common folk. I take no offense. Well then, do sample our Luo family hotel's dishes and let us know if they suit your palate, Madame Luo said. Her interest piqued as she watched Peng Tiancheng's hands and the knife and fork placed before him. I shall not hold back. Peng Tiancheng smiled slightly, deftly picking up the cutlery and elegantly slicing a piece of foie gras, savoring it with grace. Madame Luo observed him quietly. Her heart stirred as she thought, this is clearly a young man of worldly experience. Peng Tiancheng chewed thoughtfully, nodding in approval. It's quite good. I would rate it a 9 out of 10. Cut. Luo Qi interjected with some displeasure. Have you ever tasted French seared foie gras? And you rated a mere 9? Where do you find that 1 point lacking? Our hotel's chef is renowned. Peng Tiancheng raised the small knife in his hand to interrupt her. I discern the skill of a Michelin 3-star chef. Indeed, it is quite good. But my point is that the foie gras used here is still lacking just a touch of finesse. Old Lady Luo's eyes widened in curiosity as she exclaimed. What seems to be the issue with this foie gras? Is it not from the very land of France? Peng Tiancheng smacked his lips and replied. This is likely sourced from Hungarian geese. The fat content is just slightly inferior. Is that so? Old Lady Luo immediately turned to the attendant beside her and commanded, Go. Fetch your manager at once. Chapter 38. Supreme Card, the Tianhai Dragon Palace Hotel. Penthouse. VIP room. A casual remark from Peng Tiancheng left all present in a state of shock. Even the experienced Lady Luo could not reach such a level of discernment when it came to the origins of ingredients in Western cuisine. What could one expect from a mere security guard? Yet, the most astonished was Miss Luo Qi, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Peng Tiancheng. Her disbelief almost palpable on her exquisite face. How pretentious. The words hovered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back. For Peng Tiancheng's earlier assertion held a kernel of truth. This was indeed a dish prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. Both Luo Qi and her grandmother were aware that the hotel's kitchen utilized a Michelin 3-star chef, imported directly from France. Thus, Luo Qi hesitated to conclude whether Peng Tiancheng had truly discerned the dish or was merely guessing. Unbeknownst to them, Peng Tiancheng had spent 4 years in the underground world of the West, indulging in high-end Western cuisine to the point of excess, particularly when it came to French foie gras. Just as Lady Luo, Luo Qi, and the old butler Ah Fu exchanged bewildered glances. The door to the private room swung open gently, revealing a portly man with a bushy beard. Madam, the bearded man approached the elder respectfully. How may I assist you? Are you the manager of this hotel? Indeed. Luo matriarch pointed to the foie gras on the plate and inquired, was this foie gras airlifted from France? Speak honestly, no. The manager shook his head slightly. Previously, we did use foie gras that was airlifted from France. However, due to supply shortages from France 2 months ago, we began sourcing our foie gras from Hungary, and this has been our practice ever since. Unfortunately, this is a matter of necessity, and it remains a closely guarded secret of our hotel. The manager's word struck Luo Qi like a resounding slap to her face. Leaving her cheeks flushed and her gaze lowered in silence, her toes digging into the soles of her shoes, nearly creating an indentation of a 2-bedroom apartment. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Just moments ago, she had doubted Peng Tiancheng's experience with Western cuisine, only to discover that his palate had reached such remarkable heights. What a stinging rebuke. Oh, the elder lady nodded, gesturing towards Peng Tiancheng as she addressed the manager. This is no longer a secret of our hotel. This gentleman has discerned that the foie gras is from Hungary, not France. Is that so? The manager's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Peng Tiancheng, incredulous. Currently, he is the first to identify the distinction in our hotel's foie gras remarkable. Ignoring the astonishment of the manager, old Madame Luo continued, therefore, it would be best if you could consistently use French foie gras. Someone will surely notice the difference. Indeed, the bearded manager nodded repeatedly. We will continue to liaise with our contacts in France. Allow me to introduce, the elderly lady proceeded. This gentleman's surname is Peng, and he is Peng Tiancheng. He is an esteemed guest of our Luo family. Please arrange for a supreme card for him and deliver it. I shall attend to it immediately. The hotel manager bowed and turned to leave. Old madam, Pang Tianchong grinned, with such fine wine and delectable dishes. You need not go through the trouble of providing me with a supreme card. It is quite unnecessary. Nonsense. Old Madame Luo smiled. I find you quite agreeable, and besides, our meeting amidst this vast crowd is a stroke of fate. There is no need for you to overthink it. Haha. Now, let us pour some wine. She signaled the waiter to refill their glasses, and the four of them raised their cups together, marking the commencement of the feast. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, the ever-silent old steward could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Mr. Pang, I am intrigued with your skills. What possesses you to take on the role of a security guard? Oh, Pang Tianchong glanced at a Fu. This uncle, I too find it curious how you, at the late stage of dark energy, discerned that I also possess martial prowess? Hiki. The old steward chuckled heartily, to be precise. I would not dare to assert your martial abilities solely based on my observation. However, upon hearing that you decisively dealt with the Black Dragon Society, I realized you're indeed a concealed master. Oh, I see. Pang Tianchong understood. As his dealings with the Black Dragon Society were no longer a secret, you also practice martial arts? Luo Qi, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly became unsettled. Casting a skeptical glance at Pang Tianchong and provocatively asked, Dare you to spar with me? Not at all. Pang Tianchong shook his head, decisively declining. TCH. Luo Qi scoffed. Coward. Hiki. The old steward chuckled, Miss Qi. When Mr. Pang says he does not dare, it is not out of timidity, but rather, he fears that in a spar with you, he might inadvertently cause you harm. What? Luo Qi retorted. Are you implying that I am not his match? I am the champion of the city's free fighting competition. I am well aware of your status as champion. The old steward continued, yet, even 10 champions like you combined would struggle to approach Mr. Pang. Are you jesting? Luo Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment, questioning her own abilities. In the police station, she was regarded as one of the top fighters. How could she possibly be outmatched by a mere security guard? Miss Qi, the old steward remarked with a knowing smile. Your prowess as a free-fighting champion pales in comparison to my own. Compared to you, well, of course, you are leagues ahead, Luo Qi admitted, feeling disheartened. But the old steward spoke candidly, with my own skills, I fear I would not last 3 moves against Mr. Pang. Is it truly so exaggerated? Luo Qi's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, reaching her ears. While Pang Tianchong displayed no signs of contradiction or humility, his expression serene and unperturbed, like a tranquil well. Could this truly be the case? In that moment, Luo Qi felt yet another blow to her spirit. Chapter 39, Treating the Legs, Part 1, as Luo Qi lowered her head and fell silent. Pang Tianchong began to respond to the inquiries posed by the elderly steward. It turned out that his position as a security guard was quite unexpected. Wiping his mouth gently with a napkin, Pang Tianchong explained, I left Bianqing at the age of 7 and have not returned home for 19 years. A few days ago, upon my return, I discovered that the buildings in my neighborhood had been demolished. Lacking my parents' contact information, I found myself, for a time, homeless. Without a home or parents, one must find something to occupy oneself, right? Otherwise, how does one sustain oneself? However, with no qualifications to speak of, I truly could not think of a more suitable occupation than being a security guard. Haha. Pang Tianchong felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of his unsavory encounter with Dai Qianxue and chuckled self-deprecatingly, brushing the matter aside. Why not join our Luo group? Suggested the elderly matriarch with a probing smile. You may choose any position across our various industries. As for salary, feel free to propose any amount. I assure you, I shall not negotiate. What do you say? Haha. Pang Tianchong did not reject the old lady's benevolence. I am quite adaptable. It matters little to me where I am or what I do. To be honest, my time at Daikon Company is temporary. Once I locate my parents, I may very well leave. Have you found them yet? The elderly lady, noticing Pang Tianchong's disinterest in switching jobs, swiftly changed the topic. Not yet, he replied. I just started working and have been rather busy. In a couple of days, I will make inquiries about their whereabouts. Oh, that is simple. The elderly lady interjected immediately. Just provide me with your parents' names, and I will have Xiaoqi check with the bureau. We'll soon discover their whereabouts. Xiaoqi, this matter is now entrusted to you. Be sure to locate Xiao Pang's parents. Of course, Luo Qi, for once, regarded Pang Tianchong with a measure of respect. Give me their names, and I will look into it first thing tomorrow at work. Thank you. No need for formality. At that moment, the hotel manager returned, holding an exquisite card in his hands. Mr. Pang, the manager said, presenting the card with both hands respectfully. This is the supreme card of the Luo Hotel Group. The bearer is entitled to complimentary services at any of our establishments. Thank you. Pang Tianchong accepted the card nonchalantly, slipping it into his pocket. He raised his glass to clink with the elderly steward before downing the drink in one go. To be truthful, cards of this nature were commonplace for him during his time in the Western underground world, and he found nothing remarkable about it. However, to the young lady's eyes, this was an ostentatious display. It infuriated Luo Qi to the point where she almost wanted to slap the calm expression off his face. Nevertheless, in the discerning eyes of the elderly matriarch, this young man was undoubtedly a person of great experience and stature, someone she must befriend. At this juncture, the elderly Mrs. Luo suddenly twitched at the corners of her mouth, trembling as she ceased her meal. Instinctively, she covered her legs with her hand, falling into silence. The peculiar behavior of Mrs. Luo did not escape the keen eye of Pang Tianchong, who pondered for a moment and spoke. Madam, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. You have treated me to a meal and offered gifts, yet I find myself unable to repay your kindness. However, I am averse to being in your debt. How about this? I notice your legs seem to be somewhat unsteady. After we finish our meal, allow me to examine them and see if I can alleviate your discomfort. Alleviate? Luo Qi rolled her eyes in disbelief. Pang, have you been drinking? My grandmother's legs have been examined by the finest doctors both domestically and internationally, and none could remedy her condition. Are you out of your mind? Pang Tianchong, well-meaning, felt his expression darken as Luo Qi's defiance surfaced. He gazed intently at her, a hint of irritation in his voice. Luo Qi, why do you always look at others through a narrow lens? I believe it is not I who am deluded, but rather you. You. Luo Qi began to retort, but Pang Tianchong interrupted. What? You suffer from insomnia and vivid dreams, your limbs feel cold, and you experience irregularities in your menstrual cycle. Am I wrong? Luo Qi's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, for Pang Tianchong had spoken the truth. Her current state of health was precisely as he described. As the saying goes, a skilled practitioner can discern the ailment with a mere touch. Pang Tianchong hit the nail on the head, leaving her both embarrassed and angry, yet speechless. Mrs. Luo, being a woman of remarkable insight, observed her granddaughter's changing expression and realized that Pang Tianchong had struck a chord. Young friend Pang, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, do you truly possess the ability to heal? Indeed. Pang Tianchong nodded. Eschewing modesty, excessive humility might provoke disdain from the young lady beside him. I have accompanied my master in the practice of medicine for many years, encountering a myriad of complex ailments. Wonderful. The elderly lady proclaimed excitedly, come, come. Let us finish our meal, and afterward, you shall examine my legs closely. Ha. Come, let us have another toast. Overall, the meal was rather fulfilling. Throughout, aside from the occasional banter between Luo Qi and Pang Tianchong, the atmosphere remained quite pleasant. After dining, the waiter cleared the plates and poured tea, signaling the time for Master Pang's demonstration. Come, madam. Pang Tianchong feigned solemnity as he extended his hand. Allow me to take your pulse. In truth, with his abilities, he merely needed to open his third eye to perceive the elderly lady's entire network of meridians, acupoints, and ailments with clarity, rendering the act of pulse-taking unnecessary. His actions were merely a guise, an exhibition of an experienced traditional Chinese physician for those present. He rested his hand upon the lady's wrist, gently closing his eyes. As he activated his third eye, a surge of vital energy flowed from his fingertips into her body, traversing her meridians. At that moment, both Luo Qi and the old steward widened their eyes in wonder, curiously observing Pang Tianchong as he enacted his theatrics. After approximately half a minute, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand and instructed Luo Qi beside him, please roll up my grandmother's pant leg. I wish to see. Oh. Luo Qi rolled her eyes, but dared not disobey. She quickly bent down and gently rolled up the elderly lady's trousers, revealing a deformed calf. Pang Tianchong scrutinized it closely, then gently pinched it, exclaiming, Dear grandmother, you have endured much hardship over these 30 years. With this single utterance, tears nearly streamed down the old lady's cheeks. Indeed, for a full 3 decades, the pain in her leg had been unbearable, and no treatment seemed effective. At times, she even contemplated amputation, feeling it would be a release from her suffering. The elderly lady exclaimed with emotion, what is truly wrong with my leg? Can you cure it? Pang Tianchong calmly replied, it is the work of a curse. Chapter 40, Treatment of the Leg, Part 2, The Curse. A single utterance left the entire assembly astounded. Particularly, The venerable matriarch, Lady Luo, was suddenly struck by a memory from 3 decades prior. She recalled her venture to the southern frontier for a business negotiation, which, regrettably, ended in discord. Upon her return, she discovered that her leg had begun to ail, a torment that had only intensified over the years. Little Pang. The elderly lady's voice trembled. Are you suggesting that I have been cursed? Indeed. Pang Tianchong continued. This particular curse is known as the Ziwu Yin Yang Gu. It manifests at midnight and noon, causing excruciating pain in the afflicted area. Does that resonate with your experience? Yes. Lady Luo nodded painfully. Every midnight, I am awakened by the agony, and it strikes again at noon. For 30 years, I have not enjoyed a single afternoon nap. Are you aware of who has inflicted this upon you? Pang Tianchong inquired. Such curses are rare and are said to originate only from the southern regions. Furthermore, they have seldom appeared in recent years. Sighing softly, Lady Luo reflected, 3 decades ago, I journeyed to the southern frontier for business, and when negotiations fell through, I must have been cursed then. I recall it was summer, and while wearing a dress, I felt a mosquito bite on my calf, but I paid it no mind. Upon returning, my leg began to feel unwell. At first, the pain was mild, but over the last decade, it has escalated significantly. Even when not in crisis, walking has become a challenge. Listening to her lament, Luo Qi was moved to tears. Her voice choked. Grandmother, you have endured such suffering all these years. We have noticed your mobility issues, but we never fathomed it was this severe, with such daily torment. Why did you not speak of it? What could I say? Lady Luo chuckled bitterly. I have always been strong-willed. What is a little pain? Besides, even if I shared it with you, could you alleviate my suffering? Pang Tianchong. Luo Qi gazed at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Since you have discerned the cause of my grandmother's affliction, can you heal her leg? Pang Tianchong glanced at the tearful young woman and smiled faintly. Remove the question mark from your inquiry. Is that true? Luo Qi's tears transformed into a smile, suddenly finding the young security guard less irksome. Of course. Pang Tianchong asserted seriously. Do I appear to be jesting? Quickly assist the elder to lie down comfortably. I shall attend to her ailment at once. Yes, yes. Luo Qi and the old steward immediately sprang into action, guiding Lady Luo into the suite and allowing her to recline gently upon the bed. Pang Tianchong retrieved a small leather pouch from his pocket, resembling a wallet, and opened it to reveal a collection of gleaming silver needles. Lady, please remain still. He instructed as he began to insert the needles into strategic acupoints. I will first administer a few needles to clear your meridians, and then slowly coax the curse from your body. Fear not. The elderly lady remained remarkably composed, urging me to proceed without concern for her frail form. One silver needle after another pierced her leg, while simultaneously, Pang Tianchong channeled his spiritual energy through the needles into her body, allowing it to meander through her meridians. After approximately 5 minutes, her leg began to quiver in response to the vibrations of the needles. Hiss. The old woman inhaled sharply. It hurts. Little Pang. Why is it painful again? Do not worry. Just endure a little longer. Pang Tianchong reassured her, explaining that the goo worm was being pressured and was beginning to stir. You only need to hold on for a few more minutes. As he spoke, he gently tapped his index finger on the Yongquan acupoint on her foot, and a warm current surged into her leg, swiftly alleviating her pain. How delightful. The elderly lady smiled. Little Pang, is this the legendary true energy? One could say so. Pang Tianchong replied, while continuing to channel his energy. However, the type of true energy I wield is capable of healing ailments. The old steward, observing intently, felt a tremor of astonishment. His gaze towards Pang Tianchong transformed, for he understood that only a master could manifest true energy with such finesse. It was utterly astonishing. Before Pang Tianchong could finish his thought, a viscous black liquid began to seep from the elderly lady's leg, exuding a foul odor. Within the thick liquid, something thin appeared to writhe, approximately an inch in length. It's emerging. Pang Tianchong turned to Luo Qi, instructing, quickly, bring me a napkin. Here. Luo Qi promptly handed over a napkin. Her eyes fixated on every movement of Pang Tianchong. He folded the napkin, grasped the goo worm, crushed it gently, and casually disposed of it in the trash bin. After another 5 minutes, Pang Tianchong began to withdraw the needles. With a swift motion, he gathered all the silver needles into his hand as if performing a magic trick. Clean Grandma's leg. Shortly, I will massage her, he instructed Luo Qi while carefully placing the needles back into the small pouch. At that moment, Luo Qi was utterly attentive to his words, not daring to delay, and hurriedly retrieved wet wipes from her bag to gently cleanse the elderly lady's leg. All done. Seeing that her leg was now clean, Pang Tianchong extended his hands to her lower leg, saying, "Relax, I will now give you a massage." As he spoke, a layer of white mist began to emerge from his hands, enveloping the elderly lady's calf and pulsating gently. This. Luo Qi and the old steward looked on in astonishment, not daring to breathe, having never witnessed such a miraculous scene. They stood, awestruck, utterly captivated. At this moment, the meridians in the elderly lady's leg were fully opened. Though they could not see Pang Tianchong exerting his power, she felt a warm and soothing sensation in her calf. An indescribable delight. How wonderful! A few minutes later, Pang Tianchong withdrew his spiritual energy, declaring, "All done. From today onward, you can discard your cane and move freely. Now take a few steps." "Ah!" Old Lady Luo exclaimed in delight. Can I walk now?" Pang Tianchong nodded, encouragingly responding. "Come down and give it a try." Hee. Old Lady Luo laughed. "Just hearing you say that lifts my spirits. I will take a few steps." "Yes. Walk boldly." Pang Tianchong gestured for everyone to step aside, allowing the elderly lady to descend from the bed, with both feet on the ground. Old Lady Luo tentatively took a small step. To her astonishment, there was no longer any sensation of pain. Soon, she began to stride around the room with joy, laughing heartily like a child. "Grandma." Luo Qi's tears streamed down her face once more, overwhelmed with joy. "You will no longer have to suffer." Hee. "Thank you, Pang Tianchong." "No need for thanks." Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. "Just don't feel sorry for me when I indulge myself at your hotel in the future. Get out of here." Luo Qi chuckled through her tears. Who would feel sorry? Am I that petty? Haha. Chapter 41. Kidnapping in her chambers. The venerable matriarch, Madame Luo, paced restlessly, lifting her legs repeatedly to the ground until she was finally convinced that her legs had indeed healed, devoid of any pain. Grasping Pang Tianchong's hand with tears of gratitude, she exclaimed, "Young Pang, I cannot thank you enough. I never imagined that someone so young could possess the skills of a master healer. This time, consider it a significant favor owed by this old woman. Henceforth, should there be any need for our Luo family in Bianqing, do not hesitate to call upon us. No need for formality." Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively, responding, "You have already mentioned that this is all fate, and there's no need to keep it in mind. Did you not just give me a supreme card? I believe we are even now." "Haha, that simply will not do." The elderly lady shook her head vehemently. "How about this? I understand you are currently in need of funds. Provide me with a bank account number, and I shall arrange for a transfer of 1 million as a fee for your treatment. What do you say?" "Absolutely not," Pang Tianchong reiterated, waving his hand once more. "I have already resolved my financial situation. Just the other day, I managed to recover a substantial debt from my company, and they have decided to reward me with a bonus, so I am quite financially stable at the moment." "Oh, I see." The matriarch expressed a hint of disappointment. Pang Tianchong continued, "In fact, I am quite affluent myself, perhaps even less so than you." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Luo Qi beside him, noting her lack of reaction and her diminishing disdain, and he pressed on, "However, all my funds are currently held by my senior apprentice. Once I locate my parents and settle down, she will return the money to me." "Indeed," Madame Luo remarked, realization dawning upon her. "With your remarkable abilities, it would be exceedingly easy for you to amass wealth. How could you truly be lacking in funds? It seems I have been overly concerned. Haha. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand." Pang Tianchong redirected the conversation. "Madam, your legs have been effectively treated through my cleansing technique, but due to the prolonged period of neglect, your muscles have atrophied and will require further medication for reinforcement. Shortly, I will prescribe a few herbal remedies for you to brew and consume over the course of 1 or 2 treatment cycles. After a month, I shall administer another acupuncture session, and you will be completely healed." "Splendid, splendid," Madame Luo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I am deeply grateful to you, Mr. Pang." Thank you. Thank you." She felt fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable individual who could eradicate her ailment that had plagued her for 3 decades. The attentive hotel staff, perceptive to the unfolding scene, promptly fetched paper and pen, presenting them to Pang Tianchong. He took the pen and swiftly noted down several herbal prescriptions, handing them to the elderly steward. Just as he was about to impart a few more instructions, his phone suddenly rang. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A phone call is coming through." Pang Tianchong retrieved his mobile device and pressed the answer button casually, only to be greeted by a chilling voice on the other end. "Hello. Is this Pang Tianchong? It is I. Who are you? Your friend Ding Tai is in our custody. You have half an hour to arrive at the Red Mandarin Duck Bar. Should you arrive late, I shall sever one of his hands. Wait. Pang Tianchong's mind raced, and he instantly grasped the dire situation. His partner, Ding Tai, had been abducted. Friend, let us converse calmly, without haste. I shall arrive shortly. Whatever the matter, direct it towards me. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on my friend, I will ensure they regret ever entering this world. As Pang Tianchong spoke, an aura of murderous intent surged around him. In that instant, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, causing everyone present to shudder inexplicably. Does anyone know the whereabouts of the Red Mandarin Duck Bar? Pang Tianchong inquired, suppressing his anger. I have an urgent matter to attend to. To the north of the city, on Great Wall Road, replied the old steward, Ah Fu, promptly. I've heard that it lies within the territory of the White Tiger Gang. Mr. Pang, what has transpired? Pang Tianchong did not respond. Instead, he clasped his fist in respect towards the elderly matriarch, saying, Thank you for your dinner, my lady. Until we meet again. With that, he swiftly departed through the door. The occupants of the room were momentarily stunned, and when they focused again, Pang Tianchong's figure had vanished. What just occurred? The old matriarch, Lady Luo, exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Ah Fu. Why did I suddenly feel a chill? That was Mr. Pang's wrath, inadvertently emanating his murderous intent. The old steward explained, still shaken. From his tone, it seems the White Tiger Gang in the north has provoked him. Ah, indeed, the winds of fate are unrelenting. Lady Luo chuckled. Which fool has dared to incite him? Grandmother, Luo Qi expressed her concern. Should I inform the police to send someone over? No need. Lady Luo interrupted, raising her hand. A mere White Tiger Gang is hardly worthy of Mr. Pang's attention. Then, the steward pondered, should we send a few individuals to observe the commotion? Yes, that would be prudent, Lady Luo nodded. Send a few capable ones to assist him discreetly if needed. Understood. The steward took out his phone and swiftly exited the private room. Now then, Lady Luo stretched her legs and smiled. Xiaoqi, let us return home. Tonight is indeed a splendid evening. With that, the matriarch hurried towards the door. Grandmother, please take care. Luo Qi instinctively reached out to assist her, only to be playfully pushed away. What are you fussing about? Do you not see how steady I walk? Ah, dear matriarch, do revel in your sprightliness. They both chuckled heartily together. Meanwhile, as for Pang Tianchong, upon exiting the hotel, he promptly hailed a taxi. Driver, to Red Mandarin Duck Bar on Great Wall Road. Make haste. As he spoke, he produced a 100 yuan note from his pocket and slapped it onto the windshield. No need for change. Certainly. The driver, overjoyed, swiftly turned the steering wheel, propelling the car towards the northern district. The taxi soon arrived at the entrance of the Red Mandarin Duck Bar, where two burly men approached him immediately. Are you Pang Tianchong? Indeed, I am. Pang Tianchong cast a cold glance at the burly man and inquired, Where is your master? Take me to him at once. Follow me, replied one of the men, leading the way, while another followed closely behind. The trio hastened towards an unregistered van parked by the roadside. Once inside the vehicle, Pang Tianchong pressed on. Is my friend unharmed? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Your friend is perfectly fine. One of the men grinned. He's over there chatting with our people. Kiki, it's best if he is indeed fine. Pang Tianchong replied through clenched teeth. If anything were to happen to him, you all shall pay dearly. Chapter 42. The rescue. Pang Tianchong followed the burly man into the van, where one of them started the engine, continuing northward, away from the city. The other pulled out a phone and dialed. Hello, boss. The one surnamed Pang has arrived. He is in our vehicle. Does he have any accomplices? No. Just him alone. Well, hurry up and bring him here. Listening to their conversation, Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette and leisurely took a drag, utterly unconcerned about where they were taking him. This was what one might call, a skilled artist is bold. The two men fell silent. One focused on driving while the other remained alert beside Pang Tianchong, both acutely aware that this gentleman was quite capable, and should he become irked, it would be they who would suffer. Their task was simply to deliver him to the designated location without complicating matters. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle halted in front of a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city. The temple had long since lost its incense offerings, with only the structure remaining, and it was seldom visited. Your friend is inside. Go on in. One of the burly men opened the door and cautiously stood aside. Pang Tianchong exited the vehicle, discarded his cigarette butt, and surveyed the surroundings. Inside the crumbling temple, flickering candlelight cast shadows, and figures moved about. A few off-road vehicles were parked not far from the temple, clearly indicating that a trap had been laid, awaiting his arrival. As a cool breeze swept by, Pang Tiancheng burped, the effects of the alcohol dissipating, his mind becoming completely clear. Without hesitation, he strode toward the temple, followed closely by the two men. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the space was crowded with people. There were at least 30 or 40 individuals present. At the center, on the incense table, sat an elderly man with gray hair, a large head, a broad forehead, and his face obscured by a black cloth, rendering his features indistinguishable except for a pair of triangular eyes that coldly fixed upon the entrance. Tied securely to a rickety chair beside the old man was a figure, Ding Tai, the unfortunate security guard, gagged with a piece of rag. His eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Pang Tiancheng, desperately mumbling and gesturing, though his words were inaudible. "Ah Tai, do not worry." Pang Tiancheng waved his hand. "I will take you away shortly." As he spoke, he casually pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a long plume of white smoke. The entire process was executed with such nonchalance that the armed thugs surrounding him were completely disregarded, as if they were invisible. Damn. The henchmen exchanged glances, bewildered, then looked back at Pang Tiancheng, who was calmly exhaling smoke. They had never encountered someone so unfazed amidst such peril, displaying such audacity in the face of danger. "You are Pang Tiancheng." The elderly man seated at the incense table narrowed his pupils, staring intently at Pang Tiancheng as he inquired. "It is I." Pang Tiancheng exhaled another puff of smoke, lifting his gaze to the old man. "Esteemed leader, since I have arrived, your target is me. Therefore, release my brother, and we shall converse at length." With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned someone to untie the ropes binding Ding Tai, and deftly removed the rag from his mouth. Regaining his freedom, Ding Tai hurriedly ran a few steps and leapt into Pang Tiancheng's embrace. "Chonggu, you finally come." "It's all right." Pang Tiancheng patted Ding Tai's back, offering comfort. "You should wait outside for a moment while I have a word with this elder." Wiping away his tears, Ding Tai understood that remaining there was futile and, still shaken, dashed outside. "Speak." Pang Tiancheng regarded the elder with a steady gaze and inquired coolly, "What is it that you intend to do with me, considering the elaborate scheme you've orchestrated?" "Mr. Pang," the elder replied coldly, "to be candid, we are merely mercenaries for hire. Someone has offered 300,000 for one of your legs. As the saying goes, to take someone's money is to alleviate their troubles, so do not hold it against us, I see." Pang Tiancheng nodded, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. "Truly, men die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. If someone were to offer 1,000,000 for your demise, would you acquiesce?" "Curse it." The elder was nearly choked by the retort, veins bulging on his forehead. In a fit of rage, he gestured, "Attack. Break one of his legs." With the command given, a man surged forward, wielding a long pole, executing a move named Autumn Wind Sweeps Away Leaves, aimed directly at Pang Tiancheng's legs. Whoosh! The pole sliced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, roaring towards him. Pang Tiancheng, attuned to the sound, did not even need to turn. He tapped the ground with his toes, leaping into the air with grace, effortlessly evading the strike. Then, executing a swift rotation midair, he delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on the assailant's chin, sending both man and pole soaring through the air. Those behind were caught off guard and tumbled to the ground, resulting in a cacophony of cries. Pang Tiancheng's movements flowed seamlessly, a display of precision and fluidity. Executed in a heartbeat, clean and efficient. "Brat, you seek death." Before he could touch down, another burly man swung a hefty blade towards his legs with overwhelming force. "Curse your ancestor." Pang Tiancheng shouted fervently, shifting his position to evade, and struck the man down with a single blow, following up by crushing his wrist with a kick. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony, rolling away. "Dare you wield a blade against me?" Pang Tiancheng muttered curses as he seized another flying pole, drawing it into his grasp. He then propelled himself into the air once more, delivering a kick that sent another assailant flying. With the pole now firmly in hand, he infused it with his energy, swinging it in a sweeping motion that toppled several foes at once. The pole struck the ground with ferocity, using the momentum to launch himself again, delivering a series of rapid kicks that sent the remaining standing opponents crashing to the earth. Ouch. The air was filled with gasps and moans, leaving no one upright. The elder, seated at the incense table, was rendered speechless. He had witnessed skilled fighters before, but none could compare to this extraordinary prowess, truly a sight to behold. Among the few dozen individuals present, there were indeed several martial artists and masters of hidden strength. Yet none could stand against Pang Tiancheng's single strike. It was utterly terrifying. After vanquishing the crowd, Pang Tiancheng tossed aside his staff, clapped his hands, and cast a sidelong glance at the elderly man, who appeared lost in thought, and quipped, "Old fellow, don't just sit there watching the show. I know you possess some skills too. Why not join in?" The old man's face turned ashen, and in a swift motion, he leaped down from the incense table, drawing a handgun from his waist. With the dark muzzle pointed menacingly at Pang Tiancheng, he sneered, "Youngster, you certainly possess remarkable fighting prowess. You are the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered. However, no matter how capable you are, can you truly match the bullet in my gun?" Chapter 43. The Three Articles of Agreement. In the northern part of the city, at a dilapidated temple, Pang Tiancheng found himself at the mercy of a dark, menacing gun barrel pointed directly at his head. Yet, he exhibited no trace of alarm. At his current level, he had transcended into a semi-divine state, rendering ordinary blades and firearms incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. With a mere thought, he summoned a protective aura. The bullets struck him as if they were colliding with a pillar of reinforced concrete, leaving behind nothing more than a faint white mark. "Huh, old man," Pang Tiancheng scoffed. "Are you so desperate that you resort to your last resort? Go on, shoot. If I so much as flinch, then I am no hero. By the name of Pang, do not push me." The elder's face shifted from pale to crimson, his voice laced with fury as he bellowed, "Kneel before me. Otherwise, I shall pull the trigger." "Go ahead, you coward," Pang Tiancheng retorted disdainfully. "A mere ant remains an ant, even with a gun in hand." "Pa, boss, shoot. Put an end to this little brat." A portly man sprawled on the ground, clutching his thigh, howled in agony, "I want him dead." "Ugh. Ouch. Enough of this noise." Pang Tiancheng, without a glance, pointed a finger, unleashing a swift, piercing force that instantly pierced the portly man's thigh, staining the ground with blood. "Ah!" The portly man let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing into unconsciousness from a combination of fear and pain. Everyone was rendered speechless, astonished. Was this the legendary six-pulse divine sword? To inflict harm with a mere gesture, if he were to point at his own head, would he not immediately find himself in the realm of the dead? Silence enveloped the scene, as the lying bandits clenched their jaws, too terrified to utter a sound, even reluctant to let out a breath. It was utterly terrifying. The elder's face turned ashen, his hand gripping the gun trembled uncontrollably, his heart gripped by an overwhelming dread. "Fire," Pang Tiancheng urged. "If you do not shoot, I shall take action myself." Bang, bang. Seizing the initiative, the elder steeled himself and finally discharged 2 shots. The bullets whizzed through the air, striking Pang Tiancheng's thigh. After the gunfire ceased, the elder peered intently, only to find that the anticipated torrent of blood and cries of anguish were conspicuously absent. Pang Tiancheng's trousers merely bore 2 new holes, emitting faint wisps of smoke, with not a drop of blood in sight. "Continue." Pang Tiancheng gently patted his thigh, brushing off the soot. "You still have 4 bullets left, do you not? Proceed." This. The astonished onlookers felt as though their eyes were about to pop from their sockets. Was he invulnerable? Was he even human? The elder was on the brink of tears, realizing his impending doom. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed the trigger once more. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 shots rang out in rapid succession, emptying the gun of all its ammunition. Pang Tiancheng remained standing, utterly unscathed, with merely 4 additional holes in the front of his clothing. "Is that all?" Pang Tiancheng coldly regarded the elder, casually brushing off his clothes and shaking his leg. The metallic sounds rang out, echoing in the stillness. As his body trembled, several bullets fell to the ground, producing an eerie sound in the darkness. Having finished, "It was now my turn to act," Pang Tiancheng declared, stepping towards the elderly man. "Mr. Pang, spare my life." The old man, utterly panicked, tumbled off the incense table and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, prostrating himself fervently. "Spare your life?" Pang Tiancheng scoffed. "Did you think of sparing mine when you fired those shots?" "Mr. Pang." The old fellow was nearly in tears, pleading, "If you spare us, the White Tiger Gang will become your loyal hounds, ready to obey your every command. We will bite whoever you tell us to." "White Tiger Gang?" Pang Tiancheng yanked the black cloth from the old man's face and scolded. "So you acknowledge your identity now, hiding your old visage under a rag, pretending to be mysterious. I had already guessed you were that old scoundrel Lu from the White Tiger Gang." Yes, I am Lu Wanqiu. "Please, Mr. Pang, show mercy and let us go." "Dream on." Pang Tiancheng glared fiercely at Lu Wanqiu, stepped forward, and with a sharp crack, crushed his right arm underfoot. Then, with a swift twist of his foot, he reduced the handgun on the ground to mere scraps of metal. "Ah!" Lu let out a chilling scream, collapsing onto the ground. Wrongdoings must bear consequences. Pang Tianchong continued. I shall spare your lives today, as you merely kidnapped someone without harming my friend. Thank you, Mr. Pang, for your kindness. Spare our lives, Lu exclaimed joyfully. What, Mr. Pang? Pang Tianchong reprimanded. Address me as Teacher Pang. I am here to teach you the ways of humanity. From now on, should I catch you committing heinous acts, I shall discipline you accordingly. Do you understand? We understand, Teacher Pang. Lu Wanqiu responded submissively, prostrate on the ground, knowing that survival was paramount. Furthermore, Pang Tianchong continued. I shall set forth 3 rules. First, no one must speak of tonight's events. You are to keep your people in check. Should anyone dare utter a word, you shall break their legs. If you fail to do so, I shall break yours. Yes, yes, I will ensure they do not speak. Lu Wanqiu agreed hastily, for he too wished for no outsiders to learn of today's disgrace. Secondly, you are to send someone to break the leg of the second young master of the Zhou family. He desires my leg, so I shall repay him in kind. Can you manage this? Absolutely. I shall see to it immediately. Thirdly, should I ever require assistance from the White Tiger Gang, you must be at my beck and call. If you fail to arrive promptly, I shall break your dog legs. Yes, yes. We shall obey Teacher Pang's commands without fail. Enough. Pang Tianchong delivered a firm kick to Lu Wanqiu's backside. Get up. Arrange for someone to drive us back. By the way, my attire has been torn by your bullets. Remember to prepare a new outfit for me and deliver it to our company tomorrow. Did you hear me? All right. No problem. Lu Wanqiu rose from the ground, nodding repeatedly. He then turned to the man who had originally driven to bring Pang Tianchong and shouted, Zhuzi, get up, you still need to take Teacher Pang back. I. The man called Zhuzi scrambled to his feet, stammering, I'll go right away. He had initially considered backing out, but upon reflecting on Pang Tianchong's formidable reputation, he swallowed his words, gritted his teeth, and obediently made his way outside. Chapter 44. The White Tiger Gang realizes Pang Tianchong swaggered out of the dilapidated temple, only to find Ding Tai leaning against a bread truck, eyes closed and trembling all over. That night, Ding Tai's heart had endured torment. First, he was inexplicably bound and brought to this desolate wilderness. After what felt like an eternity, he finally saw Pang Tianchong come to his rescue. Yet the gunfire moments ago had nearly terrified him into submission. He was acutely aware that the shots had been fired by the bandits. For Pang Tianchong certainly did not possess a firearm. As security guards, their most formidable weapon was merely a rubber baton. How could they have a gun? Ding Tai's thoughts spiraled into darker imaginings. If Pang Tianchong had been shot dead, would he himself be silenced as well? He wanted to rise and flee, but his legs betrayed him, refusing to cooperate. It was over. Ding Tai's mind was a chaotic tempest. Was he truly destined to die like this? He had yet to marry, to relish the beauty of life, and he was still so young. Sobbing quietly, he lamented, Old Ding. It's over. Pang Tianchong patted Ding Tai's shoulder. Get up quickly, let us return home. Startled, Ding Tai opened his eyes wide to find Pang Tianchong standing before him, beaming. He hastily grasped his hand and stood up. Brother Pang, you're alive? The warmth emanating from Pang Tianchong's hand assured him that he was indeed human, not a ghost. For spirits lack warmth. Enough with your nonsense. Pang Tianchong chastised. I am invincible across the land. A mere band of petty thieves could not possibly harm me. But what was that gunfire just now? I thought you had been shot? What gunfire? Pang Tianchong chuckled. That was merely firecrackers. They were trying to scare me. But after I gave them a good thrashing, they were all subdued. If you don't believe me, ask this fellow here. Yes. Zhuzi nodded eagerly. What Teacher Pang says is true. We were all subdued by him. Now, let us escort you home. As he spoke, the man hurriedly started the vehicle, fearful that a misstep in his words might provoke Pang Tianchong's ire. It was best to hastily see this gentleman home. All is well. Ding Tai felt a weight lift off his chest. Then, let us depart at once. With that, he opened the car door, and both he and Pang Tianchong swiftly climbed inside. With the vehicle now in motion, they sped toward the city. It wasn't until the bread truck vanished from sight, leaving no trace of sound, that the remaining men in the temple began to rise from the ground, downcast, surrounding Lu Laoda to voice their grievances. Lu Yi, today, we've suffered a great setback. If word of this spreads, how shall our White Tiger Gang continue to survive in the underworld? Indeed, boss, we were utterly defeated tonight. Can we be blamed for this? That Pang is simply too formidable. He is practically inhuman. Silence. Lu Wanqiu's expression darkened to an extreme, cradling his severed arm. his triangular eyes glinting with menace as he bellowed, "All of you shut your mouths. If anyone dares to utter a single word about today's events, I shall flay him alive." Yes, yes. Everyone swore that no one could speak of it. Ma Jiao immediately concurred. And Pang Tianchong added that anyone who dared to reveal it would suffer a broken leg. "I believe it is better to silence them altogether. Only the dead can keep a secret." Under the flickering candlelight, Ma Jiao's scarred face appeared particularly sinister. "Ma, are you suggesting that we should eliminate everyone?" A burly man interjected, questioning him. No. Ma Jiao hastily waved his hands. "I meant that regarding today's affair. Anyone who dares to speak of it shall be silenced. Not that we would eliminate anyone entirely." "How could that be?" "All right." Lu Wanshou glanced around and said, "Let us return and inform our respective brothers to avoid provoking anyone with the surname Pang. Anyone who lacks insight and continues to provoke him shall bear the consequences." Indeed. The crowd nodded, still shaken from the earlier conflict. "Boss." Ma Jiao seemed to recall something, squinting slightly. "Don't you think today's events were a bit peculiar?" "What do you mean?" Lu frowned. Ma Jiao reminded him, at that moment. The second son of the Zhou family mentioned that the Black Dragon Society had fought with Pang Tianchong, and they had exchanged blows, both sustaining internal injuries. Could this be a deception? Ah, indeed. Before Lu could respond, a burly man exclaimed in realization that scoundrel must have lied. How could the Black Dragon match up with Pang and both be injured? Nonsense. That Black Dragon is only slightly stronger than me. Even if you tied 10 Black Dragons together, they wouldn't be a match for Pang Tianchong. Damn it. Lu spat. We've been duped. They must have known about Pang Tianchong's strength all along, intentionally leading us to act. No wonder they offered 30,000. It was a price on our heads. Boss. This matter isn't over. We must confront them, someone suggested. Ma Jiao ground his teeth and replied, "What is there to discuss? First, let's break that scoundrel's legs. After all, it was Pang who instructed us. Let us proceed with that." Lu declared, rising to his feet. "Let us leave. It's getting late. Everyone, return and rest." As Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai arrived back at the company, it was already midnight. Apart from the personnel on duty, the other security guards were at rest. However, team leader Ding Xin was still awake, squatting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. He was waiting for Ding Tai, who had not returned late at night. Ding Tai was his fellow townsman and someone he had recommended for employment at the company. Now, with Ding Tai missing and unreachable, Ding Xin began to worry. After all, Ding Tai was not like Pang Tianchong, who had been invited to dinner by a female police officer. Returning late was no issue for him, given his formidable skills. However, Ding Tai was different. He had been summoned by a mysterious phone call and had not returned since. If something were to happen, how could he explain it upon returning home? While Ding Xin was lost in these thoughts, a van suddenly pulled up at the entrance. Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai emerged, the vehicle not pausing for a moment as it drove away. "Ah Tai." Ding Xin immediately stood up, reproaching him. "Why have you returned so late? Where have you been?" "Sigh, let us not dwell on it." Ding Tai waved his hand as he walked towards the dormitory, explaining that he had been taken away by members of the White Tiger gang. "Fortunately, Brother Pang rushed over and rescued me." Some people in the dormitory had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing their conversation, they immediately turned on the lights. "What on earth is happening?" Ding Guixin inquired, puzzled, asking how he had provoked the White Tiger gang. Enough. Pang Tianchong interjected impatiently. "Ding, it's too late today. Let us discuss this tomorrow." "Hey, Pang Tianchong, what is the matter with your clothes? Why are there several holes?" Ding Guixin suddenly exclaimed upon noticing the holes in Pang Tianchong's attire. "They look as if they were made by bullets." "What?" This remark stirred a hornet's nest. Most of the security personnel were retired veterans, and upon hearing the word bullets, several of them sat up, staring intently at the holes in Pang Tianchong's chest. "You can't deny it. It truly resembles bullet holes." "What do you mean resembles?" The old squad leader, who had previously clashed with Pang Tianchong, reached out and tugged at the fabric, stating firmly, "These are definitely holes made by bullets." Chapter 45. Healing through a handshake, the seasoned old squad leader swiftly deduced that the holes in Pang Tianchong's clothing were caused by bullets, and shortly thereafter, another security guard stepped forward to corroborate his assertion. "The old soldier is indeed correct," he exclaimed, squinting as he scrutinized the garment. "During my training in the army, I shot at a scarecrow dressed in such clothing, and the holes left behind resembled these perfectly. It's no wonder that the security personnel at Daikong Company possess commendable military acumen. They evidently recognize the signs." After a restless night, weariness overtook Peng Tianchong. His eyelids heavy with fatigue. He dismissed the crowd with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "I've already stated that I was blasted by firecrackers. Why the wild guesses? Time to sleep." With that, he removed his clothes and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The veterans, however, found it impossible to sleep, yet they dared not disturb Peng Tianchong. Instead, they encircled Ding Tai, pressing him for answers. "A Tai?" the old squad leader exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. "You returned with him. What transpired? Who fired the gun?" "I." Ding Tai was equally bewildered, stammering as he attempted to explain. "At that moment, Brother Peng asked me to step outside. He confronted those members of the White Tiger gang by himself, and I witnessed nothing." He continued to reminisce. "I heard the sounds of a scuffle outside, dozens of them attacking Brother Peng. Then I heard several firecracker-like explosions. He mentioned they were trying to intimidate him with those. Does that sound like firecrackers to you?" Captain Ding interjected. "There is a distinct difference between the sound of gunfire and that of firecrackers. The former is muffled and thunderous, while the latter is sharp and piercing." "What was your impression at that moment?" "Indeed," the old squad leader pressed, "did the sound strike you as jarring?" "Well," Ding Tai scratched his head. "At that moment, I was so frightened I nearly wet myself. I could hardly discern anything." "Damn it," the old squad leader exclaimed in frustration. "If only I had been there. But I cannot blame you. You have never served in the military." "Wait a moment." The squad leader leaned closer to Peng Tianchong, gently touching his smooth abdomen, perplexed. If it were a bullet wound, how could he be entirely unscathed, without a single injury? Indeed, quite perplexing. Others began to share the same doubts. "Enough. Let us all get some rest. It is late," Captain Ding finally advised. With a head full of questions, he extinguished the dormitory lights. Silence enveloped the room for the remainder of the night. The following morning, Peng Tianchong rose and donned a set of Ding Tai's old clothes, preparing for a normal day at work. The tattered garment from the previous day was crumpled and discarded into the trash bin. After all, he had no concerns about replacing it, as the White Tiger gang would undoubtedly compensate him for a new wardrobe. As anticipated, shortly before 5 in the afternoon, 2 vehicles arrived in succession at the entrance of Daikon Company. One was a police car driven by Luo Qi, and the other was a Land Rover belonging to the White Tiger gang. Earlier that morning, Luo Qi had utilized the names of Peng Tianchong's parents, which he had provided, to search the internal network at her workplace, swiftly uncovering their home address. Originally, such trivial matters could be resolved with a simple phone call to Peng Tianchong. However, for reasons unknown, her grandmother insisted that she personally deliver the address, turning a minor issue into a major affair. Inside the Land Rover, members of the White Tiger gang were tasked with delivering clothing. Throughout the morning, they scoured the city, ultimately locating a manufacturer identical to Daikong's security uniforms, purchasing a set of attire, which they delivered in the afternoon. As the 2 men arrived at Daikong's entrance, they coincidentally encountered Officer Luo Qi's police car. They hesitated to exit, opting to wait for the police vehicle to depart. Thus, the 2 cars stood facing each other outside the gate, one to the left and one to the right. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Dai Qianxue, who was deep in thought by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 19th floor. What was happening? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brows in confusion when a knock at the office door interrupted her thoughts, and her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered. "Time to clock out." "Little Snow." Gong Xiaoshuang approached Dai Qianxue, teasingly inquiring, "What are you so absorbed in?" "Oh, isn't that the policewoman from yesterday? Why is she here again?" Gong Xiaoshuang glanced downstairs and curiously remarked, "And there's a Land Rover too. Surely they aren't both here looking for that little rogue, right? Haha, look. What is she handing over to that man named Peng?" Catching a glimpse, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed as if she had discovered something remarkable. That. Could it be a love letter? Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. What era are we in? Who still writes love letters? What kind of thinking is that? Downstairs, Peng Tianchong received the paper handed to him by Luo Qi, scrutinizing the elegant handwriting that detailed an address, 19, Huanghe Road, Moon Bay Community, Building 8, Apartment 2902. "Thank you." Peng Tianchong tucked the note into his pocket, expressing, "You've done me a great favor, and I'm unsure how to repay you. Here, extend your hand." "What for?" Luo Qi instinctively extended her right hand. Peng Tianchong grasped it firmly, stating, "You carry too much cold energy, which leads to various ailments. Allow me to dispel this coldness as a token of my gratitude for your assistance." "You." Luo Qi felt her cheeks flush. "Who asked for your thanks? That seems rather petty, doesn't he it?" Suddenly, She felt a warm current coursing through her arm, spreading throughout her entire being, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, akin to a gentle spring breeze. This. Luo Qi's eyes widened. Is this the fabled true energy? Pang Tiancheng remained silent, holding her delicate hand steadily. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were both transfixed, utterly bewildered by the prolonged handshake. What is going on here? Gong Xiaoshuang was the first to break the silence. Is he being inappropriate? Little Snow, I told you, this guy can't resist beautiful women. Just look at that ridiculous display. That doesn't seem right. Dai Qianxue interjected calmly. I've heard Officer Luo Qi has a rather fierce temperament. If he were being inappropriate, she would have already kicked him where it hurts. This is puzzling. What on earth is happening? 3 minutes later, Pang Tiancheng gently released Luo Qi's hand, offering a faint smile as he remarked, Tonight, you shall enjoy a restful slumber. Is that truly the case? Luo Qi inquired. Her cheeks flushed. Will my condition improve as well? Absolutely. Pang Tiancheng replied earnestly, nodding with conviction. I am, after all, a miraculous healer, capable of reviving the lifeless. Thank you. Luo Qi exclaimed as she opened the car door, starting the engine and speeding away like a startled bird. Just you wait. Pang Tiancheng mused to himself, watching the car disappear into the distance. He smirked, thinking, with my skills, I can surely mend the troubles of a mere girl like you. Chapter 46. Increasingly mysterious as Luo Qi drove away, the exhaust from the vehicle lingered in the air. The door of the Land Rover swung open, and a young man approached, cradling a uniform in his hands. It was none other than Juzi, who had returned Pang Tiancheng home the previous night. Pang. Teacher Pang. Juzi bowed respectfully, his face alight with flattery. Our boss asked me to bring this uniform to you. Please try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can fetch another one. Pang Tiancheng accepted the clothing, shook it out, and roughly measured it against his chest. It will do. Let us go with this, he replied. You may return now and inform Boss Lu not to forget the matters I entrusted him with, of course. Juzi nodded eagerly. I will surely convey Teacher Pang's words. With that, the Land Rover sped off into the distance. In a short while, both vehicles had vanished. However, on the 19th floor, 2 beautiful women remained transfixed before the floor-to-ceiling windows. What was happening? Gong Xiaoshuang was bewildered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Didn't the company distribute uniforms? Why is someone delivering clothes to that guy and driving a Land Rover, no less? Could he possibly be from a dry cleaning service? Can a dry cleaning service afford a Land Rover? Dai Qianxue echoed her confusion. Furthermore, have you ever seen anyone take work attire to the dry cleaners? Indeed. Gong Xiaoshuang brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. I find this little rogue increasingly enigmatic. I should make a call to inquire about this. Forget it. Dai Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. As a company president, why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? It would be beneath my dignity. By the way, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly tapped her forehead. In a couple of days, we're heading to the southwest for a business trip. Why not bring him along as a bodyguard? What do you think? You mean the exchange meeting in the southwest? Dai Qianxue replied, settling back at her desk. Yes. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded. Dai Qianxue continued. Since my family is worried, they plan to send 2 people to accompany me. Why let your family make arrangements? Gong Xiaoshuang suggested. Our company has capable personnel already, like Captain Ding, who is a former Special Forces operative. ISNT Pang, even more formidable? I think we should just take both of them with us. True, Dai Qianxue pondered. Should we inform these 2 in advance? Seek their opinions? Indeed. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded and dialed the security department, requesting Captain Ding to come over. She also intended to inquire about the delivery of the uniform. I see you're quite interested in that Pang fellow, always asking questions, Dai Qianxue teased. Are you not curious? Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, slightly defiant. Dai Qianxue chuckled silently and picked up the phone to call the security department. A few minutes later, the efficient Ding Wuxin knocked on the door of the president's office. President Dai, you called for me? Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly and said, in 2 days, there will be a pharmaceutical exchange conference involving the 5 southwestern provinces. I would like you and Pang Tiancheng to accompany me on this trip. Is there any objection? I have no objections. Captain Ding declared on the spot, but added, however, Pang Tiancheng needs to consult with his family first to see if he is willing to go. Why? Interjected Gong Xiaoshuang, perplexed. He's your subordinate. Does he not adhere to your directives? Well, Captain Ding scratched his head, explaining, he has just discovered his parents' residence. And I am concerned he might be eager to return home to reunite with them in the next couple of days. Is it the address that the female officer gave him earlier? Dai Qianxue recalled the earlier scene and inquired further. How did they come to know each other? Yes. Captain Ding nodded. As for their acquaintance, I'm not entirely sure. I heard she invited him to dinner at Tianhai Longgong yesterday. Tianhai Longgong? Gong Xiaoshuang glanced at Dai Qianxue, a bit puzzled. It is the most prestigious hotel in Bianqing. Dai Qianxue elucidated. A 5-star establishment. Both Chinese and Western cuisine are exquisite. This kid. Impressive. Gong Xiaoshuang murmured, swallowing hard. Oh, by the way, Dai Qianxue feigned casualness. What is the story behind the outfit she gifted to Pang Tianchong? Aren't all uniforms distributed by the logistics department? About that outfit. Captain Ding pondered for a moment before responding candidly. It was compensation from the Baihu gang. They had a confrontation last night, and they damaged his clothes. So they brought him a new set today. A confrontation. But wasn't he invited for dinner? How did that escalate into a fight? Well, Captain Ding did not shy away from revealing the details, succinctly recounting the incident where the Baihu gang kidnapped Ding Tai and how Pang Tianchong intervened to rescue him. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the revelation. Are you certain that the Baihu gang members shot at Pang Tianchong? Dai Qianxue asked, her beautiful eyes wide with concern. Did he sustain any injuries? Our group of veterans believes the holes in his clothes were made by bullets. However, that kid stubbornly insists they were caused by firecrackers. Captain Ding lamented. The specifics remain unclear, but he emerged unscathed. That much is true. He slept in nothing but his underwear, completely unmarked. I saw it myself, not a scar in sight. Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly asked, wasn't Ding Tai the person involved? Doesn't he know what happened? Don't even mention it. Captain Ding waved his hand dismissively. That guy was kept at a distance by Pang Tianchong and was nowhere near the scene of the brawl. He knows nothing. However, he recalls that afterward, the Baihu gang members were thoroughly subdued by Pang Tianchong, behaving like obedient children in his presence, complying with his every command. How peculiar. Gong Xiaoshuang murmured to herself, pondering the prowess of this little rogue. Just how formidable could he be that even the White Tiger gang fears him? It's hard to say. Captain Ding shook his head, expressing that none could discern the depths of his skills. No one stood a chance against him. Very well then. Captain Ding, Dai Qianxue instructed, please inform Pang Tianchong about the business trip. If he disagrees, let him come to me tomorrow at work to explain his reasons. Understood. Ding Guixin replied affirmatively before turning to leave. In the office, the two ladies exchanged glances, each contemplating. Would he agree to accompany us on the business trip? Chapter 47. Young Master's leg is broken as night fell and the city lights began to shimmer. The atmosphere in a certain dance hall in Bianqing transformed into a vibrant cacophony. The revelry had commenced, with a throng of handsome men and beautiful women, adorned in flamboyant attire, showcasing their exquisite dance moves while exuding exuberant laughter, cheers, and gasps. On stage, a singer crooned sensuously, narrating a tale of passionate love as couples embraced tightly, kissing and entwining, liberating their affections and excess energy in this spirited haven. In this locale, pulsating with fervor and romance, the boundaries between man and beast, spirit and flesh, intertwined seamlessly. At this moment, within a lavish private room on the 3rd floor, the ambience was intoxicatingly vibrant. Young Masters were reveled in an experience that was both raw and genuine, flanked by 2 alluring maidens, each resting against him, playfully coaxing him to drink. Brother Zhua, let me pour you another drink, shall I? No, I cannot. I'm too drunk. Just one more, please. I can't drink anymore, unless you feed me. He chuckled, his eyes glazed with intoxication and mischief. All right, I shall feed you. The maiden on his left lifted a glass, took a sip, leaned forward, her bosom pressing against him, and kissed him softly, allowing the liquid to flow into his mouth. Gulp. Young Masters savored the drink greedily, his heart aflutter, as he playfully squeezed the maiden's rear, exclaiming, You little vixen, feed me another sip. It's my turn now. The maiden on his right, equally eager, took a sip and, with a gentle sway, leaned in with her fiery red lips. Just as young Masters succumbed to the pleasures of drink and beauty, a sudden darkness enveloped the room with a thud. The lights extinguished abruptly. Who is there? He shouted, shielding his eyes. Who the hell turned off the lights? In his hazy state, he pushed the girls aside, kicked the coffee table, attempting to rise and assert his dominance. However, just as his foot rested on the table, a swift whoosh echoed through the air, followed by a heavy crash. Crack! The sound of breaking bones pierced the air, swiftly followed by young Master Zhuo's agonized screams. Ah, my leg. The blinding light vanished once more, and through the dimness, a shadow flitted past the door of the room. Moments later, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. Someone yelled in the darkness, hastily flipping the switch to illuminate the chaos within. The room erupted into a scene of disorder, ablaze with light yet engulfed in confusion. Upon examining the right leg of the second young master of the Zhuo family, it had been severely deformed by an unidentified object, with the calf nearly protruding forward. It was evident that the bone was fractured, held together only by a thin layer of skin, a sight utterly grotesque. Someone! Quickly, someone! As the cries echoed, four bodyguards rushed into the private room in a flurry. Young master! What has happened? You imbeciles! The second young master, Zhuo, cursed vehemently. Where have you all been? Someone has broken my leg. Go after him and make sure he pays dearly. Oh dear. The lead bodyguard, taken aback, immediately instructed two of his companions. Hurry, pursue him. We must find the assailant. You, call for an ambulance at once. The bodyguards were in a state of dismay. While the young master indulged in merriment within the room, they had no choice but to loiter outside. Moments ago, the group had succumbed to their cravings and stepped into the hallway for a smoke. Now, with the young master in distress, how could they possibly explain this to the Zhuo family? 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and the bodyguards hastily lifted the second young master onto the stretcher, transporting him to the hospital. It was only then that the lead bodyguard made the urgent call to report the situation to the head of the Zhuo family. The young master's beating was no trivial matter. They dared not conceal it, especially considering that this second young master was the apple of the family head Zhuo Xiuqing's eye. Zhuo Xiuqing had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Zhuo Jia, and the daughter were born of his late first wife. Only this youngest son, Zhuo Biao, was the child of his current spouse, which made him particularly cherished. Each day, he arranged for several individuals to accompany his son, allowing him the freedom to engage in mischief. At that moment, Zhuo Xiuqing was in his study, sipping tea, savoring the delicate aroma wafting from his cup while rubbing his temples. Recently, several of the Zhuo family's business ventures had encountered difficulties, and the family head was deep in thought when the phone rang. Hello? Zhuo Xiuqing answered. Not good, master. A frantic voice on the other end relayed. The second young master has been assaulted, his leg broken, and he is being rushed to the hospital. What? Zhuo Xiuqing sprang to his feet. Who did this? Have you apprehended the perpetrator? The assailant has fled. Our men are in pursuit and are reviewing the surveillance footage from the karaoke bar, came the reply. Useless fools. Zhuo Xiuqing roared in fury. What are you all good for? Where is he being taken? I'm heading over immediately. City First People's Hospital. Zhuo Biao was delivered to the hospital, calling out in distress. The attending physician, upon learning that it was the young master of the Zhuo family, acted swiftly, assembling a team for immediate treatment and preparing for surgery. Just then, Zhuo Xiuqing arrived at the hospital in a whirlwind, accompanied by a group of followers. Dad. Upon seeing his father, the second young master burst into tears. My leg has been broken. You must avenge me. Do not worry. Zhuo Xiuqing, filled with paternal concern, grasped his son's hand, gazing at the mangled leg with determination. Do you know who did this? I will make him pay dearly. I didn't even see who it was before I was struck. With a face ashen with fury, Master Zhu glared at a bodyguard and demanded, Have you found any leads? Where are those 2? Just then, the bodyguard who had stayed behind to review the surveillance footage rushed in, drenched in perspiration. The perpetrator was exceedingly cunning. After the assault, he vanished without a trace. He continued, This is the footage I managed to retrieve. As he spoke, the bodyguard unlocked his phone and handed it to Zhu Xiuqing. The surveillance footage, captured by a corridor camera, revealed a young man clad in a mask and dark sunglasses entering the private room, only to re-emerge in less than a minute. His movements were swift, and he promptly disappeared into the elevator. Liao, can you ascertain the identity of this individual? Zhu Xiuqing inquired, handing the phone to Zhu Biao. The second young master craned his neck for a closer look, muttering, Damn. He bears a slight resemblance to that scoundrel with the surname Pang. Which Pang? A nearby security guard promptly replied. He is a security personnel from Daikon Company, named Pang Tianchong. Chapter 48. The intervention of Old Wang. In truth, the act of breaking the legs of young Master Zhuo was not orchestrated by Pang Tianchong, who possessed no interest in dealing with a debauched scion. This deed was, in fact, commissioned by Master Lu of the White Tiger Gang, the old fox. In executing this task, took extra precautions by enlisting a young man of similar height and build to Pang Tianchong, adorned with a mask and sunglasses. Particularly under the cover of night, it became exceedingly difficult to distinguish between them. To further the illusion, Lu Wanshou had the lad adopt a hairstyle identical to that of Pang Tiancheng, and he spent an entire day across from Daikong Company, observing him through binoculars. Mimicking his gait with painstaking accuracy, the Zhuo family, being one of the 4 prominent clans, was not a rival Lu Wanshou wished to confront openly. However, he dared not disregard Pang Laosher's directives. Thus, the old man devised this ruse to mislead young Master Zhuo into believing Pang Tiancheng was responsible. Zhuo Biao had only encountered Pang Tiancheng once, leaving a rather faint impression, making it entirely plausible for him to mistake one for the other. Furthermore, Zhuo's paternal instincts flared in concern for his son, leading him to hastily inquire of the bodyguard, "Do you know where that scoundrel resides? I heard he lives in the employee dormitory of Daikong Company." "Very well." Zhuo Xiuqing ground his teeth and turned to the elderly man beside him. "Old Wang, go pay a visit and break that rascal's legs. I demand retribution for the bloodshed against my son. He must pay dearly for daring to harm him." "Understood," the old man replied, turning to leave. At that very moment, within the employee dormitory of Daikong Company, Pang Tiancheng lay sprawled on a single bed, dressed in only his shorts, while Captain Ding Guoxin sat beside him, earnestly urging him to undertake a business trip. "Xiao Pang," Captain Ding said with utmost seriousness, "this is a direct request from President Dai for you to accompany her, not merely my suggestion. Besides, everyone knows your remarkable skills. You are the most suitable candidate to serve as a protector of her interests." "I refuse." "Absolutely not." Pang Tiancheng shook his head vehemently. "I have just discovered the whereabouts of my parents. I was planning to visit them this weekend. How can you expect me to go on a business trip at such a time?" Captain Ding, caught in a dilemma, explained, "It's not my insistence that you go. It is President Dai's arrangement. Regardless, she said if you have objections, you should address them directly with her in her office tomorrow." "I have no intention of visiting her office, and I have no desire to gaze upon her eternally frosty demeanor." "Then prepare yourself for the trip the day after tomorrow." Ding Tai added with earnestness, "Our President Dai is exceptionally beautiful. Can you truly allow her to travel alone? What is there to worry about?" "She is not my wife," Pang Tiancheng retorted dismissively. "Moreover, there are plenty of us in the team. Why must it be me? Do you not realize how busy I am?" "Pangu," Ding Tai continued, "while our team comprises many members, none possess your extraordinary martial prowess, making you the prime choice. Surely, that is what President Dai sees in you. Just go." "I would like to accompany her too, but that is not possible." Ding team. Suddenly, Pang Tiancheng seemed to recall something and inquired, "Is there any bonus for this business trip?" "Indeed." Ding Guoxin nodded affirmatively. "There is a travel allowance." "How much can it cover?" At that moment, just as Ding Guoxin was about to respond, the dormitory door was gently pushed open. An elderly man stood at the entrance, accompanied by a security guard. The elder, appearing to be in his 60s, was tall and imposing, with a head of snow-white hair meticulously groomed. Despite the deep lines etched on his face, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding a formidable aura. Clad in a simple, loose black robe, cinched at the waist with a coarse belt, and wearing sturdy cloth shoes, his unremarkable appearance belied the ominous intent of his late-night visit. Ding Guoxin immediately stood up, his brow furrowing, and his pupils narrowing instinctively, for he sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the elder, a skill honed from his special forces background. "Who is Pang Tiancheng?" "Step forward." The elder surveyed the surroundings, his voice low and commanding. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded the security guard as if he were refuse, casting him to the ground. "Who are you?" Pang Tiancheng, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, took a deep drag, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. "What brings you to seek me at this hour?" "You are Pang Tiancheng." The elder's gaze fixed sharply upon Pang Tiancheng's face, revealing a murderous intent. "Yes, that would be me," Pang Tiancheng replied, cigarette still dangling from his lips, as he lazily slipped on his flip-flops and stood up, seemingly unimpressed by the elder's presence. "You have broken the legs of the young master of the Zhuo family. I have come, on the orders of the family head, to claim your legs. Step outside." The elder beckoned with a crooked finger and turned to leave. "Little Pang." Captain Ding reached out to intervene, but Pang Tiancheng brushed him aside. "Don't worry, a mere half-step master is no match for me." With that, he neglected to don his shirt, shuffling in his slippers to follow the elder outside. Others quickly spilled out of the dormitory to support Pang Tiancheng. "You reckless youth." The elder observed Pang Tiancheng with a furrowed brow, incredulous that he had not even dressed properly. "Ah, it's too much trouble." After I deal with you. I need to return to sleep, Pang Tiancheng said, flicking the cigarette but into a nearby trash bin. Let us get on with it. Spare me the chatter. You insolent fool. The elder's anger flared, his right arm sweeping with a surge of white energy enveloping his entire limb, transforming his palm into a blade. He unleashed a streak of white light aimed directly at Pang Tiancheng's thigh. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such martial prowess, gasped in shock, their concern for Pang Tiancheng palpable. Yet, Pang Tiancheng remained unperturbed. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he spun away with fluid grace. The fierce blade of energy struck the stainless steel railing of a flower bed, producing a resounding crack as it sheared through, sending sparks flying. My heavens! Several security guards were left aghast, their spirits fleeing in terror as they recoiled in disbelief. As the elder's strike missed its target, he swiftly repositioned himself and raised his right palm once more, intending to deliver another blow. However, Pang Tiancheng would not afford him a second opportunity. With a swift motion, he seized the elder's wrist and, with a gentle yet decisive force, snapped his arm with a resounding crack. The elder cried out in agony, attempting to retreat. But Pang Tiancheng was relentless, launching himself into the air to deliver a powerful kick that sent the elder soaring over 2 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the flower bed. Get lost, Pang Tiancheng bellowed, his voice dripping with fury. Return to your master and inform him that, despite my good-natured demeanor, I will not hesitate to take a life if he dares to trouble me again. Hissing in pain, the elder struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes reflecting sheer terror as he gazed at Pang Tiancheng. Thank you for your mercy, sir, he exclaimed, before his figure wavered and vanished into the vastness of the night. Chapter 49. Business Trip. Unable to resist the persistent persuasion of Captain Ding and Ah Tai, Pang Tiancheng ultimately agreed to accompany the leadership on a business trip to the southwest. His reasons were twofold. Firstly, he wished to avoid the hassle of explaining himself face-to-face to Dai Qianxue in the president's office if he declined. Secondly, his sixth senior sister resided in a certain province in the southwest, where she thrived remarkably. There was a chance he might see her during this trip. His feelings for this fiery and exceptionally beautiful woman were a complex mix of love, resentment, and respect. She was like both an elder sister and a mother to him. For 19 years, his sixth senior sister had taken meticulous care of him in life and had also been a significant guide in his training. Frequently, she substituted for their master in imparting skills and urging him to practice, occasionally resorting to both scolding and hitting, often with greater strictness than their master. During his time honing his skills in the Western underworld, she had always protected him from the shadows, fearing he might encounter any misfortune. It could be said that her affection for him rivaled that of a devoted mother, earning her his utmost respect. Moreover, the money he earned during his Western adventures was entrusted to her care. If they were to meet, he might be able to reclaim some of it. Even a small gift from her would suffice to indulge himself for several years, freeing him from the chains of his debt and the confines of his security guard position. Thus, Pang Tiancheng consented to the business trip. The product exchange conference was scheduled to take place in Yunjiang City in the southwest, set for Saturday and Sunday. The marketing department had departed 2 days prior for preparations, and Dai Qianxue's personal presence was primarily to meet a significant client, rumored to be discussing a multi-million-dollar deal. For convenience, she decided to drive this time. The journey was approximately 1,000 kilometers, which would take about 10 hours on the highway, with Captain Ding and Pang Tiancheng alternating as drivers, ensuring they would arrive by night. On Friday morning, Ding Guoxin and Pang Tiancheng were notified to wait at the company entrance. They shared a cigarette outside the company gate while awaiting President Dai. Shortly, a red Porsche glided into view, unmistakably Dai Qianxue's vehicle. Before it even drew near, the window rolled down, and a head of golden hair emerged, exclaiming, "Hey, little rogue, put that cigarette out and get in. What are you smoking so early in the morning?" Pang Tiancheng felt a wave of irritation wash over him. "Damn it, golden-haired fairy. Do you even know how to speak? I'm an employee of the company, not some street thug." "Oh, not happy about it, huh?" Gong Xiaoshuang burst into laughter. The car came to a halt, and Dai Qianxue stepped out, waving to Ding Guoxin, "Captain Ding, you drive." After saying this, she opened the back door and took her seat. Gong Xiaoshuang exited from the front passenger seat, gesturing to Pang Tiancheng, "Little rogue, you sit up front." In the presence of these two vibrant young women, Pang Tiancheng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Dai Qianxue donned a lightweight, yet exquisitely textured light gray ensemble, complemented by a pair of high-quality leather shoes and adorned with a refined and minimalist watch on her wrist. Her flowing tresses, meticulously arranged, cascaded down her back with an air of natural elegance. With a subtle application of makeup, her delicately arched brows resembled a crescent moon ascending the sky, further enhanced by gentle eyeshadow and finely defined lips, rendering her visage regal and ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. In contrast, Gong Xiaoshuang wore a delicate suit jacket paired with a fitted pink miniskirt and stylish high heels. Her neatly tied blonde hair and shimmering golden earrings caught the sunlight, accentuating her allure. It was evident she had also applied light makeup, which highlighted her exquisite features. Humph. Pang Tianchong cast a fierce glance at her before leisurely entering the car, centering his thoughts and fastening his seatbelt. He inhaled gently, noting the pleasant fragrance within the vehicle. Isn't it? Gong Xiaoshuang teased. I bet you've never been in such a fine car before. Humph. Pang Tianchong scoffed, dismissing her jest, as if this car belongs to you. Gong Xiaoshuang was momentarily taken aback, pouting and huffing in exasperation. At that moment, Dai Qianxue interjected. Enough of your banter. Let us hurry. We must arrive before nightfall. Ding Wuxin adjusted his seat and started the car, heading towards the highway entrance. His background as a special forces operative was evident. He drove with remarkable speed and stability, like a crimson cloud drifting across the earth. Once on the highway, the atmosphere in the car grew tranquil. Ding Wuxin, typically serious and reserved, focused intently on driving. Dai Qianxue wore a contemplative expression, while Gong Xiaoshuang inspected herself in a small mirror, seemingly retouching her makeup. Pang Tianchong, yearning for a cigarette but feeling awkward with the two ladies present, fidgeted restlessly. Gong Xiao. Pang Tianchong attempted to strike up a conversation. Let us discuss something. What is it? Gong Xiaoshuang, distracted by her reflection, responded absent-mindedly. Could you refrain from calling me little rogue in the future? Pang Tianchong proposed, adopting a conciliatory tone. Such a title tarnishes my noble image. Then what should I call you? You may refer to me as Teacher Pang. He replied nonchalantly. I usually have others call me that. Oh. Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled as she stowed her mirror away. Who would have thought? At your young age, you aspire to be a teacher. To call you teacher. Do you truly deserve it? Pang Tianchong found himself at a loss for words, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Can you engage in a proper conversation? I can't be bothered to respond to you. With that, he reclined his head against the seat and closed his eyes. Hiki. Dai Qianxue found amusement in their exchange, chuckling at Pang Tianchong's plight. Hey. Gong Xiaoshuang noticed his irritation and playfully called out. Teacher Pang. Teacher Pang. What? Pang Tiancheng replied lazily. Speak your mind, or let it out quickly. You are so rude. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes and remarked. I have heard that your martial arts skills are quite impressive. Pray tell, how many individuals could you take on at once? I don't know. She pouted, refusing to elaborate further. At that moment, the earnest Captain Ding interjected. Well, he could easily handle at least 70 or 80 opponents. What? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in unison, for they knew that Captain Ding was not one to jest. His words were always grounded in truth. In fact, Ding Wuxin had understated the matter. He had witnessed Pang Tianchong in action, and with such prowess, he could dispatch 100 ordinary individuals with relative ease. Is it truly so? Gong Xiaoshuang expressed her admiration. What's the big deal? Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, after years of cultivation. Taking down 100 or so weaklings is merely child's play. Then, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly turned to Dai Qianxue and inquired. How about you serving as Dai's professional bodyguard? Chapter 50, The Great Shift of the Universe. A single utterance from Gong Xiaoshuang stirred a reaction within Dai Qianxue. Her enchanting eyes fixated on Pang Tianchong's profile, eagerly awaiting his response. Instinctively, Pang Tianchong turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Qianxue, their gazes meeting. His heart fluttered at the sight of her delicate visage and radiant eyes, evoking the lines of poetry. The autumn waters possess spirit, jade forms the bone. The lotus blossoms as the face, the willow bends as the brow. Such beauty, like a sculpture of ice and jade, resembled a white lotus swaying gracefully in clear waters. What do you mean? Pang Tiancheng asked softly, his throat bobbing. Are you suggesting that I serve as your bodyguard? Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly, if you're willing. I can have the HR department change your position upon your return, appointing you as my driver and bodyguard. Coincidentally, there is a vacant room next to my office that could serve as your resting space. What do you think? How could one refuse an invitation from such a lovely lady? Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head, saying, well, as long as the remuneration is satisfactory. It is not out of the question. What are your salary expectations? Dai Qianxue inquired further. As long as it is not excessive, I shall consider it. The thought of salary demands made Pang Tianchong pause. He licked his lips, not turning back, and pointed with his index finger toward Gong Xiaoshuang. At the very least, it should match hers. Hey, Gong Xiaoshuang immediately bristled. I say, Pang, don't overreach, compare me to her. I am the assistant to the president, aiding her in daily tasks. I am also the president's bodyguard, safeguarding her personal safety. Pang Tianchong retorted sharply. You tell me, which is more important, work or life? You. Gong Xiaoshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. What? Pang Tianchong continued. Did you not hear President Dai say? Driver and bodyguard. One person handling two roles. I am already showing leniency by not demanding payment for both positions. What more do you want from me? Work for free? Who said anything about working for free? Gong Xiaoshuang clarified. What I meant is, your salary does not need to be so high. Huh? Pang Tiancheng turned back, giving Gong Xiaoshuang a disdainful look. You have never seen the world, have you? This amount is hardly excessive. If I were to advertise my services as a bodyguard, I could easily find someone willing to pay 10 million. Do you believe that? I believe you are delusional. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. 10 million? 1,000 is more like it. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Pang Tianchong shook his head, dismissing her. You. Gong Xiaoshuang fumed, shaking her small fist at Pang Tianchong's head. At that moment, Captain Ding, who had been driving, interjected, Assistant Gong. In truth, Xiao Pang is not exaggerating. After my former captain retired, he went abroad to work as a personal bodyguard, earning a salary of $100,000 a year. In terms of skill, he is far superior to Pang Tianchong. Is that so? Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue exchanged glances, both feeling a bit bewildered, finding it hard to believe. Ding. Do not pay her any mind, Pang Tianchong said impatiently. She knows nothing of the world of the affluent. With someone like her, if she were to be kidnapped, the ransom would be at most 5,000 yuan. Ha ha. Smack. Gong Xiaoshuang leaned forward and delivered a punch to Pang Tianchong's shoulder, scolding, You think you know everything. You aren't even worth 500. Enough. Dai Qianxue interrupted. I will consider this matter. You two should stop bickering. I've noticed that every time you meet, you argue. Can't you both rein in your tempers a bit? Sighing, Pang Tianchong replied, Perhaps our fates are in conflict. Ever since the first day we met, she has bullied me. Fortunately, she is a beauty. Had she been a man, I would have slapped her long ago. Thinking back to their encounter at the airport, Pang Tianchong's embarrassment made Dai Qianxue chuckle. Since you are colleagues, you both should exercise some restraint moving forward. Brother. Captain Ding laughed. I'm not trying to criticize you, but your temper is quite formidable. Do you know that all the brothers in the squad fear you? 1. Because of your skills. 2. Because you never let go of a grievance. Is that so? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, realizing he needed to be more mindful in the future. Captain Ding, please keep an eye on me and ensure I don't lose my temper. That would be unseemly. Remembering his master's intention for him to leave the mountain, Pang Tianchong gave himself a firm slap on the forehead. Dai Qianxue laughed at Pang Tianchong's antics. You are certainly not a modest person. No one can supervise you effectively. I admit, my skin is a bit thick. Pang Tianchong nodded, but my heart is not malicious at all. For instance, if I had truly wanted to leave that day at the airport, not even 10 police officers could have stopped me. That is true. Gong Xiaoshuang, feeling less irate at his self-reproach, nodded in agreement. Now, I believe you are indeed a good person. If you become President Dai's driver and bodyguard, and I am the assistant, it's best we maintain a cordial relationship. Agreed. Pang Tianchong nodded, and the atmosphere in the car became harmonious. The vehicle sped along the highway. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Dai Qianxue occasionally raised her wrist to check her watch, saying, It's nearly noon. Let us stop at the service area ahead for a bite to eat and take a short break before continuing on. Sure. Ding Guixin eased the car's speed, merging to the right and steering towards the nearby service area. The four of them exited the car at the service area to eat, use the restroom, and rest briefly before resuming their journey. This time, it was Pang Tianchong's south turn to drive, with Ding Guixin in the passenger seat. The vehicle maintained a speed of 120, racing ahead. Once people had their fill, drowsiness often followed. Gong Xiaoshuang was the first to show signs of fatigue. Advising, drive steadily, Teacher Pang. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll take a short nap. I'm a bit tired too. Dai Qianxue seemed to be affected as well, tilting her head to one side with a smile. Drive carefully. The time has come to test your skills as a driver. Let me see if you're qualified. Rest assured, perhaps, by the time you awaken, we shall have arrived at our destination. Peng Tianchong confidently patted his chest in assurance. After approximately another hour, Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue had succumbed to slumber in the back seat. Silence enveloped the vehicle, and Ding Guixin also drifted into a light sleep. Blasted. Peng Tiancheng glanced at the three, all deeply asleep, and then turned his attention to the odometer, which indicated a remaining distance of 500 kilometers. What to do? He stifled a yawn. Without the playful banter of Gong Xiaoyao, his energy waned momentarily, yet several hours of travel still lay ahead. Around 2 in the afternoon, the heat intensified, and the flow of vehicles on the road diminished. Peng Tiancheng gradually reduced his speed, bringing the car to a halt at a bend in the road. Observing the three still lost in blissful slumber, he quietly exited the vehicle. He retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, inscribed a symbol upon it, and affixed it to the roof of the car. Returning to his seat, he closed his eyes, muttering incantations under his breath before softly exclaiming, "Let us depart." In an instant, the vehicle materialized before the toll station of Yunjiang City, less than 2 kilometers away. This was a spell imparted by his master to Peng Tiancheng, capable of instantaneously transporting various objects, a technique he referred to as the Great Shift of Heaven and Earth. Having saved several hours of travel, Peng Tiancheng felt considerably lighter. Glancing at the three who remained blissfully unaware, he steered the car to the side, reaching out to gently tap Gong Xiaoshuang's golden head, exclaiming, "Gong Xiaoyao, awaken. We need to pay the toll." Where are we? Gong Xiaoshuang, still groggy, fumbled in her bag, producing several 100 yuan notes to hand to Peng Tiancheng. "How much is it?" Dai Qianxue, disturbed by their conversation, also stirred awake, looked outside, and suddenly gasped, "Where are we?" "Yunjiang City." Peng Tiancheng chuckled. "Did you not notice the sign above the toll station? That's not right." Dai Qianxue raised her wrist to check her watch. "It's not even 3 o'clock yet." As Gong Xiaoshuang rubbed her eyes and discerned the words above the toll station, she too let out a startled exclamation. Chapter 51. The Banquet at Home Inn, Part 1. Halt. The startled exclamations of the two individuals naturally roused Captain Ding, who leapt from the vehicle with a loud cry. In fact, he had entirely forgotten that the car was already stationed on the roadside in the emergency lane. Stepping out, Ding Guixin surveyed his surroundings for a moment, confirming they had indeed entered the territory of Yunjian City. Before returning to the car, his eyes wide and fixed upon Peng Tiancheng, resembling two bulging eggs. "How bizarre. How did you accomplish this?" Captain Ding's expression was one of utter bewilderment. As a former Special Forces soldier, the fastest speed he had ever attained was merely 280 kilometers per hour. The notion of covering 500 kilometers in just 1 hour was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, the maximum speed of this vehicle was only slightly over 300 kilometers per hour. How could it possibly exceed 500? It defied logic. At that moment, the eyes of the three individuals were as wide as saucers, gazing at Peng Tiancheng as if he were some sort of monster, particularly for Dai Qianxue. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and astonishment. She was all too familiar with her own car and could not fathom how it could achieve a speed surpassing 500 kilometers per hour. "Speak. How did you drive the car?" Peng Tiancheng gazed at her radiant face, grinning widely as he replied, "What do you think, Ms. Dai? Am I a qualified driver for you now?" "Hiki, don't change the subject," Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, firmly grasping Peng Tiancheng's shoulder. "Quickly tell us how you drove the car. What else could it be?" Peng Tiancheng retorted, seizing the banknotes from Gong Xiaoshuang's hand. "Just press the accelerator to the floor. It's mainly because Ms. Dai's car is exceptional." With that, he started the vehicle, the engine roaring as they approached the toll station. "That's impossible," Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, her frustration mounting. She could not bring herself to believe that simply flooring the accelerator could yield such speed. After all, this was a car, not an airplane. However, with Peng Tiancheng remaining tight-lipped, there was no way for anyone to ascertain the truth. The three exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. If this scene were not experienced firsthand, even relaying the tale would invite skepticism. It was utterly astonishing. Once they exited the highway and entered the city, Peng Tiancheng slowed the vehicle, effortlessly maneuvering the Porsche through the bustling traffic. Just as they arrived at the designated hotel, Dai Qianxue's phone rang. "Hello, Ms. Dai." A courteous male voice greeted her on the line. "Have you arrived in Yunjian today?" "Mr. Wan, hello. Yes, we just reached the hotel." Dai Qianxue replied politely. "Wonderful. I have already reserved a restaurant for you. At 6 o'clock this evening, we will host a welcoming dinner for you. We can also discuss our collaboration. Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Wan. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Dai Qianxue exclaimed with excitement. There's still time. Let us head upstairs and rest for a bit. At 5:30, you all will accompany me to an event. Absolutely. Gong Xiaoshuang and Ding Guoxin responded in unison. Pang Tianchong maneuvered the steering wheel, parking the car in the hotel lot, and with a grin, he reminded. It wouldn't be the Haomen banquet, would it? On such a late evening. Beware of your words. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. Having long made arrangements with this company, as long as President Dai showed up, the contract would be signed. We even brought the documents along. Even if it were a banquet of treachery. Dai Qianxue raised an eyebrow and remarked, Aren't you accompanied by this formidable bodyguard? What is there to fear? Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. One person can take on 100. Such a master, I truly wish to witness. I merely offer a word of caution. Pang Tianchong said nonchalantly, You two are exceedingly beautiful. When out and about, it's wise to remain vigilant. Otherwise, you might embroil me in trouble. Need you say so? Gong Xiaoshuang dismissed, stepping out of the car and pulling Dai Qianxue briskly toward the hotel. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette and leisurely followed behind Captain Ding. The two took a shower at the hotel, and Pang Tianchong rested for a while. The time swiftly approached 5 o'clock. Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the door. Pang Tianchong. Ding Guoxin. It's time to depart. Didn't we agree on 5:30? Pang Tianchong replied impatiently. It's only 5 o'clock, and you're already disturbing us. We're ahead of schedule. The client is en route to the restaurant, and President Dai wants us to head over immediately. Coming. The four arrived at the designated restaurant, where the caller, General Manager Wan Zi, was already waiting at the entrance. He appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, with thick hair meticulously styled. His brows were neatly trimmed and slightly arched, imparting a sense of profound mystery. His skin was fair, his features well-defined, with high cheekbones adding a hint of cunning charm to his visage. His nose was prominent, and his lips were full and slightly upturned, revealing an elegant and confident smile. This was the host of today's banquet, Wan Zi, the general manager of Yunbei Pharmaceutical Company. The moment he caught sight of Dai Qianxue, his entire countenance radiated a glimmer of avarice, and he extended his right hand from a distance. President Dai, welcome to Yunjiang. Dai Qianxue quickened her pace, extending her hand to shake Wan Zi's lightly, apologizing. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, President Wan. Waiting for President Dai is never a burden, Wan Zi replied with a beaming smile. 3rd floor, room 308. Please follow me. After you, President Wan. Dai Qianxue gestured politely. Wan Zi, almost imperceptibly, glanced at Ding Guoxin and Pang Tianchong, chuckling, President Dai? You even bring bodyguards along when you go out. We drove ourselves, Dai Qianxue explained. Then, she leaned in and whispered, You two can casually dine in the lobby. Xiaoshuang and I will go upstairs to discuss matters with President Wan. We'll call you if needed. All right. Pang Tianchong shrugged indifferently, casting a casual glance at Wan Zi, before he and Ding Guoxin settled at a window-side table in the lobby, ordering some dishes and beginning to eat leisurely. Ding Captain, how about a drink? Is that appropriate? Ding Guoxin replied softly. Our task is to ensure the safety of the boss. Will drinking interfere with our duties? Just a little. Pang Tianchong smiled and said, Let us have some beer to cool down in this heat. Not too much, though. Waitress, a few bottles of cold beer, please. Without the need for glasses, the two opened their bottles, clinked them together, and took a refreshing sip. Ah, delightful, Pang exclaimed. Hey, Xiao Pang, put down the beer bottle. Ding Guoxin said with a hint of concern. I noticed the boss seems rather dubious. Will the collaboration with President Dai and the others be successful? Success, my foot. Pang Tianchong replied, chewing on a piece of food. I just met that fellow. He is a veteran in the entertainment industry, not exactly a person of integrity. I fear there will be no good wine or enjoyable feast. Are they in danger? Ding Guoxin's worry deepened. Knowing Pang Tianchong had an uncanny ability to read faces and fortunes, often with remarkable accuracy, having once earned over 1,000 in a single morning. In danger. Can you prevent them from going in? Impossible, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. $1 million deal, such a tempting bait. Do you think that silly girl will listen to us if we tell her not to go? What should we do then? Ding Guoxin said, his anxiety rising. Pang Tianchong tilted his head back and took another swig of beer, then slammed the bottle down on the table, casually stating, What to do? Just let it be. Chapter 52, The Feast at Haomen, Part 2, Room 308 stands as the most opulent chamber in this hotel. Upon entering, one feels as though they have stepped into a resplendent palace adorned in gold and splendor. The ceiling is graced by a dazzling crystal chandelier, twinkling like a constellation of stars, casting a soft and enchanting glow. The walls, meticulously embellished with ornate golden lines, contrast beautifully with the deep crimson silk wallpaper, exuding an air of nobility and luxury. In the center of the room lies a grand circular dining table, crafted from exquisite ebony wood, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the brilliant and warm light. The table is elegantly set with delicate bone china dinnerware, while silver cutlery glimmers sharply under the illumination. At the heart of the table stands an artistic sculpture enveloped by a bouquet of vibrant flowers, their captivating fragrance infusing the room with vitality and romance. Two lovely ladies. Please, take a seat. Wan Zi, ever the gentleman, gracefully pulled out the chairs, a charming yet enigmatic smile adorning his face. Thank you. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang replied politely as they settled down. You've been so generous, Mr. Wan. When you visit Bianqing next time, I shall extend my hospitality. This is my cousin's establishment, Wan Zi interjected, presenting the menu to Dai Qianxue. This restaurant is among the finest in Yunjiang. Feel free to order whatever you desire. No need to hold back. Just a light meal will suffice. Dai Qianxue gently pushed the menu back. Our purpose here is not merely to dine, but to discuss our collaboration. Then I shall merely observe your selections. Wan Zi replied, perusing the menu and exchanging a few words with the waiter, before cheerfully taking his seat once more. Business discussions are essential, yet a fine meal is equally important. Let us start with some ordinary wine. Shortly, my cousin will deliver a bottle of 82 Lafite. Oh no, no, no. Dai Qianxue quickly waved her hands. Mr. Wan, please do not trouble your cousin. Neither of us can drink. Not a trouble at all, Wan Zi chuckled. It would be my pleasure to share a drink with such beautiful ladies. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the waiter began to serve the dishes, exquisite French cuisine, fresh Australian seafood, refined Japanese dishes, delicate Italian pasta, and more, a feast for the senses that left them entranced and salivating. Come, come. Wan Zi raised his wine glass. Ms. Dai, Ms. Gong, welcome to Yunjiang. It is my honor to treat you to this meal. I shall drink first and salute. With that, he gently clinked glasses with the two ladies and took a generous sip. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, in turn, lifted their glasses, sharing a polite toast with a symbolic sip. As 3 glasses were consumed, Wan Zi gradually revealed his true nature, fervently urging them to drink. His persuasive words flowed effortlessly, a cascade of eloquence punctuated with charm, as he spoke with a fervor that was both captivating and overwhelming. The young man possessed a remarkable tolerance for wine, downing the red wine with abandon. Dai Qianxue, taking small sips, began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Mr. Wan, Mr. Wan. She pressed down on Wan Zi's glass, stating that they could drink no more, for they would soon succumb to intoxication. Let us discuss the matter of collaboration instead. No rush. Wan Zi, diverting the conversation, insisted on enjoying their food and drink before broaching business matters. My cousin, the 1982 Lafite, is on its way. As he spoke, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a burly man in his 30s with a buzz cut, cradling a bottle of fine red wine. His muscular physique was accentuated by a sleeveless shirt, with prominent pectorals and bulging veins along his arms, while his temples throbbed with exertion, unmistakably indicating a seasoned athlete. Apologies, everyone. The newcomer beamed as he approached, having been delayed by an urgent matter. Come, come. Please indulge in this exquisite wine. Wan Zi promptly stood to introduce. This is my cousin, Jean Baozi, and this is Mr. Dai and Miss Gong. A pleasure to meet you. Jean Baozi raised his glass, addressing Mr. Dai and Miss Gong. Welcome to my humble establishment. Let us make our acquaintance. Truth be told, Dai Qianxue felt a twinge of annoyance at this unexpected intruder, yet he was a relative of a client, and it was customary to partake in the initial toast. Thus, they reluctantly sipped the wine once more. As the saying goes, good fortune comes in pairs. Come, come, Mr. Dai. As he spoke, Jean Baozi lifted his glass again, his expression one of obstinate insistence. Please. Gong Xiaoshuang quickly interjected, Mr. Jean, our Mr. Dai has already had quite enough. She is not accustomed to strong liquor. Allow me to take this round on her behalf. In this critical moment, Dai Qianxue's friend was indeed courageous. Very well. Jean Baozi grinned widely. This toast shall be graciously accepted on behalf of the lovely Miss Gong. Truly, Miss Gong possesses an impressive capacity for drink. A woman not to be underestimated. As the evening wore on, though Dai Qianxue felt the effects of the alcohol setting in, her mind remained as clear as a polished mirror. She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. However, seeing that the conversation was veering towards endless toasts rather than business discussions, she grew increasingly dissatisfied, contemplating a withdrawal. After all, they could always reconvene another day. Mr. Wan. Dai Qianxue interposed her glass, firmly asserting that they could drink no more. After all, we are but women, ill-equipped for such libations. If you two require further enjoyment, perhaps we could call upon my driver to join you for a few rounds? At that moment, a flicker of trepidation washed over her, especially as she noticed Jean Baozi's predatory gaze fixated on her and Gong Xiaoshuang, evidently harboring ulterior motives. Thus, she immediately thought of Pang Tianchong. Yet, her suggestion was swiftly rebuffed by Jean Baozi. Absolutely not. Such fine wine cannot be wasted on a mere driver. It is only fitting that the enchanting Mr. Dai partake in it. Then, Dai Qianxue continued to gaze at Wan Zi. Mr. Wan, shall we first finalize the details of our collaboration before indulging in further libations? Otherwise, if we drink too much, nothing will be accomplished. This. Wan Zi observed Dai Qianxue's righteous demeanor and resolute attitude, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The young man decided to drop the pretense entirely and waved dismissively at the waitstaff, instructing them to leave. You may all step out. I have matters to discuss with President Dai. The waitstaff understood and promptly exited, ensuring the door to the private room was closed behind them. Very well. You two converse at length. I shall indulge in some dishes first. Jean Baozi exchanged a knowing glance with Wan Zi and remarked, My friend, do not dawdle. Cut through the chaos swiftly. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Wan Zi, with a gaze clouded by desire, addressed Dai Qianxue. President Dai. Our collaboration is quite straightforward. You need only agree to one condition, and I shall sign this lucrative contract immediately. What condition? She inquired. Simply put, if you can graciously accompany me for the night, not only will I sign without delay, but I shall also provide a 30% advance on the payment. What do you think? Chapter 53, The Feast at Home Inn, Part 3. Wan Zi ceased his pretense and finally revealed his true self. It became apparent that his invitation to Dai Qianxue, who had traveled a great distance to Yunjiang, was not motivated by an interest in the products of Dai Kong Company, but rather by his fascination with Dai herself. In that moment, Dai Qianxue comprehended the deception. She had come filled with hope, only to realize she had fallen into Wan Zi's trap. Anger surged within her, causing her delicate brows to furrow in fury. Seizing the wine glass before her, she splashed its contents across Wan Zi's face. Get out. The more she contemplated the situation, the more enraged she became, her entire being trembling with indignation. Wan Zi, caught off guard by the sudden dousing of red wine, erupted in fury. He sprang to his feet, raising his hand to strike Dai Qianxue, whose face was flushed with rage. The force of his slap would surely mar her delicate features if it connected. At that critical moment, Gong Xiaoshuang sprang into action. With a fierce surge, she shoved Wan Zi to the ground and swiftly grabbed Dai Qianxue's hand. Run. Run where? Golden Leopard kicked a chair aside, his imposing figure blocking the path of Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang. Listen here, little girl. Rejecting this opportunity is foolish. My cousin considers you a blessing. What harm is there in spending one evening with him? You won't lose a thing. You shameless fiends. Dai Qianxue's teeth chattered with fury, her words stumbling forth. The towering figure before her radiated a menacing aura, instilling a profound sense of dread. In desperation, she quickly retrieved her phone, intending to call Pang Tianchong. However, Golden Leopard was quicker, snatching the device from her grasp. Make what call? He sneered coldly. Even if you were to alert the police, they wouldn't dare come to my territory. Abandon that hope. What to do? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both devoid of any plan. Meanwhile, in the first-floor dining area, Pang Tianchong and Ding Guoxin were nearing the end of their meal. They smoked leisurely, engaging in casual conversation, appearing quite content. Pang Tianchong, with his eyes partially closed, exhaled clouds of smoke as though pondering a significant matter. In truth, his third eye was already open, closely monitoring everything occurring in room 308. The scene of Dai Qianxue's outburst was vividly clear to him. At that moment, he recognized that it was time for him to intervene. Ding! Pang Tianchong suddenly rose, extinguishing his cigarette in a plate. They're in trouble. We must hurry. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the staircase. Ah! Ding Guoxin exclaimed, looking up, but found no trace of Pang Tianchong in the hall. In room 308, Wan Zi, having been unexpectedly pushed by Gong Xiaoshuang, found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly humiliated and furious. Yet, despite his impulsive desires, he retained his wits. Seeing the two women attempting to flee, he hastily scrambled to his feet and called out to Golden Leopard, "Cousin." In the lobby on the first floor, her two bodyguards were present. "Quick! Find someone to take care of this," said Jin Baozi, licking his lips as he gazed at the two lambs awaiting slaughter. With a lewd smile, he declared, "Neither of these stunning beauties will escape. Tonight, my brother and I will each have one to enjoy at our leisure." He then retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello, Guangzi." A respectful voice immediately responded on the other end. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Send a few men to the first floor and capture the two visitors from Bian City." Before Jin Baozi could finish, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. In walked a young man with a solemn expression, his icy gaze locking onto Jin Baozi. It was Peng Tianchong. The moment their eyes met, Jin Baozi's body trembled, nearly dropping his phone, as he felt an intense murderous aura fixate upon him, paralyzing him with fear. The two piercing eyes, reminiscent of swords that had claimed countless lives, sent a chill down his spine. Experience and instinct warned him, despite his youth. This man was undoubtedly a ruthless killer. After a brief moment of shock, Jin Baozi quickly changed his tone on the phone. "Don't go to the first floor. Bring your men to 308 immediately, armed. We have a formidable character here." At that moment, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, feeling lost and anxious, were suddenly overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Peng Tianchong enter, nearly brought to tears. Simultaneously, their hearts gradually found solace. "Dai Zong." Peng Tianchong shot a cold glance at Jin Baozi, reigning in his imposing presence before turning his attention to Dai Qianxue, asking, "What has happened? Is someone trying to bully you?" "They won tea, let us leave." Dai Qianxue replied, her voice tinged with grievance. "Thank goodness you arrived in time, or else." "Everything is fine now." Peng Tianchong offered her a reassuring look. "I'm eager to see which dog dares to obstruct our path." "You." Jin Baozi's lips twitched in anger. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who the hell you are," Peng Tianchong replied, lighting a cigarette and speaking with an air of authority. "Daring to touch our Dai Zong is simply unacceptable." His voice, though not loud, radiated confidence. Dai Qianxue felt a warmth in her heart, suddenly realizing how secure she felt with Peng Tianchong by her side. "I am the leader of the Crocodile Gang," Jin Baozi threatened. "The Crocodile Gang reigns over the underworld of Yunjing. If you're a player in this game, you should know that we are not to be trifled with." "Humph." Peng Tianchong exhaled a puff of smoke. "I don't care if you're a crocodile, a catfish, or a shrimp. Today, I'll throw you all into the pot, so you can no longer wreak havoc." "You." Jin Baozi was about to explode with fury when he noticed movement at the door. Ding Guixin had also arrived. "Peng Tianchong." Ding Guixin assessed the situation inside and grasped the basics. Just as he was about to inquire, Peng Tianchong raised a hand to interrupt him. "Everything is fine. You keep an eye on the assistant, and I will handle the rest." "Oh." Ding Guixin nodded, striding in and standing beside the two girls, Gong Xiaoshuang, her expression icy, vigilantly observing Wan Zi and Jin Baozi. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, and a group of individuals, exuding a murderous aura, burst into the private room. "Boss! Boss!" A dozen men shouted as they stormed into the room, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with menace. Each of them brandished a handgun, and upon entering, they swiftly encircled Peng Tianchong and the others, the ominous muzzles of their weapons aimed squarely at each person's head. Chapter 54, The Banquet at Hamin, Part 4. Peng Tianchong was taken aback by the audacity and rampant nature of the underground forces in Yunjiang, brazenly wielding firearms in broad daylight. The moment the gun was aimed at them, he discarded his cigarette but, swiftly positioning himself in front of Dai Qianxue. Simultaneously, his internal energy surged, enveloping his entire being in a protective aura. His fists clenched instinctively, extending outward, resembling a hen shielding her chicks. Although this gesture was fleeting, Peng Tianchong quickly regained his composure, yet Dai Qianxue observed it clearly. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. Childhood memories flooded her mind, conjuring the image of a little boy who used to play with her. Whenever she faced danger, he would stand in front of her, and his stance mirrored that of Peng Tianchong before her. Dai Qianxue felt momentarily disoriented. However, the pressing circumstances left no room for contemplation, as the laughter of Jin Baozi abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "Haha, how about it, gentlemen? Do you still wish to leave tonight? In the territory of our Crocodile Gang, You have no chance of escape. The young man cast a deliberate glance at Pang Tianchong and continued, I know you are a formidable character, but no matter how skilled you are, can you evade my dozen or so guns? Indeed. Pang Tianchong clapped his hands, swiftly scanning the faces of each armed individual, ensuring they would not fire without command. With a faint smile, he remarked, possessing such a number of firearms, the crocodile gang is quite impressive. Are you frightened? Ruan Zi approached and patted Pang Tianchong on the shoulder, saying, a wise man does not suffer in front of adversity. Young man, I suggest you surrender obediently. Should our guns accidentally discharge, you may never return to Bianqing. Haha. The crocodile gang, is it? Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, pulling out his phone. Allow me to make a call and see if anyone recognizes you. Seeking help, are we? Jin Baozi sneered. Go ahead and call, in Yunjiang. No one will heed your plea. As I said, I am the king here. Very well. You are indeed impressive. Pang Tianchong stated as he dialed the number of his sixth senior sister, Ouyang Huaping. At that moment, Dai Qianxue, Gong Xiaoshuang, and Ding Guixin felt their hearts leap into their throats. Especially Dai Qianxue, who turned pale with fright. After all, they were facing a dozen guns. No matter how formidable Pang Tianchong was, could he withstand the hail of bullets? Their lives were at stake. Would they truly become mere playthings or meet a tragic end tonight? In an instant, tears began to well up in Dai Qianxue's eyes. Her emotions on the brink of overflow. The call was soon connected, and a gentle female voice answered. Hello, junior brother. Sixth sister. Pang Tianchong pressed the phone to his ear and said, I recall you mentioned you were active in the southwestern regions. Is that correct? My home is around here. Why? Do you wish to visit your sister? I've come to Yunjiang. Your family is from Yunjiang City, right? No, I reside in M City. What business do you have in Yunjiang? Accompanying our boss to attend some pharmaceutical investment exchange conference. Yunjiang is not far from here. Once you're done, come visit me. It has been ages since we last met. That is not possible, sixth sister. Pang Tianchong replied, deliberately adopting a tone of distress. I am currently under the threat of a dozen guns pointed at my head, unable to move, and was just hoping you would come to my rescue. What? Ouyang Huaping's voice on the other end suddenly rose an octave. Who dares to be so audacious in my territory? It's a group called the Crocodile Gang. The Crocodile Gang, led by someone with the surname Jean, correct? Hand the phone to him. The woman on the line was furious. All right, Pang Tianchong said, handing the phone to Jin Baozi. My sister wishes to speak with you. Jin Baozi, already exasperated, snatched the phone and said, Your sister? Even if she comes, it won't make a difference. Humph. Pang Tianchong regarded Jin Baozi with the look of someone who had just encountered a fool. He knew sixth sister's temperament all too well. She was a ruthless fiend who wouldn't flinch at taking a life. Over the years, the number of people who had perished at her hands was no less than 800, so it would be astonishing if this Jean fellow had any good fortune. Hello. Jin Baozi shouted into the phone. Who the hell are you? Do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Unexpectedly. The voice on the other end was even more fierce. Jean, you audacious fool. Are you tired of living? How dare you point a gun at my junior brother? Sister Ping. Jin Baozi, upon hearing the voice, was instantly struck with terror, collapsing to the ground. Junior brother. Jin Baozi stammered, no. Who is your junior brother? Stop pretending. The person I handed the phone to is my junior brother. Should you dare to harm him? Do you believe I wouldn't wipe out your entire family and annihilate the crocodile gang? Please, please, please. Jin Baozi was sweating profusely. It's all a misunderstanding. I had no idea he was your person. Otherwise, even with 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to offend. Jin Baozi was nearly in tears. He could not afford to offend this formidable figure, the infamous red-robed demoness, whose mere name sent chills down the spines of the underworld. When she said she would eliminate his entire family, she truly meant it. The voice on the line continued, I don't care if it's a misunderstanding. Today, if my junior brother does not forgive you, I will go on a killing spree tomorrow. You best prepare yourself. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly, without a hint of hesitation. Jin Baozi stood there, stunned, clutching the phone with a look more sorrowful than that of a man mourning his deceased father. So, what is the verdict? Pang Tianchong leisurely lit a cigarette and inquired. What did my sixth sister say? I. Jin Baozi raised his hands in surrender, crawling towards Pang Tianchong. Please, spare me. Just this once, let it slide. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. No one could have anticipated that a single phone call could reduce the once mighty leader of the crocodile gang to such a state of panic. Cousin. Ruan Zi was utterly bewildered. He was all too aware of how ferocious his cousin could be. To see him so frightened was a testament to the formidable presence before them. Enough of this nonsense. Kneel. Jean Baozi glared fiercely at Wan Zi, blaming the old lecher for the predicament they found themselves in, and his bloodlust was palpable. And you all, kneel down. If this esteemed gentleman chooses not to grant us forgiveness today, none of us shall survive. A dozen men, previously poised and menacing, were rendered speechless, dropping their weapons with a resounding thud as they collectively knelt upon the ground. In that moment, Wan Zi too was struck by fear. He had never witnessed his cousin in such a state of trepidation. It was clear they had provoked someone they should not have. Although he was unsure of the identity of this powerful figure, the sight of his cousin kneeling left him no choice but to follow suit. Without a second thought, Wan Zi obediently knelt before Peng Tianchong. Chapter 55, The Banquet at Hom Inn, Part 5. Dai Qianxue was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly trapped with no way out, when unexpectedly, a phone call from Peng Tianchong turned the situation completely around. Previously arrogant and domineering, Jean Baozi and Wan Zi suddenly found themselves prostrate on the ground, resembling two defeated dogs. This sensation of surviving a perilous encounter left her in a daze, as if caught in a dream. "Spare me, my lord." A dozen armed men were now kneeling, pleading for mercy amid the chaos of the room. "Silence!" Peng Tianchong shouted, his head aching from the noise. "What are you shouting about? My surname is Peng, so call me Teacher Peng." All right. Teacher Peng, you are magnanimous. Please don't stoop to our level." Jean Baozi was on the brink of tears, still echoing the sorceress's words in his mind like thunder. "Do not be anxious." Peng Tianchong took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "We will settle the accounts one by one. You deceived General Dai into coming here from afar under the pretense of discussing a partnership. So let us first discuss the contract. The other matters can wait." Yes. Let us discuss the contract first." Jean Baozi's eyes brightened as he slapped Wan Zi on the head. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign the contract with General Dai." "Brother, that is 1 million," Wan Zi said with a pained expression. Smack. Jean Baozi hit Wan Zi again, whispering fiercely, "Are you foolish? What is more important, 1 million or your life?" "Oh, all right. I will sign. Wan Zi finally understood, awkwardly looking at Dai Qianxue. "General Dai, you have the contract, right? I will sign it now." Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe this was real. Gong Xiaoshuang hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Peng Tianchong. "What are you looking at?" Peng Tianchong leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. "Quickly bring out the contract. It must state that the payment is to be transferred by tomorrow." "Oh." Gong Xiaoshuang hurriedly opened her bag and took out the contract, her small hands trembling with excitement. This was a deal worth millions. And with a single word from Peng Tianchong, it was signed. Wan Zi took the contract, signed it without even glancing at it, and respectfully handed it back to Gong Xiaoshuang, fearing that any delay would earn him another slap from his cousin. All right. Once Peng Tianchong saw the contract had been signed, he turned his gaze back to Jean Baozi. "Let us set aside the contract for now and discuss how you have offended me." Yes. Please enlighten us." "Teacher Peng." Jean Baozi nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. "Let me be frank with you." Peng Tianchong pointed his cigarette at Jean Baozi. "Before this, those who dared to point a gun at me are now long forgotten, their graves overgrown with grass. Tell me, how should I deal with you scoundrels?" Jean Baozi was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had never witnessed Peng Tianchong's prowess, he knew how formidable his sister was. If she was that powerful, then her younger brother's skills could not be lacking. It was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Upon reflecting on this, he twitched the corner of his mouth and remarked, "We should compensate. 5 million. How about that? Consider it a fee for the emotional distress you've caused." "Teacher Peng." To his astonishment, Peng Tianchong glared, exclaiming, "Do I look like someone in need of money?" The golden leopard, on the verge of tears, gritted his teeth and glanced at the dozen or so individuals present. Resolutely, he shouted, "Guangzi, break an arm for each of them." "Understood," replied the man named Guangzi, producing a machete from his waist, blade facing down, and bellowed, "Everyone, extend a hand, quickly." With each agonizing cry, the arms of the assembled individuals were systematically shattered. Finally, Guangzi gritted his teeth, extended his left arm, and with a swift motion of his right hand, severed his own limb with a resounding crack. Those who navigate the underworld truly possess a ruthless edge. This scene left Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang utterly aghast. They turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. After the ordeal, the golden leopard cast a pleading gaze at Peng Tianchong, cautiously stating, "How about this? All right, consider it settled this time. Now, be gone," Peng Tianchong declared, flicking his fingers lightly, sending the remaining cigarette but soaring like a shooting star, striking the golden leopard's wrist. Crack. The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoed as the golden leopard's left arm fell limply to his side. Caught off guard. He let out a wail, his eyes wide with fear as he trembled uncontrollably, his heart racing with terror. Good grief. Huang Yaoshi's finger technique is nothing compared to this. What are you staring at? Peng Tianchong coldly commanded. Pick up that cigarette, and scram. Why yes. The golden leopard, not daring to linger, hastily retrieved the discarded cigarette and fled with his companions. At that moment, Ruan Zi's face drained of color, caught in a state of indecision. He looked at Peng Tianchong in fear, utterly at a loss. You should leave too. Peng Tianchong disdainfully glared at Ruan Zi, rebuking. If I ever catch you again engaging in wrongdoing, I swear I'll castrate you. Now go. Why yes. I'm leaving right away, Ruan Zi exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, bolting out the door faster than a rabbit. Once the others had departed, Peng Tianchong turned around with a playful grin and addressed Dai Qianxue. Miss Dai, I hope I didn't frighten you too much. It's fine. We should be going now. Dai Qianxue shot him a glance, initially intending to express her gratitude, but upon witnessing his somewhat gleeful expression, she swallowed her words and remained silent. In truth, she felt immensely grateful to Peng Tianchong, had it not been for his presence tonight. She could hardly bear to contemplate her predicament. Let us go. Peng Tianchong was the first to exit the private room, with Dai Qianxue and her companions silently trailing behind. The atmosphere thick with unspoken words. The two young women, still haunted by the earlier events, were left shaken and unsettled. Upon exiting the hotel and returning to the car, Peng Tianchong took the wheel, dutifully fulfilling the role of a corporate chauffeur. But we've all been drinking, Ding Guixin quietly reminded. What if we encounter a DUI checkpoint on the way? Don't worry. Our luck won't be that unfortunate, Peng Tianchong replied dismissively. If we do get stopped, I'll just call that fellow surnamed Ruan to sort it out. Why should he? Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, having regained her composure while seated in the car with her companions. Just because that scoundrel is troublesome, he ought to run errands for us. Peng Tianchong chuckled. If he dares to refuse, just watch how I handle him. Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue exchanged amused glances and joked, in my opinion, when it comes to mischief, he might not even surpass you. You're quite the talker. Peng Tianchong turned a glance at Gong Xiaoshuang and replied, what you should say is, evil cannot prevail over righteousness. Do you understand? Humph. A lack of education is truly frightening. Chapter 56. The unexpected order. As night descended, the neon lights flickered. A light rain had just fallen in Yunjiang City, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the damp pavement, resembling a dynamic oil painting. The night breeze swept in, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that dissipated the clamor of the day, leaving behind the unique tranquility and beauty of the night. Peng Tianchong drove toward his residence. And just as he was halfway there, his phone began to ring. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! There's a call for you. Hello. Peng Tianchong steadied the steering wheel with one hand while answering the call with the other. It was his senior sister, Ouyang Huaping. Hello, little junior. Have you resolved the situation? I've taken care of it. Each of them received a broken arm and were sent packing. Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. I'm a bit puzzled. With a dozen guns involved, why did you need to call for help? Couldn't you have handled it yourself? Why are you becoming increasingly incapable? Look at what you're saying. It's not like my boss wasn't there. If I had made a move and a stray bullet hit them, what would I do? After a brief pause, he continued, besides, don't you often say that you have quite a reputation in this southwestern region? This is a perfect opportunity to verify it. Heh. TCH. You little sly one. The voice on the other end chuckled. By the way, once the investment conference is over, why don't you come visit me for a few days? That might not be possible. Peng Tianchong declined. I am currently the dedicated driver for my boss. How could I leave so easily? Perhaps next time. Humph. A fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. Ouyang Huaping teased. Never mind. Just tell me where you're staying, and I'll send some gifts your way tomorrow. Gifts? Now that's something I can accept. I'm at a certain hotel. After the call ended, Dai Qianxue, who had remained silent until now, suddenly became interested and teased. Your Majesty, could you tell us who that call was for? Hearing Your Majesty, Peng Tianchong was taken aback. He hadn't expected this icy beauty to make a joke. Ahem. He cleared his throat and replied, it was from my senior sister. Haha. Dai Qianxue chuckled and then inquired. What does she do? She's so formidable that one word from her made the crocodile gang's men kneel in submission. I'm not entirely sure what her specific role is. I don't bother with her affairs. Pang Tianchong explained, however. I do know that she operates around the southwestern region. It's no exaggeration to say that when she coughs, the entire southwestern 5 provinces tremble. TCH. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed softly, muttering, isn't that boasting? Your senior sister has helped us immensely. We must express our gratitude to her when the opportunity arises. Dai Qianxue sincerely remarked. What do you think would be the best way to thank her? There's no need to thank her. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Just make sure to thank me properly. Thank you. At the very least, you should treat me to a nice meal when we get back. You were unaware. But I neglected my meal just now to save you. Pang Tianchong lamented, his expression one of grievance. Upon our return to Bianqing, you must treat us. Absolutely. Dai Qianxue replied with a smile. Ah, by the way, Lao Ding, please have Assistant Gong settle our dining expenses from earlier. I must ask, Teacher Pang, Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. Her lips pursed in curiosity. Why did you decline the 5 million offered to you? Were you not tempted? Why would I? Pang Tiancheng retorted. That was a matter of business. If I were to claim 5 million, I would have to share a portion with you. Surely, you must be dreaming. Pa. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. So you were afraid I would take your money, hence your refusal? What a character you are. Ha ha. Pang Tianchong laughed heartily. The truth is, I am not in need of money. A few million is inconsequential to me. Oh, really? You are not in need of money? Gong Xiaoshuang continued to tease. You couldn't even produce 8,000, yet here you are boasting. Hiki. At this remark, even Dai Qianxue chuckled, recalling Pang Tianchong's predicament at the airport. Unable to suppress her laughter. Assistant Gong. Pang Tianchong turned sharply, glaring. Why must you bring that up? I have stated before that it is not a lack of funds, just that my money is temporarily unavailable. Once my finances are restored, believe me, I will acquire the Daikon Group and assign you to clean the restrooms. Keep dreaming. Gong Xiaoshuang shot back. If you are capable, why don't you buy the moon as well? Who would sell it to you? Ha ha. This quip even elicited laughter from Ding Guixin, who had been silent until now. Throughout their journey, Captain Ding had been preoccupied with the remarkable event when Pang Tianchong had used a cigarette but to incapacitate the golden leopard. He had witnessed the extraordinary feat firsthand, which had once again altered his perception of Pang Tianchong's astonishing abilities. The disparity among practitioners was indeed vast. The 4 of them returned to their lodgings, engaging in light-hearted banter before each retired for the night, without further incident. The following morning, Dai Qianxue resolved to return. For the purpose of their trip had been fulfilled, and lingering would serve no purpose. As for the investment matters, the marketing department was fully responsible, rendering her involvement as president unnecessary. Thus, early in the day, Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the doors of Pang Tianchong and Ding Guixin. Pang Tianchong, get up. President Dai has announced our return today. I know. Must you shout? Pang Tiancheng responded lazily while dressing and heading to the restroom. Just as he settled onto the toilet, the door was knocked upon again. Bang, bang, bang. What are you knocking for? Are you out of your mind? Pang Tiancheng shouted from the restroom. Lao Ding, open the door and let them wait a few minutes. Can a man not have a moment's peace while he attends to his business? Ding Guixin, having finished his morning routine, hurried to open the door, revealing not only Assistant Gong but also 5 or 6 perspiring men standing outside. Upon seeing Ding Guixin, a wave of excitement washed over the faces of several men, one of whom eagerly inquired, might you be Mr. Pang Tianchong? Ding Guixin felt somewhat bewildered, wondering what was transpiring so early in the morning. Instinctively, he glanced at Gong Xiaoshuang beside him. She shook her head, equally perplexed, uncertain about the purpose of these impeccably dressed gentlemen. It is as follows, one of the men elucidated. We are representatives from various provinces and cities, having hurried here overnight to discuss potential collaboration with Mr. Pang's company. Oh, please, come in, Ding Guixin responded, stepping aside and gesturing for them to enter. Mr. Pang is still freshening up. You may wait inside for a moment. Upon hearing that they were there to discuss collaboration, Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And without a second thought, she dashed towards her room. Inside, Dai Qianxue was busy packing her belongings when Gong Xiaoshuang breezed in like a gust of wind. Shui, what is going on? You seem quite frantic. Have they both risen? Dai Qianxue questioned, casting a glance at her overly excited friend. Yes, they're up. Gong Xiaoshuang swallowed hard. A large group has arrived from the southwestern provinces, all pharmaceutical representatives, here to seek collaboration with our company. What did you say? Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Chapter 57. All big orders. Dai Qianxue was utterly bewildered, stunned for 3 seconds before she could comprehend the situation. What on earth was happening? Was attracting business now this effortless? Previously, each time she attended a recruitment meeting, she could barely secure a few clients, yet now, people were eagerly approaching her for collaboration. Could there be a misunderstanding? Gong Xiaoshuang abruptly seized Dai Qianxue's arm and exclaimed, "Everyone is in Pang Tianchong's room. If you don't believe me, go take a look. Let us go." Upon arriving at Pang Tianchong's quarters, Dai Qianxue was astounded to find 7 or 8 impeccably dressed individuals seated on his bed, wiping the sweat from their brows while recounting their respective situations. "I drove all night to get here, fearing that Mr. Pang would check out first thing in the morning." A tall, slender young man expressed with relief, "Fortunately, I did not arrive too late." "Who isn't?" Another plump gentleman chimed in. "I took the train, and it arrived just at dawn. Thankfully, I wasn't too late." "Haha. Mr. Liu, why did you come personally?" "Of course." A middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Liu, replied with a grin, "Since all of you are here, I thought I might join the excitement. It's a perfect opportunity to meet Mr. Pang, isn't it?" Haha. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the room with a vibrant atmosphere. Though they were not all acquainted, they belonged to the same circle and had heard of one another, rendering their conversation quite relaxed. Noticing Dai Qianxue's entrance, Ding Guoxin quickly introduced her. "Everyone, this is our general manager, Dai Qianxue from Daikon Group. If you wish to discuss collaboration, you may speak with her." "General manager. General manager." Upon hearing this, several individuals rose simultaneously, respectfully greeting her. "Hello, everyone." Dai Qianxue nodded politely. "Are you all here to discuss agency cooperation with Daikon Group?" "Yes. Yes." The plump man was the first to respond. "We represent pharmaceutical companies from various provinces in the Southwest, and we are interested in distributing your products. My company initially plans to sell 10 million worth of goods." Before he could finish, the slender young man interjected, "Our company also aims for 10 million. I have the contract with me. I'll take 8 million. We're looking at 5 million. Go on, go on. 5 million? What are you trying to add to the conversation?" The room buzzed with voices, resembling a competitive auction as they vied for the orders. Dai Qianxue's heart raced with elation. She was momentarily at a loss for words. This was a multi-million-dollar business opportunity. If all these deals were finalized, the company's profits this year would soar to unprecedented heights. "How about this?" Dai Qianxue, suppressing her excitement, proposed. "Let us find a larger room to discuss the details, shall we? It's a bit cramped here." Wait. The plump man waved his hand. "General manager, let us not rush. Let us meet Mr. Pang first before we discuss further." "Oh." Dai Qianxue suddenly understood. Evidently, this group had come primarily to see Pang Tianchong, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Where is Pang Tianchong? Beside them, Gong Xiaoshuang grew increasingly anxious, glancing at Ding Guoxin and inquiring whether he was unaware of the throng awaiting him. Ding Guoxin merely gestured toward the restroom, indicating that Pang Tianchong was occupied. Thump, thump, thump. The impatient Gong Xiaoshuang promptly rapped on the restroom door, calling out, "Pang Tianchong, are you almost done? Everyone is waiting for you. What's the hurry?" Came Pang Tianchong's irritable voice from within. "I just finished and haven't even wiped yet. Why don't you come in and help me out?" "Go to hell," Gong Xiaoshuang retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stormed out in a huff. Huffed. Dai Qianxue bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter at the audacity of the man. The others wanted to laugh, but felt too shy, turning their faces away to stifle their amusement. Approximately a minute later, the restroom door swung open, and Pang Tianchong emerged humming a tune. He paused, taken aback by the sight of an entire room filled with strangers. Lost in his own world while attending to nature's call, he had paid little heed to the commotion outside, reassured by Ding Guoxin's presence. Now, seeing his bed occupied by unfamiliar faces, his expression darkened. "What are you all doing here? Get out." Dai Qianxue, noticing his rising ire, quickly stepped forward to clarify. "Pang Tianchong, don't misunderstand. They are here to discuss a collaboration with our company." "Oh, a collaboration, you say?" The transition in Pang Tianchong's demeanor was swift, his face shifting to a beaming smile. "That's wonderful. You should discuss the collaboration with our director Dai. I haven't even washed up yet." "Pang, sir." A stout man stepped forward, grasping one of Pang Tianchong's hands. "My surname is Liu, and I am the manager of Yunbei Pharmaceuticals. It's a pleasure to meet you." A tall, slender youth was quick to follow suit, taking hold of Pang Tianchong's other hand. Pang, sir. I'm Gao Shan, representing Nashui Pharmaceuticals. Splendid. Splendid. Pang Tianqing chuckled, extricating his hands and redirecting them toward Dai Qianxue. For collaboration, please consult Director Dai. Once you finalize the details, we can all get to know each other better. I need to freshen up. Very well. The group turned towards Dai Qianxue. Director Dai, let us find a place to discuss and sign the contract. Everyone. Dai Qianxue gestured invitingly. Please follow me. As she strode out, her high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor, as if she were gliding on air. Once the crowd had departed, Pang Tianchong began to comprehend that this was likely the gift referenced by his sixth senior sister the previous night. Curse it. But this was meant for the company. He scratched his head, pondering, what about my share? I must remember to ask Dai Qianxue for my commission later. Meanwhile, Dai Qianxue was engaged in a highly agreeable business negotiation. It was as if they were perfectly in sync, with everything easily discussed and settled. Little did she know that these individuals had come overnight, drawn by the reputation of Ouyang Huaping, and were so eager that they signed without even negotiating prices. 1 million. 800,000, 700,000. Not a single order fell below 500,000. All were substantial contracts. And a rough estimate suggested that the total would exceed several tens of millions. Moreover, their payments were prompt. Some indicated they would remit funds today, while others mentioned Monday for the transaction, and there were even a few who arrived bearing checks. Gong Xiaoshuang was frantically shuffling through the contracts. Her demeanor a flurry of activity, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, her blouse dampened by the exertion. Dai Qianxue, on the other hand, was positively beaming. Her usually icy demeanor thawed into a radiant smile at this moment of triumph. Truly, a delightful collaboration and flourishing business. After bidding farewell to the clients, Dai Qianxue suddenly pondered a question, turning to Gong Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang, it is evident that these clients were drawn in by Pang Tianchong. Tell me, once they depart, how shall we express our gratitude to this fellow? How to express it? Gong Xiaoshuang retorted through clenched teeth. Let us dismantle him piece by piece. Chapter 58. The plans of the Zhuo family in the First People's Hospital of Bianqing. Within the intensive care unit, Zhuo Biao lay on the hospital bed, his pallid complexion reflecting his pain. His hollow gaze was fixed on his right leg, which had been successfully reattached after surgery, now encased in plaster and securely bandaged. Beside him sat an elderly man with a somber expression, the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Shouqing. Opposite him was a middle-aged man with impeccably slicked back hair, exuding an air of authority, his square face framed by thick brows and a short beard. He sat upright, radiating the presence of a person of high standing. This was Zhuo Jia, the eldest son and current chairman and general manager of Zhuo Group. Outside the hospital room, several bodyguards clad in black suits stood vigilantly at either side of the door, ensuring the safety of the ward. Father, Zhuo Jia inclined his body slightly and spoke. I had someone investigate that Pang Tianchong. This fellow has only recently arrived in Bianqing, and his origins remain a mystery. Didn't he uncover his background? Zhuo Shouqing asked, perplexed. Is he from Bianqing? Any information on his family background? None. Zhuo Jia nodded. I had Shaoxi from the police station look into his records. His ID indeed states he is from Bianqing, with a registered address at Building 39, Fuguiyuan Community in the Ocean District. However, upon further investigation, the owner of that villa is surnamed Wang, and he bears no relation to this individual at all. It's as if he sprang from the cracks of a stone, leaving no trace. The identification must be forged. Zhuo Shouqing furrowed his brow. He possesses formidable skills. What is his true identity? Regardless of his origins, Zhuo Jia declared with indignation, it is intolerable for him to bully our family. He shall pay dearly for this. Moreover, Zhuo Jia paused before continuing. This situation cannot rest solely on that Pang. My younger brother bears some responsibility as well. I discovered that he recently transferred 2 substantial sums to the accounts of the Black Dragon Society and the White Tiger Gang. Have you inquired about his activities? Oh. Zhuo Shouqing was taken aback. How much? One was 200,000, the other 300,000. Neither sum is insignificant. Second brother. Zhuo Shouqing's expression darkened with anger. What on earth have you been doing with such a sum? Speak honestly. Zhuo Ershio averted his gaze, stammering. I had them deal with Pang Tianchong, and the result? Zhuo Shouqing's countenance soured. They took the money but failed to deliver? No, Zhuo Ershio explained. The Black Dragon Society reported a confrontation with him, resulting in mutual losses. They couldn't subdue him thus. I sought out Master Lu from the White Tiger Gang, but they have yet to respond. Why not call and inquire? Zhuo Shouqing commanded. Find out what the White Tiger Gang has to say. Yes. Zhuo Ershao immediately pulled out his phone and made the call. The call was quickly connected. And Zhuo Biao glanced at his father's face, instinctively pressing the speakerphone button. An irate voice erupted from the phone. Is this Zhuo Ershao? Ah, it's me. We were just about to call you. You've damned us, the White Tiger Gang, this time. What do you mean? Zhuo Ershao was bewildered. How could they be the ones to complain first? What do you mean? The caller fumed. With Pang Tianchong's formidable martial skills, why didn't you inform us in advance? Did you deliberately send our brothers to their doom? Now, our leader has had his arm broken by that surnamed Pang. And the rest of our brothers are either injured or severely harmed. It's a tragic sight, and the losses are substantial. What do you suggest we do? I'm the one who funded your mission. How dare you ask me what to do? You didn't follow my orders to break Pang's legs. Instead, it was my leg that he broke. Useless. You're all utterly useless. With that, Zhuo Ershao vented his frustrations and hung up the phone in anger. Zhuo Jia looked at his father and remarked, it seems this surnamed Pang is indeed difficult to deal with. Humph. Zhuo, the family patriarch, scoffed. Difficult or not, we must handle him. Tomorrow, I will visit the Xishan area and consult with President Zhuo of the Martial Arts Association, requesting their experts to deal with him. Wait a moment. Zhuo Jia waved his hand. Dad, what do you think about this approach? Let's tackle this from multiple angles. What do you mean by multiple angles? First, let us call the Dai family for an explanation. ISNT that surnamed Pang employed at their company? We should demand his dismissal. After a pause, Zhuo Jia continued. Second, have Officer Xiao Si lead a team to investigate Pang Tianchong for his fraudulent ID. If substantiated, that could lead to a prison sentence of 3 years or less. Third, we should file a complaint with the Martial Arts Association. As a martial artist, Pang Tianchong's blatant attack on an ordinary person violates the principles of the association, and we need their experts to handle him. Fourth, if all else fails, we could post a bounty on the dark web. A generous reward will surely attract brave souls willing to take his life. Excellent. Zhuo Ershao clapped in admiration. Brother, your thinking is thorough. Truly impressive. In his excitement, he nearly let out a bubble of snot. Grinning widely like a fool. Indeed. Zhuo, the family patriarch, nodded. Let us proceed with this plan. I'll call the Dai family patriarch, Dai Jingma, right now for an explanation. With that, Zhuo Xiuqing took out his phone and dialed Dai Jingma's number. Hello, Zhuo Lao. An elderly voice came through the line, belonging to the venerable patriarch of the Dai family, Dai Jingma. Old Dai, Zhuo Xiuqing retorted brusquely. I'm calling to demand an explanation from your Dai family. Oh? The voice on the other end expressed surprise. What has caused you, Zhuo Lao, to be so upset? One of your security guards broke my second son's leg. What do you propose we do about this? What? The voice on the phone gasped. How could such a thing happen? Zhuo Lao, do not be angry just yet. Please inform me which company belongs to the Dai family. I shall promptly dispatch someone to handle this matter. It is the Dai Kong Company, owned by your beloved granddaughter, Dai Qianxue. Apparently, it involves a newly appointed security guard named Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong. Dai Jingma murmured the name, unfamiliar to him. Regardless, this is the situation, old Dai. You may take it from here. With that, the head of the Zhuo family decisively ended the call. Within the confines of the Dai villa, Elder Dai stared at his phone in a daze for a full 5 seconds before setting aside his watering can and gripping the device, lost in contemplation. Master, what has transpired? Inquired a robust middle-aged man, his bodyguard Fan Hai, in a hushed tone. It was a call from the patriarch of the Zhuo family. The head of the Dai family replied after a moment of reflection. He mentioned that a security guard from Qianxue's company has broken the leg of his second young master. What? Fan Hai exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. Who possesses such audacity? How intriguing. Dai Jingma suddenly chuckled. The fact that the patriarch of the Zhuo family reached out to me indicates that this situation is rather complicated, one they could not resolve themselves. And to think it involves a mere security guard. When did such a figure emerge in Qianxue's company? I must make a call to inquire further. Chapter 59. The return journey. It was a splendid Saturday, with the sun shining brightly and the sky a brilliant blue. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, while fluffy clouds drifted lazily above. The picturesque scenery of mountains, trees, flowers, and rivers along the roadside painted a beautiful tableau. On the highway, a red Porsche sped along with exhilarating swiftness, chasing the endless horizon ahead. The driver, Pang Tianchong, donned sunglasses and hummed a tune, weaving through the highway as if racing against the wind and journeying alongside the clouds. Seated in the car were Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, both brimming with excitement. Their business trip had proven remarkably successful, yielding unexpected rewards. It could be said that they had achieved a resounding victory. Thus, they relished the exquisite weather. Gazing at the fleeting landscapes outside the window, their spirits soaring with joy. In that moment, the world seemed to be beneath their feet, dreamlike and ethereal. The future shimmered ahead, radiant and promising. Ding Guixin, typically composed and taciturn, sat quietly in the passenger's seat, observing the scenery outside. Among the four, Gong Xiaoshuang was the most restless, playfully nudging Pang Tianchong's shoulder as she encouraged him. Hey, Teacher Pang, can you drive as fast as you did on the way here? Let us reach Bianqing in just an hour or two. Absolutely not. Pang Tiancheng replied without a second thought. It's too fast. I wouldn't want to frighten you all. I'm not scared. That is not the point. Pang Tiancheng shook his head, countering, tell me, what is more important, speed or safety? Why the rush? Is your mother waiting for you at home for dinner? Go away. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes in exasperation, expressing her dissatisfaction. You are such a bore. Humph. Haha. Dai Qianxue interjected, trying to ease the tension. Let it be, Xiaoshuang. Let him drive slowly. There is no hurry. Safety comes first. In truth. She was also quite curious about Pang Tianchong's exceptional driving skills but hesitated to voice it. Exactly. Pang Tianchong seized the opportunity to continue. Besides, I am Dai Zong's driver, not your personal chauffeur, Xiaoshuang. If you keep directing me, I might just drop you off and make you run home. You. Gong Xiaoshuang was about to retort when suddenly, Dai Qianshua's phone rang. She picked it up to find it was her grandfather calling. Immediately, she answered the call, raising her finger in a gesture for silence towards Gong Xiaoshuang. Hello, grandfather. Is this you, Xiaoxue? A frail voice emerged from the phone. Are you at home? If not, come visit me. Grandfather, did you forget? Dai Qianxue chuckled. I am on a business trip in another city. There is a pharmaceutical exchange conference in the southwest region, as I mentioned before. Have you forgotten? Oh, right. The elder's realization dawned, so. How did it go for you attending it in person? Marvelously, Dai Qianxue exclaimed. I signed contracts worth over 50 million. And now we are on our way back on the highway. What? The voice on the other end expressed amazement. You girl, have you really become so capable? How could you sign so much in one go? Primarily, it was an employee named Pang Tianchong who rendered significant assistance. Dai Qianxue, casting a sidelong glance at the driving Pang Tianchong, remarked, if it weren't for his help, how could we have received so many orders? Oh? The voice on the other end of the phone expressed curiosity. Is Pang Tianchong the new security guard at your company? Indeed. This time, Dai Qianxue seemed puzzled. How is it that my grandfather knows him? No. The elder Dai chuckled. I don't know him. How could I possibly know a security guard? Drive safely. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Dai Qianxue, holding her phone, wore a look of bewilderment. Pondering what was amiss with the old man today. Whose call was that? Gong Xiaoshuang, intrigued by the unexpected phone call, inquired, what did he want? My grandfather. Dai Qianxue replied, still in a fog, as it was evident that the call was about something significant, yet it ended rather inexplicably. Perhaps he needed to discuss something with you, but upon learning you were out of town, he decided against it, Gong Xiaoshuang speculated. That could be. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. But sensed something was amiss. She then reached out and patted Pang Tianchong's shoulder, asking, do you know my grandfather? Pang Tianchong shook his head. No, I do not. I just returned to Bianqing a few days ago, and my acquaintances are limited. I certainly do not know him. This is quite peculiar. Dai Qianxue pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that perhaps news of Pang Tianchong's involvement with the Baihu gang had spread through the underworld, and her grandfather had caught wind of it. With this thought, she ceased to dwell on the matter. The vehicle sped onward. And since Pang Tianchong refrained from using any further magical means, they finally arrived in Bianqing around 10 o'clock that evening. Having exited the expressway, the four of them were ravenous and somewhat fatigued. Daizong, Pang Tianchong was the first to broach the subject of dining. Are you all hungry? I'm absolutely famished. I feel as though my stomach is glued to my back. You think you're the only one who's hungry? Gong Xiaoshuang replied, rolling her eyes. Once we enter the city, let's find a place to eat before heading our separate ways. But where can we eat at this hour? Dai Qianxue felt somewhat lost, as she seldom dined out at night. There is a barbecue place nearby that is quite good. Shall we go there for some skewers? Ding Guixin suggested. I just hope Daizong and you two ladies are comfortable with it. Is it Lao barbecue? Pang Tianchong asked. Yes, that is the one. We often go there, and the food is decent, Ding Wuxi nodded. Then it's settled, Pang Tianchong declared. A Tai and I have been there as well. The owner is amiable. We'll eat there, and if you two aren't comfortable, you can simply leave. Who said we wouldn't be comfortable? Gong Xiaoshuang retorted indignantly. We can manage, right, Daizong? All right, let's south go to that place, Dai Qianxue finally decided. The car sped towards the barbecue restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance of the barbecue establishment, enveloped in swirling smoke and a cacophony of voices, numerous patrons were still indulging in drinks and skewers, creating a vibrant atmosphere teeming with life. The quartet found an unoccupied table and promptly seated themselves, whereupon the proprietor approached with warm hospitality. Ah, young man, you've returned. The owner unmistakably recognized Pang Tianchong and greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss, Pang Tianchong replied with a nod. Please prepare 100 yuan worth of lamb skewers, 4 side dishes, and 4 bottles of beer for us. We'll start with that and order more if needed. Could we also have 2 more chicken wings? Dai Qianxue suddenly interjected. Certainly. The owner nodded, adeptly jotting down their order. Before he could finish, someone from across the table called out, Boss, whatever they consume at that table, please charge it to our account. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged bewildered glances. Both perplexed by the unexpected gesture. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 60. Encounter with the long-haired youth on this vibrant evening filled with the aroma of grilled delicacies. The barbecue stall serves as a favored retreat for individuals seeking to relish exquisite flavors and unwind. Here, people savor delectable barbecue dishes, basking in the beauty of life. Casting aside the weariness of the day, Pang Tianchong had just ordered several dishes when someone nearby eagerly offered to cover the bill, leaving Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang quite astonished. Following the voice, they spotted a long-haired young man they did not recognize. What does this mean? The two exchanged puzzled glances with Captain Ding Wuxin, who subtly shook his head, indicating he too was unfamiliar with the individual. Pang Tianchong, however, smiled and waved his hand, exclaiming, Hello, gentlemen. It's wonderful to see you again. Haha. He had a vague recollection of these individuals, having encountered them during a previous dinner with Ding Tai. The long-haired youth was the leader of that group. To his surprise, they crossed paths once more today. Unable to contain her curiosity, Dai Qianxue inquired, Are you friends? No, I don't recognize him either, Pang Tianchong quickly clarified. We merely met once during that dinner. Just a brief encounter, and he is offering to pay your bill? What can I say? Pang Tianchong shrugged with a grin. Who can resist a handsome face? I'm popular wherever I go. Hiki. Cut it out. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. You really have thick skin. Soon, the appetizers arrived. Edamame, peanuts, tripe, and smashed cucumber, as the barbecue grill emitted thick smoke. 3 bottles of beer and a bottle of mineral water were ordered. The latter because Dai Qianxue would be driving home later and needed to abstain from alcohol. Cheers. Pang Tianchong exclaimed as he popped the cap off a beer bottle, raising it high. To our triumphant return. Cheers. Dai Qianxue echoed, lifting her bottle of water, adding, On behalf of Daikon Company, I also thank you, Pang Tianchong. Thank me? It can't be just words. Dai Qianxue's sentence had barely finished when Pang Tianchong seized the moment, taking a sip of his beer. Surely, I deserve something tangible, something material? With a playful smile, Dai Qianxue asked, What sort of reward do you seek? Speak up, as long as it's reasonable. I shall consider it. That goes without saying. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. This fellow undoubtedly wants money. Just so you know, Pang Tianchong. The company's funds are tight at the moment, so don't ask for too much. As expected of the president's assistant, she had preemptively delivered a warning. For such a large order, a commission of 30,000 or 20,000 isn't excessive, is it? Pang Tianchong gazed intently at Dai Qianxue's charming face, initially contemplating asking for 80 or even 100,000. For some reason, he felt his heart soften. All right, Dai Qianxue nodded without hesitation. I will speak with the finance department and ensure you receive a bonus of 30,000 this time. Splendid. Pang Tianchong gave a thumbs up, praising. Daizong is indeed generous. Unlike someone who is as stingy as a yellow-haired miser. You, Gong Xiaoshuang, infuriated, raised her chopsticks as if to strike him, only to be thwarted by Pang Tianchong's beer bottle. Hold on. In the midst of a bustling crowd, all eyes were undoubtedly upon them. Hiki. Humph. Gong Xiaoshuang snorted coldly, surveying her surroundings, and indeed, many gazes were directed towards their direction. Little did she know that the sudden arrival of 2 stunning beauties at the barbecue stall was akin to celestial maidens descending to earth, capturing the attention of onlookers. some of whom nearly poked their skewers into their own noses in astonishment. The two were exceedingly captivating, especially Dai Qianxue, the unrivaled beauty of Bianqing, whose beauty was truly unparalleled. Ahem. As Dai Qianxue enjoyed her meal, she cast a glance at Peng Tianchong and remarked, "We must not let others pay for us. Having an outsider settle the bill for company matters is simply unacceptable." "Indeed," Peng Tianchong replied, gnawing on a skewer of lamb. "Last time I offered to pay, I was refused. This time, it seems this fellow certainly had a heart of gold." "Keep boasting," Gong Xiaoshuang retorted defiantly. "On your first meeting, a stranger paid for you, and you just accepted it? Unbelievable." Peng Tianchong shrugged, indifferent to her teasing, as he couldn't be bothered to engage in a debate with this fiery-haired girl who always seemed to challenge him. Just then, a young man with long hair approached, swaying slightly while holding a beer bottle. "Hero," the young man exclaimed with a grin, addressing Peng Tianchong. "Come, let me toast to you, brother. My name is Xiaoguang." "Peng Tianchong," he replied, clinking his beer bottle against Xiaoguang's. "Peng bro," Xiaoguang exclaimed excitedly. "I forgot to get your contact number last time. Do you have a business card? Please give me one." "Come on, I'm just a security guard. I don't have any business cards," Peng Tianchong replied, exasperated. "My phone number is 137-3876. Just a moment. Let me save it on my phone." As Xiaoguang pulled out his phone to jot down Peng Tianchong's number, he added, "Brother, I'm from the antique market area. Peng bro, let us hang out when you're free. I won't disturb you any longer." After casting a knowing glance at Dai Qianxue, he turned and departed. "Wait," Peng Tianchong called out. "Don't pay for us. We're being treated by the company. Understand?" "All right," Xiaoguang replied regretfully. "I promised to pay for you last time, but couldn't follow through, and now it seems the same. Perhaps next time. Until we meet again." "Next time, indeed." Peng Tianchong raised his beer bottle in farewell as he bid goodbye to the enthusiastic Xiaoguang. Turning back, he noticed Ding Guoxin was engrossed in his meal, and with the barbecue dwindling, he inquired, "Ding, is 100 sufficient for you? If not, don't hesitate to ask for more. After all, we're not footing the bill. Eat as much as you like." "Yeah, I'm almost done." Ding Guoxin nodded in response. "Look at your lack of ambition." Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. "I hope you stuff yourself to the point of bursting, you little rogue." Ignoring Gong Xiaoshuang's derision, Peng Tianchong raised his voice towards the owner, calling out, "Boss, please grill us another 50 worth, along with 2 large kidneys." His boisterous shout echoed throughout the venue, drawing the attention of everyone present. Dai Qianxue nearly sputtered the water in her mouth onto the ground, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment as she lowered her head, gently biting the skewer of meat, silently vowing never to dine at street stalls with this insufferable fellow again. Enough with the racket. Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes nearly rolled out of her head in exasperation at that moment. She wished she could impale the audacious rogue before her with a barbecue skewer. What manner of person was this? So loud and utterly devoid of decorum. Yet, Peng Tianchong remained blissfully unaware of the awkwardness between the two women, unabashedly inquiring, "Are you two going to eat? Should I grill for?" At last, Dai Qianxue could no longer contain her frustration. She slammed the skewer down and exclaimed, "Get lost." Chapter 61. Homecoming. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or perhaps the coolness of the evening air, or maybe the fatigue from the long drive. In any case, that night, Peng Tianchong enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. As the morning sun gently filtered through the delicate window curtains and crept over the edge of the bed, casting its warm light upon Peng Tianchong's bare skin, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids felt as though they were weighted down by lead, requiring immense effort to pry them open. Squinting, he stared blankly at the pristine white wall, his consciousness drifting between the realms of dreams and reality. After a brief moment, Peng Tianchong suddenly sat upright, as a thought struck him, going home. Today was Sunday, his parents should be free from work, and he had some time on his hands. Why not pay a visit to his family? With this idea in mind, he quickly dressed, freshened up, and attended to his needs, soon preparing himself for the day. After grabbing a quick breakfast on the street and purchasing some gifts, Peng Tianchong hailed a taxi, following the address previously provided by Luo Qi, and headed towards the Yuliang 1 community on Huanghe Road. Seated in the taxi, his heart raced with excitement. "Dad, Mom, your son is back. And little sister, you must be 20 now, right?" Upon arriving at the community entrance, he looked up in awe at the towering high-rises, reaching for the clouds. Impressive. Holding the gifts, he strode eagerly towards the entrance, only to be halted by a stern-faced security guard. Stop. Who are you visiting? Please register. Pang Tiancheng paused, taken aback. I'm going to my own home. Why do I need to register? Going home? The guard scrutinized him. I recognize most residents here, but you seem unfamiliar. Sorry. I need to see your ID. ID. At the mention of it, Pang Tiancheng felt a pang of discomfort. The ID issued by his sixth senior sister bore a false address, completely unrelated to this place. Besides, that counterfeit was still in Dai Qianxue's possession. I don't have my ID with me. Pang Tiancheng patiently explained, this is my first time returning. Of course, I might seem unfamiliar. What building number? What building number? He hurriedly pulled out a scrap of paper from his pocket and glanced at it, responding, Building 8, Unit 2902. The guard's expression darkened further as he fixed a penetrating gaze on him. How can you not know your own home address? Surely, you're not suffering from dementia. Pang Tiancheng felt a surge of frustration. Come on, why is it so hard to explain? Fine, I'll register. He placed his belongings down, leaned over the desk, and filled in his name and phone number, muttering complaints under his breath. We're both in security, why make it difficult for each other? After completing the registration, the guard pointed inside. Keep going straight. At the flower bed, turn left, in that S Building 8. Thank you. Pang Tiancheng nodded, picked up his things, and hurriedly made his way inside. Thud. With a gentle knock, he approached building number 8 and rapped cautiously on the door of room 2902. In that moment, his heart raced in rhythm with each knock. Who is it? A melodious voice emanated from within, and shortly thereafter, the security door was pulled aside, revealing the face of a young girl. She was clad in simple home attire, a light purple top paired with white casual trousers, exuding an air of freshness and sweetness. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with bright eyes and rosy lips, and her long hair, reminiscent of seaweed, was casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading down her fair neck, adding a touch of effortless charm. Little sister, Pang Tiancheng exclaimed with excitement. Are our parents home? An instinct within him told him that this girl was indeed his sister. Through the mesh of the security door, she scrutinized Pang Tiancheng with a wary gaze. Who are you looking for? Do you need something? I am your brother. Open the door. My brother? The girl furrowed her brow, skepticism evident in her expression. Are scammers really this unprofessional nowadays? To impersonate family without verifying? I have no brother. Leave now, or I will call the police. Bang. The door was shut forcefully. Pang Tiancheng stood there, stunned and bewildered. He began to gather his thoughts. 19 years ago, when he left home, his sister had just been born. It was understandable that she wouldn't remember him. Surely their parents were aware of his existence. Resolute, he knocked once more. Knock. 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 Why are you still here? The girl opened the inner door, her demeanor noticeably frosty. If you don't leave, I will really call the police. Little sister. Pang Tiancheng tried to soften his tone. You were just a child when I left home. You wouldn't remember your brother. Where are our parents? Please let them know I'm here. They will certainly recognize me. My mother isn't home. What about our father? Bang. She clenched her teeth and slammed the door shut again. Pang Tiancheng felt a surge of frustration, contemplating kicking down the security door. How could he possibly be shut out of his own home? He rubbed his face vigorously, pondering the situation. Their parents were likely not at home. If they were, they would have been startled by his knocking. Since his sister didn't recognize him, she naturally wouldn't let a stranger in. What to do? He sank down onto the floor, perplexed. He dared not knock again. If his sister truly called the police, the ensuing complications would be even greater. Sighing deeply, he sat there for a full 10 minutes before finally rising to leave. He resolved to return another day. Meanwhile, as Pang Tiancheng was on his way to the family home, Dai Qianxue received a phone call summoning her to her grandfather's residence. The elderly gentleman sat in his armchair, sipping tea, his eyes slightly squinted. As Dai Qianxue massaged his neck and shoulders, she recounted the details of the investment conference and shared news regarding Pang Tiancheng's endeavors. Grandfather, Dai Qianxue queried, puzzled. Why have you suddenly taken such an interest in Pang Tiancheng? Is it acceptable to be uninterested? Dai Jingma inquired, his expression stoic. He had indeed shattered the leg of that young scion from the Zhuo family, which incited Zhuo Laoda's furious wrath. The old man had even called me to demand an explanation. Isn't that why I summoned you, to inquire about the situation? Ah, Dai Qianxue gasped. He truly broke the leg of the second young master Zhuo? Breaking it is one thing, but that scoundrel has been harassing me for half a year. A little suffering is well-deserved. What? The old man turned his gaze to his astute granddaughter and asked, You were unaware of this matter? I had no idea. Dai Qianxue shook her head. Previously, she had only heard him mention once that if the Zhou family dared to trouble him, he would break the second young master's leg. It must have been that the Zhou family sought to deal with Peng Tianchang, which led to the leg being broken. Oh, Elder Dai's interest was piqued. So, this young man does not fear the Zhou family at all? What is the Zhou family to him? Dai Qianxue replied nonchalantly. You see, he is a remarkable master, unafraid of anyone. The sky may fall, but he remains undaunted. Haha. Splendid. Splendid. Elder Dai exclaimed with excitement. I simply must make the acquaintance of such a promising youth. Chapter 62. The driver takes his post as the company president. Dai Qianxue is known for her decisive and efficient manner. Last weekend, she proposed that Peng Tianchang be reassigned to the role of chauffeur. By Monday morning, the Human Resources Department had already contacted him for a discussion. In the HR office, Manager Lan personally poured a glass of water for Peng Tianchang, placing it before him. Here, have a sip of water, Xiao Peng, she said, smiling. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Peng Tianchang replied, feigning surprise. To have a senior manager like you serve me water, I am truly honored. Huh. He instinctively cast a glance at Manager Lan's ample bosom, which swayed enticingly. To be honest, he harbored a certain fondness for this voluptuous woman. After all, those towering peaks were indeed a beautiful sight. All right, enough of the flattery. Lan Shangyun chuckled. I was actually going to invite you to dinner, but I haven't found the time. I heard you accompanied President Dai on a business trip last weekend and performed quite well. Not at all, Peng Tianchong humbly responded. I merely benefited from the brilliance of others. It's hardly worth mentioning. A multi-million-dollar deal. And you say it's not worth mentioning? It seems I underestimated you before. You are truly someone who has seen the world. Manager Lan remarked with admiration. You're too kind, Lan Jia. Peng Tianchong lifted his glass and took a sip of water. I am just a simple country bumpkin, hardly acquainted with the ways of the world. Let us get down to business. You didn't call me here just to sing my praises, did you? If that is the case, I might get a bit too proud. Ha. Cut it out, you rascal. Manager Lan rolled her eyes before changing the subject. So, just now, President Dai called to inform me that you will be reassigned to serve as her full-time driver. You don't have any objections, do you? None at all. Peng Tianchong shook his head. I am but a brick in the revolution, wherever I am needed. I shall go. Great. Manager Lan replied with a smile. From today onward, you won't be on guard duty or patrolling anymore. You'll be working on the 19th floor. Moreover, the company has allocated you a separate office. Look at your treatment. It rivals that of the executives. Is that so? Peng Tiancheng grinned. Then, will I be assigned a female secretary as well? Get lost. 19th floor, office 1918. This room is located diagonally opposite the president's office. Though modest in size, it is tidy and uncluttered. Only a computer remains on the desk, as all other office supplies have been removed. Peng Tiancheng settled comfortably into the chair, crossing his feet on the desk, his security cap set aside. Since chauffeurs do not have a formal uniform, he remained in his security attire, appearing quite dapper. With a flick, Peng Tiancheng lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling a long plume of smoke. He then reached for the computer, deciding to download a game to pass the time. Otherwise, sitting alone in the office would be exceedingly dull. Both the roles of driver and bodyguard were familiar to him. In those years within the Western world, he had not only safeguarded several prominent figures, but he had even provided protection for the Queen of England. Now, securing the safety of a mere company president would be a trivial task for him. Even with his eyes closed, he could ensure that Dai Qianxue remained unscathed. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in. Peng Tianchong lazily called out. The door was pushed ajar, revealing a blonde head peeking in. It was his assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang. What is it? Peng Tianchong, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, glanced sideways at her and asked, Assistant Gong. Nothing. I just came to see if Driver Peng was on duty and what he was doing. Gong Xiaoshuang replied as she scanned the room. What else could I be doing? Peng Tiancheng shifted in his seat, a mischievous grin appearing on his lips. I'm bored. Just watching adult films. Care to join? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang slammed the door shut, cursing from the outside, perverted rogue. A dog can't spit out ivory. Haha. Shortly after Gong Xiaoshuang departed, the door to Dai Qianxue's office was also rapped upon. Knock, knock. Come in. With her call, a figure almost burst through the door, startling Dai Qianxue. Upon lifting her gaze, she recognized it was Wan Ruoyan, the financial director. In her 30s, with fair skin and donning a pair of black-rimmed glasses, Wan Ruoyan appeared scholarly, resembling a university lecturer. Director Dai. Wan Ruoyan was either exhilarated or out of breath from climbing the stairs, her complexion somewhat flushed, panting slightly. Manager Wan, is there something you need? Dai Qianxue inquired curiously, gesturing for her to take a seat. Insane. Absolutely insane. Manager Wan gulped, stating today. Over 20 million suddenly appeared in the company's accounts. Director Dai, your investment solicitation this time has been exceptionally fruitful. Our company has never been so affluent before. I just inquired with the business department. They seemed unaware about the funds, she continued. Oh. Dai Qianxue finally grasped Manager Wan's implication and clarified. It's possible that Assistant Gong hasn't yet communicated with the business department regarding the contracts. This was an unexpected turn of events. Someone lent a hand in securing several significant clients, all provincial representatives, and they were quite generous with the payments. Wan Ruoyan's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked, who is so formidable? You must inquire with Peng Tiancheng, the new security guard? The one who was supposed to recover over 700,000? Yes, that SM. Dai Qianxue nodded. This time the company has decided to grant him a commission of 30,000. Make sure to remember this when payroll is distributed. Absolutely. No problem. Manager Wan readily agreed, then adjusted her glasses and continued. Which one is Peng Tiancheng? I should visit the security office to meet him. He seems remarkably capable. As she turned to leave, Dai Qianxue hastily reminded her, I have reassigned him. He is no longer in the security department. Where has he been reassigned? Wan Ruoyan turned around and inquired, could it be that he has been transferred to the business department? He is currently my driver, stationed across from the 1918 office. If you wish to see him, do go ahead. All right. Inside the 1918 office. Peng Tiancheng had just downloaded a small game to his desktop and was preparing to play around when there came a knock at the door. Knock. Knock, knock. Who is it? Please come in. As the door swung open, Wan Ruoyan gracefully entered. Are you Peng Tiancheng? Manager Wan scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, are you the one who assisted in securing several major clients? And you are? Peng Tiancheng's eyes fixated on the striking woman who had just entered. I am Wan Ruoyan, the manager of the finance department, here to make your acquaintance, the legendary figure. Manager Wan explained with a smile. The finance department. Upon hearing this, Peng Tiancheng immediately sprang up from his chair. You have come to deliver my bonus, haven't you? Come, take a seat. As he spoke, he grasped Wan Ruoyan's arm and gently guided her to sit on the sofa. Chapter 63. Identity check on the 19th floor, in office 1918, the finance manager, Wan Ruoyan, was unexpectedly pinned to the sofa by Peng Tiancheng, leaving her utterly flustered. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so rough? Ouch. My arm. She gently rubbed her arm, while casting a disapproving glare at Peng Tiancheng. With a grin, Peng Tiancheng inquired, Sister, what is your surname? Just Wan Ruoyan. She replied, clearly annoyed. How can you be so rude, lacking any semblance of politeness? My apologies, Sister Wan. Peng Tiancheng scratched his head and chuckled. I got a bit too excited. What has got you so excited? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? No, I thought you must have come to deliver a bonus. Truly a timely rain, as my pocket money has been rather scant these past few days. Go away. Who is delivering you a bonus? Wan Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. What are you thinking? I merely passed by and decided to drop in to meet the legendary figure of your company. Upon hearing this, Peng Tiancheng instantly lost interest and plopped back down into his chair. What's wrong? Wan Ruoyan teased. Isn't sister welcome if I'm not bringing money? You change your mind quicker than you flip a book. Not at all. Peng Tiancheng shrugged. I can read a page for half the night without turning it. Haha. Wan Ruoyan laughed, her bright eyes and radiant smile making her even more charming. This rekindled Peng Tiancheng's enthusiasm. Sister Wan, I've heard that every finance department has beautiful staff. Could you introduce me to one of the lovely ladies from your office? By the way, are you married? Why do you ask? Wan Ruoyan's smile vanished instantly. What are you thinking? My child is already over 3 years old. TSK. Peng Tiancheng smacked his lips. What a fine cabbage. I wonder which wild boar has gotten to it. You. Wan Ruoyan, infuriated, grabbed a pencil from the coffee table and hurled it at him. Stop your nonsense. Sister Wan, please don't be angry. Peng Tiancheng caught the pencil with a grin. I only wished for you to introduce me to a beautiful lady. I had no ill intentions. Don't misunderstand. Humph. Wan Ruoyan snorted. No matter how beautiful, can anyone surpass our General Dai? She is the most beautiful woman in Bianqing. Why don't you pursue her instead of aiming for our finance department? She is not an option. Why not? Wan Ruoyan asked with a smile. She is too cold. Always wearing a stern face, it sends shivers down my spine. Peng Tiancheng shook his head. Perhaps she is even frigid, that wouldn't he duped. Wan Ruoyan burst into laughter. You're just babbling. Be careful, if General Dai hears you, she might fire you. Ha ha ha, don't laugh. Pang Tianchong said with utmost seriousness, I am genuinely asking, are there any lovely ladies in your office? Please introduce one to me. I will treat. Go away. Wan Ruoyan rolled her eyes. Look at you, never serious. I'm done talking to you. If I continue, I might just lose my mind. I'm leaving. With that, she stood up and headed for the door. Wait. Pang Tianchong hurriedly got up to see her off, and upon reaching the entrance, he called out to Wan Ruoyan's retreating figure, Sister, please remember the favor I asked of you. In response, a single word floated back down the corridor, scram. Once manager Wan departed, the office returned to its tranquil state, and Pang Tianchong, feeling utterly bored, began to play a game. However, just 5 minutes in, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. The door to the office was pushed open once more. But it was not a company employee who entered. Rather, it was 2 police officers, one tall and one short. Pang Tianchong looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Who are you looking for? We are from the Nanjing police station. The shorter officer waved his identification, his small eyes glinting coldly as he inquired. You are Pang Tianchong, correct? Ah, yes. We have received a report from the public stating that you are suspected of producing counterfeit identification. Please accompany us to the police station. Wait a moment. Pang Tianchong was bewildered. What counterfeit identification? I am merely a security guard. I have no such skills. Let me see your ID. In an instant, Pang Tianchong understood. The issue lay with his identification card, specifically the address on it, which had been carelessly filled out by his senior sister. It was incorrect. What was he to do? His mind raced, and he suddenly thought of Luo Qi, who seemed to be some sort of captain. Surely, she could help resolve this matter, and he could simply get a new ID afterward. However, Luo Qi appeared somewhat indifferent to him. Would she assist with this favor? Yes. I shall call her grandmother and request her assistance. With that thought, Pang Tianchong stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem. Officer, regarding the ID issue, it may have been an oversight. It must be that my grandmother, bless her heart, misread the address. Please hold on for a moment while I make a quick call. With that, he promptly took out his phone and dialed the number for the elderly Mrs. Luo. At that moment, Mrs. Luo was enjoying a leisurely stroll in the Wukuliu Square. Her legs had improved significantly, allowing her to walk freely and bringing her immense joy. The old steward, Afu, accompanied her, and they chatted as they walked. Madam, the steward reported, I received word from below that the second son of the Zhua family has had his leg broken by Pang Tianchong. Oh. The elderly lady immediately perked up, sensing trouble brewing. The Zhua family must be looking for trouble with young Pang again. Otherwise, given that child's temperament, he would not have resorted to breaking the leg of a scion from the Zhua family. Whether it was indeed Mr. Pang who caused the injury remained uncertain. This was merely the Zhua family's side of the story. After a brief pause, the old butler continued, for this matter, Master Zhua even enlisted the assistance of old Wang. Yet it resulted in old Wang's arm being broken by Mr. Pang. What? The elderly lady exclaimed in surprise. Did you not say that old Wang was a semi-master? How could that happen? Indeed. The old butler nodded. He is certainly a semi-master, one of the foremost experts in Bian City. However, it is said that he could not last 3 exchanges against Mr. Pang. Remarkable. Lady Luo marveled. This young man is truly a prodigy, concealing his talents so well. Haha. Thus, I assert, he is at least a master. The old butler affirmed once more, perhaps even a grandmaster. By heavens, this is the first time I have encountered someone so formidable and so young. At that moment, the sound of a mobile phone ringing broke the conversation. Hello. Lady Luo pulled out her phone, and, upon seeing the caller ID was Pang Tianchong, she immediately answered the call. Chapter 64. The Capture the Call Connected. Pang Tianchong cast a glance at the 2 solemn-faced policemen before engaging in conversation with Grandma Luo. Grandma, what are you up to? I hope I'm not disturbing you. Oh, not at all, came the gentle voice of the elderly lady from the other end. I'm just out for a stroll. I hope your leg is feeling much better. Pang Tianchong continued with a tone of concern. I was thinking of coming to give you another injection in the next couple of days. But it seems that may not happen now. Oh. There was a noticeable pause on the line. What is the matter, Xiao Pang? Is something wrong? It's nothing serious, Pang Tianchong replied. I believe I mentioned before that I moved houses. I haven't updated my address on my ID card in time. Now, someone has reported me for forging documents, and the police are planning to take me away for a while. So that's what it is. Where are you now? I'm at the office. Grandma Luo's voice relaxed significantly. It's all right. Child, I will have Luo Qi handle this matter. Just wait a few minutes, all right? Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his savior would soon arrive. Finished? The leading policeman said coldly. If you're done, come with us for a moment to clarify the situation. Wait. Pang Tianchong raised his hand. I just thought of a question. Who reported me? I've never taken my ID out. How could anyone know if it's real or fake? Well, the leading policeman hesitated for a moment before responding. It's best that you don't inquire about who reported you. We want to disclose that information. In any case, without evidence, we want to be coming after you. You two can sit and rest for a bit, Pang Tianchong said nonchalantly. My grandmother mentioned she's sending someone to investigate this matter. They will provide you with clarification, so don't rush. That might be so, but we still need to go to the station and discuss this. Come with us. The smaller policeman, growing increasingly impatient, wore a dark expression. What is going on? Just then, a cool voice resonated from outside the door, and a beautiful figure entered. It was the CEO, Dai Qianxue. Having spent some time reviewing documents, she intended to take a break and went to the pantry to prepare a cup of coffee. As she passed by Pang Tianchong's office and noticed the door ajar, she glanced in and saw the two policemen preparing to take him away, prompting her to step inside immediately. Upon seeing Dai Qianxue, the smaller policeman momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his authoritative demeanor, stating, "We are conducting an investigation. Please do not obstruct our duties. I am the general manager of this company." Dai Qianxue replied coldly. "May I ask what crime my employee has committed that warrants taking him away?" Despite facing the policeman, Dai Qianxue remained formidable, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the smaller policeman, clearly ready to defend her employee. He is suspected of document forgery. The petite individual did not back down. We must take him to the station for a thorough investigation. What fake identification? The identity card. The diminutive officer asserted confidently, declaring that his identity card was indeed counterfeit. This is a criminal offense. Do you understand? What is fake? Dai Qianxue inquired. His identity card is in my office drawer. I have examined it and the advanced anti-counterfeiting features. Could an ordinary person replicate such technology? It's in your drawer. Bring it here to see. The little officer demanded sharply. Wait. Dai Qianxue cast a cold glance at him and turned toward her office. As she strode away with an imposing demeanor, for some inexplicable reason, Pang Tianchong felt a warmth in his heart. This director Dai truly cared for her employee. Soon, Dai Qianxue returned with Pang Tianchong's identity card and handed it to the diminutive officer. Here, take a look. Which aspect appears counterfeit? The little officer accepted the card, scrutinizing it closely, then pointed to the address, asserting, this address is false. We have investigated. This Fugua Garden, Building 39. The resident does not bear the surname Pang. And so what? Dai Qianxue replied resolutely. This merely indicates they have moved and have yet to update their address. They can rectify it at the police station later. Surely, there is no need to take someone away? You, the little officer, flustered, retorted. Please do not obstruct official duties. You are abusing your authority and executing unlawful actions. I will have the company's lawyer file a lawsuit against you. Dai Qianxue stood her ground, blocking the doorway, unwavering. The commotion attracted attention from other offices, and many gathered around, rallying behind Dai Qianxue, some cheering her on, others merely observing the spectacle. As the standoff escalated, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by an impressive female officer rushing in. It was Captain Luo Qi. Luo Qi approached, casting a fleeting glance at the seemingly unfazed Pang Tianchong, then scrutinizing the belligerent Dai Qianxue. Finally fixing her gaze on the diminutive officer's face. Zhusi, what is the meaning of this? Ah, Captain Luo, what brings you here? The little officer's composure faltered upon seeing Luo Qi, his arrogance dissipating. I heard you were going to take Pang Tianchong away. What is the situation? He is suspected of possessing fake identification, and I was about to take him back for questioning. What fake identification? Luo Qi responded coldly. Pang Tianchong is our informant. I deliberately concealed his residential address. What, do you have an issue with that? Moreover, his true address is not within your jurisdiction. Why are you concerning yourself with this? Zhusi was rendered speechless, clearing his throat and stammering. Someone reported him. I naturally have to clarify the matter. Who reported it? Do you not know in your heart? Luo Qi glared, urging, hurry back. Does your station have no legitimate work to attend to daily? Zhusi's triangular face flushed with embarrassment, casting a fierce glare at Pang Tianchong, then motioned to the taller officer. "We're leaving. Leave the identity card." Dai Qianxue stepped forward and snatched the identification card from the petite individual, casually tucking it into her pocket. "Ugh," Zhuo, feeling discontented, spat vehemently and sulked away with the tall companion. Dai Qianxue extended her hand towards Captain Luo Qi, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Luo. I have seen you in the newspapers." "Not at all." Luo Qi grasped Dai Qianxue's hand, nodding in acknowledgement, and replied, "Merely a trivial matter. You must be President Dai. Indeed, you are quite beautiful. You are lovely as well." The two women exchanged pleasantries. Pang Tianchong, witnessing the two police officers depart, suddenly recalled a pressing question and inquired, "Captain Luo, what did you just call that petite individual? Zhuo? Is he from the Zhuo family?" "Indeed." Luo Qi responded, "He is the cousin of Zhuo Biao, the second young master of the Zhuo family. Be cautious in the future. Do not let him seize upon your vulnerabilities again." "Damn it." Pang Tianchong slammed his hand on the table in frustration, declaring, "I believe that the second young master's leg needs to be broken once more." "What?" Both Dai Qianxue and Luo Qi turned towards Pang Tianchong simultaneously. Chapter 65. A missed opportunity. A single utterance from Pang Tianchong left Dai Qianxue and Luo Qi astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at him as if he were a creature from another realm. "Could you perhaps tone it down a bit?" Dai Qianxue was the first to break the silence. "You've only been at the company for a few days, and already you've attracted the attention of the police." "Indeed," Luo Qi chimed in. "Isn't it enough that you've broken someone's leg? If they decide to sue you, you could very well find yourself behind bars for several years." "Hey, Captain Luo, one can indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak recklessly," Pang Tianchong retorted, visibly agitated. "Did you actually see me break young Master Zhuo's leg?" "No," she replied. "But still, one must speak with evidence. If you wish to sue me, you ought to have proof." "Huh, you think you're clever." Luo Qi rolled her eyes. "What about the matter with your ID? Why didn't you handle that yourself?" Pang Tianchong was momentarily rendered speechless, having struck a nerve. "What do you mean I?" "Come with me to the station," Luo Qi ordered, her tone firm. "Why?" Pang Tianchong asked, his guard up. "Those two earlier didn't take me away. Are you planning to?" "What nonsense!" Luo Qi laughed. "We're just going to the station to replace your ID. Otherwise, you'll encounter more troubles in the future." "Oh." Pang Tianchong suddenly understood. "That makes sense. Director Dai, may I take a half-day leave?" "Go ahead." Dai Qianxue waved her hand, eager to prevent further complications. "All right." Luo Qi bid farewell to Dai Qianxue and led Pang Tianchong towards the elevator. It was only when they stepped inside that Dai Qianxue remembered she had yet to brew her coffee. In truth, replacing an ID is an exceedingly simple task, especially with Captain Luo guiding the process. A photograph, a form to fill out, and a return visit to collect the new ID would suffice. Once the matter was resolved, it was time to clock out for the day. "Captain Luo," Pang Tianchong proposed, "you've been so helpful today. Let me treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude." "No need." Luo Qi waved her hand dismissively. "Helping you was merely fulfilling my grandmother's request. You should thank her instead." "Well," Pang Tianchong was taken aback by her candidness. He instinctively looked up at the sky and sighed. So that's why it hasn't rained. You've left me speechless." "Uft." Luo Qi burst into laughter, perhaps realizing her directness had been a bit too much. She softened her tone. "I understand you dislike being indebted to others. Very well, I shall accept your invitation for lunch. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll change into some casual clothes." "Got it." Pang Tianchong snapped his fingers and turned towards the exit. After stepping outside for a quick smoke, he watched as Luo Qi emerged, now dressed in civilian attire, her steps light and graceful. "Wow," Pang Tianchong thought, struck by the sight before him. Luo Qi, having shed her police uniform, resembled an elegant flower blooming under the summer sun, radiating charm and allure. She was clad in a simple white dress, the hem brushing just above her knees, revealing her elegantly sculpted calves, slender and straight. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, the slightly curled ends hinting at a playful spirit. Her exquisite visage, devoid of any makeup, still radiated brilliance. The clarity of her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and warmth. Although she was no longer adorned in her police uniform, the aura of justice and courage that enveloped her was impossible to overlook, emanating a luminous glow from the depths of her soul. "What are you staring at?" Luo Qi asked, noticing Pang Tianchong gazing at her in a daze. her cheeks flushing slightly. I don't recognize you. Wow. Pang Tianchong exclaimed. You look stunning without the uniform. I almost didn't recognize you. All right. Luo Qi interjected. Stop joking around and let us decide where to eat. This area is your territory. You choose. Just don't pick anything too expensive. Hee hee. Look at your standards. Luo Qi shot him a sidelong glance and pointed. There's a place called Jiangnan Fisherman's Home over there. The food is decent. Let us go there. The two arrived at the restaurant and found a table by the window. As soon as they were seated, a young waitress approached. Good evening. What would you like to order? Pang Tianchong gestured towards Luo Qi. Ask her. Luo Qi perused the menu. We'll have a Westlake vinegar fish, an oil-braised bamboo shoot, a wincy tofu, a big pot of shredded dried tofu, and a bowl of grouper soup, a bottle of beer, and a soft drink. That should suffice for now. We can order more later if needed. All right. The waitress nodded and left. Pang Tianchong picked up the teapot on the table and began pouring water. Hey, Pang Tianchong chuckled. How did you know I love beer? Obviously. This is to save you some money, right? Liquor is so expensive. Besides, I don't drink. You wouldn't finish a whole bottle of liquor anyway. As Luo Qi watched Pang Tianchong gently rinsing the cups with tea, she suddenly grew curious and asked, Uncle Fu has always said your skills are unfathomable, even claiming you're a master. I find that hard to believe, since the food has tea arrived and there aren't many people here. Why don't you show me a trick? Uncle Fu isn't entirely accurate. What master? Pang Tianchong replied while arranging the cups. A master in front of me is nothing. Cut it out. Luo Qi scoffed. You're bragging again. Show me a trick. Really? You want me to show you? Yes. But don't blame me later. As long as you don't interfere, I won't blame you. All right. Pang Tianchong gently poured half a cup of tea, feeling the cup. It was warm but not too hot. He then raised the cup and handed it to Luo Qi, saying, Catch it. Be careful not to spill. As he spoke, his hand holding the cup subtly shifted. With a surge of energy, he pressed his little finger against the bottom of the cup, and in an instant, it pierced through the glass, creating a round hole the size of his pinky. Just as Luo Qi reached out to catch the cup, Pang Tianchong swiftly pulled his little finger back, causing the tea to splash all over her hand. Although it wasn't scalding, it still startled her. Luo Qi was taken aback and hurriedly examined her cup, only to discover a small, round hole at the bottom, from which tea was gushing forth. What on earth was happening? Staring blankly at the cup in her hand, she vividly recalled that just moments ago, when Pang Tianchong had washed it, the cup was in pristine condition. How could it have suddenly developed a hole? What happened? Pang Tianchong chuckled. I even reminded you to hold it properly. Look. The water is spilling. As he spoke, he swiftly grabbed a napkin to wipe up the tea on the table. How did you manage this? Luo Qi clutched the cup tightly, her big eyes fixed on Pang Tianchong with an expression of disbelief. This is truly bizarre. Look. Pang Tianchong shrugged. You insisted I let it leak a little, and what was the outcome? You ended up with a handful of tea. Quickly wipe your hands. Don't just stand there in a daze. Chapter 66. Luncheon at Jiangnan Fisherman's Restaurant. Luo Qi was utterly astonished by the display of prowess exhibited by Pang Tianchong. It is well known that a martial artist, upon reaching a certain level of skill, can easily crush a glass cup with their bare hands. However, the ability to penetrate a glass cup with a mere fingertip, leaving the vessel unscathed, was an unprecedented phenomenon for her. The dishes arrived just then. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meal, the waiter announced. Young lady, Pang Tianchong reproached the waiter. What is the matter with your teacup? It leaks water and has stained my friend's clothing. Upon glancing at the cup, the waiter noticed the hole and, despite his surprise, quickly apologized. I am terribly sorry, sir. And to you, miss. I shall fetch a new cup at once. With that, the waiter promptly retrieved a clean cup from an adjacent empty table and continued to apologize. I sincerely apologize for our mistake. That's enough. Luo Qi gently dabbed at the water stains on her skirt with a napkin, then wiped the damaged cup before saying, I shall not file a complaint. I will keep this broken cup. Is that acceptable? Of course. Please feel free to do as you wish. The waiter replied, nodding vigorously. All right. You may return to your duties, Luo Qi said as she opened her bag and carefully placed the cup inside. The waiter turned to leave, scratching his head and muttering to himself, how strange, I wash cups daily and have never seen one with a hole. After this brief interlude, the two began to enjoy their meal with great pleasure. To be honest, dining with a beautiful woman is quite a romantic affair, and Pang Tianchong was thoroughly delighted. Quickly finishing a bottle of beer. One more bottle, he called out to the waiter. Just one bottle will suffice. Luo Qi rolled her eyes in reminder. We have work this afternoon. Not to worry. Pang Tianchong laughed. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. It's no problem. What's the matter? She inquired. I still have to drive this afternoon. He suddenly remembered a crucial detail. As the chauffeur for the boss, he could not indulge in alcohol. Then why are you still drinking? Luo Qi shot him a disapproving glance and called out, Waiter, cancel the drinks. Hey, Pang Tianchong, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? Considering your remarkable skills, why do you settle for being a security guard at Daikong? Are you perhaps enamored with Dai Qianxue? Be honest. Go away. Pang Tianchong retorted with irritation. What do you mean, enamored with the president? I am merely doing security out of necessity. What necessity? Luo Qi pressed. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at him expectantly. I owe her over 8,000 yuan, so I'm working to repay my debt. It's as simple as that. That doesn't add up. Luo Qi's professional instincts kicked in. You just arrived in Bianqing. How could you owe her money? If you're going to lie, at least ensure your story has some logic. I swear, I am not lying. With a bittersweet smile, Pang Tianchong remarked. I fear you might mock me if I reveal this. I want to laugh. Just tell me. Luo Qi's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. But you must promise not to laugh or speak of it to anyone. I assure you. Well, it goes like this. Pang Tianchong proceeded to recount how he had encountered Dai Qianxue at the airport and inadvertently burned her thigh. Giggling uncontrollably, Luo Qi pointed at him and exclaimed, And you claim you're not a rogue? If I were on duty that day, I would have certainly taken you in. Heaving a sigh, Pang Tianchong replied, It was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Oh, how charming. Luo Qi teased, A beautiful misunderstanding indeed. It's merely your infatuation with a pretty girl. Like a winter radish, prone to temptation. What a fickle heart you possess. As the two continued their banter over their meal, a group of young men dining nearby caught wind of their conversation. Hey, one lanky youth nudged a curly-haired companion and gestured towards Luo Qi. Look at that girl over there. She's a real stunner. The curly-haired youth, known as Dong Xiao, glanced over and swallowed hard. Wow. She truly is something else. What's the matter? If you can get her phone number, I'll treat you all tonight. The lanky youth provocatively challenged. It won't be easy. Dong Xiao mused, rubbing his chin. I think she has a boyfriend. So what? The lanky youth pressed on. If that guy dares to object, we'll handle it together. You won't be at a loss. Well, go on, go on. The other young men joined in. Dong Xiao, with your looks, she'll surely give you some consideration. All right then. Dong Xiao stomped his foot. But you all have to treat me to KTV tonight. No problem. The lanky youth pounded his chest. It's a deal. Now go. All right, watch me. Dong Xiao declared, swaggering over with a bottle of beer in hand. He approached Pang Tianchong and politely asked, Hey buddy, may I join you for a drink? Pang Tianchong lifted his gaze to examine this curly-haired fellow, noting he wasn't unattractive, prominent brows and large eyes, though with dark circles and a pale complexion, suggesting some health issues. He then glanced at the table of companions and quickly discerned their intentions. This group of ruffians had their sights set on Luo Qi. What a stroke of bad luck, he thought. Thus, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, Sure, but you'll need to cover our bill first. No problem. Dong Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Waiter, bring us the check for this table. That'll be 380 yuan. The waiter promptly appeared, standing respectfully beside Dong Xiao. Here. Dong Xiao produced 400 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to the waiter, stating, Keep the change. Thank you. The young girl expressed her gratitude and left with a cheerful demeanor. In truth, Luo Qi had long since discerned the presence of these idle young men. With her keen instincts as a police officer, it was impossible for her not to sense that someone was watching her. She merely feigned ignorance. Cradling her teacup with both hands, she quietly observed the unfolding scene, feeling a twinge of delight as she thought, These foolish individuals have dared to provoke me. It will be intriguing to witness how the formidable Pang Tianchong handles such matters and to behold his prowess. However, her satisfaction waned when she saw Pang Tianchong, in a bid to save money, permit the curly-haired fellow to take a seat. Luo Qi's irritation flared as she internally chastised him. What a miserly fellow. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. If she were his girlfriend, would he allow anyone to intrude? Ugh, what am I thinking? Disdaining her own musings, she found herself blushing unexpectedly. Chapter 67. The unfortunate chess player. With great delight, Dong Xiao exchanged 400 yuan for the opportunity to drink with others. Grinning widely as he took a seat beside Pang Tianchong, his gaze wandered to the enchanting Luo Qi, stirring a sense of infatuation within him. With a mischievous grin, he declared, Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am the young heir of the Jiangtuan group. Stop right there. Luoqi interjected, waving her hand. No need to share your background. Just get to the point. Oh, very well. Dong Xiao replied with a toothy smile. Now that I'm seated, could you kindly share your phone number with me? I would love to get to know you in the future. Sure. Luoqi shot Peng Tianchong a sidelong glance. I can give it to you, but you mustn't call today. It would disrupt our meal. Absolutely. I promise not to call. Today? Dong Xiao eagerly noted. Remember, 137-3876. My surname is Peng. With a glance at her phone, Luoqi relayed Peng Tiancheng's number to Dong Xiao. Peng Tianchong, feeling a pang of irritation, thought to himself how audacious she was to share his number. He shot her a fierce look but refrained from exposing her mischief. Quietly sipping his tea. Upon receiving the phone number, Dong Xiao departed in high spirits, feeling triumphant, akin to a victorious general returning from battle. What do you think, brothers? The phone number was a breeze to obtain. The tall, slender youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me see it. I'll save it. Sure, but remember. Dong Xiao cautioned, do not call today. The beauty insisted we not disturb them. Nonsense. The youth snatched Dong Xiao's phone and dialed the number without hesitation. At that moment, Peng Tianchong and Luoqi arrived at the police station on foot. Captain Peng. Peng Tianchong lit a cigarette and said, could you drive me back to the company? It's quite a distance. Take a taxi. Luoqi replied without a second thought. Isn't that a waste of money? Your company car would suffice, and it wouldn't cost you anything for gas. That's irrelevant. You saved a few hundred during our meal. Can you not spare 20 for a taxi? Luoqi scoffed. You're such a miser. How dare you? As they exchanged barbs, Peng Tianchong's phone rang. He instinctively answered, and before he could speak, a polite voice greeted him. Hello, Miss Peng. Miss Peng? I'm a man, not a miss. Realizing it was the same group from earlier, he erupted in anger. If you dare to call me again, I swear I'll make you regret it. With a furious click. He ended the call, only to see Luoqi laughing heartily as she dashed through the unit's entrance. Are you coming or not? I'm not. Peng Tianchong hailed a taxi back to the company, only to discover that the door to his office was ajar. Pushing the door open, he found an elderly gentleman seated within, diligently arranging a collection of chess pieces on the coffee table. The old man's visage bore the marks of age, clearly surpassing 70 years, yet he remained remarkably sprightly. Silver strands of hair were neatly combed atop his head, reflecting a sense of discipline and order. Clad in a well-tailored suit, albeit slightly outdated in style, every detail exuded an air of quality and nobility. Ah, good sir, Peng Tianchong inquired with curiosity. Who might you be? What brings you to my office? Ah, you must be Peng Tianchong, the elder replied, seemingly unfazed by the question. I am a retired employee of the company. Feeling rather bored at home, I thought I would take a stroll around the office. Just a stroll, you say? How did it lead you to me? Peng Tianchong glanced at the chess pieces the old man was fiddling with. Are you here to challenge me to a game? Sighing. The elder responded, well, now that I'm retired and have little to occupy my time, I thought to seek out the security team for a few rounds of chess. They, however, claimed to be too busy to play with an old man and suggested I come to you instead, saying you were more available. Who on earth said that? Peng Tianchong slammed his hand on the table in indignation. I'll have words with them later. How could I be free? I'm the driver for the president, always on standby, and I could be called out at any moment. Isn't it a quiet moment now? The elder interjected. Come, let us play a couple of matches for enjoyment. Setting up the chessboard, the elder invited Peng Tianchong to engage in a game. Why not? Peng Tianchong thought to himself. I have some time to spare, and having company for a game would certainly help pass the hours. He closed the office door, offered a cigarette to the elder, lit one for himself, and thus began their strategic battle on the chessboard. Move the king. The knight leaps forward. Advance the rook. The bishop takes flight. As they played, the elder engaged Peng Tianchong in casual conversation. Young man, I heard you broke the leg of the second young master of the Zhou family? Huh, you're quite well informed for your age. Peng Tianchong chuckled. Who told you that? The security guards downstairs mentioned it. Those rascals. They can't keep their mouths shut. Aren't you concerned about retaliation from the Zhou family? They are a prominent family in Bianqing. Their influence should not be underestimated. Fear? Of what? Peng Tianchong scoffed. When trouble comes, I will meet it head-on. If they provoke me, I shall deal with them accordingly. Oh ho. Look at you, so confident. The elder chuckled, shaking his head. But the patriarch of the Zhou family has deep connections with the Martial Arts Association. I've heard you possess considerable skill, but can you truly contend with their masters? Advance the knight. Push the pawn. Peng Tianchong replied dismissively. I'm unbothered by their tricks. If they dare to provoke me, I'll set them straight. You're quite bold for someone so young, the elder remarked. I've heard there are masters residing within the association. Do you consider yourself a grandmaster as well? Whether I am a grandmaster or not is inconsequential, after all. It is trivial to vanquish a so-called master with a mere slap. You need not fret unnecessarily. The elderly gentleman's hand trembled, and a piece fell into the mouth of Pang Tianchong's horse. He quickly shifted his position. I shall not proceed with this. Ah, oh dear. Pang Tianchong protested. How could you retract your move? Once a piece is placed, it cannot be undone. Are you not aware? Just retreat one step. One step, haha. TCH. Could it be that you are merely a dreadful player? Who is a dreadful player? The old man's eyes widened. Was it not your boastful nature that led me astray, causing my misstep? I say, old fellow. Pang Tianchong jested. You cannot produce waste and yet blame the earth for lacking gravitational pull. The error in my move, is it truly my fault for boasting? Did I not speak the truth when I claimed I could slay a master? What I asserted is entirely genuine. As Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively, he continued, Never mind, you are not versed in martial arts, so why am I even discussing this with you? Quickly now, it is your turn. Ah. The old man was startled. After a moment of contemplation, he raised a piece and forcefully placed it on the board. Check. However, with his exclamation, his body suddenly swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 68. Treating Cervical Spine. Daikong Building, Office 1918. Pang Tianchong and the elderly gentleman were deeply engrossed in their chess match when, unexpectedly, the old man tilted his neck and collapsed onto the floor. The sudden turn of events startled Pang Tianchong. Goodness, who would have thought that a game of chess could lead to such a dire situation? This wretched game. As he silently cursed his misfortune, he swiftly grasped the old man's wrist to check his pulse, simultaneously activating his third eye to diagnose the underlying ailment. To his astonishment, he discovered that the old man was suffering from a herniated cervical disc, compounded by osteophyte formation pressing on the vertebral artery, resulting in insufficient blood supply to both sides, which led to his sudden fainting. Moreover, among the 5 intervertebral discs, 4 were severely protruding. Sighing deeply, Pang Tianchong thought to himself that the old man was fortunate to have encountered him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Without delay, he quickly lifted the old man and seated him comfortably on the sofa. He then retrieved several silver needles from his belongings and deftly inserted them into specific acupuncture points on the old man's head. In an instant, the needle tips quivered, releasing a cloud of white vapor. Simultaneously, he placed his palm on the back of the old man's neck, channeling his internal energy to aid in the restoration of the protruding discs. Within a minute, the old man regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he immediately felt a warm and soothing sensation in his neck, an unparalleled relief. Just as he was about to inquire, he was interrupted. Do not speak. Pang Tianchong said sternly. Your cervical spine condition is quite severe, and I am in the process of treating you. Bear with it for a few moments. Treatment? The old man was somewhat bewildered. He was all too aware of his own condition, having sought help from numerous hospitals, all to no avail. Firstly, his advanced age made surgical intervention exceedingly risky. Secondly, the peculiar nature of his ailment rendered surgery impractical. Thus, for years he had endured immense suffering, resorting only to massage for temporary relief, with incidents of fainting occurring intermittently. Little did he expect to collapse in Pang Tianchong's office today. And even more astonishing was the revelation that the young man possessed the ability to treat him. This was preposterous. The old man's expression was one of incredulity. He could scarcely believe that a mere youth could remedy his complicated affliction. Yet, the comfort radiating from his neck piqued his curiosity and brought him an unprecedented sense of ease. It felt heavenly. After approximately 5 minutes, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand and declared, All done. The root of your ailment has been eradicated. You shall no longer experience pain or fainting. What? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking. Are you trying to deceive an old man? You have cured my cervical spine condition in such a brief moment? Indeed. Pang Tianchong nodded. To be fair, your condition was quite severe, with 4 out of 5 discs protruding. You must have suffered greatly. Now, tell me how you feel? The old man closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to his body. To his astonishment, not only was his neck comfortable, but he felt an unparalleled sense of ease throughout his entire being. Had his cervical spine condition truly been cured after all these years? In that moment, the old man's heart surged with a tumult of emotions. No longer able to remain calm. Young man, The elderly man was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly welled in his eyes. Has my ailment truly been cured? Are you really a miraculous healer? Whether I am a miraculous healer or not, Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly, to treat a minor ailment like yours, it requires a deft touch. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The elderly man rose, grasping Peng Tianchong's hands, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. Steady now, you still have needles in your head. Peng Tianchong gently urged him back onto the sofa. Just wait 5 more minutes, and I will remove the needles. Then prescribe you some herbal medicine to ensure a complete recovery. You are indeed a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? The old man gazed intently at Peng Tianchong, his eyes fixed with unblinking admiration. Indeed, I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Peng Tianchong retrieved paper and pen from a drawer, writing the prescription while conversing with the elderly gentleman. You were fortunate to encounter me today. Had you collapsed on the street, no one would have dared to assist you. Yes. People would fear I might accuse them of wrongdoing. The old man chuckled heartily, his gaze toward Peng Tianchong growing increasingly tender. Young man, you have saved my life. I shall reward you handsomely. There's no need for that. Our meeting is already a stroke of fate. I do not require compensation. Peng Tianchong replied. You, a security guard, cannot possibly earn much. How about you join me, and I will pay you 200,000 a year. Haha, old sir. I am aware of your wealth, but do you take me for someone who would bow to the whims of mere monetary gain? Here's the prescription. Keep it safe. These are all common herbal remedies, easily obtainable from a pharmacy. As he spoke, Peng Tianchong approached the elderly man, deftly collecting several gleaming silver needles from his head into the palm of his hand. Wow, the old man exclaimed, were those just a moment ago embedded in my head? Naturally, how else would you have awakened so swiftly? Peng Tianchong gathered the silver needles and waved his hand. All right, you may leave now. The old man appeared somewhat bewildered. We have yet to finish our game. Game? What game? Peng Tianchong laughed. You old chess fool, let us postpone for another day. Haha. Very well. The elderly man chuckled awkwardly. I am a bit overwhelmed at the moment. I shall take my leave and return another day. Farewell. Upon exiting the Daikon company, the elderly man did not venture far, instead entering a BMW parked outside. Upon seeing him enter, the driver promptly fastened his seatbelt, preparing to start the vehicle. Master, shall we return home? Not yet, the old man replied coolly. Contact Dr. Wang at the first municipal hospital and inform him that I require an examination of my cervical spine. Understood. The driver quickly retrieved his phone and called the hospital, then started the car, heading toward the First People's Hospital. The elderly man was none other than the head of the Dai family, Dai Jingma, the grandfather of Dai Qianxue. He had come to Daikon today primarily to meet Peng Tianchong, never expecting such an unforeseen turn of events, leaving him quite unsettled. He regarded Peng Tianchong's words with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. At such a tender age, could he truly be a miraculous healer? Thus, he promptly resolved to visit the hospital to examine his cervical spine, to undergo an imaging procedure, and to ascertain the veracity of Peng Tianchong's claims. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the hospital, and as he entered the building, a doctor adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles awaited him at the entrance. Old Dai, doctor. Wang greeted him warmly. What brings you here? Is your cervical spondylosis acting up again? Indeed. Old Dai smiled and nodded. Let us conduct a checkup and perform a CT scan. This way, please. In the hospital, the process was efficient, and soon the results were in Dr. Wang's hands. However, as he scrutinized the images, he remained silent, turning them over repeatedly. Dr. Wang, what is the verdict? Old Dai's eyes widened in anticipation. More so than the Dr. S. Old Dai? After a prolonged silence, Dr. Wang finally swallowed hard and inquired, which esteemed hospital treated your cervical spondylosis? Is it cured? Old Dai's throat constricted as he sought clarification. Indeed. Dr. Wang set the images down, a look of incredulity etched on his face. I distinctly recall your condition was gravely severe before. Now, everything appears perfectly normal, akin to your youth. This is utterly perplexing. Pray, to share where you received such remarkable treatment? Chapter 69. He is presumably a grandmaster as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was adorned with hues of crimson and gold. The gentle, gossamer-like glow of the evening light cascaded over the old Luo family residence, enveloping it in a serene and harmonious atmosphere that evoked a sense of tranquil contentment. The small garden was awash with a vibrant array of blossoms, each petal bursting forth with exquisite colors. When the breeze whispered through, the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Madame Luo navigated gracefully among the flora, deftly wielding a pair of shears to prune the thriving vines. Grandma! At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in, accompanied by a graceful figure that approached like the wind. Cheer! The elderly lady straightened, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she inquired, what brings you here? To mooch a meal. Luo Qi replied, coming closer and linking her arm with her grandmother's. Stop working already. You never used to tend to the flowers, and now you're busy with all this. That was because I was less mobile before. Now that my legs are better, how could I possibly sit idly? The elderly lady remarked, snipping off a withered branch with a crisp sound. Oh dear. Enough already, Luo Qi exclaimed, snatching the shears from her grandmother's hand. There's something I need to tell you. Just stop for now. Haha. All right, I'll stop. The elderly lady chuckled as she washed her hands, walking with Luo Qi into the house while continuing their conversation. Grandma, do you know? All my little ailments have vanished? What do you mean? Like my insomnia and irregularities, where did you get better? It was Peng Tianchong who treated me. Luo Qi said with a smile, continuing, that day, didn't you ask me to find his parents' address? You insisted I deliver it in person indeed. Did you find it? The elderly lady's interest piqued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I did. When I delivered the address to him, he treated me. Oh, the elderly lady turned to her granddaughter, inquiring eagerly, how did he treat you? Did he give you acupuncture? No, Luo Qi replied. He said that since I had helped him, he would repay me by improving my health and dispelling the cold from my body. Then he asked me to extend my hand, held it briefly, and in less than 5 minutes I felt a warm current flowing through me. It was incredibly soothing. Strangely, that very night, I slept soundly and dreamlessly. Truly, he is remarkable. Listening intently, Madame Luo nodded gently. Indeed, I knew that helping Mr. Pang would not be in vain. Have you taken care of today's matters? I have. I arranged for a new identification card for him. And how did he express his gratitude this time? The elderly lady asked, her curiosity evident. He treated me to a meal. Is that so? The elderly lady's eyes gleamed once more as she fixed her gaze on Luo Qi, asking, how was it? Did you both enjoy the meal? Grandma. Luo Qi tilted his head and regarded the elderly lady, saying, I suddenly realized that he invited me to dinner, not you. Yet you seem even more delighted than I am. Is that so? The elderly lady feigned ignorance. Come now, tell Grandma about your dinner together. There's not much to say about the dinner, Luo Qi replied. The main event occurred before the meal. I made him reveal a trick. You all claim he possesses remarkable skills, profound and inscrutable, but I never believed it. Grandma, look. As she spoke, she retrieved a tattered cup from her bag and handed it to the elderly lady. What is this? Lady Luo inquired, perplexed as she accepted the cup. Why do you have a broken cup? Take a closer look. The elderly lady inspected the cup and suddenly noticed a small hole at the bottom. What kind of cup is this? What are you doing? Try inserting your finger in it, Luo Qi suggested, following his advice. Lady Luo gently inserted her ring finger into the small hole, which fit perfectly. The elderly lady's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Peng Tianchong do this? Indeed, Luo Qi replied, satisfied with her reaction. When he handed me the cup, he simply poked it with his pinky finger, and it created a hole, causing tea to spill all over me. Good heavens! The elderly lady's eyes glazed over in disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Afu. The old steward, hearing his mistress's call, hurried over. Madam, what can I do for you? Quickly, take a look at this cup, the elderly lady exclaimed, handing the cup to the steward. With your abilities, can you create such a hole with your finger? Are you joking? The steward took the cup and examined it closely. He then inserted his pinky finger to feel the hole and remarked, not even a master could accomplish this. How could there be such a peculiar cup? But, Lady Luo interjected, this was indeed created by Peng Tianchong using his finger. Ah, the steward gasped in astonishment. So, I surmise he is a master. Perhaps even a grandmaster. Though I have never encountered a grandmaster, my previous teacher was a master, and to my knowledge, he could not create such a hole with his finger. It's truly unfathomable. Uncle Fu, Luo Qi asked curiously, are you saying Peng Tianchong is the legendary grandmaster? That seems to be the case. The steward replied gravely. Mr. Pang is extraordinarily skilled to break a cup with bare hands. Not quite, Luo Qi interjected, reclaiming the cup from the steward and demonstrating. He didn't exert as much effort as you suggest. He simply held the cup and gently pressed down with his pinky. What an eye-opener. The steward shook his head slightly, his face a mask of incredulity. Such a formidable individual, yet the Zhou family continually seeks to oppose him. It's as if the old immortal is consuming poison, truly a sign of impatience with life. Indeed, Luo Qi interjected. That Zhuasi today must have investigated Pang Tianchong and discovered discrepancies in his identification, which is why he deliberately sought to apprehend him. Huh. The matriarch of the Luo family chuckled knowingly. The Zhou family, the foremost clan in Bianqing, you may continue your antics. If things go awry, this illustrious family may soon find itself replaced. Is it truly that grave? Luo Qi questioned dismissively. Can one person truly stand against an entire family? Indeed. The old steward clarified. Miss Qi, you may not be aware that even a master can effortlessly annihilate a family as formidable as the Zhou clan. Not to mention, Mr. Pang is a grand master. Extinguishing the Zhou family would require nary an effort. Luo Qi gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. She recognized the steward's words as unequivocal, never embellished with exaggeration. Then in that case, her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. If we encounter formidable bandits, we could enlist his assistance. Grandmother, what do you think? Ah, indeed. The matriarch replied with a cheerful counter. But what reason would he have to assist you? He owes you nothing. Do not attempt to persuade me with notions of justice. Chapter 70. The arrangement of the patriarch of the Dai family at nearly the same time. In the Dai family's villa, the venerable patriarch, Dai Jingma, was engaged in a profound conversation with his granddaughter, Dai Qianxue. Ever since returning from the hospital, the old gentleman seemed almost entranced. Having consumed 2 pots of tea without moving from his seat, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Pang Tianchong, a remarkable young man who, through acupuncture and massage, had miraculously cured his long-standing ailment, leaving him utterly astounded. As Dr. Wang from the hospital had remarked, this was quite unscientific. The notion of the unscientific intrigued him even more. It was said that great talents often conceal themselves in plain sight. Could Pang Tianchong be a hidden immortal within the Dai Corporation? The more he pondered, the more bizarre it seemed. Thus, before the workday concluded, he called his granddaughter, insisting she visit him after her shift. Dai Qianxue was perplexed. What could be the matter with her grandfather? He had just spoken with her the previous day, and now he summoned her again. Was the old man becoming senile? Nonetheless, she felt compelled to heed his summons. Upon finishing her work, Dai Qianxue hurried over. Grandfather, she exclaimed as soon as she entered. Why the urgency? What's the matter? The old man rolled his eyes. Is it so wrong for my beloved granddaughter to join me for a meal? Look at you. She pouted, placing her bag on the sofa and beginning to massage his neck. Enough, enough. He waved his hand to stop her. No need for that anymore. Not ever again. What? Dai Qianxue was taken aback. Grandfather, are you still upset with me? You won't even let me give you a massage? No. He shook his head again. It's not that I'm angry. It's just that my neck ailment has been cured. I won't trouble you all for massages anymore. Haha. Come now. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a child easily deceived? I have heard you say more than once that this ailment would accompany you to the grave. How could you be well after just one day? Look here. This is the recent examination, the old gentleman said, handing her a plastic bag containing the hospital's CT results. Is this for real? Dai Qianxue questioned, taking the bag with skepticism. She could not decipher the images, but the diagnosis was unmistakably clear. It boldly stated, all normal. This. Dai Qianxue was stunned. Could there have been a mistake? Grandfather. Indeed. I had my doubts as well. The old man replied, retrieving another plastic bag from his drawer and presenting it to her. So, I underwent an MRI as well. Take a look at this. Dai Qianxue hurriedly accepted it, opening the bag to reveal yet another diagnosis, which once again declared, all normal. Grandfather, what on earth is happening? The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and smiled slightly. Today, I encountered a miraculous healer. He administered acupuncture and provided a massage, and I am completely cured. Haha, where is this miraculous healer? Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he a national treasure of medicine? Where can I find him? The old man shot her a sidelong glance at Daikon Company. Surely, as the esteemed president, you must know of him. What? Dai Qianxue exclaimed. Grandfather, are you jesting? There can be no such person in the company. Who is it? How could I possibly not know? Pang Tianchong. The old man's voice suddenly rose. He is that little security guard in your company. Such an extraordinary talent, yet you have relegated him to the role of a mere guard. How am I to express my feelings about this? Who? Dai Qianxue's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. This is unbelievable. If he can fight. That's one thing, but to heal. A healer? How can this be? What on earth is going on? In an instant, She felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her mind flooded with the image of that roguishly handsome face. He's a healer after all. I heard you have reassigned him as your driver? What are the terms of his compensation? Dai Qianxue nodded. I just transferred him to be my driver and bodyguard, with a salary equal to that of my assistant. However, she hastily added, to comply with regulations, I will cover the excess portion of his salary. Is that so? The old man smiled with satisfaction. A bodyguard is a fine choice. One who provides round-the-clock, close protection, I presume? Grandfather, what are you saying? Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It's merely to pick me up from work and provide some protection while I am out. How can that be? The old man's expression darkened. He must move in with you for your safety, 24 hours a day. You are so beautiful. What if something were to happen? You. Dai Qianxue's face turned even redder. How can a grown man live in my home? It's rather inconvenient. Inconvenient. The old man's eyes widened once more. You have an entire villa with so many vacant rooms. What harm is there in him occupying one? Such an impressive individual as your bodyguard is worth a fortune. Others would pay dearly for his services, yet you still. The old man, exasperated, commanded, tomorrow, have Xiaopeng move in. This is a decision made by your grandfather. Dai Qianxue hesitated, her face aflame. Grandfather, how can a young woman approach him with this matter? Besides, my parents would never agree to a stranger living in my home. I will speak to your parents. If they dare to disagree, I shall cast them out of the Dai family. Grandfather, Dai Qianxue was stunned, murmuring softly, surely, this treatment of yours hasn't damaged your mind? For the sake of a stranger, you would forsake your own kin. Nonsense. The old man straightened his neck and remarked, regarding Peng Tianchong, I have observed him closely. His character is impeccable. He possesses striking good looks. And his abilities are truly remarkable. In the future, what does the future hold? Dai Qianxue inquired with curiosity. Your esteemed regard for him raises questions about your intentions. In due time, you shall understand, the old man replied evasively. Just remember to follow your grandfather's instructions. Do you hear me? Furthermore, concerning young Peng's salary, I shall cover the excess. Understood. Dai Qianxue replied, casually picking up her bag from the sofa. Preparing to leave. Where are you off to, young lady? We haven't dined yet. I'm not eating, she retorted. Why not? To ensure you are well fed. With that, Dai Qianxue turned her back and exited without a glance. Chapter 71. Reunion. After escorting Dai Qianxue home, Peng Tianchong swiftly drove his Porsche towards the Moonbay community on Huanghe Road. He resolved to return home for a visit. Surely, his parents would be there at this late hour. Now that he had become a driver, his mobility had significantly improved. With a luxurious car at his disposal, he felt an undeniable sense of comfort and ease. Surrounded by beautiful women and with ample time on his hands, Peng Tianchong was quite content with his current occupation. As he approached Moonbay, the security guard at the entrance immediately stood at attention, saluted, raised the barrier, and allowed him to pass upon spotting the approaching Porsche. There were no inquiries, no registration, just a respectful demeanor. Peng Tianchong couldn't help but reflect on the superficiality of human nature. How people are so quick to judge based on appearances. Arriving at Building 8, he took the elevator up and, with a heart full of trepidation, knocked on the door of apartment 2902. Knock, knock. Who is it? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed from within, slightly hoarse and tinged with fatigue. Peng Tianchong's heart ached, and tears nearly spilled from his eyes. It was his mother's voice. After 19 long years, hearing it again stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman, his mother, Qiu Manxiang. Compared to his memories, she had indeed aged considerably. Her face was lean yet warm. Her eyes bright yet filled with uncertainty. Her hair was styled atop her head, slightly graying, exuding a mature charm. She wore a simple yet elegant shirt paired with a light blue skirt, radiating grace and dignity. Mom. Peng Tianchong's throat tightened as he exclaimed. Who are you? Qiu Manxiang momentarily froze, hastily pushing open the security door to scrutinize the young man before her. It's me, little tiger. Mom, little tiger. The tremor in her voice was palpable, and her eyes instantly glistened with tears as she pulled Peng Tianchong into the light of the room. You look just like you did when you were young. Qiu Manxiang gazed intently at Peng Tianchong's face, murmuring to herself, Mom, it's been 19 years. Do you still recognize me? He chuckled softly, wiping a corner of his eye while smiling at her. My child, I never imagined you were still alive. Qiu Manxiang enveloped Peng Tianchong in her arms, tears streaming down her face in an instant. Gently caressing the white strands of hair atop her head, Pang Tianchong whispered, "Mom, when I left a letter for you. How could you think I was dead?" The letter, Qiu Manxiang sobbed. There was indeed a letter, but we had no idea who wrote it. It was slipped under the door. And how could we trust a letter of unknown origin? Over the years, your father and I searched everywhere, but we heard nothing from you and thought you sighing deeply. Pang Tianchong lamented. It's all my senior sister's fault. She was careless, and didn't he explain things clearly to you, causing you both to worry. After a long while, Qiu Manxiang finally composed herself, taking her son by the hand and guiding him to the sofa. My child, please tell Mom, where have you been all these years? With a heavy heart, Pang Tianchong organized his thoughts and briefly recounted his experiences studying martial arts in Kunlun Mountain, mentioning his loss of memory. Ah, it's good to have you back. Qiu Manxiang listened intently, nodding continuously, her face a portrait of happiness and maternal warmth. By the way, Mom, where's Dad? Your father? Qiu Manxiang's eyes flickered with unease, and after a pause, she replied, he's on a business trip. Oh. Pang Tianchong did not dwell on it, and continued. What about my sister, Qian? She is studying at Bian University and only comes home on weekends. That's wonderful. She's already in college. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Last Sunday when I arrived, she thought I was a fraud and refused to open the door for me. Ha. Really? Qiu Manxiang laughed as well. That mischievous girl. But we can't blame her. We never mentioned anything about you to her. By the way, how did you find this place? Pang Tianchong smiled wryly. Don't get me started. After returning to Bian City, I went straight to our old neighborhood, only to discover it had been demolished. With no other option, I had to find a job and slowly gather information. Fortunately, I met a friend at the police station, and she helped me locate our family's address. You found a job? Qiu Manxiang said with relief. Then, where are you living now? I'm staying in the company dormitory. Oh dear. Qiu Manxiang exclaimed suddenly. Dormitory? Let me. I got so caught up in talking that I forgot to tidy up your room. You just sit for a moment. All right. Pang Tianchong nodded, instinctively pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, taking a deep drag as his mood gradually settled. The feeling of being home was truly wonderful. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, he began to stroll around the house, examining it closely. The apartment was somewhat larger than the previous one, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room. The decor was a few years old, untouched, with some areas of the ceiling peeling. The furniture appeared a bit worn, clearly purchased many years ago. The rooms were impeccably clean, a testament to his mother's diligent nature, as he remembered her as a hard-working woman. That night, Pang Tianchong slept soundly at home, without even a dream to disturb him. The following morning, his mother had prepared breakfast and called him to rise. Little tiger, hurry and get up for breakfast. Don't be late for work. Her voice was gentle and cheerful, filled with love and happiness. I'm coming. Pang Tianchong quickly dressed and rushed to wash up, fully aware that he had just taken on the role of Dai Qianshue's driver and could not afford to be late. Breakfast was simple. 2 dishes, a soup, buns, steamed bread, and a few fried dough sticks. Eat up. Mom made your favorite shredded potatoes from when you were little. Qiu Manxiang said, while wiping her hands on her apron. Just have a light meal for now. When your sister returns this weekend, I'll prepare a feast for us to celebrate. No need. Pang Tianchong took a sip of the plain congee and remarked, this weekend, I shall treat you and my sister to a sumptuous feast at a 5-star hotel. No. Qiu Manxiang interjected, waving her hands. How exorbitant that would be. You should save your earnings for the future, perhaps for marrying a wife. By the way, Xiaohu, you still don't have a girlfriend. Do you? No. Pang Tianchong shook his head, munching on a fried dough stick as he spoke. There's no rush. I haven't truly enjoyed life since my return. You are already 26, and yet you're not in a hurry? Qiu Manxiang gazed at her son with affectionate eyes and smiled. The young man living across the street is a year older than you, and he has already become a father. His parents have even welcomed a grandson. Rest assured, mother. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. With a son as handsome as me, how could I possibly worry about finding a good wife? I fear that when the time comes, a throng of young ladies will come to our home, leaving you overwhelmed with choices. Haha, you are quite the dreamer. Just bring one home for me to see. Just wait. Pang Tianchong quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and declared, Mother, I must head to work now. I will return after my shift this evening. Very well. Very well, Qiu Manxiang said as she accompanied her son to the ground floor. Watching him drive off in his Porsche, she stood by the entrance, lost in a daze, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Chapter 72. Arrival of the Martial Arts Association at Daikong Company, the financial department. Manager Wan Ruoyan had just begun her workday. Hardly had she settled into her chair when a series of urgent knocks resounded at her office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With her call, the door swung open, revealing a young man with a playful grin, Pang Tianchong, the newly appointed driver. Manager Wan, he exclaimed. Wan Ruoyan lifted her gaze, curiosity piqued. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? Why do you ask? Pang Tiancheng plopped himself onto the sofa, deftly pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. No smoking in the office. Wan Ruoyan shot him a fierce glare. If you have something to say, spit it out. All right, all right. He took a deep drag. I need to advance some salary. I'm out of cash. How much? 30,000. Please, didn't Dai Qianxua say she would reward me that amount for my last business trip? Just give it to me. Salary will be dispersed soon. What's the rush? It's only a couple of days. I have urgent needs. We don't have much cash on hand. Probably just over 20,000. I'll give you that for now. Write me a receipt. 20,000 it is. Pang Tianchong quickly scribbled a receipt and handed it to Manager Wan. Wan Ruoyan glanced it over, signed her name, and returned it. Go next door to collect the money. Manager Wan. Pang Tianchong received the note and grinned. The girl next door is quite beautiful, isn't she? By the way, how's the matter I entrusted you with? Any updates? Scram. Ha ha ha. Pang Tianchong exited the finance office with 20,000 yuan, elated as he returned to his own office, hastily stowing the cash in his drawer. Just as he was about to take a seat, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He instantly answered. Hello. Who is this? Pang Gu. It was Ding Tai on the line, his voice somewhat subdued. Come down for a moment. There are two people looking for you at the entrance. Who are they? I don't know them. They don't seem friendly. They look quite intimidating, so be careful. Damn it. Pang Tianchong muttered under his breath, his instincts warning him that trouble was brewing yet again. Downstairs, at the company entrance, two elderly men in their 50s occupied the security desk, one slender, the other slightly plump, both donned in martial arts attire, their expressions cold and imposing. As Pang Tianchong approached, the two old men lifted their gazes simultaneously. Are you Pang Tianchong? Inquired the plump elder, his voice calm yet powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, that's me. Pang Tiancheng exhaled a puff of smoke, responding nonchalantly, Gentlemen. What can I do for you? We are from the Martial Arts Association. Please come with us. Our president wishes to see you, the slender elder commanded. I won't go? Pang Tianchong retorted without hesitation. I don't know any president, nor do I care about your association. You two should leave, at your age. There's no need to seek trouble here, hey? The slightly stout elder's temper flared. You little rascal. Are you quite audacious? Tell me, did you not break the leg of the second son of the Zhou family? I suppose so. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes, offering no denial. That settles it. The elder declared sternly. Do you understand that as a martial artist, one must not easily raise a hand against ordinary people? I do not care. Pang Tianchong shook his head defiantly. Regardless of who they are, whether ordinary or not, if they provoke me, they will face the consequences. If you two wish to stand up for the Zhou family, I shall not hesitate to strike. You. The elder's nostrils flared in indignation. How could someone like him, a member of the Martial Arts Association, who traversed the world with respect and fear, be so utterly disdained by a mere youth? You seek a fight. The elder's fury erupted, his presence swelling as he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Pang Tianchong's face, the wind from his fist howling ominously. Humph. Pang Tianchong discarded his cigarette, but, his figure floating backward as he effortlessly dodged the elder's strike. As the elder's punch missed its mark, he leaped into the air, following Pang Tianchong like a shadow, akin to a swift swallow. However, as he exited the building, before his feet could even touch the ground, a resounding slap struck his face. Ah! The elder cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, half of his face swelling grotesquely, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. So fast, he barely registered how Pang Tianchong had delivered that blow before he was left dazed. The lean elder, witnessing his companion fall, immediately lost his composure. He sprang into action, his toes barely grazing the ground as he leaped outside. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out, fingers curling like talons, aiming for Pang Tianchong's shoulder. The air crackled with intensity, his fingers emanating a faint white mist, clearly indicating that his eagle claw technique had reached a remarkable level of mastery. Should he land that grip, it would not only fracture bones but also rend flesh. A truly gruesome sight. Several security personnel stood aghast, particularly Ding Tai, whose mouth had remained agape since the stout elder made his move. As he observed the lean elder's more ferocious advance, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for Pang Tianchong. Be careful. Before he could utter another word, Pang Tianchong remained unfazed, suddenly retracting his shoulder, evading the elder's eagle claw, and raised his palm. With a resounding slap, he delivered another powerful strike across the lean elder's face. This time, he exerted considerable force, sending the elder flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Half of the elder's face was distorted, and with a cry, he spewed forth a torrent of crimson blood. You dare to ambush me? I shall not let this go. The stout elder scrambled to his feet, enraged, his face twisted in fury as he unleashed another punch toward Pang Tianchong. His indignation was palpable. How could a mere youth, despite being a half-step master himself, be bested and humiliated in such a manner? The very thought of such disgrace looming over him was intolerable. Thus, the old man fought with all his might, determined to take a final stand. Little did he know the ferocity of his opponent. Before he could even approach Pang Tianchong, he was sent flying by a single kick, crashing beyond the door and unable to rise again. After dispatching the plump elder, Pang Tianchong advanced towards the frail old man on the ground. At this moment, the thin elder had come to realize that he was far from being a match for his adversary. The disparity was insurmountable. In the face of such overwhelming odds, retreat was the wisest strategy. Without waiting for Pang Tianchong to draw near, the frail elder executed a rapid roll, tumbling outside the entrance, and hastily seized the fallen plump elder before fleeing. Damn it! This young man is far too formidable. As he ran, the thin elder felt a wave of dread. If his opponent sought his life, it would be a matter of mere moments. Spitting in the direction of the elder's retreating figure, Pang Tianchong shouted, "Go back and inform your leader that if anyone dares to cause trouble again, I shall break their legs." Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Today, I shall let you off easy." Chapter 73. The president takes action in the eastern outskirts of Bianqing, within a luxurious villa. An elderly gentleman with graying hair and a robust middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion were engaged in a lively conversation over tea. The elder was Zhuo Xiuqing, the head of the Zhuo family, while the middle-aged man, Gu Qilai, served as the president of the Bianqing Martial Arts Association. This association, a prominent martial arts organization, boasts branches in every region, each led by a respected figure renowned for their strength, dedicated to mediating disputes among martial artists and preventing conflicts between them and ordinary citizens. Gu Qilai, a master in his own right, had been overseeing Bianqing for several years and maintained a strong rapport with the Zhuo family. On this occasion, the head of the Zhuo family had come to the Martial Arts Association to seek justice against Pang Tianchong, hoping the association would intervene to avenge his son. Two of the association's deputies had already gone to the Daikong company to apprehend the individual in question, leaving Zhuo Xiuqing and President Gu awaiting news. "President, please," Zhuo Xiuqing said, placing his teacup down and producing a bank card from his pocket, which he handed over. "This card contains 200,000, with a password of 6 zeros. Please use it to enjoy some tea." "You're too kind, esteemed Zhuo," Gu Qilai replied with a slight smile as he accepted the card. "Rest assured, once we secure that fellow with the surname Pang, you may dispose of him as you wish. With the Martial Arts Association backing you, taking his life would be of no concern. The martial world operates on the delicate balance of life and death." Zhuo Xiuqing clasped his fists in gratitude. "If it is possible to take that young man's life, it would be best. If not, breaking his legs would suffice for my son's revenge." "Not a problem." President Gu waved his hand, slipping the bank card into his pocket. At that moment, a series of car horns echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the courtyard gate, which opened to reveal two figures, leaning on each other, limping into the villa. These were the two elderly men sent to capture Pang Tianchong. "What happened?" Gu Qilai exclaimed, setting down his teacup and rising to his feet, sensing that something was amiss. "Report, President." The fat elder's face was battered and bruised, rendering him nearly incoherent. It was the lean elder who managed to explain, covering part of his own injured face. "We were no match for Pang Tianchong and were defeated." "What?" Gu Qingli's heart sank. "A mere youth, yet so formidable that even the two of them were no match? What do you mean?" "We don't know." The lean elder shook his head. "We couldn't discern his origins. His speed was too swift, and we had no time to react before we were struck down." "Remarkable." Gu Qilai narrowed his eyes, realizing they were dealing with another master, albeit a young one. When did such a young master emerge in the martial realm? "President," Zhuo Xiuqing voiced his concern, "should we summon more experts from your headquarters? I fear There's no need. Gu Qinglai waved his hand dismissively. Even if he is a master, there are levels among masters. I, Gu, am an established master. Dealing with a young upstart should pose no challenge for me. Prepare the vehicle. Wait. The lean elder urgently interjected, President, it would be prudent to contact headquarters and dispatch a skilled individual. That fellow is rather formidable. Furthermore, he stated. Stated what? He declared that anyone who dares to trouble him shall what? He asserted that he would break your legs. You bastard. Gu Qinglai erupted in fury, nearly striking the frail elder dead with a single blow. Yet, upon reflection, realizing these were the exact words of Pang Tianchong, he was consumed by rage. Prepare the vehicle. Get a car ready for me. I intend to eliminate that surnamed Pang. In the face of the president's wrath, no one dared utter a word. Some hastily went to fetch a vehicle, while others hurried to gather their belongings. Following the president's car straight to the Daiking building. At this hour, Daikon Corporation was on the verge of closing for the day. Gong Xiaoshuang, carrying a lunchbox, arrived at the president's office, ready to dine with Dai Qianxue in the cafeteria. Xiaoshui, time to eat. All right, Dai Qianxue replied, closing her documents and stretching lazily. Just as she was about to rise, the roar of engines and the clamor of voices from the entrance caught her attention. What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang quickly rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window and peered down, noting numerous cars congesting the company entrance. What are they here for? Dai Qianxue asked curiously. Let us call the security desk and inquire. As she approached the window, she saw several vehicles blocking the entrance. With a group of people alighting aggressively and engaging in discussions with the security personnel. Hello, is this the security desk? What are those people doing at the entrance? Gong Xiaoshuang swiftly dialed the security department. They are here to cause trouble. Trouble for whom? For Pang Tianchong. We have already notified him. He will be coming down shortly to resolve the matter. The voice on the phone was also heard by Dai Qianxue, who furrowed her brow in perplexity. Who were they to seek out Pang Tianchong? No specifics were provided. Gong Xiaoshuang pocketed her phone and suddenly pointed below, exclaiming, Look, Pang Tianchong is going out. Ah. Dai Qianxue quickly focused her gaze downward, observing Pang Tianchong nonchalantly strolling towards the entrance with a cigarette in hand. Is there a possibility of a confrontation? She asked nervously. Should we call the police? Let us wait and see. Gong Xiaoshuang reassured her. Pang Tianchong should be capable of handling it. I have yet to witness his skills firsthand, so let's observe. The two concealed themselves upstairs, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong had approached the group. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize the red-faced man at the forefront, then glanced at the slight elder beside him, asking impatiently, Did you fail to bring what I instructed you to? They have arrived. Gu Qinglai glared fiercely, declaring that as the president, he was skeptical of this so-called prowess and was determined to see whether he could truly break his legs. Hush. Pang Tianchong exhaled a cloud of white smoke, speaking nonchalantly, Very well. Since you have come here seeking a beating, I shall oblige you. Let us begin. Step aside. With a thunderous roar, Gu Qinglai summoned his inner energy, and in an instant, a tempest swirled around him, stirring the dust beneath his feet. The entourage that accompanied him recoiled in fear, recognizing that their leader was about to unleash his prowess. This was a battle of masters. Any misstep could result in collateral damage, jeopardizing their very lives. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in unison, having never witnessed such a spectacle where the winds surged before the combatant even moved. The prowess of the newcomer was staggering, and inadvertently, both women found themselves anxious for Pang Tianchong. In that moment, their eyes remained fixated on him, not daring to blink. Gu Qinglai concentrated his inner energy and unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from his strike howling as it surged directly towards Pang Tianchong's face. Unfazed, Pang Tianchong deftly shifted his form, appearing behind Gu Qinglai, leaning casually against a BMW, a cigarette in hand, leisurely taking a deep drag. Gu Qinglai's punch met with nothing but empty air, the force of his strike reverberating through the atmosphere like a torrential river, crashing into the duty desk at the entrance. With a resounding crack, the desk shattered instantaneously, sending debris scattering in a cloud of dust. Chapter 74. Breaking the president's legs. Gu Qinglai was acutely aware that Pang Tianchong was a formidable opponent. Thus, he unleashed a lethal strike, channeling his inner strength. His fists moving like the wind, showing no mercy. However, he was quick, yet Pang Tianchong was swifter. When Gu's fist struck, all that remained was a fleeting shadow, and the man had vanished without a trace. His earth-shattering punch failed to subdue Pang Tianchong, but the force of his blow shattered a nearby table to pieces. Oh, On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped simultaneously, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Terrifying. This man was utterly fearsome. With a single punch, he had obliterated a table. Had it struck Pang Tianchong, would he have survived? The two women's gazes once again fixed upon the space where Pang Tianchong had stood, only to find him leaning against a car, still smoking a cigarette. Damn it! Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, Xiaoxue. Look, this guy is in grave danger, and he is still smoking? Shouldn't we be running away? Dai Qianxue bit her lip, her heart racing, her little fists clenched so tightly that they were nearly dripping with sweat. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming concern for Pang Tianchong at that moment. Having missed his target, Gu Qilai relied on the sounds around him to discern the opponent's position and instantly detected him behind. Without a moment to spare, he pivoted on one foot, spinning around to deliver another punch. The air crackled with tension, and his strike was executed with such speed that it was nearly impossible to evade. As he threw his punch, Gu Qilai suddenly found himself blinded for a split second. Pang Tianchong had once again eluded him. Yet, it was too late to retract his fist. Boom. The impact was thunderous, landing squarely on the BMW. The vehicle skidded several meters, crashing into another car with a resounding bang, its windshield shattering into a spiderweb of cracks and splintering outward. Oh my God! On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue gasped once more, gripping Gong Xiaoshuang's arm tightly, urging, Quick, call the police. This man is too powerful, stay calm. It didn't hit him. Gong Xiaoshuang feigned composure, noting that he was still smoking. Before she could finish her sentence, Pang Tianchong made his move. With a flick of his finger, the cigarette but shot away. Then, he swiftly maneuvered, extending his left hand to seize Gu Qilai by the throat. Gu Qilai, invigorated with internal energy, was about to unleash a third punch, but as his neck tightened, his strength drained away in an instant. Spare my life, brother, please. In a fleeting moment, Gu Qilai's spirit waned, leaving him defenseless. Damn it! Pang Tianchong tightened his grip, cursing, with your meager skills. You dare to stand up for the Zhou family? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, Gu Qilai began to roll his eyes, his face turning a deep shade of purple, struggling for breath, his life hanging by a thread. The Martial Association members watched in horror, yet no one dared step forward. Their president, a master, had been subdued with a single move. Anyone else would be merely offering themselves as a sacrifice. Hero, spare his life, esteemed one. Please grant mercy to the president. One by one, they knelt, bowing and pleading with Pang Tianchong for clemency, fearing that if they waited any longer, their president would meet his demise. As Gu Qilai's body grew limp, Pang Tianchong's arm quivered, and with a sudden motion, he flung him to the ground with a resounding thud, akin to discarding a dead dog. He then stepped forward, and with a crack, he crushed Gu Qilai's shin beneath his foot. A piercing scream escaped Gu Qilai's lips as he gasped for breath, collapsing into unconsciousness, utterly unresponsive. President! Two young members of the Martial Arts Association rushed over, lifting Gu Qilai with urgency, their eyes pleading with Pang Tianchong. Hero, please spare our president's life. What hero? Pang Tianchong retorted, do you think we are in ancient times? Address me as Teacher Pang. I am here to teach you the ways of humanity. Very well, very well. The crowd chorused, Teacher Pang. Please spare the president's life. Spare him. You say. Pang Tianchong gestured towards the shattered table behind him. Go back and inform him to purchase a new table by tomorrow. Should he dare to refuse, I will visit your martial arts association and break his other leg. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The crowd nodded fervently, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Now, be gone. With a wave of his hand, Pang Tianchong turned and walked back towards the company. The members of the Martial Arts Association felt an overwhelming sense of relief, exclaiming in unison, Thank you, Teacher Pang. Thank you, Teacher Pang. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the display of power they had just witnessed. The formidable figure had been effortlessly subdued by Pang Tianchong, rendered unconscious and unable to rise again. It was evident what sort of individual Pang Tianchong truly was. The two beauties exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting about their meal in the cafeteria. Only when they heard footsteps in the corridor accompanied by a resonant melody did they snap back to reality. Like a bow at rest, standing tall like a pine, unmoving, steadfast as a bell, walking with the swiftness of the wind. Southern fists and northern kicks, Shaolin and Wudong arts, Tai Chi, Bagua, and the linked palms of mastery. The divine skills of China. The song echoed from the elevator, unmistakably the voice of Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong, Gong Xiaoshuang called out as she flung open the office door. Come here for a moment. What is it? Pang Tianchong stepped into the office, glancing at the two women. Aren't you going to eat? I was about to go get some food. If I delay, there will be none left to eat. Eat, eat. All you think about is food. Gong Xiaoshuang pushed him forward. Dai has something to ask you, huh? Asked what. Dai Qianxue steadied her emotions and fixed her gaze on Pang Tianchong. Who were those people? What grievances do you have with them? The Martial Arts Association, Pang Tianchong scoffed. The one who got beaten is their president. Why would members of the Martial Arts Association come looking for you? Need I spell it out? Pang Tiancheng replied, his displeasure evident. They were hired by the Zhou family. Damn it. This is never ending if you provoke me. He intended to say he would wipe out their entire family, but he swallowed the words. Concerned about frightening the two beauties. The Zhou family. The two women exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. It appears that the Zhou family is unwilling to relent, continuing to send individuals to trouble Pang Tianchong. What should be done about this? Is there anything else? If not, I shall proceed to dine. Pang Tianchong caressed his belly and cast a sidelong glance at Dai Qianxue, exclaiming, I am quite famished. Someone promised to treat me but has yet to fulfill that promise. Humph. Dai Qianxue felt her cheeks flush. Recalling her promise made during a business trip to treat Pang Tianchong to a meal upon her return, she felt a pang of embarrassment for not having found the time. Shuanga. She directed her gaze toward Gong Xiaoshuang and said, You should discuss the matter regarding the bodyguard with him. Remembering her grandfather's instructions, Dai Qianxue found it difficult to speak. Oh. Gong Xiaoshuang understood and said, Pang Tianchong, since you have taken on the dual roles of driver and bodyguard for Director Dai, for the sake of safety, it would be prudent for you to reside in the director's villa. This arrangement will also facilitate your commuting to her workplace, and you will no longer need to stay in the company dormitory. What do you think? What? Pang Tianchong crossed his arms, feigning fear, and said, You all should not entertain such ideas about me. I am not one to be trifled with. You. Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue was instantly engulfed in a wave of frustration. Chapter 75. A glimpse of intent in the office of the president at Daikong Company. A remark from Pang Tianchong incited two beautiful women to roll their eyes in exasperation. Gong Xiaoshuang immediately retorted, What a lecher! How could our little Shui ever fancy you? With a grin, Pang Tianchong replied, Oh, that's not certain. With my handsome looks, which girl wouldn't he be enamored? How shameless! Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. Are you moving in, or not? Just give me a straight answer. Well, Pang Tianchong scratched his head and chuckled. Let's discuss it over a meal. ISNT President Dai still owing me a feast? Eat, eat, eat. Look at your priorities. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. It just so happens that today is the weekend. I'll treat you to dinner after work. Is that acceptable? Deal. Pang Tianchong snapped his fingers. It's settled then. I'm off to eat. As he turned to leave, he suddenly glanced back and inquired, If I were to move in, would you, the golden-haired enchantress, be joining me? Why do you care? Just asking casually. In ancient times, when a lady wed, a maid was often included. Wasn't he it? Bah. Gong Xiaoshuang, incensed, kicked Pang Tianchong in the rear and shouted, Get lost. Laughing heartily, Pang Tianchong dashed away towards the dining hall. What a rogue. Gong Xiaoshuang, still fuming, looked at Dai Qianxue with concern. Shui, is it really all right for this guy to move in with you? With his disposition, what would your grandfather think? Sighing, Dai Qianxue replied, I don't know. My grandfather seems to hold him in high regard. Why is that? He has met Pang Tianchong. He has? Dai Qianxue elaborated. The day before yesterday, he visited Pang Tianchong for a game of chess, but then his cervical spondylosis flared up, and he fainted in Pang Tianchong's office. Goodness! Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. What happened next? Well, it was Pang Tianchong who rescued him, administering acupuncture and massage, effectively curing his condition. What? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired with curiosity. That fellow is capable of healing? Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded. My grandfather's cervical spondylosis was severe. He had visited numerous hospitals without improvement and had nearly given up hope. Yet, Pang Tianchong managed to completely heal him. Completely healed? Gong Xiaoshuang stared in disbelief. Yes, completely healed. Dai Qianxue confirmed with another nod. I saw the X-rays taken at the hospital. The protruding parts had all returned to their proper place. As good as new. How extraordinary. Gong Xiaoshuang marveled. I know a bit about this ailment. Aside from surgery, there are few remedies. How did he manage to realign the protrusions? It defies logic. Indeed. I am equally curious, Dai Qianxue remarked. He is so young yet possesses the skills of a master healer, truly a man of hidden talents. Your bodyguard is quite a treasure. With a personal physician at your disposal, you won't need to visit the hospital for minor ailments in the future. Dai Qianxue chuckled, urging, "Let us go. It is time for a meal. If we delay any longer, there may be no food left." The two hastily entered the company cafeteria, and upon entering, they noticed that half of the hall had already been vacated, clearly indicating that some had already dined and departed. However, turning their gaze, they observed a table by the window surrounded by a throng of people, all animatedly discussing something. Master, Gong Xiaoshuang, serving herself, could not help but inquire, "What is happening over there?" The cafeteria chef cast a glance and replied, "It seems to be that new security guard, having his meal over there. Is it Pang Tianchong?" "Indeed, that is him." Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang immediately comprehended. Surely, everyone had learned about the altercation at the entrance and was now regarding Pang Tianchong as a spectacle. They filled their plates and chose a seat near the cluster of people, eating while keenly listening to the commotion. At this moment, the table occupied by Pang Tianchong was brimming with people, with a large crowd standing around, creating an impenetrable barrier. A rotund man seated opposite him, holding a bowl of soup that had long since cooled, was staring wide-eyed as he queried, "Brother Pang, I witnessed the fight at the entrance today in its entirety. That individual was extraordinarily formidable, capable of launching a car with a single punch, yet you managed to seize him by the throat, utterly defeating him. What martial arts do you practice? Show us a glimpse." Pang Tianchong, calmly savoring his meal, replied nonchalantly, "How shall I demonstrate? Shall I strike you?" "No, no." The rotund man quickly shook his head. "I could not withstand your strike. It would surely flatten me." "Precisely," chimed in another. A blow from the mighty Pang would send the rotund fellow's insides flying. "Huh." Pang Tianchong shot a glare at the speaker, scolding, "What nonsense are you uttering? Do you not see that I am eating?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Gong Xiaoshuang nearly spewed her soup across the table, biting her lip to stifle her laughter. Meanwhile, Dai Qianxue, with her chopsticks in hand, had her eyes narrowed in amusement. The rotund man, undeterred, continued to plead, "Brother, just show us a little something. We are exceedingly curious. Do you truly wish to see?" "Indeed." The rotund man nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Pang Tiancheng glanced at the stainless steel bowl in the man's hands, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he cautioned, "If I reveal a trick, do not blame me." "Of course not." "Very well." As Pang Tianchong spoke, he reached to grasp the rotund man's bowl, employing the same technique once more. With a subtle exertion of his fingers, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the bowl. The soup cascaded out, splattering across the rotund man's front. Luckily, the soup had cooled. Otherwise, it would have scalded his ample flesh. "Ah!" The rotund man gasped, hastily reaching to touch the mess, while his other hand, still holding the bowl, continued to spill soup everywhere, drenching the table and benches. "Oh dear." "Wow." The onlookers were left in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impressive." "How impressive?" The exclamations from the crowd stirred the curiosity of two beautiful women dining nearby. Gong Xiaoshuang could not resist parting the throng and approaching. "What is happening? Look." The plump man's soup has run dry. He stands with an empty bowl, caught between laughter and tears. "My cherished bowl has been punctured by his hand." "Ah." Gazing at the bowl with a hole, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, "Is his hand a power drill?" "Disperse, disperse." Pang Tianchong showcased his skills, waving his hand in annoyance. "Can a meal be enjoyed in peace? Off we go. Time to work." Suddenly, as everyone noticed Gong Xiaoshuang and then Dai Qianxue beside her, they scattered like birds and beasts, hastily departing. Only the plump man lingered, cradling his broken bowl with reluctance, shuffling along while muttering to himself, "My cherished bowl has been punctured by Pang Tianchong." Upon seeing Dai Qianxue, Pang Tianchong swiftly approached with his meal, smiling, "Why didn't you two arrive sooner? If I had been seated with you, we wouldn't have drawn such a crowd." Chapter 76. The schemes of the sixth senior sister Pang Tianchong boldly settled down with a tray of food directly opposite Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, exhibiting no signs of discomfort or restraint despite dining in the presence of the general manager. To him, sharing a meal with the president felt no different than enjoying a casual repast with a neighbor's girl, an experience marked by utter ease and relaxation. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes, remaining silent as she daintily savored her meal. It struck her that she had never before dined so closely with a man. Renowned for her aloof demeanor during her school days, she seldom attracted the attention of male peers, let alone that of the company's leader. Yet today, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed by the presence of this loquacious individual seated before her, a fact that puzzled even her. In stark contrast, Gong Xiaoshuang was incessantly inquisitive from the moment Pang Tianchong took his seat, peppering him with questions without respite. Pang Tianchong, she exclaimed like a curious child. How can your fingers be as formidable as a power drill? That SA stainless steel bowl. You just poked it and it went through? Ah, Pang Tianchong nodded. Is there a problem? That is astonishing. Gong Xiaoshuang shook her head in disbelief. I've only seen such feats on television. Do enlighten us? Just how skilled are you? That is hard to say. Pang Tianchong replied, furrowing his brow. I'm not one to boast, and I haven't encountered any true masters. With my abilities, there shouldn't be anyone in the country who could rival me, right? Is that for real? Gong Xiaoshuang pouted. Why don't you just claim to be the best in the world then? No rivals in the country. Look at what you're saying. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Is it not commendable for this handsome fellow to be a bit modest? One must practice humility, you understand? Dai Qianshui's stoic expression crumbled. And she laughed. You've already proclaimed yourself the best in the world. How is that modest? Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. That's not modesty. That's delusion. Ha. Just you wait. Pang Tianchong was about to retort when his phone rang, prompting him to answer it without hesitation. Hello? Who is this? Greetings. Is this Mr. Pang? A deep male voice on the other end introduced itself. I'm sent by your 6th senior sister to assist you in Bianqing. Aren't you at Daikon Company? I'll arrive in 10 minutes. Shall we meet? Oh, Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, come on over. I'm in office 1918 on the 19th floor. Okay, see you shortly. The call ended, and Pang Tianchong, losing interest in his meal, pushed his bowl aside and rose to leave. Hey, Gong Xiaoshuang called out. You haven't finished your food. Why are you leaving? Pang Tianchong glanced back at Dai Qianxue, saying, I'll save some room. President Dai is treating us tonight. Might as well eat more then. Haha. Get lost. Both Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Returning to his office, Pang Tianchong prepared a cup of tea, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke contemplatively. He pondered a perplexing question. Why had the 6th junior sister sent someone? She mentioned it was for assistance. She was aware he was working as a security guard at Daikong, so what kind of assistance was required? Were they to work as security together? Just as he was lost in thought, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Upon opening the door, a well-dressed man entered. The man, in his 30s, exuded an air of competence, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses, and carried a briefcase in hand. Greetings, Mr. Pang, he said with a respectful bow. My name is M.O. Tan, as in the pond. Oh, Mr. Tan, M.O. Tan smiled slightly and continued, please. Just call me old M.O. Pang Tianchong gestured for him to take a seat. Please, have a seat. What has my junior sister sent you here for? M.O. Tan replied politely, Sister Ouyang sent me to assist you. I arrived in Bianqing a year ago. Wait, Pang Tianchong interrupted. What could a mere security guard like me need assistance with? Has my 6th junior sister lost her mind? Aha. M.O. Tan chuckled softly. You jest, Mr. Pang. The reality is that Sister Ouyang anticipated your return to Bianqing and sent me here a year in advance to set things in motion. She used your funds to acquire shares in several companies and has even constructed a skyscraper in the city center. As he spoke, M.O. Tan opened his briefcase and produced a stack of contracts, handing them to Pang Tianchong. These are the share transfer agreements, which I have already signed. All that remains is your signature, and you shall become a shareholder in these companies. Is that so? Pang Tianchong responded, examining the contracts. Are you saying my 6th junior sister used my money to invest in these companies and build a skyscraper? Indeed. M.O. Tan nodded, adding, not just myself, but a whole team has come here, and soon you will be our boss. How delightful. Pang Tianchong grinned while perusing the contracts. My 6th junior sister truly has my best interest at heart. She has been strategizing for me all along. To be honest, I hadn't even contemplated what to do upon my return. Haha. By the way, what is this Zhua group? Oh, that is the company of the Zhua family. The foremost family in Bianqing, M.O. Tan clarified. We have acquired shares in all 4 major families of Bianqing, including the Daikon company where you currently work. Absolutely not. Pang Tianchong exclaimed, pointing at the Zhua family as company. Immediately withdraw my shares from the Zhua family. Why? M.O. Tan inquired, puzzled. This company is performing well, and we have already made profits. I have a vendetta against the Zhua family. We are embroiled in a conflict, Pang Tianchong retorted angrily. I am currently devising a plan to deal with them, so how could we collaborate? Withdraw my shares from the Zhua family and convert them into shares of Daikon. Understood. M.O. Tan contemplated for a moment and said, very well, I will promptly initiate the share withdrawal process and find a critical point to maneuver against the Zhua family. Excellent. Pang Tiancheng glanced at Mo Tan, feeling quite satisfied with the subordinate, who was obedient, decisive, and did not dwell on trivial matters. Currently, these projects are still under my name. Once you sign these equity transfer agreements, you will become the legal representative. Mo Tan continued, mentioning that the grand building in the city center has been completed and is currently undergoing interior renovations. In the future, it will serve as our company's headquarters. How large of an office would you like? I will design it specifically for you. Pang Tiancheng scratched the back of his head and replied, I haven't given it much thought. Let's visit it one day and discuss it further. Just the other day, I passed by that building and was pondering its height, wondering what it was for. To my surprise, it turned out to be mine. Haha. Now, this security guard has transformed into a great boss. Mo Tan joined in the laughter. Indeed, a billionaire boss. Chapter 77. Dai Qinxue hosts a gathering Daikong building. Office 1918. After listening to Mo Tan's detailed report, Pang Tiancheng felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that during his years of dedicated cultivation in the mountains, his sixth senior sister had quietly arranged everything for his descent. He felt truly gratified to have such a caring senior sister. Boss, Mo Tan finally inquired, when would you like to meet our employees? It would be nice for everyone to get to know you. No need. Pang Tiancheng pondered for a moment and replied, you shall continue to take charge and operations will proceed as planned. I am quite content working at Daikong for now, so I shall remain out of sight for the time being. Should anything arise, just let me know. Also, in the future, please refrain from coming to Daikong to report to me. We can meet elsewhere. Understood. Mo Tan nodded, but added, I still hope you return to your company soon. It truly feels beneath you to serve as a security guard and driver here. Not at all. Pang Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps this too is a form of cultivation. In due time, I shall return, and when I do, I will express my gratitude to all the management teams. Well then, I shall return to the company. Mo Tan rose, pulling a bank card from his pocket. This card contains 300 million. A gift from Sister Ouyang for your pocket money. The password is her birthday. However, she did mention that should you forget her birthday, the funds will be inaccessible to you, haha. Oh, that sixth senior sister. Pang Tiancheng took the bank card with a smile. I certainly remember her birthday. All right. You may go now. Work diligently. Goodbye. Mo Tan gently closed the door as he exited. Pang Tiancheng placed the bank card in his pocket and casually tossed a stack of stock transfer documents into the drawer. Lighting another cigarette, he began to contemplate his future. Everything felt surreal. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family villa, the head of the family, Zhou Shouqing, was also deep in thought, devising his next move against Pang Tiancheng. When Chairman Gu took his men to confront Pang Tiancheng, Zhou did not accompany them. To be honest, he did not fully believe that Gu Qinglia's martial prowess surpassed that of Pang Tiancheng. While capturing Pang Tiancheng would be advantageous, a defeat would be inconsequential as long as it incited discord between the Martial Arts Association and Pang Tiancheng. His objective would be achieved. The Martial Arts Association was a national organization, undoubtedly housing experts superior to Pang Tiancheng. Should Gu Qilai fail, the association would naturally dispatch even more formidable experts to Bianqing. At that point, he was eager to see how Pang Tiancheng would respond. As Zhou contemplated this, a messenger rushed in, visibly distressed. Master, the newcomer exclaimed, Chairman Gu. He has also been defeated. Is that so? Zhou Shouqing frowned, astonished that even a master could not contend with someone named Pang. Indeed. A passerby nodded and remarked that President Gu had been defeated within just 3 moves by Mr. Pang, resulting in a broken leg, and had been carried away in a rather disheartened state. A broken leg? Zhou Shouqing exclaimed with excitement, slapping the table. Well, it seems that the conflict between the Martial Arts Association and Pang Tiancheng has been well established. Haha. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun had begun its gentle descent, casting a warm, orange glow across the horizon. The buildings lining the streets appeared particularly inviting and serene under the fading sunlight. Pang Tiancheng navigated his Porsche through the bustling streets, while Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang engaged in lively conversation about the delectable cuisine of Bianqing. Hey, Mr. Pang. Dai Qinxue suddenly inquired. Well, what would you like to eat? Anything, Pang Tiancheng replied without turning his head. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. Why don't we try some Western food? Suggested Gong Xiaoshuang. I haven't had any since I returned. Sure. Pang Tiancheng readily agreed. Western food it is. I have no preferences. Great. Dai Qinxue declared. Turn left at the upcoming intersection, and after 2 traffic lights, there's a delightful Western restaurant. Let us go. Pang Tianchong pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Indeed, the restaurant was charming, with an elegant and tranquil atmosphere. Soft lighting streamed through the ornate chandelier, casting warm shadows on the polished wooden floor. The classical oil paintings adorning the walls seemed to narrate tales of bygone days, infusing the space with an artistic ambience. At that moment, the dining hall was not crowded. Only a few tables were occupied. A pianist played a soothing melody that floated gently through the air, offering a sense of serenity. The trio settled into a table by the window, and just as they did, a young man dressed in a sharp suit excitedly approached them. Dai Qianxue. President Dai, he exclaimed, his short and plump figure, round face, and gold-rimmed glasses giving him an endearing appearance, his smile radiant as the sun. Is that you? Guming? Dai Qianxue paused for a moment before quickly recognizing him. Yes, it's me. The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, nearly bubbled over with joy. Goddess, it's rare for you to remember me. I feel truly fortunate. Ha ha ha, he extended his chubby hand, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Dai Qianxue stood to lightly shake his hand, then asked, Old classmate, what brings you here? I just returned from abroad and am catching up with some friends. I spotted you as I was halfway through my meal. Ha ha ha, what a twist of fate. All right. Pang Tiancheng interjected, glancing at the young man beside him. Leave your contact information and hurry back to your meal, or else your food will be cold. Gu Ming shot an annoyed glance at Pang Tiancheng before turning back to Dai Qianxue, one of the esteemed contributors to our company. I have invited him to dine with us today. We shall converse at another time. Dai Qianxue subtly issued a dismissal to the guests. It seems the security work is being executed quite commendably. Gu Ming observed Pang Tiancheng clad in a security uniform, harboring disdain in his heart while maintaining an impassive facade. Remarked, to have General Manager Dai treat you to a meal is indeed a stroke of fortune. Haha. Just then, Pang Tiancheng was about to retort when a foreign waitress approached. What would you like to eat? She greeted in halting Chinese, presenting a menu filled with foreign script. Gu Ming's eyes sparkled with interest as he swiftly took the menu and placed it before Pang Tiancheng, saying, as we are treating the security brother to a meal, let him select the dishes. Dai Qianxue, witnessing this, cast an apologetic glance at Pang Tiancheng, fully aware of Gu Ming's mischievous intentions but hesitating to speak up. Allow me to take care of this, Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, fearing that Pang Tiancheng might feel uncomfortable. She took the menu, glanced at it, and was immediately taken aback. What is the matter? Dai Qianxue asked, concerned by her friend's unusual expression. It's in French. Gong Xiaoshuang replied with a wry smile. I thought it would be in English. She had assumed that after living in the United States for several years, her English would suffice to assist Pang Tiancheng, only to find the menu was entirely in French. She was utterly perplexed. Sighing, Gu Ming seized the menu once more, placing it back in Pang Tiancheng's hands, insisting, let the security brother choose for himself, whatever he fancies. After all, he is our guest tonight. With a glance of disdain towards the untrustworthy rotund figure, Pang Tiancheng nonchalantly picked up the menu and began to peruse it. Chapter 78. A delightful dinner. The ulterior motives of Gu Ming were well understood by Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang. However, they felt too embarrassed to confront him directly and could only watch as Pang Tiancheng navigated the situation, calmly perusing the menu. He glanced briefly before addressing the attractive waitress in fluent French, ordering delicacies such as escargot, Swiss chicken wings, eel fillets, and the exquisite red shrimp from the island of Corsica. He also requested 3 well-done German steaks. The waitress, diligently jotting down his orders, praised him enthusiastically, saying, Sir, your French is impeccable, as if you were a local. Not bad, Pang Tiancheng replied with a smile, adding, and a seafood soup as well. The waitress, visibly excited, nodded vigorously, as if she had encountered an old friend in a foreign land. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were left in a state of astonishment, while Gu Ming beside them turned crimson. The little chubby man hastily waved goodbye to Dai Qianxue, saying, Dai Zong, see you later, and scurried away. Dai Qianxue nodded, too engrossed in Pang Tiancheng's eloquent French to respond. Her curiosity piqued. How could he speak French? Gong Xiaoshuang directly inquired, how is it that you know French? It was truly a case of peeking through the crack of a door to observe someone. Pang Tiancheng rolled his eyes and replied, Is it permissible for you to know English but not for me to know French? Moreover, I am not limited to French. I can also speak English, German, Spanish, and a host of other languages, around a dozen in total. Is that true? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged incredulous glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Absolutely. Pang Tiancheng nodded. I have spent a few years in the Western world, so I have a basic understanding of the languages spoken there. As for Eastern languages, I am not as proficient. For instance, I can only say one phrase in Japanese. Yamade. Get lost. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshang's faces flushed with embarrassment, their teeth clenched in frustration, wishing they could hurl their plates at this cheeky rogue. Ha. Peng Tianchong laughed heartily. Once his laughter subsided, he shifted the conversation, saying, Dai Zong. I suggest you learn a set of skills from Huang Rong in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. What kind of skills? Dai Qianxue asked, puzzled. A set of dog-beating stick techniques. Peng Tianchong replied earnestly. You know, you will always encounter sycophants wherever you go. He glanced pointedly at the departing Gu Ming, who occasionally stole glances back at them. Giggling, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshang suddenly grasped Peng Tianchong's meaning and could not help but laugh. Peng Tianchong looked at the two radiant women and felt his heart flutter. Dai Zong, you actually look quite lovely when you smile. Why do you always wear such a stern expression, as if someone owes you money? That's rich coming from you. Dai Qianxue retorted, halting her laughter. Aren't you the one who owes me money? Peng Tianchong was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing his nose and thinking to himself, how uncanny it is to touch upon such a sensitive topic. Just then, the waiter began to serve the dishes, steak, desserts, and so on, each being brought forth in succession. This steak, I ordered it well done. Peng Tianchong resumed his chatter. We are unlike the Westerners who prefer their meat medium or rare. They are still primitive creatures, not fully evolved. Just look at those foreigners. They are all covered in hair when they take off their clothes. Nonsense. Dai Qianxue interjected defiantly, you are belittling Westerners. It is merely a matter of different culinary cultures between East and West. Regardless. Peng Tianchong glanced at the two ladies and declared, I simply adore our Eastern beauties, their skin, as fair as jade, smooth and radiant. Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue's face instantly flushed, while Gong Xiaoshuang scolded him fiercely. Get lost. You filthy rogue, you can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Heh. Peng Tianchong, unperturbed, grinned widely and exclaimed, Let's eat. Let's eat. At that moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting to call home and inform his mother not to save him dinner. As he reached for his phone, Dai Qianxue asked, Have you found your home? In which district? Just located it. Peng Tianchong replied as he dialed his mother's number. Hello. Mom, I'm dining out tonight. No need to prepare my meal. How can you eat out? Meals outside are so expensive. His mother's voice resonated with concern. It's like this. Peng Tianchong explained softly. Our company's boss insisted on treating me to dinner. I couldn't refuse such kindness. Heh. Just don't drink too much and come home early. I know. Bye for now. After hanging up, he suddenly noticed that the two beautiful women at his table were staring at him with peculiar expressions. Heh. Peng Tianchong grinned and said, Just boasting to my family. Don't mind me. Understood. Dai Qianxue nodded with a smile. What a good child. Hiki. Alas. Peng Tianchong sighed. Speaking of my journey home, it has truly been fraught with twists and turns. On the first day back, I discovered my home was gone. The community had been demolished, and I was forced to sleep on the streets. Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue's cheeks involuntarily turned red as she apologized. I'm so sorry, I was quite upset with you at that time. Gong Xiaoshuang retorted with 2 words, You deserved it. Peng Tianchong was unfazed. Continuing to eat while elaborating, after much effort, I finally learned the address of my new home. When I went there that day, only my sister was at home, and she mistook me for a fraud, refusing to open the door. Thus, I returned empty-handed. Tell me, with my looks, how could I possibly resemble a con artist? Absolutely. Gong Xiaoshuang blurted out, If I were your sister, I wouldn't let you in either. Get lost. Peng Tianchong rolled his eyes, saying, I certainly don't have a sister as ridiculous as you. You. Gong Xiaoshuang retorted, How could I be unreasonable? You must clarify this for me. How am I being unreasonable? Peng Tianchong glanced at her golden hair and chuckled. Just that head of yellow hair itself is a bit out of sorts, resembling a fairy. Get away from me. Gong Xiaoshuang, infuriated, kicked Peng Tianchong's calf. Hey. Peng Tianchong teased. A gentleman uses words, not fists. What are you? I can't be bothered with you. Gong Xiaoshuang shot him a glare and buried her head in her meal, choosing silence. Returning to the previous topic, Peng Tianchong resumed. The matter of me moving to stay with President Dai should be postponed for a few days. After all, I just found a home. And moving again might upset my mother. Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded in agreement. It's good to spend some time with family. Especially since you've been away for so many years. Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. It would be better to wait until your mother and sister grow weary of your antics before you consider moving back. You. Pang Tianchong's expression darkened upon hearing this. Chapter 79. Disdain for brother Pang Tianchong, accompanied by two lovely ladies, indulged in a delightful feast. Upon returning home, it was already past 10 in the evening. He gently opened the door only to find the living room lights still aglow, with his mother seated alone on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Mother, Pang Tianchong casually inquired, "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" "I cannot sleep until you return, my dear," Chiu Manxiang replied, turning off the television and patting the sofa beside her. "Come, sit with your mother and chat for a while, aren't you tired?" Pang Tianchong asked as he removed his coat and hung it on the hook by the door. "Tired? Not at all." Chiu Manxiang chuckled. "Ever since your return, I have been waking up from dreams with a smile. Come here, I have something to ask you all." Pang Tianchong obediently settled beside his mother, placing a bulging envelope on the coffee table. "Mother, this is my salary. You can keep it for spending money, ah?" Chiu Manxiang appeared momentarily stunned. "Didn't you just start your job? How could you have received your salary already?" "I took an advance to help with household expenses." "How much?" "Just take a look." Chiu Manxiang cautiously opened the envelope, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This is 20,000. "Yes." Pang Tianchong nodded. 20,000. You can use it first. When I receive my salary, it will be several times this amount." "How could your salary be so high?" Chiu Manxiang slowly focused her gaze on her son's face, staring intently, unmoving. "It's not that high," Pang Tianchong hurriedly explained. "This month, I secured several large orders for the company, and the boss rewarded me with a bonus of several thousand." "Oh, I see." Chiu Manxiang sighed with relief. "I thought to myself, how could a mere security guard earn such a salary?" "See? You're underestimating me," Pang Tianchong retorted. "I am currently the driver and bodyguard for the company's president. Isn't it only natural for my salary to be higher? Is that so?" Chiu Manxiang's eyes widened again. "Son, please tell your mother. Is your company's president named Dai Qianxue?" "Yes, that is her," Pang Tianchong replied, bewildered. "Mother, how do you know Dai Qianxue? Is she well known?" "Didn't you say you work at Daikong Company?" Chiu Manxiang explained. "So, I took a moment to search online these past few days. I was astonished to discover that the president of your company is the renowned beauty of Bianqing. Dai Qianxue. Even more surprising is that my son is her driver and bodyguard." "Haha, look at you, so pleased." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "What is so remarkable about the top beauty? She looks just average to me, always wearing a stern expression." Xiaohu, Chiu Manxiang said eagerly. "You must tell your mother how she chose you, a mere security guard, to be her driver and bodyguard." "Well, it's because of my excellent driving skills. Not long ago, I drove during a business trip to the southwest," Pang Tianchong continued to explain. "Moreover, with the skills I've acquired over the years, being her bodyguard is truly a bargain for her. Being a bodyguard is a good job." "Being her bodyguard sounds good," Chiu Manxiang said with a cheerful laugh. "But I wonder if this girl has a boyfriend?" "No," Pang Tianchong blurted out. "She only knows work every day. When would she have time for romance? I think she's just a big silly girl." Chiu Manxiang smiled deepened as she playfully swatted her son. "Don't speak nonsense. She is a fine young lady. How could she be silly? I think it's you who are the foolish one. Enough with the chatter. Let's get some sleep," Pang Tianchong replied, rising to his feet. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, when my sister comes back, we'll all go out for a grand feast." "Sleep? What sleep?" Chiu Manxiang said, still eager. "I'm not even a bit tired. I just want to hear about your work. If you're not sleeping, then I'll go to bed," Pang Tianchong said, humming a little tune as he headed towards the bathroom to wash up. "That little rascal!" Chiu Manxiang lovingly glared at her son, clutching the envelope in her hand, smiling with happiness. They spent the night in silence. The next morning, Pang Tianchong was awakened from his dreams by his mother's calls. "Xiaohu, Xiaohu, wake up for breakfast." Pang Tianchong mumbled sleepily, fumbling to get dressed before heading to wash up. As he opened the door, he saw two figures bustling in the dining room. One was his mother, and the other was his youthful and vibrant sister, Pang Tianqian. "Oh my!" Pang Tianchong exclaimed. "My little sister is back. With mom here, you won't chase your brother away, will you?" "You," Pang Tianqian replied, slightly embarrassed, her cheeks turning red as she stared wide-eyed in silence. Go on, Chiu Manxiang interjected to ease the tension. "Nonsense. She is your own sister. How could she chase you away? Last time, she didn't know she had an older brother, and that's why she didn't let you in." "Ha ha. Ha ha." Pang Tianchong laughed. "Just kidding. Little sister, don't be mad, okay? With that, he quickly dashed into the bathroom. TCH. Pang Chanqian rolled her eyes, observing her half-awake brother, still grappling with the reality of the situation. Mom, is he really my brother? Of course. Qiu Manxiang replied sternly. Didn't you notice how much he resembles your father when he was young? You were too little to remember when he left home. Then, Pang Chanqian whispered, have you told him about Dad? Not yet. Qiu Manxiang sighed gently. Let us keep it from him for now. Your brother just returned. Let him enjoy a good mood for the time being. Okay. Pang Chanqian obediently nodded, silently arranging the dishes. Little sister. Pang Tiancheng soon finished washing up and sat down at the dining table. I heard you were studying at Bianqing University. What is your major? Business administration. Pang Chanqian replied flatly, her eyes carefully scrutinizing this unfamiliar brother. Very good, Pang Tiancheng said, giving a thumbs up. Once you graduate, I'll start a company for you and make you the CEO. Haha. Pang Chanqian smiled and said, I appreciate your good intentions, but as a mere security guard, securing a sister-in-law for me is quite an achievement in itself. As for starting a company, let's not indulge in fantasies. She added, look, you seem to look down on me, don't you? Pang Tianqing smiled and replied, now that I am back, I shall support your education henceforth. Do not ask for a single penny from home anymore. Understood? I understand. I will work part-time to support myself, Pang Chanqian murmured, her head bowed. What? Pang Tiancheng said sternly, who said you needed to work part-time? I mean, all your schooling, tuition, graduate studies, even studying abroad, will be fully covered by me. Did you not grasp that? All right. Pang Chanqian rolled her eyes and muttered softly, with your meager salary as a security guard, do you think it's enough for you to date someone, let alone support my education? Oh, you ungrateful girl. Pang Tiancheng laughed. Is that how you regard your brother? Fine. Since I have returned and brought no gifts for you, I shall transfer some money for your tuition. Give me your bank account number. Pang Chanqian was taken aback. Glancing at her mother, she said, Mom, what do you think? Go ahead and give it to him. Qiu Manxiang chuckled. Your brother earns quite a substantial salary this month. Giving you some is hardly a burden. Is that so? Pang Chanqian was somewhat incredulous, but still recited her account number. Pang Tiancheng promptly took out his phone to transfer funds. Having an unused balance of 300 million, he decided to allocate a portion to his little sister. Ding. The notification sound from the phone echoed, and upon checking her device, Pang Chanqian was instantly astounded. Chapter 80. A stroll through the antique city. When Pang Chanqian gazed at the numbers on her phone, she was momentarily rendered speechless. The multitude of zeros made her head spin, and her heart raced with excitement. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, millions. The young girl swallowed hard, silently counting in her mind, a full 1 million. Was this a dream? Pang Chanqian looked at her brother, Pang Tiancheng, in astonishment and stammered. Brother, how is there so much? Don't worry, sis. Before I became a security guard, I earned quite a bit. Spend freely, and when it's gone, just ask me for more. Pang Tiancheng offered his sister a reassuring glance, then casually lifted his bowl and resumed sipping his millet porridge. Qiu Manxiang, noticing her daughter's unusual expression, curiously inquired, Xiao Hu, how much did you give her? Not much, just 10,000, Pang Tiancheng replied with a nonchalant smile. From now on, you won't need to give her any money. Oh dear. Xiaoman had chided, why give her so much all at once? She won't even be able to spend it all this semester. Come now. Pang Tiancheng dismissed her concern. Chanqian is a young lady now. She needs clothes, cosmetics, bags, and whatnot. There are many places to spend money. I have it, so why not let my sister enjoy it? Right, little sister. As he spoke, he winked at Pang Chanqian. Even with money, one must not spend recklessly. Qiu Manxiang promptly admonished her daughter, completing your studies is what truly matters. Remember that, Chanqian. Pang Chanqian nodded vigorously, her heart churning with excitement, her chopsticks trembling as she attempted to pick up food. Your Majesty, there's a phone call for you. Just then, Pang Tiancheng's phone rang. Hello, who's this? Pang Tiancheng pressed the answer button, and a somewhat familiar voice came through. It's me, Brother Pang. Who are you? It's me, Xiaozhua Xiaoguang. Do you remember? Oh, yes. In an instant, Pang Tiancheng recalled the caller, Xiaoguang, the young man with long hair he had met in front of the barbecue stall. What's up, Laozhua? Pang Tiancheng asked casually. I just woke up and was having breakfast. Well, Brother Pang, Xiaoguang said with a hint of excitement, today is Saturday. And there's a stone gambling event at the antique city. It's quite entertaining. Would you like to come and see? Stone gambling? Pang Tiancheng murmured softly. I've never seen it before. Is it fun? Absolutely thrilling. Zhou Xiaoguang exclaimed. Come and see for yourself. I assure you it will be an exciting spectacle. All right. Pang Tiancheng agreed. Where is it? I'll head over shortly. It's at the antique city. If you come, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Zhou Xiaoguang said eagerly. I'll show you around properly. Okay. Pang Tiancheng nodded. See you at the entrance in half an hour. Great. Let us not miss each other. After hanging up, Pang Tiancheng quickly finished the porridge in his bowl and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Qiu Manxiang inquired busily. Have you barely eaten? If there's something, discuss it after you've had your fill. A friend invited me over for a short visit, Pang Tiancheng explained. Mom, you and my little sister stay home and wait for me. I'll return at noon to take you both out for a grand feast. Wonderful. Where are we going to eat, brother? Pang Tiancheng asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tianhai Dragon Palace. Pang Tiancheng declared as he rose, swiftly opening the door and hurrying away. Hey, Qiu Manxiang intended to offer more advice, but the security door slammed shut with a bang, leaving no trace of her son. Wow, Pang Tiancheng exclaimed, slamming her hands on the table. Tianhai Dragon Palace. How splendid. I've never seen what it looks like inside. What is so amusing about that? Qiu Manxiang glared at her daughter. Hurry up and finish your meal. I'm done. Pang Tiancheng replied with a playful nudge of her bowl. I'll save some room to indulge at noon. Look at your aspirations. Qiu Manxiang scolded. What is so special about this dragon palace? Is the food really that extraordinary? Is it famous? Absolutely. Pang Tiancheng replied with enthusiasm. I've seen it online. It's the best restaurant in Bian City, a 5-star hotel. Ah, Qiu Manxiang's eyes widened in surprise. Half an hour later, Pang Tiancheng arrived at the antique market. Ever since he became a driver for Dai Qianxue, this Porsche had almost become his personal vehicle. As long as it did not interfere with his boss's needs, he could roam freely in it. Pang Tiancheng parked beside the antique market and, from a distance, spotted several rather unsavory youths loitering at the entrance, led by the long-haired Zhou Xiaoguang. The group, smoking and swaying, immediately approached him upon noticing his arrival. Pang Gu. Pang Gu. Zhou Xiaoguang eagerly pulled out a cigarette, offering it to Pang Tiancheng, then produced a lighter to ignite it, adopting a posture of a devoted younger brother serving his elder. The other youths quickly gathered around him, like stars orbiting the moon. What is the situation? Any genuine goods inside? Pang Tiancheng asked, taking a puff of his cigarette. I hope it's not just a bunch of scams. I wouldn't want to waste my trip. No. Zhou Xiaoguang quickly clarified. There are real treasures. It all depends on one's luck. Last month, a fellow uncovered a jade the size of a duck egg and sold it for over 10 million. You can ask them. Pang Gu. It's true. Someone immediately chimed in. What Brother Guang said is no exaggeration. We were all there that day. All right. Pang Tiancheng nodded. Let us go. We'll take a stroll and perhaps we'll get lucky. At that moment, the antique market was bustling with activity, throngs of people weaving through the crowd. The air thick with a palpable tension and excitement. Each buyer moved between stalls, their gazes sharp, attempting to glean valuable clues from the minutiae of the stones. Pang Tiancheng followed Zhou Xiaoguang as they meandered from stall to stall, occasionally pausing to admire the peculiar stones or to observe the enthusiastic onlookers, finding it quite entertaining. From time to time, vendors would greet Zhou Xiaoguang, exclaiming, Young Master Zhou, care to make a purchase? Or Zhou Gu, how about this one? I sense fortune is on your side today. Let us take a look first, he replied, playfully waving a powerful flashlight and feigning an inspection of the stones while engaging in casual banter. This batch of goods had emerged from the old market, and the likelihood of a profitable find was exceedingly high. The vendors, with their silver tongues, incessantly boasted about their wares, urging, ladies and gentlemen, do not let this opportunity slip away. Despite visiting several stalls, Pang Tiancheng was unable to discern anything of value among the assorted raw stones, which varied in size and shape, yet remained indistinguishable to the naked eye. After circling around a couple more times, he discreetly activated his third eye, hoping to glean some insight. To his astonishment, as he scrutinized the stones once more, he was met with a revelation, each raw stone's structure and patterns, with hues of green and red, became strikingly clear and evident. Goodness, today was destined to be a day of fortune. Chapter 81. You few step outside. Pang Tiancheng's third eye is no ordinary celestial vision. It has approached the divine insight of the Buddha. Not only can it perceive the past and future of individuals, but it can also unveil the composition and structure of objects. In his sight, the world and all its entities are nearly transparent, easily discernible. Time and space lay before him, entirely visible. Typically, he seldom opens this eye, but when he does, the revelations surpass the mundane. Cursing under his breath, Pang Tiancheng gazed through his third eye for a while, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. The stones were merely stones, with few adorned with green hues. Some contained jade the size of grapes, while others were no larger than peanuts, of little use to him. This hardly stirred his desire to purchase. Old Zhua. Pang Tiancheng nudged Zhua Xiaoguang, who was intently examining the stones. These stalls offer nothing of value. Are there any impressive vendors in the market? Let us take a look. Indeed, Zhua Xiaoguang responded promptly, shutting off his flashlight and tossing back his long hair. Not far ahead is the Lung family's establishment. They have a plethora of fine items, provided your pockets are deep. The Lung family? Pang Tiancheng clapped his hands enthusiastically. Do they not possess an abundance of stones? Indeed, they do. Zhua Xiaoguang appraised Pang Tiancheng, gesturing broadly. Their shop boasts more stones than these stalls combined. Diverse in type and origin, a true cornucopia, though the prices are steep. Money is no object for me, Pang Tiancheng declared, thumping his chest. As long as there are goods, I could easily acquire their entire inventory. Let us go. Zhua Xiaoguang, invigorated by the prospect, led the way, followed by several companions. As they made their way to the Long family store, Pang Gu. Zhua Xiaoguang elaborated as they walked. The Long family is one of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing, primarily engaged in the jewelry and jade business. Their store is the largest in this antique market, unmatched by any other. It is said that their stones are sourced from Myanmar, with a high yield, albeit at a premium price. Regardless, I certainly cannot afford it. Pang Tiancheng chuckled. Feeling the weight of his bank card in his pocket, contemplating how his 300 million in pocket money would serve him well today. As they conversed, the group arrived at the Long family store. Indeed, the establishment was extraordinary, 3 stories high, lavishly decorated, with the first floor hall alone spanning 200 to 300 square meters. Spacious and bright, the hall was filled with an array of raw stones, displayed upright, lying down, or stacked, some even accompanied by ornate bases. Each stone exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. Yet, the number of patrons selecting stones was sparse, with only a few scattered here and there. Likely, the exorbitant prices deterred many potential customers, leaving them in awe from a distance. Ah, Pang Tiancheng nodded, assessing the quality. It appears promising. Please, Pang Gu. Step inside. Zhua Xiaoguang gestured invitingly, then reminded them to exercise caution, for the merchandise in this establishment was far from inexpensive. Before his words could fully dissipate, an unharmonious voice pierced through the air. Zhua Xiaoguang, what brings you to our shop? Leave at once. A striking young woman approached with a frosty demeanor. Ah. Zhua Xiaoguang's expression twitched as he retorted, cold princess. In business, it is customary to welcome customers, is it not? He leaned closer to Pang Tiancheng, whispering. This is the cold family's little princess, Long Ke. Though she may be youthful, her temper is anything but mild. Let us avoid any conflicts with her. Understood. Pang Tiancheng nodded, his focus unwavering as his attention remained fixated on the stones within the room. Our clientele consists of distinguished individuals of considerable means. Not the likes of you impoverished ruffians. Leave immediately, so as not to disrupt my establishment. Long Ke's words were sharp, her countenance frosty, clearly intent on expelling them. Haha. Pang Tiancheng glanced at the embarrassed Zhua Xiaoguang and suddenly chuckled. Old Zhua. It seems your reputation in this area isn't as illustrious as one might hope. If even a young girl looks down upon you. Zhua Xiaoguang's face flushed, and he forced a wry smile. Brother Pang. I beg your pardon. Perhaps we should explore other shops. No need. Pang Tiancheng waved dismissively. I'm not going anywhere else. This is the place. With that, he strode confidently into the store, making his way toward the largest stone in the center of the hall. Upon entering, he discerned that this stone contained goods, and notably, it was quite green. Hey. The young girl suddenly grew anxious. Little security. I haven't said anything about you. Just don't create a disturbance in my shop. Pang Tiancheng, having spent recent days in his security uniform, had not bothered to change. Today, being in the company of the rascally Zhua Xiaoguang, she similarly regarded him with disdain. What is the matter, beauty? Pang Tiancheng retorted coldly. Are you afraid I can't afford it? Rest assured, I have plenty of money. Oh. Really? The girl scoffed. You have money? Who would believe that? Your annual salary wouldn't even cover a single stone from this shop. Come now, I'm merely jesting. Pang Tiancheng replied, casting a sidelong glance at the girl. He had to admit, she was quite lovely. She appeared to be in her 20s, with delicate features, a petite frame, and a high ponytail. Her large, sparkling eyes, adorned with long lashes, resembled those of a porcelain doll, exuding the grace typical of a Jiangnan woman. She may be attractive, but her judgment leaves much to be desired, Peng Tiancheng mused, always looking down upon others. Such behavior is unbecoming. You. The girl's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she retorted angrily. If you have the money, then buy it quickly. If not, get out and don't hinder others from viewing the stones. Buy? If I'm not buying, what am I doing here? Peng Tiancheng rolled his eyes and added, just came to see you. You rogue. The girl, infuriated, stamped her foot and pointed at Peng Tiancheng, scolding, you filthy security guard. Today, if you do not purchase a stone, you shall not leave. The quarrel between the two drew numerous glances as onlookers turned their attention to the young security guard. Peng Tiancheng. Young man, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire approached Peng Tiancheng, advising him, if you wish to test your luck, there are affordable stalls outside. Indeed, a rotund middle-aged man chimed in. As a security guard, how much do you earn in a year? It would be wiser to save for a wife rather than gamble on stones. This is not a game you can afford to play. Observing the support from the crowd, Lung Ku displayed a triumphant expression, rolling her eyes at Peng Tiancheng and taunting. Buy it. Don't just talk. If you have the money, then purchase it. With a cold smirk, Peng Tiancheng glanced at Lung Ku and then at the few individuals who were complicit in the mockery. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down on a stone and declared, I'll buy it. This one. Chapter 82. Betting on Stones, Part 1. Peng Tiancheng's impulsive action, akin to a decisive hammer strike, astounded everyone present. They regarded him with bemusement, including Leng Ku, who found the security guard's audacity utterly absurd. He had not scrutinized the stone's hue, nor examined its veins, and he certainly had not employed a bright flashlight to assess its transparency. Yet, he had purchased it at first sight. This was not akin to selecting a watermelon, where one might choose a large specimen with a high probability of ripeness and sweetness. Even when selecting a watermelon, one typically taps, squeezes, and carefully inspects before making a choice. This was a gamble on stones, and he had merely glanced at it and opted for the largest one without due diligence. Pangu, Zhui Xiaowang hastily interjected. Shouldn't you check the price first? Don't act impulsively, price. Peng Tiancheng glanced at Lung Ku and asked, how much is this stone? Boss, doesn't it state the price? Lung Ku nearly burst into laughter, smiting her forehead in disbelief. This fool had not only overlooked the stone but had also failed to notice the price before purchasing it, a true oddity. Oh. Peng Tiancheng circled the stone and finally spotted the label, 388, 800. Not quite 400,000, he declared. I'll take it. He gestured to Zhui Xiaowang, old as well. This stone is ours now. Keep an eye on it while I find a couple more to take along, since we're here. Zhui Xiaowang gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. It was only today that he realized Peng Tiancheng was indeed a wealthy tycoon. What are you gasping for? Peng Tiancheng chided. Stay alert. I won't shortchange you after saying this. He activated his third eye and began scanning the hall. I'll take this one too. And that one without a moment's hesitation. He pointed out two more stones, both immediately captivating him. Is this for real? Lung Ku was flabbergasted, struggling to believe her eyes. After years of running the shop, this was her first encounter with such an extravagant buyer, a quintessential case of a fool with money. Who has the time to play games with you? Peng Tiancheng shot her a glance, casually producing his bank card. Just swipe it. The password is 686839. Alenka took the card, glancing at the price tags of each stone before stating, 3 stones total 998,000. Oh. Peng Tiancheng nodded and then pointed to an inconspicuous small stone. Boss, I'll give you 100,000 for this little stone. Can you gift it to me? Lung Ku glanced at the small stone's price, 4,000. Thus, she readily agreed, sure, I'll give it to you. But you must ensure that you have 100,000 in your account. Of course, Peng Tiancheng retorted with a glare. Whether I have 100,000 will be revealed when you swipe it. Stop dawdling like a woman. Yu Lung Ku's cheeks flushed with indignation as she hastily handed the card to the cashier, snapping, swipe it. 100,000. At this moment, the customers in the shop who were selecting and observing the stones paused their actions, all eyes fixed on Peng Tiancheng, astonished by his reckless behavior. Particularly the elderly gentleman and the portly middle-aged man who had just spoken in defense of Lung Ku stood on either side of Peng Tiancheng, silently watching the unfolding scene. Before long, Leng Ku approached with a bank card and receipt in hand, presenting them to Peng Tiancheng, stating, You are aware of the rules, right? Whether the goods are satisfactory or not, our shop does not accept returns. Pang Tiancheng scoffed dismissively. Returning what? Buying a few worthless stones is merely a form of entertainment, is it not? Fine. You are quite willful. Leng Ku rolled her eyes and ceased further conversation. The elderly gentleman could no longer restrain himself and interjected. Young man, are you not being a bit hasty? Have you not examined carefully before purchasing such a large quantity? What is there to see? Pang Tiancheng retorted with a glance at the elder. Gambling on stones is all about luck, as long as fortune favors you. Anything can be revealed. Unlike certain individuals who meander aimlessly, going in circles yet unable to settle on a single stone. The elderly man flushed with embarrassment from the implication. And after a moment of silence, he bit his lip and said nothing further. Meanwhile, the portly middle-aged man felt his face warm as he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, young man, I shall not purchase any stones today. I will merely accompany you to see if any of these can yield results. Indeed. The elderly gentleman interjected, puffing out his chest. I too shall refrain from buying and simply observe the spectacle. Haha. Pang Tiancheng laughed. The more people, the livelier it becomes. Boss, arrange for my stones to be processed and let us see some green. Green? A collective silence fell over the crowd. What does this terminology mean? Is he truly this confident? Amidst the conversation, a small cart was wheeled in, and with the assistance of several individuals, 3 hefty stones were loaded onto it and transported to the stone-cutting site. Pang Tiancheng, meanwhile, picked up a smaller stone and handed it directly to Zhou Xiaoguang. Old Zhou, this little fellow is a gift for you. You all have worked hard, and I cannot let you go unrewarded. This stone, even if it yields just a bit, will suffice for a round of drinks for you all. Zhou Xiaoguang accepted the small stone, politely replying, Brother Pang, is this appropriate? You paid for it. Is it not a gift? Stop the nonsense. It is yours now. You shall open it first. Thank you, Brother Pang. Zhou Xiaoguang felt a surge of joy as this stone was valued at 4,000 yuan. As the group arrived at the stone-cutting site, they found that not many were opening stones at that moment, and soon Zhou Xiaoguang's small stone was placed on the platform. Ready to cut? The stone cutter secured the small block, casting an inquiring glance at Zhou Xiaoguang. Go ahead. Zhou Xiaoguang exclaimed loudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. With a buzz of the electric saw, the cutter began to meticulously slice through the stone. 1 cut. 2 cuts. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. It's green. Ah. Zhou Xiaoguang rubbed his eyes and, to his astonishment, beheld the cut surface of the small stone shimmering with a vibrant emerald glow. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, with everyone applauding in delight. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhou Xiaoguang felt tears welling in his eyes. He was a familiar face in this area, often engaging in small-scale stone gambling. Yet he had never experienced such a stroke of luck. This time, however, Pang Tiancheng had casually gifted him a piece, and it had miraculously yielded jade. Thank you, Brother Pang. Thank you, Brother Pang. Several individuals, overjoyed, were so elated that they nearly burst into tears, bowing repeatedly in gratitude to Pang Tiancheng. Calm down, Pang Tiancheng exclaimed, giving Zhou Xiaoguang a playful kick on his backside. What are you so excited about? Look at your lack of composure. I still have 3 stones yet to be opened. Hiki. Zhou Xiaoguang covered his rear, grinning widely in a silly manner. In that brief moment, all the stones had been cut, revealing a piece of jade the size of a duck egg. Although its quality was not exceptional, it was still jade. Almost immediately, someone approached and inquired, Young man, is this jade for sale? I offer 200,000. Ah. Zhou Xiaoguang's lips twitched. Before he could respond, an elderly gentleman with graying hair shouted, I offer 250,000. 300,000. A bespectacled middle-aged man raised 3 fingers, gesturing towards Zhou Xiaoguang. This. Zhou Xiaoguang was momentarily stunned, turning to Pang Tiancheng for guidance, hoping for some direction. What are you staring at? Pang Tiancheng replied impatiently. The stone is yours. How much you sell it for is entirely up to you. Chapter 83. The Stone Betting Part 2. The stone belonging to Zhou Xiaoguang was ultimately sold to a jade merchant for an impressive sum of 330,000. Simultaneously, this small episode rapidly ignited excitement among the onlookers. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire and the rotund middle-aged man, who had previously regarded Pang Tiancheng with derision, now cast him glances filled with intrigue. If they had known that this modest piece of stone was merely a complimentary gift, with 3 substantial stones yet to be unveiled, what treasures might those larger stones reveal? The anticipation among the crowd was palpable. In the shop, Leng Ke, who had mocked Pang Tiancheng for being foolish and wealthy, received the news almost instantly. What? She exclaimed, astonished. The small stone gifted to him actually yielded jade? Indeed, miss. The messenger affirmed eagerly, nodding vigorously. It sold for 330,000. Oh. Longku chuckled. I underestimated that foolish security guard. What about the larger stones? Have they been opened yet? They're about to be. Take me to see. Longku expressed her newfound interest, quickly instructing her subordinates before hurrying towards the stone unveiling site. Upon her swift arrival, the first of the large stones had already been placed on the workbench, with the stone master eagerly preparing his tools. Peng Tianchong was marking the center of the massive stone with a marker. Master, please cut along this line first. Huh. The stone master was taken aback. Young man, I have over a decade of experience in stone cutting, and I always start from the outside and work my way in. I have never cut from the center before. This could ruin what's inside. The onlookers were equally astonished, whispering among themselves in disbelief. Is this fellow not of sound mind? Who would attempt such a thing? A novice. Truly a novice. The young man seemed unable to contain his impatience, undoubtedly eager to determine the outcome in one swift motion. One could hardly blame him. With such a large stone, how long would it take to cut it slowly? Zhou Xiaoguang felt a pang of urgency. Brother Peng, you mustn't cut it that way. You'll damage what's inside. Having spent years frequenting the antique market and often engaging in stone betting. Although he had never won, he had at least witnessed the process. How could one possibly cut it in such a manner? Nevertheless, Peng Tianchong appeared oblivious to the concerns expressed around him, continuing to draw lines on the stone while instructing the stone master. First cut, second cut, third cut. Once the lines were marked, he patted the master on the shoulder, saying, Master, please cut along the lines I've drawn. After all, it's mine. With a reluctant nod, the stone master activated the machine. Oh my. Upon witnessing this scene, Lengku again slapped her forehead, lamenting, what an imbecile. How can one play with stones in such a reckless manner? He is truly capricious. With a single cut, the stone was divided. Someone quickly rushed forward to remove one half. The electric saw roared to life as the master followed the lines, swiftly making the second, third, and fourth cuts. As the fourth cut fell, a wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It's green. It's green. A substantial piece, the size of half a brick. Sparkled with a translucent brilliance, smooth as a mirror. My heavens! Imperial green. Ice-type imperial green. Another cry resounded, and the atmosphere became electric, leaving everyone in awe with mouths agape. Particularly affected was Lungko, hailing from a family steeped in jade culture, whose lifelong exposure endowed her with a rare discerning eye. She immediately recognized the extraordinary value of this imperial greenstone. The master of stone carving, equally astonished, had never encountered such a large, high-quality jade in his many years of experience. He halted the electric saw, fixated on the stone, lost in reverie. Young man, I'll offer 10 million for this jade. Will you sell? The elderly gentleman in traditional garb, who had been merely spectating, suddenly became animated, being in the jade business himself. He quickly made a bid to buy the jade from Peng Tianchong. Nonsense. A bespectacled middle-aged man interjected, 10 million for such exquisite jade? I'll offer 20 million. Wait. An elder with graying hair, unwilling to be outdone, raised the stakes. 25 million. 28 million. Came another voice, and the bids escalated. 29 million. The atmosphere crackled with excitement. At this moment, Longku was nearly beside herself with anxiety. As an expert, she felt it a grave loss for such magnificent jade to slip into someone else's hands. Furthermore, this stone originated from her family's shop. Where could she seek justice? 30 million. She blurted out. 30 million. The Long family will take it. In a moment of desperation, she invoked her family name to assert her claim. The Long family? The crowd fell silent, as many recognized this young princess of the Long family, and the commotion subsided. Peng Tianchong rubbed his ears, turning to Long Ke. I must say, madam, you cannot prevent others from bidding. After all, it's fair competition. The highest bidder wins. Enough. Long Ke interjected excitedly. This stone was originally sold to you by me, and now I wish to buy it back at a higher price. Please be accommodating. With that, she nudged the man beside her. Zhou Xiaoguang, brother, why don't you persuade your friend? 30 million is a fair price. Zhou Xiaoguang stumbled, nearly collapsing in shock. Just moments ago, the 33,000 had nearly caused him a cerebral hemorrhage, and now this stone was worth 30 million. All right. Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Any persuasion would be futile. The stone is mine, and I can sell it to whomever I choose, if you truly desire it. I have a condition. What condition? Longku inquired urgently. As long as it's reasonable, I can consider it. Pang Tiancheng pondered for a moment. You know this jade is worth far more than 30 million. I understand your family is in the jade business. Upon selling it to you, I require you to craft a bracelet and a pendant from this piece for me. Not a problem. Long Ku eagerly assented. Rest assured, I will ensure the finest craftsman is engaged for your pieces. Very well. Upon witnessing the young girl's eager compliance, Pang Tiancheng refrained from further haggling and, with a grand flourish of his hand, proclaimed, let the funds be transferred. This piece of jade is yours. I shall arrange it immediately. Cold Ku exclaimed with delight, promptly instructing one of her subordinates to dispatch someone to deliver the jade to the shop, and to have the finance department transfer 30 million according to this gentleman's card number. Understood. The subordinate affirmed, and they set off to execute their tasks. Before long, Pang Tiancheng received a notification on his phone indicating that the 30 million had been successfully credited. Cold Ku, too, returned to the shop with the jade in her possession. Meanwhile, Pang Tiancheng's second stone was placed upon the workbench of the stone deciphering master. How shall we proceed? This time, the master offered no further commentary, instead gazing at Pang Tiancheng with admiration. With that, Pang Tiancheng picked up a pen and began to draw intricate patterns on the stone once more. Chapter 84, The Gamble on Stones, Part 3, The Young Princess of the Long Family, Long Ku, was elated after acquiring a precious jade at the bargain price of 30 million. She promptly summoned the company's designers for a meeting to discuss the development of this exquisite gem. A group of individuals gathered around the stone, buzzing with excitement, each one animated as if invigorated by a potent elixir. As the crowd became engrossed in admiration and fervent discussions, a breathless employee dashed back into the room. Manager Ling, a piece of glass-type jade has surfaced. What? Long Ku leapt from her chair, her excitement palpable. Please, repeat that. The young security guard, he purchased our stone, and another piece of glass-type jade has emerged. Everyone is currently bidding on it. You must hurry and take a look, or it will be snatched away. Upon hearing this, Long Ku's urgency heightened. Quick, secure that jade and inform the finance department to prepare the funds. I must see it at once. How astonishing. This young security guard, is he destined for greatness? The young woman rushed like the wind to the side of the jade reveal. There, the bidding had reached a fever pitch, with several proprietors engaged in a heated exchange. Their faces flushed with intensity. 30 million. I bid 30 million. 32 million. 35 million. Li Fatty, must you insist on competing with me? A bespectacled middle-aged man, visibly agitated, pointed an accusatory finger at a plump bidder. Could you allow a brother a chance? Boss son, the hefty bidder retorted defiantly. We both know that such a treasure is once in a century. I intend to acquire it as the centerpiece of my store. Can't you make a concession? Consider it a favor. The bespectacled man hesitated, about to respond when the impetuous Long Ku intervened. Wait. This stone is still owned by our establishment and rightfully belongs to the Lang family. There is no need for contention. With just a glance at the jade on the platform, her eyes nearly blinded by its brilliance, the clarity, the hue, the texture, and the size, she had never before encountered such an exquisite gem. It was breathtakingly magnificent. Thus, she resolved, come what may, to procure this treasure for the Long family. Hey, what do you mean, Miss Lang? The hefty bidder protested. What are you implying? Who decreed that a stone sold by your family still belongs to you once it has been revealed? This is the property of this young man, and it has nothing to do with the Long family. Precisely. The bespectacled man echoed. We recognize that the Long family is affluent, but that does not grant you the right to bully others. If the stone was yours, why didn't you unveil it yourself? Why sell it? The crowd murmured in agreement. Isn't that right? Long Ku found herself momentarily speechless, her gaze shifting to Pang Tiancheng. Sir, is there any possibility you could still sell this jade to me? Why would I? Pang Tiancheng crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Long Ku. Didn't you already acquire a piece? Wanting another seems rather excessive, doesn't it? What now? Relying on your beauty. Do you think everyone must cater to you? Not at all. Cold Ku's face flushed as she hastily defended herself, saying, look at what you're saying. I paid for it. It's not as if I'm taking it for free. And how much did you contribute? I contributed 38 million. Cold Ku gritted her teeth, declaring, is that sufficient? After speaking, she shot a fierce glare at the chubby man and the bespectacled fellow, warning them not to raise the price any further. Everyone. Pang Tiancheng surveyed the crowd, inquiring loudly, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Let us keep it a fair competition. The highest bidder wins. Rest assured, I will show no favoritism. Cold Ku rolled her eyes in exasperation. inwardly cursing herself for underestimating this small security guard. Not only did he possess an eye for valuable gems, but he also displayed the demeanor of a shrewd businessman. Humph. The onlookers exchanged glances, falling silent. Firstly, there was a degree of apprehension regarding the Cold family's influence. Secondly, 38 million was no trifling sum, should anyone dare to raise the bid. They would need to consider the depth of their own wallets. This was cold, hard cash, not something to be trifled with. Seeing that the crowd was momentarily speechless, Cold Ku felt elated and quickly instructed her subordinates, hurry. Take the jade away and inform the finance department to transfer the money to this gentleman. Hey, why the rush? Pang Tiancheng replied with displeasure. Give everyone a moment to think. After all, this is not as simple as buying a pack of cigarettes. Let us wait a bit longer. What more is there to wait for? Cold Ku replied with a smile. This is settled. 38 million is already quite generous. You should be satisfied. Aye. Pang Tiancheng was about to protest when his phone rang. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It's a call. It's a call. Calm down. I'll take this call first. As he spoke, Pang Tiancheng pulled out his phone to answer. Hello, brother. The call was from Pang Tranqian. Didn't you say we'd have lunch together? Are we still going? Where are you now? Yes. Pang Tiancheng suddenly remembered their lunch plans and quickly assured her, just give me a moment. I'll be back to pick you up shortly. TSK. He clicked his tongue, feeling a bit anxious. If he delayed any longer, their lunch gathering would be lost. What is going on? Got something to attend to? Cold Ku observed keenly, urging him. Just sell me this piece of jade, all right? Fine. Get it done quickly and transfer the funds. I have other matters to attend to. Pang Tiancheng instructed his companion, Zhou Xiaoguang. I need to leave a bit early. There is still 1 stone left. Please keep an eye on it for me, and once it's sold, just transfer the money to my card. I'll take care of it. Rest assured. Brother Pang, Zhou Xiaoguang promised, thumping his chest, I will ensure you get a good price. All right, I'm off. Pang Tiancheng gave the stone master a few final instructions before hastily departing. Is he leaving just like that? Cold Ku inquired, perplexed. Zhou Xiaoguang. Is your friend really so carefree? You're entrusting him with matters worth millions? What? Do you have any objections? Zhou Xiaoguang cast a sidelong glance at Long Ku and remarked, This is what trust looks like. Do you understand? What is his profession? Are you well acquainted? At that moment, Long Ku was filled with curiosity about Pang Tiancheng and wished to inquire further. Not very familiar. We've only met twice. Ah. Long Ku exclaimed in surprise. He entrusted you with the stone after merely 2 encounters and then left? Indeed. Zhou Xiaoguang nodded. He mentioned that he had to dine with his family at noon and didn't want to delay. What? Long Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean he chose to have a meal with his family, disregarding a business deal worth tens of millions? Hiki. Zhou Xiaoguang chuckled proudly. Were you not enlightened? My friend is truly a remarkable person. You will come to understand in time. Oh my. Long Ku's face twitched in astonishment. Is this fellow a bit foolish? Chapter 85. The Gamble of Stone, Part 4. In the antique market, at the stone cutting site, Pang Tiancheng's 3rd stone was being sliced. Albeit not with the same swiftness as before, for he had not marked it in advance. The master cutter had no choice but to proceed with the conventional method, cutting slowly, layer by layer. However, the spectators exhibited remarkable patience, eagerly awaiting the manifestation of yet another miracle. Today, everyone was rendered numb with astonishment. Who had ever witnessed a single individual unearth 2 pieces of exquisite imperial green? It was utterly miraculous. This day would undoubtedly be immortalized in Bianqing, becoming a legendary tale within the antique market. Particularly for Long Ku, her mind was already racing with plans for an advertisement, intending to leverage this occurrence to robustly promote the Long family's jade business. Simultaneously, she contemplated a strategy to recruit this remarkable young security guard, Pang Tiancheng, into her company. That lad was simply extraordinary. Just as Long Ku was lost in her thoughts, a fresh wave of gasps erupted from the crowd as the 3rd stone yielded its treasure. Instead of green, it revealed a magnificent purple hue. At the center, a palm-sized piece shimmered like a blooming violet, crystalline and breathtakingly beautiful. It was simply stunning. Unbelievable. How can this be? Long Ku exclaimed, striking her forehead in disbelief. How is it possible that every stone yields a treasure? Moreover, these stones were all sold from my own shop. Where is the justice in that? A whirlwind of emotion surged within the young lady, leaving her with an indescribable sensation. 20 million. I shall take this stone, declared the bespectacled man, his urgency palpable as he made his bid. The rotund gentleman shook his head, casting a wary glance at the covetous Long Ku, and sighed, Forget it. I shall not compete. Just as Long Ku prepared to call out her bid. A sudden realization struck her. Her company's account surely held little funds. What to do? She turned to Zhou Xiaowang and asked, "Could you please call that friend of yours? I wish to acquire this jade. Can I defer the payment?" "What?" Before Zhou Xiaowang could respond, the bespectacled man interjected, "Miss Ling, you have no funds left. Yet you wish to compete with us? You have already taken 2 pieces. Could you not allow us a sip of broth?" "Indeed," chimed in the plump boss. "Your family is rather domineering, aren't you? You feast while leaving us to starve." Their chorus of complaints was echoed by many in the crowd. "Yes, yes, Miss Long. Kindly leave some for others." Hearing the discontent from the crowd, Zhou Xiaowang raised his hands in resignation. "Little princess, I suggest you allow them this piece of jade. Please do not put me in a difficult position." "Very well." Long Ku felt a tinge of embarrassment from their remarks. "Everyone, I shall withdraw. Whoever desires it may take it." With that, she sulkily squeezed through the crowd and returned to her shop. Upon her return, tinged with a sense of regret, she was taken aback to find the once bustling hall, filled with stones, now completely vacant, devoid of even a single raw stone. 2 staff members were busily tidying up. Their heads bowed. "Where have all the stones gone?" Cold seized an employee and inquired, "Where have all the stones in this hall gone?" "They have sold out," the employee explained. "Word has spread that we have 2 pieces of imperial green, and everyone is clamoring to purchase them, without even haggling over the price. Furthermore, all the stones in the warehouse have also been sold out. Boss, we have made a tremendous profit this time." As Cold listened, she pinched her thigh vigorously, trying to ascertain whether this was merely a dream. This day had indeed been somewhat overwhelming for her. It felt as though she were lost in a reverie. At that moment, a singular name echoed in her mind: Pang Tianchong. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong had returned to the neighborhood in his Porsche. His mother and younger sister had already descended and were exiting the building. The Porsche came to a gentle halt before them. "Get in," Pang Tianchong called out, rolling down the window, his face beaming with joy. "Oh my," Pang Tianchong exclaimed as she opened the car door. "Is this your car, brother? It's stunning. What are you thinking?" Qiu Manxiang shot a glance at her daughter. "This is your brother's boss's car. He is currently working as a driver." "Oh, I see." Pang Tianchong mused, stroking the genuine leather seats. "This car is truly impressive, brother. You should buy one too, then you can pick me up on weekends." With a light tap on her daughter's head, Qiu Manxiang scolded. "Buy what? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? With your brother's meager salary, he couldn't save enough in 10 years to afford one." "No way," Pang Tianchong retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Her brother often gifted her lavish allowances, so how could he possibly lack the funds for a car? Yet, since her brother was keeping this from their mother, she felt hesitant to expose the truth. While he could indeed afford it, he felt it unnecessary at the moment. Pang Tianchong, while turning the car around, explained, "One day, when I no longer wish to work, I shall buy one just for fun." "No, no, no," Qiu Manxiang interjected urgently. "Little tiger, you have just become a driver, and your boss values you greatly. You must work diligently and cannot resign, understand?" "Yes, I understand, mother," Pang Tianchong nodded. "I won't quit for now. I will stick it out for a while and see how it goes." "That's the spirit." Qiu Manxiang smiled with satisfaction. Her son was obedient, which brought her great comfort. "Brother, where do you work?" "Mother doesn't allow you to resign." Pang Tianchong continued. "Being a driver really is beneath you." "Daikong Company," Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "Have you heard of it?" "Daikong," Pang Tianchong exclaimed with sudden excitement. "Is the CEO named Dai Chinchue?" "Indeed." "You know her?" "I know her all too well. She is my idol." Pang Tianchong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Brother, could you possibly get her autograph for me? I admire her so much. I have read about her in financial magazines. She is such a successful businesswoman, simply remarkable. What do you need an autograph for?" Pang Tianchong dismissed the idea, saying, "One day, let's have a meal together, and I'll introduce you too. My sister is not any less remarkable. Dream on." Pang Tianchong retorted, rolling her eyes. "She is a CEO, and you are merely a driver. How could a CEO heed the advice of a driver?" "Rest assured," Pang Tianchong assured her. "I am her driver and bodyguard. If she dares to disregard me, I will resign and start my own company. I truly will. Really, truly," Pang Tianchong exclaimed with excitement. "Brother, if you were to establish a company, I wouldn't need to search for a job after I graduate next year. I could simply work at your company. What are you thinking?" Qiu Manxiang interjected, raising her hand and playfully smacking her daughter's head. "Focus on your studies. Your brother, a mere driver, where could he possibly start a company? You're dreaming." Chapter 86. Family feast at Tian Hailong Palace Hotel, room 203. Not long after Pang Tianchong settled down with his mother and sister and ordered the dishes, manager Bao, a man with a bushy beard, knocked on the door and entered. Since the last time when Madame Luo had given instructions, manager Bao had become more vigilant, specifically instructing the front desk to notify him immediately if Pang Tianchong came to dine. As a valued guest of the matriarch, he could not afford to be negligent. Mr. Pang, manager Bao greeted warmly. Why are you not in the VIP room on the top floor, but instead in a regular room? It's nothing, old Bao. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Just having a simple meal with family. It's the same wherever we are. Please, go about your business and don't mind us. Ah. Manager Bao replied apologetically. I seem to have neglected you a bit. Please take your time and call me if you need anything. Go on, go on. Pang Tianchong waved him off, signaling for the manager to leave. Brother, who was that? Pang Tianchong inquired curiously, astonished to encounter an acquaintance here. The waiter nearby, pouring tea, responded, that is our hotel's general manager. Wow. Pang Tianchong was even more intrigued. The hotel manager. Brother, what exactly did you do before? A security guard. Pang Tianchong laughed, tugging at his clothes. Can't you see? I haven't even changed yet. TCH. Pang Tianchong rolled her eyes. I don't believe it. A hotel manager wouldn't come over just to greet a mere security guard. Believe it or not. Pang Tianchong shrugged. Regardless of what I do, I will always be your brother. That will never change. Indeed. Pang Tianchong smiled, pleased to have such a mysterious brother. As they spoke, the waiter began serving the dishes. Delicacies from land and sea, vibrant and plentiful, adorned the table. Ah, Pang Tianchong sighed. Today, our family gathering feels incomplete without Dad. Once he returns from his business trip, I'll treat everyone again. Pang Tianchong exchanged glances with their mother, and their smiles faded, their expressions turning somber. All right, come on. Qiu Manxiang hastily interjected. Let us eat before the food gets cold. Pang Tianchong observed the two women, faintly sensing their reluctance to mention their father. Just as he was about to inquire further, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message indicating a transfer of 20 million. Wow. Pang Tianchong instantly perked up. Mom, let me report to you. This morning, while hanging out with friends, I stumbled upon some gambling stones and bought a few. Unexpectedly. I made 7 to 8 million. Very good. Very good. Qiu Manxiang, who was in the midst of eating, didn't quite catch it all and hurriedly praised. Earning 7 to 8,000 in one go is more than your monthly salary. Splendid. Hey, Mom. Pang Tianchong, wide-eyed in astonishment, corrected her. It's not 7 to 8,000. He said 7 to 8 million. How much? The food Qiu Manxiang had just picked up fell from her chopsticks in shock. Once again, it fell into the plate. Over 80 million. Pang Tianchong explained with a smile. Today is a lucky day. The stones I purchased have all yielded exquisite jade. My goodness. Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, nearly shedding tears of joy. Xiaohu, you mustn't deceive your mother. My heart can hardly bear it. Ah, mother. Pang Tianchong gently steadied his mother's trembling hand, saying, I dare not tell you, but in truth, I am quite affluent. Do not be misled by my role as a security guard. That is merely a life experience. Furthermore, Pang Tianchong quickly interjected, Mother, do not be overly excited. My brother is just trying to shield you from overwhelming news. Amiba. Qiu Manxiang clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring, May Buddha bless our Xiao who is destined for greatness. Mother. Pang Tianchong chuckled as she observed her mother praying. My brother's fortune is unrelated to the deity. What are you rambling about? Enough of that. Qiu Manxiang shot her daughter a stern glance. Less chatter. Focus on your meal. I am simply rejoicing for your brother. With that, she turned her gaze back to her son, beaming. Xiaohu, now that you have wealth, I have an idea. Do you think it is feasible? What? Pang Tianchong, noticing his mother's emotional steadiness, inquired with a smile, Do you wish to move into a larger house? No problem. I can buy a villa. Not at all. Qiu Manxiang waved her hand. What I mean is, do you dare pursue your boss? If you could marry Dai Qianxue and bring her home as a daughter-in-law, I would wake from dreams filled with joy, hee. Mother, what are you thinking? Pang Tianchong began to speak, but quick-witted Pang Tianchong interjected, Exactly. Mother, what are you imagining? Dai Qianxue is the CEO of the company, and my brother is merely a security guard. Would she ever take notice of him? Slap. Pang Tianchong lightly tapped his sister's head. What are you saying? I'm quite handsome. Countless young women harbor secret affections for me. How can you make me sound so inadequate? Is there anyone who looks down on their brother like you do? Hiki. Pang Tianchong retorted with a retracted neck. If you have the ability, Go pursue her. If you can marry my idol as a sister-in-law, I would awaken from dreams filled with laughter. Go on, eat your meal. Pang Tianchong admonished. I merely wish to advise mother not to rush. Who knows, perhaps one day, she will be overwhelmed with choices for a daughter-in-law. Enough. Qiu Manxiang chuckled. Do not just boast. Bring one home for me to see. Who is boasting? Pang Tiancheng replied, taking a bite of food while chewing. Just the other day, CEO Dai was discussing with me about moving into her villa. I haven't agreed yet. I said, having just returned. I wish to spend more time with my family. You. Qiu Manxiang suddenly became agitated. Are you serious? She truly wants you to live with her? Of course, it's true. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. She lives alone in a villa, with only a housekeeper and servants for company, if I move in. She won't have to worry about her safety. What are you waiting for? Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, striking her son gently on the head. Hurry up and move over there. I don't need you to keep me company. Exactly. Pang Tianxian chimed in. I don't need you to stay with me either. Just move over quickly. Pang Tianchong looked at them, somewhat exasperated. Are you two still my family? Why are you pushing me away? However, Qiu Manxiang replied with a smile. But you must come back on Sunday to spend time with your mother, haha. All right. Let's eat quickly, Pang Tiancheng said. As he served a dish to both his mother and younger sister, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Brother, Pang Tianxian suddenly exclaimed dreamily. If you move over to live there, I can visit you and see my idol. Of course, that would be wonderful. Chapter 87. Leng Ke's plans. Qiu Manxiang was in high spirits today. Her son had achieved success and was earning money, ensuring that their future days would only improve. Suddenly, as the trio enjoyed their meal, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. As the door swung open, a tall and striking female police officer entered, gracefully holding a bottle of exquisite red wine. Ruoqi. Pang Tianchong exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? My grandmother heard that your family was dining here. So she specifically asked me to deliver this treasured wine she has kept for many years, Ruoqi explained. It must have been manager Bao who let the cat out of the bag. Pang Tianchong thought immediately of the burly man who had just passed by, suspecting he had informed the elderly lady. As Ruoqi gently placed the wine on the table, she turned to Qiu Manxiang with a warm smile. Is this Auntie? Hello. Auntie. Ah, child, please have a seat. Qiu Manxiang's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing such a beautiful police officer come to deliver wine. Sister, you are so beautiful. Pang Tianxian quickly moved aside, tugging Ruoqi's sleeve. Please sit down, have a drink. Enjoy some food. No. Ruoqi shook her head repeatedly. I've already eaten at home, and besides, I can't drink and drive. Please, continue your meal. I must take my leave. As she spoke, she rose to exit. How about you eat just a little more? Pang Tianchong chuckled. It would feel rude to leave without having a meal after such a trip. Oh, come on. Ruoqi rolled her eyes. I've completed the task my grandmother entrusted to me, so I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Auntie. With a smile and a nod towards Qiu Manxiang. Ruoqi waved and stepped out, departing as swiftly as she arrived. Ah, daughter. Qiu Manxiang called, wishing to retain her. But Ruoqi had already closed the door behind her. Xiaohu, who is that girl? Qiu Manxiang asked, a hint of regret in her voice as she rubbed her hands together. That's Ruoqi, the eldest daughter of the Ruo family, working in the criminal police department. Is she from the renowned Ruo family of the four great families? Indeed. Pang Tiancheng nodded. Her father is the director of our Bian City Bureau. They're a respectable family. I'm quite familiar with her grandmother. Brother, what kind of wine is this? At that moment, Pang Tianxian, holding the wine Ruoqi had brought, examined it with curiosity. Is it expensive? This is a high-end red wine imported from France, valued at around 100,000. Pang Tianchong explained. However, this wine is priceless and generally unattainable for most. 100,000. Qiu Manxiang gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. So expensive. Xiaohu, if we drink it, wouldn't that be a waste? Don't say that. Pang Tianchong laughed. This was sent by the elderly lady as a gesture because she heard I was treating you to a meal, so we must not disappoint her kindness. Now, waiter, please open it. At 6 in the evening in the Long family villa. As Leng Ke entered, he called out loudly, Mom, Dad, I have returned. The elderly couple dining in the restaurant immediately responded, Kerr has come back. Quickly, wash your hands and eat. They were none other than Cold Kerr's father, Cold Dejong, and her mother, Gan Muqing. What brings you back so late today? Before Cold Kerr could settle down, Mother Gan inquired. I had a meeting this afternoon that ran a bit over time, and then I encountered heavy traffic on the way. Cold Kerr explained while picking up her chopsticks to begin her meal. Kerr, Father Cold took a sip of wine and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "How did the stone gambling event go today? How did our stones sell?" "All sold out." Cold Kerr replied nonchalantly after taking a bite of her vegetables. "Sold out?" Father Cold set down his wine glass, intrigued. "Is that true? This year's business seems promising." "Indeed." Cold Kerr nodded emphatically, emphasizing. "Even the stock in the warehouse from months ago has been cleared out. We are currently out of stock." "What?" Father Cold, slightly incredulous, exclaimed. "How could this happen?" Cold Kerr glanced at her astonished father and smiled, because among the stones we sold, 2 were imperial green, and they were of the glass variety. "Remarkable!" Cold Dujong exclaimed. "I recall that we have only had 1 imperial green in recent years. To have 2 appear at once is quite extraordinary. And there is something even more astonishing." Cold Kerr added with a sidelong glance at her father. "These 2 stones were purchased by the same individual. To be precise, he bought 3 stones altogether, and they have all been sold for several tens of millions." "Ah." Father Cold, now quite unsettled, set down his chopsticks and stared wide-eyed at his daughter. "What on earth is going on? Kerr, you must tell your father everything." Thus, Cold Kerr recounted in vivid detail the incident involving Pang Tianchong purchasing the stones. The elderly couple listened in rapt attention, their faces a mixture of astonishment. After a considerable pause, Father Cold finally chuckled. "That little security guard has certainly struck it lucky. However, having earned several tens of millions all at once, he must be quite overwhelmed." "Uft." Cold Kerr scoffed. "Father, you underestimate him too much. He is utterly indifferent to the tens of millions. He doesn't care about how much jade can be bought, leaving it in the hands of a newly acquainted friend while he returned home to dine with his family." "Is that so?" Father Cold's expression grew serious, and he nodded slightly. "That indicates he is someone of considerable experience." "What a pity." "What a pity for what?" Mother Gone, who had been mostly silent, inquired. "It is a pity he is not an employee of our Cold family," Father Cold lamented. "This individual must possess an extraordinary intuition for jade. Otherwise, he could not have sold all 3 stones." "Exactly. That is precisely what I think." Cold Kerr chimed in. "Henceforth, I intend to devise a way to recruit him. Additionally, I aim to leverage this incident to vigorously promote our Cold family jade." At last, the 2 exquisite gems could be fashioned into jewelry and auctioned off, yielding a fortune in the billions. "Marvelous!" Long Dujong exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. "Truly splendid, Kerr. You are indeed a commercial prodigy. Entrusting Lang jewelry to you fills your father with confidence." "Ha ha. Enough, enough," Gone Mooching interjected. "Let us focus on the meal. Whenever the 2 of you are together, business discussions ensue. Can we not indulge in other topics?" "Hiki." Long Ke chuckled. "Very well. Let us eat." "Ah, Kerr," Gone Mooching suddenly inquired while eating, having listened to you for quite some time. "What does this young man who buys stones look like? Is he handsome?" "Well," Long Ke reminisced, "he is quite dashing, with refined features and an impressive physique, as well as eloquence." "Oh?" Gone Mooching teased, noticing her daughter's eyes sparkling. "Such a fine young man. Would he not make an excellent son-in-law for our Long family? What say you, old Lung?" "Ahem." Long Dajong cleared his throat, remaining silent. Lung Ke's face flushed crimson. "Mother, what are you saying? How could I possibly fancy a mere security guard? Let us eat." Chapter 88. The assassins strike. The full moon hung high in the sky, adorned by countless twinkling stars. A gentle breeze caressed the air, cool as water. The early autumn night was serene and peaceful. Pang Tianchong sat cross-legged on his bed, facing the window, relaxing his mind and body, gradually entering a meditative state. Since starting his job at Daikong Company and residing in the company dormitory, where he lacked personal space, he had not practiced for quite some time. Now that he had returned home to his own room, nightly cultivation had become a vital part of his routine, a habit cultivated over many years. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. With autumn insects softly singing and leaves whispering in the breeze, the faint fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the air, a unique essence of early autumn, he entered a state of stillness, merging with nature. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when suddenly he was jolted awake, every hair on his body standing on end. Experience warned him of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Pang Tianchong instinctively swerved, rolling off the bed to evade the window and retreating into the corner of the room. He swiftly activated his third eye, probing the source of the threat. Indeed, on the rooftop of the opposite building stood a figure, illuminated by moonlight, holding a sniper rifle, aiming directly at his window. "Damn it!" Pang Tianchong cursed silently. realizing an assassin had come for him, clearly seeking his life. How reckless. He resolved to make an example of this intruder. With that thought, he slipped out of the room, made his way to the kitchen at the back, quietly opened the window, and leaped down. Though he was on the 29th floor, his descent was as graceful as autumn leaves floating to the ground. The assassin, having just locked onto his target, was taken aback when Pang Tianchong suddenly vanished from sight before he could pull the trigger. Huh. The assassin pondered, perplexed. Where did he go? Perhaps to the restroom. Through the scope, he saw the room brightly lit, yet utterly vacant. Damn it. The assassin muttered under his breath. Where did that brat go? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Just as he anxiously awaited, an unsettling voice broke the silence behind him. Hey buddy, were you talking about me? Ah. The assassin gasped in shock, spinning around. But before he could discern the newcomer, a powerful hand had seized his throat, rendering him immobile. Swift as the wind, Pang Tiancheng struck with lightning speed, subduing his opponent before he had a chance to react. Spare me. The assassin gasped, breathless, limbs growing weak, eyes filled with terror and desperation. In that moment, he grasped the vast chasm between himself and Pang Tiancheng, realizing he stood no chance of retaliation. The rooftop was so silent, he had no idea how his adversary had approached him from behind. Was his life truly forfeit? Speak. Who sent you? Pang Tiancheng's grip slackened slightly as he demanded an answer. I don't know. The assassin stammered, shaking his head, struggling desperately to escape Pang Tiancheng's grasp. Not willing to talk, are we? Pang Tiancheng's voice was icy, and with a sudden flick of his arm, he hurled the assassin harshly to the ground. Stepping forward, he produced a sharp crack as he crushed the assassin's right arm beneath his foot. A muffled groan escaped the assassin's lips, and just as he attempted to rise, a large foot came down, mercilessly pinning him to the ground and rendering his breathing labored once more. I truly do not know crack. Pang Tiancheng ceased his inquiries, retracting his foot only to stomp down again, breaking one of the assassin's legs. I will speak, the assassin, now truly frightened, stammered. I took the job online. I do not know who the employer is. They offered 10 million crack. With a forceful stomp, Pang Tiancheng shattered the assassin's other leg. It is Mr. Zhua. The assassin was on the verge of tears, hastily emphasizing, there's only the surname. I swear, there is no given name. Mr. Zhua. In an instant, Pang Tiancheng comprehended that the Zhua family was once again stirring trouble. A surge of anger welled up within him. Damn it, this was never ending. With both legs broken, the assassin had no chance of escape. Pang Tiancheng stepped aside, retrieving his mobile phone to dial Luo Qi. Hello? Team leader Luo, are you asleep? What? Came Luo Qi's puzzled voice from the other end. She was just about to sleep. Don't sleep just yet. I've caught an assassin here. Do you want him? Pang Tiancheng teased. If you don't want him, I might just toss him off the building. What? An assassin? The voice on the phone suddenly rose an octave. Where? I'll be there right away. In our community, on the rooftop of Building 7. Hurry. Hanging up, Pang Tiancheng lit a cigarette and settled on the rooftop, quietly smoking as he awaited Luo Qi's arrival. The assassin lay in despair on the ground, writhing in agony. Tears unshed, filled with regret. He had never imagined that the person he was to kill would be so formidable. Before long, the sound of sirens echoed as Luo Qi arrived with her team. Upon hearing the footsteps, Pang Tiancheng discarded his cigarette and leaped down the stairs, disappearing into the night. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, followed by beams of bright light converging on the assassin. Luo Qi and her team surrounded him. Cuff him. Without hesitation, Luo Qi issued the command. 2 team members lunged forward, restraining the assassin and swiftly applying handcuffs. Boss, one team member reported. All his limbs are broken. No. Wait. It seems like 3 there's 1 arm still functional. Luo Qi's lips twitched in irritation, pondering the severity of the punishment dealt. Boss, another voice called out, there's a sniper rifle here. The team instinctively spread out, searching for additional clues. Where's he? Luo Qi crouched beside the assassin, demanding, where's the person who captured you? The assassin struggled to turn his neck, glancing toward the edge of the building. He jumped. What? Luo Qi erupted in fury, delivering a kick to the assassin's backside, shouting, say that again? Where is he? Unbelievable. The assassin gritted his teeth and, with a sense of injustice, remarked, he truly jumped off the building, you see, the cigarette but hasn't even extinguished yet. He just left. I swear I'm not lying. Ah. Luo Qi hurriedly rushed to the edge of the rooftop and peered down, only to find an expanse of darkness below, shrouded in mist. devoid of any sign of Pang Tianchong. Head. One of the team members exclaimed in disbelief. No way. This is a 32-story building. Can anyone survive a fall from such a height? Nothing is impossible. Luo Qi replied softly, gazing into the night. He is no ordinary person. He may have truly departed. Ah. Another team member's eyes widened in astonishment. This is absolutely impossible. Is he some kind of deity? Who is he? Less chatter. Luo Qi commanded sternly, fall back. Fall back. The team members shouted, urging to return and thoroughly interrogate the young man, to ascertain whether the individual truly leapt from the building. Several of them hastily lifted the fallen assassin and hurried towards the staircase. Luo Qi lingered at the back, casting one last deep glance at Building 8 before turning to leave. Chapter 89. High-salary recruitment that night. Pang Tianchong slept soundly, unaffected by the presence of the assassin. Such days of conflict and turmoil were familiar to him, having spent 4 years in the Western world. A petty thief was hardly worth his concern. The following morning, before Pang Tianchong had fully awakened, he faintly heard a series of knocks. Who is it? In the kitchen. Xiao Manxiang, preparing breakfast, wiped her hands and opened the door. Hello, Aunt. A graceful young woman stood outside, greeting her with a bright smile. The girl had delicate features, fair skin, eyes as clear as water, and an innocent, sweet smile. Her hair flowed naturally, unadorned with makeup, exuding a refreshing and refined aura. Her demeanor was poised and elegant, clearly a woman of distinction. Young lady, who are you looking for? Xiao Manxiang inquired, studying the girl with curiosity. My name is Lung Ke, and I am a friend of Pang Tianchong. The young woman replied politely. I'm here to discuss something with him. I apologize for the intrusion. Oh, you're a friend of Xiao Hu. Xiao Manxiang's face lit up with a smile. Please come in. He hasn't woken up yet. Have a seat, and I'll go wake him. As she spoke, she ushered Long Ku to the sofa. Mom, who's here? Hearing the commotion, Pang Tianchong rushed out of her room like a gust of wind. Upon seeing Long Ku, her eyes sparkled. Sister, you're so beautiful. Kiki. Long Ku smiled gently. You are lovely too. Are you also a friend of my brother? Pang Tianchong curiously assessed Long Ku. Well, why are all of my brother's friends so beautiful? In the midst of her words, she knocked on Pang Tianchong's door, calling out, Brother, wake up. There's a beautiful sister here for you. Stop knocking. Pang Tianchong, bleary-eyed, opened the door and scolded, Can't a person sleep? It's the weekend. Brother. Pang Tianchong pouted. Someone is looking for you. Who is it? He asked. I. Long Ke quickly stood up. Huh? Pang Tianchong was taken aback. What brings you here? How did you find my home? That's simple. A little inquiry reveals all. Lang Ke chuckled. I came to discuss something with you. What is it? Pang Tianchong pulled a stool and casually sat across from Long Ke. Is the jade pendant ready? Did you come to deliver it? Not so fast. Long Ke rolled her eyes playfully. It's still being designed. I'm here to invite you to work at our company, with an annual salary of 500,000. What do you think? The young lady wasted no time, directly stating her purpose. 500,000. Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head, chuckling. You think so highly of me? I'm rather flattered. Brother. Pang Tianchong urged excitedly. 500,000. That's much more than your current salary. You should consider it. Smack. Before she could finish, their mother delivered a playful slap to the back of her head. You little rascal. Why are you interjecting while the adults are speaking? Go keep an eye on the pot in the kitchen, he said. Miss Lung. Xiao Manxiang smiled and replied. You all continue your conversation. I still have a dish to prepare. We'll eat together later. Auntie, you're busy. Long Ku waved her hand. I'll just say a few words and then leave. So how about it? Give me a straightforward answer. Long Ku fixed her intense gaze on Pang Tianchong, hoping for a satisfactory response. The offer was indeed tempting. Pang Tianchong grinned and remarked, however, as the saying goes, one cannot receive rewards without merit. Tell me, what could a mere security guard like myself do at your company? Should I continue guarding the entrance? Not guarding the entrance, but rather overseeing the stones. Long Ku said earnestly, I believe you possess a unique affinity for stones. Do you not? Stop right there. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. Yesterday was merely a stroke of luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Please don't take it seriously. Besides, I just got promoted from security guard to the driver of the boss. It wouldn't be proper to jump ship so soon. I suggest you let this go. You. Long Ku's face flushed with embarrassment. You can't even consider it? We could negotiate the salary further. There's nothing to negotiate. Pang Tianchong shook his head. This isn't about money. It's a matter of integrity. I may have been a bit presumptuous today, Lang connoted. Seeing Pang Tiancheng's firm refusal, she smiled gently. Since I cannot persuade you, may I at least have the pleasure of your friendship in the future? That is certainly possible. Then, I shall take my leave. Long stood up and called towards the kitchen. Andy, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving now. Hey, you should eat before you go. Xiao Manxiang hurriedly came out of the kitchen. Little tiger, please see Miss Long off. After bidding farewell to Long Ke, the Pang family of three gathered around the dining table. Pang Chanqian's spirits lifted instantly. Brother, why didn't you accept her offer? 500,000 is no small amount. The young girl exclaimed with envy. If only I could secure a job with that salary after graduation. Don't worry. When you graduate, I'll offer you 500,000, and you can work at my company, Pang Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. All right. Xiao Manxiang interjected. Don't paint grand illusions for your sister. Starting a company isn't that easy. Being able to find a job with a salary of 500,000 is already quite commendable. What do you mean, Mom? Pang Tiancheng chuckled. Are you wavering? Just yesterday, you were urging me to move into Dai Qianxue's villa. It seems I have been a bit greedy. Xiao Manxiang laughed, mainly because I find this Miss Ling quite appealing. She is rather beautiful. Mom, Pang Chanqian exclaimed, tapping the table with her chopsticks, between Long Ke. That Luo Qi from yesterday, and Dai Qianxue. Who do you think is the most beautiful? What? Pang Chanqian. Pang Tiancheng shot his sister a stern look. Are you seriously considering selecting one to be your sister-in-law? Stop worrying about such things. Is that not allowed? Pang Chanqian tilted her little head and playfully inquired. All three of them are daughters of affluent families. How could they possibly not be worthy of you? Xiao Manxiang, listening to this, felt a sweetness in her heart and deftly changed the subject, saying, let's eat. You two should indulge a bit more. Mom, Pang Chanqian retorted. You still haven't answered me. Among the three of them, who do you think is the most beautiful? This is a question that requires an answer. Speak up. You little rascal. Xiao Manxiang stifled a laugh and replied, I haven't even met Dai Qianxue yet. When the day comes that your brother brings her home for me to see, then I shall discern which of the three is the fairest. That's true. Pang Chanqian nodded. Brother, when are you going to bring your sister-in-law? No, I mean that Dai Qianxue home. What on earth are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Pang Tiancheng was left utterly speechless. Chapter 90, Where Has Father Gone? In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the streets. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the roadside gradually turned yellow, swaying lightly with the breeze, occasionally releasing a few leaves like silent heralds of autumn, quietly narrating the passage of seasons. The early autumn streets, devoid of the vibrant vitality of spring and the fervent exuberance of summer, possessed a unique tranquility and profundity, allowing one to savor the beauty and warmth of life in this fleeting moment. Pang Tiancheng drove slowly along the street, with his younger sister, Pang Chanqian, seated beside him. It was Sunday, and according to the routine, Chanqian was to return to school in the afternoon. For some inexplicable reason, the girl suddenly expressed her unwillingness to take the bus, persistently pleading with her brother to drive her instead. Out of affection for his little sister, Pang Tiancheng complied and drove her. Throughout the journey, Chanqian seemed rather subdued, her attempts to speak faltering repeatedly. This puzzled the sensitive Pang Tiancheng after all. His sister was usually a lively and talkative person. What could be troubling her today? Little sister. As they neared the school, Pang Tiancheng could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Is there something you wish to tell me? Pang Chanqian hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. Mom doesn't want me to say anything, but I can't hold it in. What is it? Speak. Pang Tiancheng gently pulled over to the side of the road, fixing his gaze on his sister's eyes, demanding to know what she was concealing from him. Is it about father? Yes. Chanqian bit her lip and nodded. You just returned, and Mom is afraid it will upset you, so she told me not to tell you. Where has he gone? Pang Tiancheng sensed the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening as he spoke in a soothing tone. Little sister, do not worry. Whatever the matter, I will bear it. Just tell me honestly. All right. Chanqian nodded softly. Brother, I initially didn't want to tell you, fearing it would only add to your worries, but yesterday, when I discovered you were wealthy and know some police officers, I thought perhaps you could help with Father's situation. As he listened to his sister, Pang Tiancheng's apprehension deepened, and he urged, Get to the point. Where has father truly gone? He is in prison. Chanqian's tears began to flow uncontrollably as she spoke. Why? Pang Tiancheng reached out to wipe away her tears, striving to maintain his composure. Don't cry. Tell me why he is in prison. For drug trafficking. Qian sobbed. But he was framed. Father has never been involved with such things. He is an honest man, running his own company. Yet he was unjustly set up, brother. You must find a way to save father. An invisible fury surged within Peng Tianchong, which he struggled to suppress as he patiently inquired, Little sister, when did this happen? Do you know who framed him? It happened 3 years ago. Father was sentenced to 7 years. Peng Qianqian wiped the corner of her eyes and said, As for who framed us, I do not know, nor did mother inform me, only mentioning that those are individuals we cannot provoke. However, the young girl clenched her teeth and continued, I understand. Mother is merely a kind-hearted person, lacking in power, and I am just a student. Neither of us can rescue father. But you have returned, right? I speculate that brother must be a man of some ability, hence. I hope you can advocate for father, enabling his early release so that he may not suffer within those walls. Rest assured. Peng Tianchong suppressed his anger and patted his sister's shoulder, declaring, I will surely clear father's name, rescue him from prison, and bring those who conspired against him to justice. Trust in me. Peng Qianqian nodded vigorously. Brother, I believe in you, but I must remind you. Do not act recklessly. Spending a bit more money is acceptable. After all, you are not short on funds. Understood. Peng Tiancheng replied with a smile. You focus on your studies, and I assure you, within a month, you will see father return home. Is that true? Peng Tianqian's spirits soared, her eyes sparkling. Absolutely. Peng Tiancheng reaffirmed. My capabilities surpass your imagination. Tomorrow, I shall commence the investigation into father's case. God shall fall and Buddha shall perish. If I cannot rescue father, I shall pierce a hole in the heavens. That is wonderful. Peng Tianqian exclaimed, embracing Peng Tianchong. Brother, I love you. Enough. Peng Tianchong chuckled, pushing his sister away gently. Go on. Your school is just a short walk from here. You can get out and walk over. You won't take me to the school gate? Peng Tianqian stared wide-eyed. I was hoping to show my classmates my dashing brother and the luxurious Porsche. Vanity. Peng Tianchong lightly patted his sister's head. Once you graduate, I shall gift you a luxury car like this. What others possess, you shall have as well. Thank you, brother. Peng Qianqian beamed brightly as she opened the car door and stepped out. Remember, Peng Tianchong instructed, should anything arise, call me immediately. Got it, brother. Peng Qianqian waved her hand. Goodbye, and I await your good news. As he watched his sister's figure disappear into the school, Peng Tianchong's smile gradually faded, replaced by a surge of inexplicable rage that engulfed him entirely. Damn it. He slammed the steering wheel, silently resolving, whoever framed father shall pay dearly. With this thought, he took out his phone and dialed Luo Qi's number. After all, Luo Qi was an insider. Through her, he ought to gather information regarding father's case. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Master Peng. What can I do for you? Nothing much. I would like to invite you to dinner. Would you do me the honor? Haha. Luo Qi chuckled. It's barely morning. What kind of meal do you wish to discuss? Let us talk about it in the evening. Oh, by the way, I was just about to call you. You have made a significant contribution. Last night, the assassin apprehended was a notorious criminal long sought after, and he has finally been captured. Hold on. Peng Tianchong hurriedly interrupted before Luo Qi could finish her sentence. I'm not interested in this, nor do I desire to achieve any accolades. At present, I simply wish to invite you to dinner. Can you make some time? Haha. Luo Qi on the phone seemed to grasp the situation, falling silent for a moment before suggesting, how about this, since it's not yet mealtime, would you treat me to a cup of coffee? Certainly. Peng Tianchong readily agreed. Where are you now? I can drive over to pick you up. I'm still at the office. Just come here, and I will be waiting for you at the main entrance. All right. Peng Tianchong hung up the phone and pressed the accelerator. The Porsche surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, roaring as it sped away. Chapter 91. Understanding the case, Peng Tianchong drove his car with remarkable speed, arriving promptly at Luo Qi's workplace. Just then, Luo Qi emerged from within. It was neither too early nor too late. Get in. Peng Tianchong lowered the window and waved at her. Wow. Luo Qi exclaimed, intrigued. Whose luxurious car is this? It's stunning. With that, she opened the passenger door and took a seat. It belongs to our boss, Peng Tiancheng replied with a faint smile. I've been promoted, and now I'm the boss's personal driver. Hiki. Dai Qianchu's car. Luo Qi remarked, her expression neutral. That's impressive. You get to use such a fine vehicle so freely. I borrowed it without permission. Peng Tianchong clarified. Yesterday, I took my family out for dinner, and I thought it would be nice to show off a bit in a luxury car. Please, Luo Qi scoffed. If you want to drive a luxury car, why not buy one yourself? You're not short on money. Let us not discuss that now. For the time being, I'll just use the company car. He paused, then added directly, what did you want to see me about? To have coffee. Pang Tianchong grinned. Is there a CAF nearby where we can sit for a while? Turn left ahead. There's a place just 2 blocks down, Luo Qi pointed out. I think it's called Red Rose CAF. You're not planning to have someone else pay for you again, are you? Haha. There aren't that many oblivious people. Pang Tianchong responded, turning the steering wheel towards the CAF. At this hour, there were few patrons enjoying coffee. The two found a window-side table and ordered 2 cups. Luo Qi. Pang Tianchong initiated the conversation. You're working this Sunday as well. Rest? Luo Qi took a small sip of her coffee and replied. Didn't we catch a killer yesterday? We had to interrogate him urgently. Did he confess? Who sent him to kill me? Not yet. Today we were busy treating his injuries. You really went hard on him. He is almost incapacitated. Harsh. Pang Tianchong shrugged. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been dead from a bullet to the head last night. Who is truly harsh, then? True, this kind of person deserves it. Luo Qi instinctively nodded, then suddenly widened her eyes and asked, he said you jumped from the rooftop to escape. Is that true? Indeed. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. For those of us who practice martial arts, scaling walls and traversing rooftops is commonplace. It's nothing extraordinary. Ah. Luo Qi gasped in astonishment. But that's a 32-story building. You actually. What of 32 stories? To me, it's no different from the 2nd or 3rd floor. Pang Tianchong gently stirred his coffee. I merely intended to intimidate that killer. I didn't wish for his life. In the future, let him refrain from provoking me. I don't seek trouble, but that doesn't imply I have a good temper. Haha. Luo Qi glanced at him and said, claiming you have a good temper? Who would believe that? Now, let us get back to business. Why did you really want to see me? Pang Tianchong lifted his coffee cup and took a gentle sip. Chuckling softly, what if I were to say, I wish to pursue a romantic relationship with you? Would you believe it? Get lost. Luo Qi rolled her eyes and retorted, a dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Will you say it or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Fine, fine. I will. Pang Tianchong hastily shifted the subject. What I truly want is for you to inquire about my father's case. You found out? Yes. My mother has been concealing it from me. It was only today that my younger sister could no longer hold back and revealed the truth. As for your father's situation, I discovered it when I helped you search for your family's address last time. He is currently serving time. Luo Qi explained, at that moment. I felt it inappropriate to inform you. I thought that once you reunited with your family, they would share it with you. So I refrained from speaking. Then, what exactly happened to my father? Pang Tianchong asked patiently, who has conspired against him? I am uncertain. Luo Qi shook her head. I secretly investigated the case from back then, and indeed, there are some peculiarities. Your father has no criminal record and has never dabbled in drugs. How could he have been reported and caught in the act, with all evidence against him? It must be a setup. Pang Tianchong slammed the table fiercely, declaring, if I find out who is behind this, I will make them regret ever coming into this world. Do not act recklessly, Luo Qi warned. We live in a society governed by law. Do not put me in a difficult position, or I will personally see to your arrest. I will not act recklessly. Pang Tianchong pondered for a moment. Thus, I sought your assistance to understand the situation first, and then see if you could introduce me to a lawyer. I wish to appeal and free my father. Absolutely. Luo Qi readily agreed. I have a classmate who is a lawyer. I can introduce you to her. Although her fees are rather steep, so, rest assured, money is not an issue. Pang Tianchong patted his chest and declared, yesterday, I made a fortune betting on stones at the antique market, earning around 70 to 80 million. I am not short on funds. 70 to 80 million. Luo Qi's eyes widened instantly. Is that truly so much? Did you rob a bank? What are you saying? Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. I bought a few stones, and they yielded high-quality glass-type imperial green. I sold them for several tens of millions. Is that excessive? Goodness! Luo Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Your luck is astonishing. This is the first time I've heard of someone making such a fortune from betting on stones. Come on, stop making a fuss. Pang Tianchong teased, seeing your naive reaction. I truly wonder how you managed to become a squad leader, haha. Sigh. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Luo Qi lamented. You can earn in a casual outing what I have accumulated over a lifetime of work. Where is the justice in that? Enough. Do not be bitter. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Your family, the Luos, are one of the 4 prominent families in Bianching, well-off and prosperous. You surely have enough salary for snacks. Please, just contact the lawyer for me. I am in urgent need. Luo Qi smiled sweetly. All right, I will call my classmate right now. As she spoke, she retrieved her mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, darling. Luo Qi inquired with an unusual softness in her voice. Where are you at this moment? At home, of course. The female voice on the other end was equally sweet. It's Sunday, and I have no desire to venture outside. Have you been inundated with cases lately? Quite a few, but they are all trivial matters, lacking any significance. Well, Luo Qi's tone turned earnest as she asked. I have a case on my hands. Are you interested in taking it? What kind of case? The mention of a case enlivened the voice on the line. Someone has been framed and imprisoned, and now his son seeks to overturn the conviction. Luo Qi succinctly explained. If you are intrigued, meet me at the Red Rose CAF. It's conveniently close to your home, and I'm currently with him. The Red Rose CAF. The voice on the phone hesitated noticeably. Xiaoqi, are you dating someone? What nonsense. Luo Qi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted sharply, stop rambling and hurry over. He. Chapter 92, The Beautiful Lawyer at the Red Rose CAF. After Luo Qi made a phone call to her lawyer classmate, she smiled shyly and lowered her head to sip her coffee. How long do you think your classmate will take to arrive? Should we order her coffee in advance? Pang Tianchong inquired softly. Do you know her preferred brand? Oh. Luo Qi lifted her head and chuckled. I didn't expect Master Pang to be so attentive, even considering ordering coffee ahead of time. Haha. Waiter, another cup of herbal tea. Please. Certainly, miss. The waiter responded, and shortly thereafter, brought over a cup of coffee. Thank you. Luo Qi expressed her gratitude and glanced at Pang Tianchong. Her home is not far from here. She'll arrive in a few minutes. In the meantime, may I tell you something? What is it? Pang Tianchong asked nonchalantly. You're not going to make me showcase my skills again, are you? Cut it out. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. A colleague of mine heard that you can predict fortunes and insists on having you look into her romantic prospects. Master Pang, when do you have time to give her a reading? I'm quite busy. When would I have the time? What do you have to be busy with as a security guard? Once you finish your shift, I can arrange for her to treat you to dinner. How about that? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, contemplating. Do you have a photo of her? I can also read from a picture. A photo? Luo Qi inquired curiously. You can read from a photo? I happen to have a group picture in my bag that includes her. Is that acceptable? That will do. Pang Tianchong nodded. As long as I can see her features clearly. Perfect. Luo Qi opened her bag and said, Our team took a group photo during an event at work a few days ago. Let me show you. She retrieved a photo and handed it to Pang Tianchong, pointing out one of the girls. What is her name? Pang Tianchong focused on the photo, discreetly activating his third eye to observe the girl's appearance and related information. Her name is Gu Xiaowan, and she is a very close colleague of mine. Oh, Gu Xiaowan, Pang Tianchong murmured as he gazed at the girl's face, envisioning glimpses of her future. In less than half a minute, he gently set the photo down and said, By the end of the year, she will encounter a benevolent connection. I hope she cherishes it. Really? Luo Qi exclaimed, delighted for her colleague. So, does that mean by the end of the year, my colleague will be in a relationship? If nothing unexpected occurs, it should come to fruition. Pang Tianchong elucidated. Tell her to be attentive and not to miss the opportunity. This boy has big eyes, a prominent nose, and a small mole on his chin. He is quite a remarkable young man, and I hope she can seize the moment. Ah. Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Master Pang, you can even foresee what her boyfriend looks like? Of course. Pang Tianchong nodded dismissively, without a certain level of skill. Would your astute grandmother trust me? Never mind. Allow me to illustrate for you. Waiter, could you please bring a piece of paper and a pencil? The waiter swiftly complied, handing over the requested items. Pang Tianchong took them and, with swift strokes, soon produced a vivid image. The young man depicted had thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, brought to life on the page. Goodness, this is truly remarkable, exclaimed Luo Qi, her admiration evident. You possess artistic talent that far surpasses my own. Even as a graduate of the police academy. What of it? Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. I am well versed in the arts, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It's merely child's play for me. Wow. Luo Qi gazed at him with a hint of admiration before a thought struck her. Could you, perhaps, deduce the appearance of the murderer from the visage of the deceased? That should be feasible. Pang Tianchong nodded, then cautioned, but do not bother me with every case. I am under no obligation to assist with such thankless tasks. My services come at a steep price, one not easily afforded by the average person. Today is an exception, as you have aided me. Luo Qi pouted. I understand. I won't trouble you without cause, you miser. Just as Peng Tianchong was about to retort, the door to the CAF swung open, and a lovely woman, carrying a briefcase, approached with a smile. She was of average height, her long hair styled in a ponytail, and she wore a well-tailored deep blue suit that elegantly accentuated her feminine curves while maintaining a professional demeanor. Her makeup was subtle yet refined, with a light touch of eyeshadow and a soft lip line, imbuing her with an air of vitality and confidence. Xiao Qi, she called out lightly, striding over with purpose. Esteemed lawyer, Luo Qi exclaimed, rising to greet her. Please, sit down. I've already ordered your coffee. Thank you. The woman replied, her gaze shifting to Peng Tianchong. Allow me to introduce you, Luo Qi said eagerly. This is my classmate and dear friend, Attorney Tian Xiangru, and this is my friend, Master Peng Tianchong. Pleased to meet you, Peng Tianchong said, shaking her hand lightly as they took their seats. Master? What master? Tian Xiangru inquired with a smile as she settled in. It seems there are hidden talents among the security team. Xiaoru, Luo Qi interjected, cautioning her. Do not underestimate him. He is a master of the craft, adept at feigning simplicity. Is that so? Attorney Tian, realizing she had undervalued him, quickly apologized. My apologies, Mr. Peng. I tend to speak rather bluntly. I hope you won't take offense. Not at all. Peng Tianchong replied with a smile. Judging by appearances is human nature, after all. However, I admire your straightforwardness, your integrity, and your fearless character, which aligns perfectly with my expectations. I look forward to our collaboration. Oh, Tian Xiangru replied, taken aback. How so? Have you heard of me? Is it necessary to have heard of you? Luo Qi hurriedly explained. Those who possess the art of fortune-telling can naturally discern your character traits, family circumstances, and even your fortunes. Is that so? Tian Xiangru inquired with curiosity, aware that Luo Qi would not deceive her. To her surprise, this small security guard before her truly was a master. Enough, Peng Tianchong interrupted, waving his hand. Let us not stray from the matter at hand. Do not forget today's important business. Ah, yes, Luo Qi exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I was so engrossed in gossip that I nearly overlooked the pressing matters between you. With that, she succinctly introduced the case involving Peng Tianchong's father to lawyer Tian. Tian Xiangru listened intently, her expression gradually growing serious. Mr. Peng, she stated earnestly, this case is not overly complex. The key lies in locating the individual who committed perjury. If we can find him and extract information, we may turn the tide of the case. Additionally, we must investigate the person who reported the incident, as well as those responsible for apprehending your father. They may all be implicated. That makes sense. Peng Tianchong nodded. Lawyer Tian, you and Captain Luo should familiarize yourselves with the case and prepare for the lawsuit. I will promptly seek out these individuals to uncover the truth. Agreed, Tian Xiangru replied. I will retrieve the case files tomorrow to gain a clearer understanding. Let us proceed with our separate tasks. Splendid, Peng Tianchong praised, giving her a thumbs up. I have heard that lawyer Tian's fees are quite steep. Name your price, and I shall provide half the retainer up front. Is that necessary? Tian Xiangru chuckled. We haven't even signed an agreement yet, and you wish to pay already? I am somewhat anxious. I hope my father can return home soon. As Peng Tianchong spoke, he withdrew a stack of freshly withdrawn 100,000 yuan notes from his bag and slapped it onto the table, declaring, Here is the first 100,000. If it is insufficient, we shall discuss further. Tian Xiangru gazed at the pile of vibrant red banknotes, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 93, Master Peng. The imposing presence of Master Peng. Peng Tianchong left lawyer Tian and Captain Luo momentarily astonished. What did it mean? It implied settling the bill before commencing the task at hand. Tian Xiangru swallowed her coffee and said, Mr. Peng, this case shouldn't require such a substantial sum. You see, she found herself at a loss. Accepting the money felt awkward, yet refusing it was equally challenging. The matter had barely begun, yet the funds were already in place. Instinctively, her gaze shifted towards Luo Qi. Accept it. There's no need to seek her approval, Peng Tianchong remarked nonchalantly. If it proves insufficient, I shall supplement it later. In any case, I have but one demand. Secure my father's release within a month. A month? Lawyer Tian furrowed her brow. I believe it should pose no issue on my end. It merely hinges on whether the court encounters any complications. Just proceed without hesitation, Pang Tianchong narrowed his eyes and added, should any problems arise, inform me promptly, and I shall address them. I am resolute. No one shall impede my father's release, and I will ensure that all those who conspired against him face consequences. At this moment of hesitation from Tian Xiangru, Luo Qi interjected, accepted. Lawyer, take the money and get to work swiftly. I have a premonition that the ensuing events in Bian City may spark a tempest. Surely not. Tian Xiangru glanced at Luo Qi's serious expression and slowly stowed the money into her bag. If you doubt it, just wait and see. Luo Qi shot a glance at Pang Tianchong and remarked, those who provoke this Master Pang will face grave repercussions. However, I must caution you, Pang Tianchong, do not engage in any reckless behavior that would complicate matters for us law enforcement officials. Look at you. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. I am but a model citizen. How could I possibly engage in unlawful acts? Enough of that. Luo Qi chuckled. You are hardly innocent. Last night, that individual nearly had all his limbs rendered useless by your actions. Hey, Captain Luo, Pang Tianchong retorted, do not be ungrateful. I bestowed a favor upon you. And instead of gratitude, you criticize my actions? I believe your methods were rather excessive. Context matters. An old song wisely states, when friends arrive, good wine is served. When enemies come, a shotgun is at hand. Surely, you understand this principle. Luo Qi was momentarily speechless. Lawyer Tian quietly listened to their banter, feeling an inexplicable weight from the 100,000 yuan nestled in her bag. One more question. Luo Qi abruptly shifted the topic. You must answer honestly. Did you break the legs of the second young master of the Zhou family? Of course not. Pang Tianchong shook his head. A mere wastrel does not warrant my intervention. Then who is responsible? Luo Qi asked, perplexed. Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately face their own demise. Pang Tianchong replied coolly. Individuals like the second young master Zhou will inevitably meet their reckoning. Well, Mr. Pang, Lawyer Tian, intrigued, inquired. May I be so bold as to ask, are you truly formidable? Even the Zhou family does not seem to command your regard. Pang Tianchong raised his head, pondered for a moment, and replied with a smile, I am merely average, third best in the world. Luo Qi scoffed. You certainly have a way with exaggeration. Haha. Lawyer Tian chuckled. Since Mr. Pang is so impressive, I feel reassured. I shall commence work on this case tomorrow. Excellent. Pang Tianchong gave a thumbs up. I shall rely on you, Lawyer Tian, and in return, I will treat you to a meal. As he stood up, he added, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You two old classmates should enjoy your time together. Leaving already? Luo Qi shot a glance at Pang Tianchong and remarked, remember to settle the bill. Rest assured. Pang Tianchong replied with a calm smile, proceeded to pay at the bar, and then departed with a confident stride. In the CAF, Tian Xiangru gazed at Pang Tianchong's receding figure, exclaiming, I never imagined a security guard would be so extravagant. Does he come from wealth? Whether he is wealthy or not, I cannot say. Luo Qi sipped her coffee and replied, however, I know that if he desires to make money, it would be exceedingly easy for him. Oh? Tian Xiangru, intrigued, asked, what makes you say that? He visited the antique market yesterday and made over 80 million in one go. Would you not agree that he has a knack for earning? 80 million. Tian Xiangru gasped. Did he rob a bank? Jim betting. Luo Qi rolled her eyes at Tian Xiangru and explained, it's a gamble. You know the saying, one cut brings poverty, another brings wealth. He is the one who strikes it rich. Such luck. Tian Xiangru found it hard to believe. No wonder he spends so liberally. Luo Qi retorted, what luck? Why don't you try your hand at it? He is a master, a guru of metaphysics. Just before you arrived, I had him read fortunes for a colleague. Look, the photo is still not put away. What do you mean? Tian Xiangru's eyes widened. A photo can reveal fortunes? My colleague asked him when she would find a boyfriend. And what did he say? Of course. Luo Qi nodded. Master Pang said she would meet him by the end of the year, and he even sketched the man's likeness. Look, as she spoke, she handed the drawing Pang Tianchong had created to Tian Xiangru. Is this for real? Tian Xiangru's eyes widened further. He asked like a deity, capable of foreseeing the future? I don't believe it. Tian Xiangru took the image, and upon seeing it, she was stunned, exclaiming, I have seen this person before. What? Now? Luo Qi was also taken aback. I thought he was just drawing randomly, but there really is such a person. Who is he? What is his name? I do not know. Tian Xiangru shook her head. I believe I saw him during a court session once. He was sitting in the front row of the audience, standing up frequently, so I have a vague impression of him. Do you think he might know this person? Impossible. Luo Qi immediately remarked that he had only been in Bianqing for a few days, working as a security guard and rarely venturing out, resulting in him knowing very few people. Isn't that rather peculiar? Tian Xiangru, with her beautiful, wide eyes, murmured, I find it somewhat hard to believe. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Luo Qi casually placed the photo and drawings into his bag, adding, moreover, he is a miraculous doctor. You know my grandmother's leg, right? It hasn't improved in 30 years. Just a few days ago, Pang Tianchong administered a few acupuncture needles and performed some massage. And now she is well. I suppose you might not believe that either. Haha, is that truly so? Why would I deceive you? If you doubt it, come to my house and see for yourself. My grandmother runs in the small square every day now. Furthermore, he also cured my ailment. Just consider his extraordinary medical skills. Can he not make a fortune? Tian Xiangru was left astounded. She had not anticipated that a mere security guard could be a miraculous doctor, almost like a deity. Observing Tian Xiangru's dazed expression, Luo Qi smiled gently and said, initially, when I first met him, I also held him in contempt, thinking he was just a lowly security guard. Why would my grandmother regard him so highly? Consequently, I was utterly proven wrong. And I felt a bit embarrassed to face him, haha. Is that so? Seeing her old classmate so convinced, Tian Xiangru firmly believed that Pang Tianchong was certainly no ordinary individual. In an instant, the image of this humble security guard grew grander in her heart. Then she suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Can he cure my grandfather's chronic leg ailment? That has been a problem for decades as long as he is willing to lend his hand. I believe it should be manageable, replied Luo Qi. However, someone of his caliber is not easily persuaded. You ought to clarify his case first. Understood. Tian Xiangru nodded, secretly resolving to ensure that Pang Tianchong's case would be successfully resolved. By then, her grandfather's leg would have hope as well. Chapter 94. The security guard becomes wealthy. Pang Tian rushed out of the CAF, driving furiously, circling the city of Bian for nearly half a lap before calming the tempest of rage within him. His father's predicament ignited a murderous impulse. How dare anyone bully the Pang family? It was truly intolerable. Fortunately, this was in the homeland. Had it been abroad a few years prior, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a massacre. He would never have approached the legal system with such composure. His typical style involved rallying his brothers to break someone out of prison. However, this was China. His master had advised him, cultivate a tranquil heart. Thus, after taking a long drive, his mind settled and his anger subsided, allowing him to return home. That evening, he dined with his mother as if nothing were amiss, then retreated to his room to practice his skills. Since his mother was concealing matters from his father, he chose to remain silent, waiting for the opportunity to rescue the person and then surprise his mother. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Pang Tian drove to pick up Dai Qianxue for work. The car arrived punctually at a standalone villa, and he honked the horn. In a short while, Dai Qianxue emerged with a small bag, her steps light and graceful. Once she boarded the car and fastened her seatbelt, Pang Tian glanced at the villa through the window, marveling at the grandeur of wealthy households. Such lavish homes, he exclaimed. Turning to Dai Qianxue, he inquired, Do you live here alone? No, I have a cook, she explained. Originally, this house belonged to my brother. He often brought rowdy friends over, and when my father became furious, he sent him back home for better discipline. When I returned to the country, I moved in. Oh, Pang Tian nodded, chuckling. So, every wealthy family has a spoiled heir. What nonsense are you spouting? Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. My brother is young and immature. He'll mature in a few years. Right. Pang Tian feigned misunderstanding. A few more beatings and he'll be just fine. Cut it out. Dai Qianxue retorted. Less chatter. Drive your car. What a nuisance. You. The last few words she muttered were barely audible, yet Pang Tian caught every syllable. Are you cursing at me? No. You misheard. She laughed, denying it. Of course. Pang Tian shot her a sideways glance. Don't think that just because you spoke softly, I can't hear you. Even if you were whispering to yourself. I catch every word. Humph. You're quite the sharp one. Let us go aware she had no ground to stand on. Dai Qianxue ceased her protests and urged him to drive. Their journey continued in silence. Upon arriving at the office, they found Gong Xiaoshuang engrossed in a newspaper, reading with great interest. Upon spotting Pang Tian, she leapt up. Teacher Pang, quickly, come here. What is the matter? Pang Tian was startled, muttering. Why are you shouting? Did you take crazy pills or something? Look at this. Is this news about you? Gong Xiaoshuang held the newspaper up for Pang Tian to see. And Dai Qianxue, intrigued, stretched her neck to peer at the paper. The newspaper prominently displayed on the front page a striking headline: "The young security guard earns 1 billion from stone gambling. The Long family jade shop cleared in a day." Below was a narrative detailing a legendary episode in the antique market, recounting how a security guard named Pang acquired raw stones from the Long family jade shop, ultimately revealing a magnificent imperial green gem. The article concluded with high praise for the substantial value of the Long family's raw stones. "Is that security guard named Pang you?" Gong Xiaoshuang inquired, her gaze fixed on Pang Tiancheng. "Not quite." Pang Tiancheng glanced at the newspaper, furrowing his brow. "This is a bit exaggerated. I earned over 80 million, not a billion. It truly is you." Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed in disbelief. "What incredible luck you have! 80 million. Dai Qianxue was equally astonished, gazing at Pang Tiancheng's calm demeanor and reflecting, earning over 80 million in a day. That nearly rivals half a year's profit for a company. Unbelievable. Hey. Pang Tiancheng tossed the newspaper onto the sofa with a laugh. "What is this? Are you too envious of a poor man wearing a big shirt? Jealous of my earnings?" "Not at all," Dai Qianxue replied with a smile. "We just think you make money far too effortlessly, that's all." "What's wrong with that? Since you've made so much, you ought to treat us," Gong Xiaoshuang suggested. "Take us out for a grand feast." "Of course I'll treat you. Any restaurant in Biancheng you desire, just name it." Pang Tiancheng agreed readily. "That's more like it." Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue exchanged glances, both nodding with smiles. "I must thank that fellow, Zhou Xiaowang," Pang Tiancheng explained. "He asked the long-haired youth we met while barbecuing. He called to say there was a stone gambling event at the antique market and insisted I join. Since I had nothing planned for Saturday, I went, not expecting to come across such exquisite stones." "Haha, wow." Gong Xiaoshuang circled around Pang Tiancheng, her tongue clicking in astonishment. "Pang Tiancheng, I find you increasingly impressive. I used to think earning over 1,000 in a morning while fortune-telling was remarkable, yet here you are, raking in over 80 million in just one morning. Why not ascend to the heavens?" Pang Tiancheng shrugged. "Look at you. So naive. Is 80 million really that substantial? It's still less than the pocket money my 6th senior sister gives me." "What?" Gong Xiaoshuang gasped, her eyes nearly popping out. "How much does she give you?" 3 billion. 3 billion. Gong Xiaoshuang was astounded, her jaw dropping. "What a tycoon. I want to bear your children." "Go away. Look at your aspirations." Pang Tiancheng rolled his eyes, seemingly indifferent, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. At this, even Dai Qianxue lost her composure. After a moment of silence, she softly asked, "Now that you have money, will you leave Daikong?" "Not for now," Pang Tiancheng said softly. "The 3-month probation period has not yet concluded, so why leave? I have always been one to see things through to the end, never one to abandon a task midway. To be frank, a boss from the Lung family visited me yesterday, offering a salary of 500,000 per year to be her assistant." Gong Xiaoshuang asked anxiously. "Did you accept?" "No." Pang Tiancheng shook his head. "I informed her that General Dai has just promoted me to a driver. How could I forsake her position?" "Humph." Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. "At least you have some conscience. Do not forget who took you in when you were homeless." Dai Qianxue observed Pang Tiancheng quietly, nodding slightly. "It is good that you are not leaving. You may proceed with your tasks. I must begin my work for today." "Understood." Both Gong Xiaoshuang and Pang Tiancheng nodded in unison and exited the president's office. After their departure, Dai Qianxue opened her folder, intending to commence her tasks. However, for some reason, she felt a sudden wave of confusion wash over her, and her emotions grew increasingly complex. Chapter 95, Casting the Net Indeed. Serving as a chauffeur for the CEO is quite a commendable occupation. It is devoid of stress and laborious demands. As long as the boss does not require the vehicle, there is little to occupy my time. Each day, I find myself perusing newspapers in the office, sipping tea, and when boredom strikes, indulging in trivial games. Life unfolds leisurely and pleasantly. For Pang Tiancheng, such an existence is rather agreeable, far less taxing than working as a security guard. 3 days later. Upon arriving at the company, Pang Tiancheng received a call from Lawyer Tian. "Hello. Is this Mr. Pang?" "It is I." "Lawyer Tian, Mr. Pang. I have commenced work on your father's case over the past 2 days and am currently preparing the appeal materials. There are several matters I need to discuss with you. Are you busy at the moment?" "Not at all." Pang Tiancheng pressed the phone to his ear. "Please. To go on, it is this way." The voice on the line paused before continuing. "There are several critical points in this case. First, we must ascertain who influenced the witness, Tai Tu, to to commit perjury and frame your father. I have attempted to visit his residence for evidence collection, but I have been unable to locate him. Neighbors say he is often out and about, rarely at home. I believe, if convenient for you, it might be beneficial for you to search for him as well. Absolutely. Pang Tiancheng readily agreed. I will seek him out. Simply provide me with his name. His name is Ganwuda. It is said he enjoys gambling and selling drugs, among other unsavory habits. Understood. I shall endeavor to locate this individual promptly. Lawyer Tian continued. Furthermore, it would be prudent to investigate both the person who reported the incident and the responding officers. I have yet to identify the individual who made the report, however. The case file does indicate the officer who responded. Who is it? Pang Tiancheng inquired, his tone steady and cold. It is Zhuasi. The explanation came forth. He is the deputy director of the Chengnan police station. Zhuasi. Pang Tiancheng gritted his teeth, a surge of anger boiling within him. It was unexpected that his father's case would be entangled with someone of the Zhuasi surname. Indeed, it is a narrow road for enemies to cross. Yes, that is him. Lawyer Tian continued. He should have information regarding the person who reported the incident. I have not yet had the opportunity to approach him. Not to worry. I will seek him out. Pang Tiancheng replied coldly. I am familiar with him, so you need not concern yourself with this matter. Very well. Lawyer Tian shifted the topic. This afternoon, I intend to visit your father to grasp the situation at hand. Would you care to accompany me? Well, Pang Tiancheng pondered for a moment. I shall refrain from attending. I fear that seeing him might provoke an uncontrollable emotional response. Please convey my reassurances to him, stating that I will personally ensure his release in due time. Understood. I shall relay your words. Lawyer Tian concluded. For now, that is all. Should any developments arise, I will contact you promptly. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Pang Tiancheng lit a cigarette and took several deep puffs. He sat in quiet contemplation for a moment before promptly dialing the number for Zhu Long of the Black Dragon Society. The phone rang several times before it was answered, and a respectful voice of Zhu Long came through. Hello, Teacher Pang. Boss Long. Pang Tiancheng got straight to the point. I need you to do me a favor. Is there a problem? What is it? You can speak freely. My Black Dragon Society will surely assist you. Zhu Long immediately declared. I need you to find someone for me. Once you do, consider it a favor owed. No problem. Zhu Long replied excitedly. Teacher Pang, just tell me who it is. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into Bianqing, I will find them. His name is Ganwuda. All right. I will immediately instruct my brothers to search for him. After hanging up with Zhu Long, Pang Tiancheng promptly called Master Lu of the White Tiger Gang. Hello. Is this Master Lu? Who is this? I am Pang Tiancheng. Did you not recognize my voice? Ah, Teacher Pang, hello. Came the trembling voice of Lu Wancho over the phone. I didn't hear you clearly just now. What can I do for you? Well, Pang Tiancheng cleared his throat. I would like your White Tiger Gang to help me find someone. Can you assist? Of course. Absolutely. Master Lu readily agreed. Who are you looking for? I will send someone right away. Thank you in advance. The person's name is Ganwuda. Once you find him, I shall treat you to a drink. All right, all right. After concluding the call with Master Lu, Pang Tiancheng dialed Zhuo Xiaowang's number. Knowing that more hands would make the task easier, this is what one might call casting a wide net to catch the big fish. Old Zhuo, what are you busy with? Oh, Brother Pang. The voice on the other end was pleasantly surprised. I was just thinking about inviting you for a drink soon. And your call came at the right moment. What a coincidence. Haha. Drinking? I've been too busy these past few days. Pang Tiancheng chuckled. I called to ask for your assistance. Don't you have a few brothers under you? Absolutely. Before he could finish, Zhuo Xiaowang interrupted eagerly. Brother Pang. You just say the word, and I will gather my brothers to handle it. Handle what? Pang Tiancheng chuckled wryly. I need you to help me find someone. This person is very important to me. Finding someone. No problem. Who is it? Zhuo Xiaowang immediately replied. My brothers are just idle anyway. I will arrange it right away. His name is Ganwuda. He should be a good-for-nothing. Got it. Wait for my news. Having cast his net wide, Pang Tiancheng pondered what he should do next. He couldn't just sit in the office waiting for calls, could he? Right, he should find Zhuasi. After some contemplation, he suddenly thought of Zhuasi, the director. He had come to check his ID just the other day. Surely, he might know something. He ought to be consulted. With this in mind, he retrieved his phone once more and dialed Luo Qi's number. Hello, Master Pang, came Luo Qi's teasing voice. What made you think of calling me? Captain Luo, may I request your assistance? It is indeed an honor for me to serve Master Pang. He. I wish to know the residential address of Zhuasi. Pang Tianchong inquired directly, devoid of any intentions to flirt at the moment. What do you intend to do? The voice on the phone immediately turned serious. I must caution you, Pang Tianchong, do not act recklessly. I merely wish to have a conversation with him. I mean no harm. Just help me find out where he resides. Very well. Luo Qi pondered for a moment before agreeing. I will check shortly and send the information to your phone, but I warn you, do not act impulsively. Understood. I only wish to have a chat with him. Nothing more. Pang Tianchong ended the call, and not long after, an address was sent to his phone. He glanced at it, memorizing the location. Silently contemplating, Zhuasi, let us see what unfolds. Chapter 96. After Luo Qi sent the address of the Zhuasi family to Pang Tianchong, she remained seated, clutching her phone, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck her, perhaps due to her grandmother's influence. Her frequent interactions with Pang Tianchong had gradually transformed him from an inconspicuous security guard into a familiar figure in her life. He had become, in her eyes, a hero, a master, a healer, and even a friend. Are we indeed friends? As Luo Qi pondered this, a wave of doubt washed over her. Hey, Miss Luo. Just as she was deep in contemplation, a voice broke through her reverie. It was Gu Xiaowan, the lottery enthusiast, 1 year older than Luo Qi. Gu Xiaowan had a laid-back personality, exuding a carefree charm. Though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a fine figure and a magnetic presence, making her well-liked among peers. The two had joined the same workplace in the same year and had developed a close bond, often seen together. Just recently, they had even gone to buy lottery tickets together. Are you daydreaming about some handsome guy? Gu Xiaowan teased with a grin. Who is it? Come on, spill the beans. Luo Qi's cheeks flushed, and she rolled her eyes. Who else like you, with handsome men on the brain every day? Oh, please. Gu Xiaowan retorted nonchalantly. I'm 26 or 7 now. At this age, who wouldn't he think about handsome men? As the saying goes, men should marry and women should wed. Isn't it time to consider such matters? She swayed her hips playfully, evoking a mix of amusement and exasperation from Luo Qi. Hey, Miss Luo. How's that favor I asked you about? Gu Xiaowan inquired. What favor? I asked you to get in touch with that fortune teller. You haven't forgotten, have you? Stop dawdling. Oh, Luo Qi suddenly recalled. That matter? I've taken care of it. Really? Gu Xiaowan's eyes lit up with excitement. So, when did the master say he would read my fortune? He has already done so. What do you mean he's already done it? I haven't even met the master. Hiki. Luo Qi chuckled. A few days ago, I showed him your photo, and he read your fortune. I've been so busy that I forgot to tell you. What photo? Gu Xiaowan asked, bewildered. The group photo we took in our team. I happened to have it in my bag that day, so I showed it to him. Is that even possible? Gu Xiaowan's eyes widened. You're not messing with me, are you? What did the master say? He said you would meet your destined partner by the end of the year, Luo Qi declared, pulling out a sketch of Pang Tianchong from her bag and placing it on the table. This is him. Just keep an eye out and don't miss your chance. Ah, Gu Xiaowan gasped. He managed to draw his likeness too. Is this for real? Of course, Luo Qi replied, somewhat annoyed. Otherwise, how could he be a master? My grandmother, being so astute, wouldn't he be superstitious without reason? Indeed, indeed, Gu Xiaowan exclaimed joyfully. This is wonderful. By the end of the year, I can finally bring my boyfriend home. He is quite handsome. Isn't he? Oh yeah. Don't forget to treat me to lunch. Luo Qi jested. For your sake. I had quite the conversation with the master. I nearly wore my tongue out. No problem. I'll treat you to the cafeteria for lunch. She chuckled. In the afternoon, the light gradually dimmed, and the sky appeared to be shrouded in a thick layer of gray velvet, preventing the sunlight from penetrating through the haze, allowing only a few faint rays to seep through the gaps in the clouds. The air was thick with a humid atmosphere, suggesting that a gentle drizzle might descend at any moment. At this moment, in a visiting room within Bian City Prison, lawyer Tian Xiangru sat face-to-face with a middle-aged inmate. The man was robust in stature, his hair sparse and occasionally interspersed with strands of white, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. His gaze was profound and intricate, with a hint of barely perceptible melancholy etched between his brows. This middle-aged man was named Pang Shihua, the father of Pang Tianchong. Uncle Pang. Tian Xiangru opened her notebook and politely introduced herself. My name is Tian Xiangru, and I am the lawyer entrusted by your son's son. Pang Shihua trembled slightly, his lips quivering as he murmured, Are you saying my son has returned? Yes. Your son has come back, and he just returned not long ago. Why hasn't he come to see me? Pang Shihua's expression suddenly darkened, and he muttered, He must be ashamed of me, please don't misunderstand. Your son is doing well. Tian Xiangru explained. He is quite remarkable, though perhaps a bit temperamental. He worries that seeing you might provoke his emotions, however. He asked me to convey a message to you. In a few days, he will personally come to take you out of prison. Out of prison? Peng Shihua's eyes brightened. Are you the lawyer here to help me overturn my case? Yes. Lawyer Tian nodded. I know you have been wronged. And I will do my utmost to clear your name and restore your honor. Thank you. Thank you, Peng Shihua said excitedly. But I don't wish to overturn the case right now. And for years, I will be free. Please tell my son not to act recklessly and to take good care of his mother and sister. Everything can wait until I am released. Why? Lawyer Tian was somewhat bewildered. How could someone not wish to be released? Peng Shihua's expression grew serious as he replied. Because the people who framed me hold too much power. How can a child contend against them? It is best for the family to remain safe. Waiting 4 more years is of no consequence, no. You must believe in the law, in me, and in your son. He is truly exceptional and has the capability to secure your release now. Peng Shihua shook his head. After all, he is just a child, with no money, no power, no influence, and no background. How can I trust him? Let it be. I have resigned myself to fate. I understand. The attorney's fees are exorbitant, my dear. I implore you, please return my son. Tian Xiangru was utterly speechless, having arrived with enthusiasm, only to find the party involved so disheartened and uncooperative. What shall I do? As the visitation time dwindled, Uncle Peng still refused to consent to the appeal, and beads of sweat began to form on Attorney Tian's forehead. At that moment, he felt the challenge was even greater than defending someone in court. Uncle Peng, she patiently urged, you have yet to see your son. He is remarkably impressive. He is a master of metaphysics and, moreover, a billionaire. She intended to extol the virtues of Peng Tianchong to bolster Uncle Peng's confidence, but her limited knowledge of Peng Tianchong left her at a loss for words. Now, she regretted not inquiring more thoroughly with Luo Qi about Peng Tianchong's remarkable qualities before her arrival. This has become quite a predicament. Chapter 97. Hypnosis. Around 6 in the afternoon, in a certain residential area, a Santana vehicle came to a gentle halt in a parking space. The driver, Zhuasi, adeptly unfastened his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle and return home. Just then, the front passenger door was abruptly yanked open, and a young man nimbly took a seat inside. Who are you? Zhuasi was visibly taken aback. Upon scrutinizing the newcomer, he exclaimed in astonishment, Peng Tianchong. Indeed. It is I. Peng Tianchong grinned, revealing his teeth. Director Zhuo still remembers me. What do you want? Zhuasi's demeanor shifted to one of caution, having heard tales of Peng Tianchong's prowess in martial arts. If a confrontation were to ensue, he knew he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Relax. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. What is there to discuss between us? Zhuasi feigned composure. We are not well acquainted. Please exit. I need to head home for dinner. There's no hurry. It will only take a few minutes. Peng Tianchong fixed his gaze upon Zhuasi's eyes and continued. I would like to inquire about a case from 3 years ago, and I hope you will speak candidly. As he spoke, he retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket and began recording. What case? Zhuasi's vigilance heightened. You can come to the station tomorrow to ask me about it. It's after hours now. It will only take a few minutes and won't delay you for long. Peng Tianchong pressed on. Look into my eyes and do not speak falsely. As he spoke, he began to hypnotize Zhuasi. You. Zhuasi instinctively glanced into Peng Tianchong's eyes, which suddenly widened and began to swirl like 2 profound vortices, drawing him in. In an instant, Zhuasi lost his sense of direction, unable to see the distance, feeling as though he were floating, unaware of his surroundings. In his ears, Peng Tianchong's voice continued to resonate. Director Zhuo, reflect carefully. 3 years ago. Did you handle a drug trafficking case? A drug trafficking case? Zhuasi hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes. I remember now. We apprehended a drug dealer named Peng Shihua, and as a result, I was promoted to director. How did you know that person was involved in drug trafficking? Who informed you? My elder brother called me and advised me to prepare, saying that someone might be selling drugs at a certain entertainment venue that night. Who was your elder brother? The eldest son of the Zhuo family. How did he know about the drug trafficking? I don't know. Zhuasi shook his head, but then pondered aloud. In hindsight, I believe this matter might have been orchestrated by my elder brother. Why do you say that? Because the person who testified against Peng Shihua was previously a subordinate that my elder brother had secretly cultivated. Are you certain? Of course. I handled this matter quite well. And my brother facilitated my promotion to director. Who was the informant? I'm not entirely sure. I suspect he was also arranged by my brother. At this moment, Pang Tiancheng had nearly concluded that it was the Zhou family that had devised a scheme to frame his father. In an instant, his face turned ashen, filled with fury. However, he quickly suppressed his anger and patiently inquired, "Do you know where that witness is now?" "I do not know. After that incident, we lost all contact." "Do you know why the Zhou family frames others?" "I'm not quite sure. I do not meddle in business matters." It is said that they aim to swallow up that person's company, as they have always had a collaboration. "What else do you know?" "Nothing more." With a sudden burst of frustration, Pang Tiancheng could no longer contain his fury. He raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhuo Si. The sound sharp and echoing. "Ah!" Zhuo Si cried out, his head spinning a full 180 degrees, nearly flinging him out of the car window. In that instant, he was jolted back to reality. The stinging pain in his cheek confirmed that he had indeed been struck. "Damn it!" Zhuo Si touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, his temper flaring. "How dare you hit me?" But upon glancing around the car, he found no trace of Pang Tiancheng. "What is happening? What did I just do?" Clutching his cheek, Zhuo Si felt bewildered, vaguely recalling that he had said something moments ago, yet failing to grasp a single word. What on earth is going on? Did I encounter Pang Tiancheng? Or was it a ghost? If not for the pain on my face, I would truly believe I had merely dreamt all of this. This is utterly bizarre. From Zhuo Si's account, Pang Tiancheng comprehended fully that his father's wrongful conviction was orchestrated by the Zhuo family. At this juncture, securing the witness's testimony would allow him to file an appeal in court. The net had been cast. It was merely a matter of whether he could capture this person named Ganwuda tonight. Pang Tiancheng returned home with an air of nonchalance, sharing dinner with his mother before retreating to his room to practice as usual. Until he achieved success, he did not wish to burden his mother with worry. He acted as if he knew nothing. A night passed without incident. The following day, at the Southern District Bureau, Luo Qi had just begun her shift when a young man with a buzz cut rushed over. "Chief, I have something to report." "What is it?" Luo Qi asked casually, organizing her desk. "According to one of my informants, last night, members of the Black Dragon Society and the White Tiger Gang were mobilized, roaming through various entertainment venues across the city. Some smaller factions are also on the move." Upon hearing this, Luo Qi halted her actions and inquired, "What are they up to? Do you know?" "This group seems to be looking for someone," the buzz-cut young man recalled. "Yes, they are indeed searching for someone. Reportedly a person named Ganwuda." "Chief, should we not keep an eye on this? After all, such large-scale operations are quite rare." "Oh," Luo Qi suddenly understood. This Ganwuda was the very witness Pang Tiancheng sought. "Do not worry about it," she replied coolly. "It is merely a search for a person. It will not lead to any trouble." "Understood," the young man said, and after delivering his report, he hurried away. Luo Qi sat at her desk, lost in thought. Pang Tiancheng is quite the character. The largest gang in Bianqing is actively searching for individuals on his behalf. A mere security guard, freshly returned, has swiftly seized the reins of underground power. Impressive. As she mused over this, her phone suddenly rang. "Hello. Who is this?" "It's me, Xiaoqi." The voice of Tian Xiangru, tinged with a hint of exasperation, came through the phone. "There have been some unexpected developments in the Pang family case." "What do you mean?" Luo Qi inquired, perplexed. "Have you encountered some difficulties?" "Yesterday, I met with Pang Tiancheng's father," lawyer Tian explained, "but he was uncooperative, claiming that the opposing forces are too formidable to provoke, and he has even prevented Pang Tiancheng from filing an appeal." "What do you suggest I do?" "Of course, you should heed Pang Tiancheng's wishes." Luo Qi replied decisively, "You may not be aware, but Pang Tiancheng has already mobilized the Black Dragon Society and the White Tiger Gang, the underground forces throughout the city, to seek out that witness. I am confident that a resolution will emerge soon." "What?" Tian Xiangru's voice suddenly echoed with disbelief. How could these gangs in Bianqing possibly heed his command? Who knows? Chapter 98. The witness. As night descended, a gentle breeze caressed the air. The city's clamor gradually faded, yielding to a serene tranquility accompanied by a slight chill. Pedestrians adorned in light jackets wandered the streets in small groups. Within a bustling game room located in the urban village, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with animated voices and a thick haze of tobacco smoke. At one of the gambling tables, a youth resembling a chubby fish was intently placing his bets. 800. I'll match 800. Reveal the cards. Reveal the cards. Just then, the door of the game room was forcefully kicked open, and a bald man accompanied by two henchmen stormed in. "Gang Wuda." The bald man bellowed, "You're indeed here gambling." Upon hearing his name, The chubby youth looked up, instantly donning a smile. Brother Chang, what brings you here? Of course I have something to discuss. The bald man, Brother Chang, replied sternly. Stop playing around, come with us. Someone wishes to see you. Who is it? Quit with the nonsense. You'll find out when you get there. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Brother Chang's henchman seized Gang Wuda and dragged him outside. Hey. Brother Chang, what is the meaning of this? Shut up. Brother Chang retaliated with a swift kick to Gang Wuda's backside, then shoved him into a van, which sped off into the night. After having dinner, Pang Tian Chong was preparing to practice when his phone rang. Your Majesty, it's a call. He pulled out his phone and noticed it was a call from Zhu Long of the Black Dragon Society, so he answered it casually. Hello, Boss Long. Pang Laosher. Zhu Long's voice crackled with excitement over the line. We found the person you were looking for. When can you come over? Keep an eye on him. I'll be there shortly. Pang Tian Chong hung up and promptly descended the stairs, heading towards the Black Dragon Pool Bathing Center. In a room at the bathing center, Pang Tian Chong encountered Gang Wuda, whose hands were tied behind his back and wore a bewildered expression. The man appeared defiant, arguing his case. Boss Long, why have you captured me? I haven't offended your Black Dragon Society, have I? Heh. Boss Long sneered. You may not have wronged us, but you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Soon enough, you'll understand. At that moment, Pang Tian Chong entered, glanced at the bound Gang Wuda, and waved his hand. You all may leave. I wish to speak with this individual alone. Understood. The members of the Black Dragon Society departed, leaving only Pang Tian Chong and Gang Wuda in the room. Pang Tian Chong lit a cigarette and regarded the chubby youth with restrained emotion. Who are you? Gang Wuda inquired, eyeing the young man with confusion, his large eyes wide with curiosity. I don't believe we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. Pang Tian Chong replied coolly. My name is Pang Tian Chong. 3 years ago, you framed a man named Pang Shihua, who happens to be my father. Now, do you comprehend why you have been brought here? Gan Wuda appeared visibly flustered, his gaze evasive as he replied. I do not comprehend what you are saying. With a loud slap, Pang Tian Chong could no longer contain his rage and struck the round-faced man across the face. Think carefully. Gan Wuda, clutching his cheek, was about to retaliate, but upon meeting Pang Tian Chong's murderous glare, he deflated. He gritted his teeth and fell silent. With irritation, Pang Tian Chong delivered another sharp slap, demanding, speak. Blood trickled from the corner of Gan Wuda's mouth. He had intended to resist, yet bound as he was, guilt consumed him, and he dared not move. Do not test my patience, Pang Tian Chong stated coldly. If you remain silent, I possess 100 methods to make your existence unbearable. As he spoke, he produced a voice recorder and retrieved a glimmering silver needle, over 3 inches long, ominously reflecting the light. What are you planning to do? Gan Wuda felt a flicker of fear. He could not discern the young man's intentions, yet his gaze was unsettling. If you do not confess promptly, you shall soon witness my true capabilities, Pang Tian Chong declared as he raised the needle, aiming it toward Gan Wuda's acupoint. I will speak. Gan Wuda, now frightened at the thought of such a long needle piercing his flesh, could hardly bear to imagine the agony. Speak. Why did you conspire against him? Someone offered me 200,000 yuan to do so. At the time, I was in dire debt from gambling. Who provided you the money? I do not know. Pang Tian Chong shook the needle menacingly, insisting, confess. Gan Wuda's face twitched as he continued. Later, I inquired and discovered that the individual was the secretary to the head of the Zhou family. The secretary of Zhujiao? Yes, that is correct. Pang Tian Chong clenched his jaw, suppressing his anger as he asked, Are you brave enough to disclose the truth in court? Gan Wuda hesitated. I dare not. The Zhou family would annihilate me. Are you not afraid I might do the same to you? I am afraid. Gan Wuda's countenance darkened as he wiped the blood from his mouth, pleading, Might you allow me a day to consider? Very well. Pang Tian Chong contemplated for a moment before stating, I shall grant you a few days to ponder. I will return to find you. You do not intend to let me leave? Leave? Dream on. After concluding his inquiries, Pang Tian Chong exited the private room, instructing the members of the Black Dragon Society to keep a close watch on Gan Wuda. Subsequently, he sought a secluded spot and dialed Attorney Tian's number. Hello, Attorney Tian. Pang Tian Chong greeted politely. I hope I am not disturbing you at this late hour? Not at all. I was just about to sleep, Tian Xiangru replied calmly. Did you call because you found Gan Wuda? Astute. Pang Tian Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm. I found it. Moreover, I have elucidated the truth of the events from years past and recorded it all. How splendid. Tian Xiangru responded with delight. Mr. Pang, you are indeed remarkable. Let us arrange a meeting tomorrow. The purpose of my call was precisely that. Pang Tiancheng continued. I have also obtained the testimony of Zhusi, which I can present to you as well. What? Tian Xiangru gasped. That is wonderful. How did you manage to accomplish this? After a brief hesitation, Pang Tiancheng replied. Lawyer Tian, have you not considered inquiring about who is behind them? Is that necessary? Tian Xiangru calmly replied. My focus lies on uncovering the truth in the process thereof. Regardless of who perpetrates wrongdoing, I shall always stand by the side of justice. Excellent. Pang Tiancheng praised. For your words, I am delighted to count you as a friend. Until tomorrow then. Until tomorrow. Chapter 99, Dai Qianfeng, Daikong Building, President's Office. Dai Qianxue had just begun her workday. Perusing documents when a gentle knock echoed through the room. Knock. Knock. Come in. She called out softly. With a playful grin, Pang Tiancheng pushed the door open. President Dai, he exclaimed, tossing a wad of cash onto her desk. Here's 8,800 yuan, repaying your money for the stockings. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes, momentarily taken aback. Didn't you just come into some money a few days ago? Why wait until today to repay me? Isn't today payday? Pang Tiancheng explained. As I mentioned before, I would repay you after receiving my salary, and here we are. Forget it. Dai Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. Just take it back. I need cash right now, and I don't have time to deposit it. Just let it remain as a debt for now. A debt? Pang Tiancheng questioned, puzzled. You don't want it back? You're not going to repay it. It's not that I don't want it. I prefer to keep it as a debt for now, Dai Qianxue replied impatiently. I enjoy the feeling of being a creditor. All right. When I need the money, I'll ask you for it. Pang Tiancheng scratched his head in confusion. Well, okay then. Just let me know when you need it. Also, I'll leave my ID with you since I've already obtained a new one. He reached out to reclaim the cash, stuffing it back into his pocket. Fine. Just like that, Dai Qianxue remarked coolly. Don't forget that you still owe me money. Off you go. All right. Pang Tiancheng nodded and turned to leave. Dai Qianxue watched his retreating figure, feeling somewhat lost in thought. She couldn't quite comprehend why she was reluctant to accept the money. Was it disdain or simply a lack of desire? In any case, the confrontational tension she had felt with Pang Tiancheng at the airport had long since dissipated. 8,800 had become inconsequential. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone interrupted her reverie. She instinctively pressed the answer button. Sister, sister, a frantic voice came through the line. Please come save me. It was her younger brother, Dai Qianfeng. Xiaofeng. Dai Qianxue felt a surge of anxiety. What is going on? Where are you? I'm at the Hong Yuanyang bar. Basement level, in the north of the city. I lost 500,000 gambling last night. You need to bring money to rescue me, or they'll chop off one of my hands. Woe is me. His voice broke into sobs. Dai Qianxue's heart tightened. Did you call mom and dad? No. I'm too scared, Dai Qianfeng lamented. If dad finds out I was gambling, he'll break my legs. I snuck out to play last night. You. Dai Qianxue felt overwhelmed. How could her irresponsible brother fail to learn from his mistakes? Sister, please come save me. All right, I'm on my way. With a heavy heart, Dai Qianxue hung up the phone, grabbed her bag, took her bank card, and headed straight for Pang Tiancheng's office. Pang Tiancheng, quick, start the car, let us head out. Oh. Pang Tiancheng responded promptly, shutting down the game, and hurriedly followed the impetuous Dai Qianxue towards the elevator. As the driver and bodyguard of the CEO, he felt it was his duty to accompany her whenever she ventured out. Pang Tiancheng drove the car out of the company premises and casually inquired, Where to, Director Dai? North City, to the Red Mandarin Duck Bar. Are you aware of it? Quite well. Pang Tiancheng nodded, intending to say a few more words. But upon observing the frostiness of Dai Qianxue's countenance, he thought better of it. It was prudent to remain silent in light of the unclear circumstances surrounding his superior. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Red Mandarin Duck Bar, before it had even come to a complete stop. Dai Qianxue flung open the car door and rushed inside. Pang Tiancheng found a parking spot, secured the vehicle, and when he turned back, Dai Qianxue had already vanished from sight. What is the hurry with her? He pondered, leisurely lighting a cigarette before entering the bar himself. At that moment, in the basement level of the bar, a circular gambling table was surrounded by a throng of people. A young man with curly hair was being restrained on the table by two burly men, one of whom, a man with a scarred face, brandished a machete while interrogating him fiercely. Kid, if your family doesn't show up soon, this blade is going to descend. Please, please, Don't. My sister will be here any moment. She has money. Just wait a little longer. Enough of your nonsense. The scarred man slapped the back of Dai Qianfeng's head. Scolding, it's been over 20 minutes, and still no sign of her. Ah! Dai Qianfeng cried out in pain, his head ringing as if it might burst. Boss, spare me if you could just wait 5 more minutes, my sister will surely arrive. Sure, let her come and collect your remains. The scarred man replied impatiently, I'll chop off one of your hands first. Stop. Just then, Dai Qianxue rushed in, shouting as she lunged forward. Let him go. Do you realize this is illegal? Haha. The scarred man licked his cracked lips and sneered, killing requires retribution. Debts must be repaid. This is the natural order of things. What law am I breaking? Sis. Dai Qianfeng, feeling as if he had found a lifeline, grasped her arm and began to sob. Tell me, how much do you owe them? Dai Qianxue demanded, exasperated. I'll see if you dare to gamble again. 500,000. The scarred man replied. Hurry and get the money. I haven't slept all night and need to catch up. They cheated. Dai Qianfeng defended himself, feeling a bit aggrieved. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost so much. Nonsense. Where's your evidence? The scarred man glanced at Dai Qianxue and suddenly leered. If you don't have the money, your sister could entertain us instead. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. You scoundrel. Dai Qianxue seethed, her teeth clenched in fury, glaring at him. How much is it? I will pay you. Haha. Zhuomatzi chuckled sinisterly, revealing a fiery temperament. I relish taming wild stallions, my brothers. What do you think? Shall we seek wealth or take a person? A person. Such a beautiful girl is worth 1,000,000. As he spoke, several burly men leered at Dai Qianxue, their eyes glimmering with desire, saliva practically dripping from their lips. What do you think you're doing? Dai Qianfeng stepped forward defiantly, tears glistening in his eyes. Do you not adhere to the code of the martial world? We can pay you, can't we? Smack. Zhuomatzi delivered a resounding slap to Dai Qianfeng's face, cursing, You little brat. What do you know? Here, I am the law. Stop it. Dai Qianxue hastily pushed Zhuomatzi away, threatening, We are members of the Dai family, do you understand? If you dare lay a finger on us, the Dai family will not let you go. The Dai family? Zhuomatzi scoffed. What does that matter? In this Bian city, our white tiger gang fears no one. Cough, cough. Just then, before he could finish his sentence, a soft cough echoed from the entrance. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Who is it? Zhuomatzi and his cohorts turned to see a young man at the door, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Chapter 100. Thank you, brother-in-law in the northern part of the city, at the Hong Yuanyang bar. A group led by Zhuomatzi had encircled the siblings Dai Qianxue and her brother, plotting their mischief. Just then, a clear cough echoed from the entrance. Following this, a young man, nonchalantly smoking, strolled in. Teacher Pang. Zhuomatzi's demeanor instantly shifted upon seeing Pang Tianchong. He dropped his machete with a clang and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Teacher Pang. The others followed suit, bowing in deference, and for a moment, the atmosphere turned taut with unspoken tension. What are you all doing? Pang Tianchong inquired, inhaling a puff from his cigarette and exhaling the smoke languidly. Is Lu Dada not here? Teacher Pang. Zhuomatzi, with a forced smile, replied, Our boss is absent. I am in charge here. With a swift motion, Pang Tianchong delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, Do you have any idea she is my boss? How dare you be so audacious? It's a misunderstanding. Zhuomatzi, dazed and seeing stars, refrained from retorting, repeatedly apologizing. Teacher Pang. We had no knowledge that this young lady is your superior. Had we known, we would never dare to disrespect her. Apologize at once. Yes, yes. Zhuomatzi cupped his cheek and bowed repeatedly toward Dai Qianxue. I am truly sorry, Miss Dai. The others, witnessing Pang Tianchong's wrath, hastily followed suit. Bowing and apologizing to Dai Qianxue, we beg your forgiveness, Miss Dai. The tide had turned, leaving the siblings utterly bewildered. Dai Qianxue, momentarily flustered, instinctively waved her hand, saying, It's all right, it's all right. Meanwhile, Dai Qianfeng was utterly astonished, observing the white tiger gang members, each one resembling a frightened quail. Heads bowed and avoiding eye contact. Turning to the cool and composed figure beside his sister, he found him utterly captivating. Well, Dai Qianfeng mused internally. How wonderful it would be if this guy were my brother-in-law. With him backing me, I could stride confidently through the underworld of Bianqing. Who would dare to disrespect me then? Zhuomatzi. The more he pondered, the more pleased he became. He clapped Zhuomatzi on the shoulder, smirking, Hey, Matzi. Do you still want that 500,000? Forget it. Zhuomatzi waved his hand, awkwardly chuckling. Out of respect for teacher Pang, I shall let the money go. Refuse, and I shall take my leave. Dai Qianfeng declared, pulling Dai Qianxue along. Sister, we are leaving. As they spoke, the pair hurriedly exited. One after the other. They're gone, Pang Tianchong remarked, waving his hand. Go back and inform Lu Dadu to focus more on legitimate business and refrain from scamming people. Yes. Yes. Zhuamatzi and his crew nodded vigorously, escorting Pang Tianchong out of the bar like stars surrounding the moon. On their way back, Dai Qianfeng, still brimming with excitement, patted Pang Tianchong on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Buddy, if it weren't for you today, my sister and I would have been in deep trouble. Thank you. Pang Tianchong merely shook his head, remaining silent. The fellow, clearly feeling a sense of lingering curiosity, glanced at Dai Qianxue and then at Pang Tianchong, before inquiring, Hey, you came here with my sister. Are you her husband? Pang Tianchong was taken aback, turned around, and grinned. I could be. Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue's face flushed crimson. She shot an exasperated glare at Pang Tianchong, raised her hand, and with a resounding clap, struck her brother on the head. You and your nonsense. I must tell Mom and Dad about today's events. Don't. Sister, I swear I want to gamble again. Get out of the car. Dai Qianxue, still seething with anger, commanded, Go home. But sister, I have no money for a taxi. I lost everything last night, Dai Qianfeng pleaded. Can you let my brother-in-law, this kind sir, give me a ride home? No way. Dai Qianxue retorted angrily. Stop the car and let him find his own way home. Please. As the car came to a halt, Dai Qianfeng wore a pitiful expression. Can you at least spare me some taxi fare? Not a penny. Dai Qianxue rummaged through her bag, revealing only her bank card and no change. Seeing this, Pang Tianchong promptly pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Here. This should suffice for your taxi fare. Learn to behave better in the future. In his heart, he thought. Even if I am frugal, that brother-in-law remark was worth 100 yuan. Thank you, brother-in-law. Dai Qianfeng received the money, blinked, opened the car door, and dashed away. You just wait. Dai Qianxue, fuming, ground her teeth, warning him, We'll settle this later. Having said that, she turned back to the grinning Pang Tianchong and scolded, What are you still doing? Hurry back to the company. Understood, Pang Tianchong replied, starting the car and heading straight to Daikong. The journey was silent. As they neared Daikong's company, Dai Qianxue glanced at Pang Tianchong and said, Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been dire. It was nothing. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, As your bodyguard. It is only natural for me to step in during such situations. No need for gratitude. I find it a bit puzzling. Dai Qianxue mused, studying Pang Tianchong's profile. These thugs are quite ruthless. Yet why do they tremble in fear upon seeing you? Like mice before a cat? They were previously dealt with by me. So now they behave quite obediently. Oh, that explains it. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly, then proposed, How about you teach my brother a lesson? Give him a good beating so he learns some discipline. My brother? Pang Tianchong expressed skepticism. Why should I discipline him? He hasn't provoked me. Alas. Dai Qianxue sighed lightly. How can a diligent person like me have such an unambitious and feckless brother? Rich young masters tend to be like that. Spoiled from a young age. Pang Tianchong chuckled. I see this little fellow growing up to be quite comparable to that Master Zhua, haha. As they conversed, the vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Daikong company. Pang Tianchong halted the car and said, Mr. Dai, please go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. What matters? Dai Qianxue unbuckled her seatbelt, subtly reminding him, It is still working hours. I need to deliver some items to my lawyer. I shall return shortly. It won't take long. A lawyer? Dai Qianxue inquired with curiosity. What dealings do you have with a lawyer? Sighing, Pang Tianchong replied, You are unaware. But my father has been wrongfully imprisoned, and I must find a way to extricate him. Yesterday, after much effort, I finally uncovered some evidence. And now I need to take it to my lawyer. Your father? Dai Qianxue exited the vehicle, turning back with a look of concern. How could this happen? Well, you should go quickly. If you need assistance, just let me know. All right. Pang Tianchong responded affirmatively, turning the car around and heading straight to Attorney Tian's office.